Yeah.
He's fantastic. And his son, he's got 2 boys, and they're both up and comers at the moment.
Yep. Yeah.
Tim just lost for the first time, and then
I watched that fight.
Nikita.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Crazy fight. Costas dude was murderous.
He was fantastic, man.
Yeah.
He knocked out Zab Judah one time.
I remember that.
Oh my God, I've never seen that happen before.
And that was when Zab Judah was Zab Judah.
He was the thing.
Yeah, he was the thing.
Everybody was like counting down how many seconds is it going to take for him to end Costas to his life.
Yeah.
And it simply didn't happen.
Well, he was so slick and so elusive himself. And Costas, who just planted one on him. Well, he planted a couple on him, but one big one really rocked him. And he had that little rat tail. That was his thing.
Well, that's the thing with Costa. I think he had, nearly 300 fights or something as an amateur to start with.
He did the consequences of him hitting you. He was just such a murderous puncher that even if a guy was slick, it was just, you needed to make one mistake. Boom, there it is. And he got up and his legs were just a complete rubber.
That's the only time I've ever seen that in a boxing.
Well, he made a mistake there. He should have stayed down. It was his ego that made him jump up to his feet. He should have taken the knee, wait to the count of 8 rows, and then he
play that back again, because he's got that one big right, but then it's a 2-punch combination that really puts him into that situation, right?
Yeah.
Bang,
1, 2, that hurt him,
and
then bam, that's the big one. Yeah. Yeah, see, if he just stayed down, probably would have got his legs back in 8 seconds.
By then,
right now he's okay. Yeah, exactly. But who knows? He would have probably got caught again. That's the tricky thing about boxing. So,
I was at the Costa Zoo Ricky Hatton fight. I've got a mate who's a lawyer, so you have to be careful with befriending boxers, right? Because they will be that night when it's just all over.
Yep.
And it was in Manchester, and Hatton was jacked, man. His body was chiseled in a way I'd never seen his body before. And, from my perspective, it looked like he was, laying in some shots under the belt, But in an audience like that in Manchester, which was all about Ricky, they were all for him. He didn't have a lot of dissenting voices. But I was, in the dressing room holding Costa over a bucket while he put his blood for about 20 minutes after the fight. Yeah. And it was really made me understand what the boxing world was, what it really is.
Yeah. Every one of those takes something away from that fighter forever. They'll never be exactly the same.
I don't think he fought again after that.
Yeah.
Had that big, long, storied career and multiple world championships and all the things that he achieved. And then, he just knew that was the end of that for him.
Well, good for him to recognize that. That's one of the hardest things for fighters to recognize when it's over, because their entire identity is based on this one thing that they do. And then who am I if I don't do that thing? And your whole life from the time you're young.
Sports people, isn't it?
I think for fighters, it's more difficult.
Oh, it's much more intense to fight, for sure.
It's also, you have to have this ridiculous belief in yourself that you're the best of all the elites out there. You're the number one. You're the guy that can get it done. Yeah. Ricky Hatton in his prime was a bad man.
Yeah, he was great.
Oh, he was a mauler. Mauler, too. Just so hard-nosed. Just come at you. Just, which is why, some of his losses to Floyd Mayweather, one example, just shows how great Floyd was. Right. He was able to weather that and figure out how to build this. And then Manny Pacquiao after that.
Pacquiao. A lot of stuff.
He just fought again. He just had an exhibition fight in Japan. It was ridiculous. Didn't look that good.
I used to like watching Oscar De La Hoya.
Oh, his prime was amazing. He's off the reservation now, though. See what he posted on his Instagram today? Him and his girlfriend in their underwear dancing around. And it looks like he's on a pound of cocaine. He's got a jock strap on. He's bouncing his dick around. She's bouncing her ass around. It's something that if somebody else filmed, be like, don't post that. Right. Do not post that. He put it on his own fucking account. See, you got it, Jim? It's been taken down.
Just having a summer.
What do you mean it's been taken? He took it down?
That's the one I looked for. It's been scrubbed from Instagram, so I found it.
Well, that's it in the corner. In the right-hand corner, you can see what the two of them are doing. So she's dancing. They're blurring him out because he had like some little G-string around where his dingling was bouncing around. shaking her enhanced ass. The whole thing is just, I mean, what
He
drugs?
definitely needs to go and do some Ukrainian folk dancing lessons.
Yeah, it's not the best footwork. I mean, in his prime, the guy moved like a butterfly. But, things have changed. He was an amazing fighter in his prime.
Absolutely.
It unfortunately gets overshadowed by activity like we just witnessed.
Right. What do you think of this Jake Paul fellow?
I always say that Jake Paul was not a YouTube star. If people just looked at him like an up-and-coming boxer, you'd say this kid's got a lot of fucking talent. Right. He's dangerous. He's dangerous. I think his strength is that people, for whatever stupid reasons, they underestimate him because of what his background was. Right? And they think there's no way that some guy who became famous off of YouTube is going to be an actual legit boxer. But if you look at what he's done, the time that he's put into it, and the ability that he has, just the sheer ability, he's a very good boxer.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, and he seems to treat his body the right way.
Yeah. Trains hard.
Yeah.
I mean, I've watched a lot of his training footage. I've watched all of his fights. He can fight.
What do you think of the thing with Mike?
58 is 58.
Yeah.
No matter what you're taking and what they're doing for you, and you're still 58. But 58-year-old Mike Tyson is not 50-year-old Mike Jones that lives down the street. It's a different kind of human being. He still can knock your fucking head into another dimension if he can catch you. Yeah. The thing is, can he catch a 28-year-old guy who's at the top of his career, who's winning legitimate boxing matches? I mean, he's beating former UFC world champions like Tyron Woodley. He had that very good fight with Tommy Fury, who's a legitimate boxer. Which is a very good fight. He just beat up Mike Perry, who's a bare knuckle champion. He's a real fighter. He can fight. And if Mike Tyson and him are fighting, and Mike can't catch him, and Mike has bad knees, or his back's bad. I mean, I don't know what's going on with him physically. It's hard to tell from a guy just hitting pads. When he's hitting those pads, he looks great. Again, if he can do that, if he can actually do that for 8 rounds or 10 rounds, however many his fight is.
Well, that's going to be the key.
Yeah. Can he do that? I don't know if he can do that. I mean, he had to pull out the first fight because he had an ulcer. So it's,
The thing is, I was quite enjoying the second phase of Mike's life.
Mm-hmm.
He was terrifying as a boxer.
Yeah.
Terrifying. I met him at one point back, backstage at the stadium at a fight. And I was like, I'm still terrified of you from watching you, But then that guy he started becoming, where he became more explorative, and he was looking into what, the meaning of life, and, having a smoke every now and then and stuff like that. I was like, I'm enjoying this, Mike.
Yeah.
I'm liking the evolution. What bothers me with this whole thing is that he's got to kind of, slide back to that warrior,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just not sure he needed to do it.
Yeah. He's the reason why this table's so wide.
Why is that?
Because I was going to make the table more narrow at be closer to the guests. I had him on once when he was retired, and he was much heavier, and he was smoking a lot of weed, and he was contemplative and interesting and philosophical, and just a fun guy to hang out with. And then I had him on again when he was about to fight Roy Jones Jr., and he had lost about 60 pounds. He looked shredded. He had muscles bulging in his arms. He was very intense. It was like a completely different human being. He was terrifying. Just being in the room was just fucking terrifying. And I said, you know what? This table needs to be a little wider.
I'm glad it wasn't only me.
Yeah, I just don't want to be that close to him. He fucking scares me.
Right.
Like, I felt his energy. It was a different, and even Jamie said it after we left. Jamie was like, that's a totally different person. But Jamie was here for the first one, the second one. He was so fired up that he had reignited that thing inside of him that existed when he was the best in the world. Yeah. And that force that caused him to try to achieve greatness was back. And he was fit. He was, he was in the middle of training, and he was all in on this Roy Jones Jr. fight. And now
I just hope for the both of them that it transcends the sort of circus type atmosphere that's around it.
Yeah.
It's a legit fight, and they both do well. Nobody gets hurt.
That would be nice, but it's probably not going to happen. It's probably going to be one of two things. It's either going to be Jake Paul's going to find out that 58-year-old Mike Tyson is still a motherfucker, or we're going to find out that 58-year-old men are 58-year-old men, no matter what they look like. And Jake Paul is a 28-year-old athlete in the prime of his life. It's a real.
if you just do it to yourself, right?
Yeah.
me at 60 versus me at 28.
Right.
Forget about it.
Yeah, it's different things. Yeah. Yeah, but also there's an accumulation of injuries that everyone's having.
Tell me about
Yeah,
it.
just no avoiding. But I do want to get you in. I guarantee you stem cells will help that. I've had tremendous success with stem cells.
In the shoulder joint.
Yeah. I was told by a doctor that I was going to have shoulder surgery. He said, well, you did all of these exercises, you pushed down on it, and we did an MRI. He's like, it's so torn. He goes, you could try to rehabilitate. No, it was a little bit of labrum, but it was I had a full length rotator cuff tear. And he's like, it's going to have to be repaired. So I had another guy in Vegas, this guy, Dr. Roddy McGee, and he's like, let's try stem cells. And he was doing them for the UFC. And, they could do some pretty potent stuff just before some of the new regulations have come into place. That they're constantly trying to regulate the stuff because it's very effective. Well, I went in, he shot me up. I took it easy on it. I did rehab. I started doing all these bands. I used these crossover symmetry bands, and I started doing all these exercises to build my shoulders back up. And I started feeling pretty good, and I started working out again and just being real careful. As soon as I feel pain, I'm going to stop. I went back to him in 6 months, got an MRI. He said it was the most extraordinary thing he's ever seen. He said the tear is gone. I said, I've never seen this before. He goes, I've never seen this. All my years of being an orthopedic surgeon, I've never seen a tear and a rotator cuff completely disappear.
But what's happened with mine now is that it's full of arthritis.
Mm-hmm.
So if they were going to repair it now, right, they've got to cut it. They've got to pop the bone up, shape the top, the head off, cut it off, put some plastic bit.
Yeah. Don't do that yet.
11 months rehab.
Yeah, don't do that yet. Don't do that yet. This is why I don't do that yet. Because there's breakthroughs right now where they're regenerating cartilage. There's several studies. I believe one of them is out of Australia, and another one, my friend Brigham, who runs Ways to Well, I actually sent this to him. I'll send this to you, Jamie. But it is there's a new study that came out that's showing that they're able to regenerate cartilage tissue, and this is very, very promising. So when they're able to do this kind of stuff now, if you could just hang in there, for just a year or so, I guarantee you they're going to be implementing this stuff on people.
I've got no cartilage in my big toes, no cartilage left, because of all the sports I used to do, lateral movement, but also, sometimes shit goes wrong in a stump, and you got to stop or you die.
Right.
So
this is it. Insulin-like growth factor 1 in articular cartilage repair for osteoarthritis treatment. So they're able to do this signaling pathway that's been implicated in articular cartilage repair. IGF-1 is a member of the family of growth factors, structurally closely related to pro-insulin chondrocyte proliferation, enhance matrix production, and inhibit catabolism. Moreover, we discussed the potential role of IGF-1 in OA treatment. Of note, we summarized the recent progress on IGF delivery systems, optimization of IGF delivery systems to facilitate treatment application in cartilage repair, and improve OA treatment efficacy. So there's this, and there's another one that's in Australia where they're using it on sheep right now. They're able to regrow cartilage on sheep, and they're about to begin human trials on that as well. They're discovering animal models considering to new human therapies. So this is the next stage, right? Because right now there's nothing they can do about cartilage. What stem cells have been really effective at is soft tissue injuries, tendon repair, things along those lines, and a lot of neurological disorders that people have, especially ID versions. They've done a lot with Dr. Neil Reardon in Panama. Has had some great results with that. And great results. Mel Gibson came in and talked about his experiences with that, and his father. His father was in a wheelchair when he was 80. 10 years later, at 90, he was walking around. And this is after stem cell. So they can do some pretty extraordinary stuff, especially outside of the country, because outside of America, America has the FDA, and the FDA is very strict on this stuff. But if you go to Tijuana, there's a place called the Cellular Performance Institute. They send a lot of UFC fighters down there. They have amazing results. Amazing. They're shooting them into people's discs, growing disc tissue on people that have disc degeneration issues. It's just, we're real close. We're real close to being able to regenerate all kinds of stuff. So just got hang in there. Hang in there. But I guarantee you what the stem cells can do is help heal what can heal in that area, reduce inflammation, give you more range of motion, and give you a much more pain-free experience.
Because I got that situation with toes, right? I've got grade 4 tears in both Achilles. I've got shin splints. I've got bone marrow edemas under both knees.
Jesus.
I've got one disintegrating hip.
Oh boy.
And I know exactly what fall that was from.
What movie?
Later.
Of course.
And then you go on my back. I've got ribs that pop off. I've got, both shoulders are shit, but the left one's particularly shit. And it's like, like even on this tour we've been doing, because we've been traveling like 35,000 kilometers or something on this tour. And, sometimes it's in a plane, but other times it's in a, hopefully a bus, but most of the time just a car, or at one point we were traveling around in a pet transport van.
You're doing it old school.
Yeah, well, the thing is that the band doesn't generate cash like my day job.
Right.
So I've got to work to how what the band earns.
Right.
So definitely makes it a little more difficult for sure.
But it's also real. You're doing it like a real touring band. Yeah.
Lining up in funky little airports and and most of the flights have been, once the tour has begun, have been economy flights and so.
Well, I'm gonna try to get you in the morning before you take your flight out of here.
Right,
cool. I bet I can. Yeah, I'm 99%.
They can just go bing bang.
Yeah, they'll just start injecting you in the morning. They'll give you an IV of stem cells. They'll inject them into the areas that are hurt. Yeah, it'll help you. Guaranteed it'll help. It sounds like your shoulder's pretty fucked, but
yeah,
like I said, hang in there. Yeah, this shit's coming.
So I'm kind of, probably doesn't look like it to you, but I'm actually in the process of 10 years of allowing myself to be in a certain shape and playing all sorts of roles today. But when I finished Nuremberg in April or so, I said, okay, that decade's over. I'm going to go back the other way. So I was 126 kilos when I came off from Nuremberg. I'm currently 112 and a half.
Nice.
Just slowly.
That's the right way to do it.
But what I'm looking forward to is that all the guys that are 10 years my junior, who go, mate, you fucking let yourself go, haven't you? Okay, whatever. I'm going to just be passing them on the escalator as I go down. Go, enjoying yourself?
Yeah.
I feel, even if I start working less, which is something that's also in the back of my mind, if I'm going to spend more time for myself and not working, then I want to be in a particular place, so I can enjoy it a little bit more.
Sure. Yeah. Just physically, you'll feel a lot better just moving around.
But it has been a very interesting decade, and it's funny in my business on how much it can affect your friendships, what you look like.
Really?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, for sure.
In what way?
Well, just you stop calling.
They stop calling you if you gain weight? Sure. Really? Oh, those aren't real friends.
Well, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
So it's been a lovely process of
elimination.
Just cleaning a few things out.
How bizarre.
I don't know where I'll get to, but in my mind, I'm aiming for about 104, 105.
Nice. You'll get there. Come on, man.
Well, that should be relatively easy.
Yeah.
But for me, fighting weight's 80 kilos. That's,
Can you get there?
I don't think so.
I know. I bet you can.
Well, it's just the thing is, I can't, because of all the damage everywhere. Because what I used to do is just outrun
right.
Go through a period of, abusing yourself and then just outrun it.
And
I simply can't do that anymore. I just can't outrun the years of, abuse.
Can you use an airdyne? An airdyne burn?
Yeah, I've got them.
Yeah, those are the shit.
Yeah.
I did that stupid thing today. That's
but what I'm trying to do is actually make the adjustments without relying on, Olympic level physical preparation. I'm just trying to bring it down purely through diet and, and the fact that I've been losing weight while I'm on a tour like this, where you don't have consistency in the way you can exercise, and the food that's available to you, 2 o'clock in the morning after you finish the gig is pretty hairy. The fact that I've actually still been able to come down is amazing. I've never been on a tour with a band in my life, and I've been doing this stuff since the early 80s. and lost weight. You go on tour, you gain weight. That's what happens. So it's been pretty. I'm really looking forward to being back on the farm where I can be consistent and add a little sort of consistent exercise too.
I don't know what the rules in Australia are for peptides. Do you know what kind of regulations they have there?
I'm pretty sure that they're available, but you can't use them in a professional sense, which doesn't affect my job. But sports people can't use them.
Right, sports people can't use them here either, unfortunately. All they do is help you heal, especially things like BPC 157. They just help heal injuries. And they've recently banned that here for some fucking stupid reason. None of it makes any sense. What you can get versus what has not shown any adverse side effects. But then you have to go through this insane process to get it legalized that takes forever and costs insane amounts of money. Right? And just that's what they're in right now. But peptides can help you tremendously. Tremendously. Helps you heal, helps your body regenerate tissue, helps you lose weight. It can help you in a lot of ways. Yeah, there's a lot of different things you do, but I'll connect you with these ways to all people. They can help you a lot. And also, just eat nothing but steak. Eat just eat only your steaks. Get on a carnivore diet. High protein, low carbs. Right. You just lose weight quick like that anyway. Your body's like easily satisfied. Right. If you're only eating meat and protein, you only eat so much and you're done. Your body like knows how to regulate exactly what you have. And also then you'd be in a state of ketosis. A lot of
now that I've made the decision, it's quite interesting what's happening to my just the food intake. Yesterday I was eating a steak. I was really enjoying it. I didn't finish it. I got to a certain point when actually I'm good.
Yeah.
So it's just a funny thing, we talked before about the power of the imagination or whatever. I've now made the decision that I'm going the other way. Yeah. And, as long as I'm, clear about that decision, then the things just, you just start to fold in under what the decision you've made.
Right. Yeah, you move into that direction. Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm just sort of taking the attitude. I'm not slavishly weighing myself every day. I'm not, there's nothing, it's not schedule specific, which has been so much of my life. I'm prepping for a thing that happens on a certain date. You've got X amount of time to get to that place, It is something like I'm really taking it on board as a decision I purely made for my own reasons, and that is, when it's summertime, I like taking my shirt off by the pool,
Right.
So it's like, all right, like 10 years without doing that. So now I'm going back the other way.
Do you, what exercise can you do that doesn't hurt?
Oddly enough, and I would never have thought this, it doesn't seem logical, but when I got to a point with my Achilles that was affecting everything that I was doing, and they stepped me up, I did, full blood injections, platelet-rich injections, did all of that stuff, and then you're banging yourself with painkillers because it's such a heavy hit when you do that sort of thing, particularly with the Achilles, and the milk boob and all that, and it just wasn't working, man. I was doing rehab exercises and everything, and I could feel that with the rehab exercises that they were re-damaging the area. They weren't making it better, So I kind of said to the guy that I was working with, it's just like, I gotta stop, because every time I see you, then I limp the next day, But if I don't do the exercises, after a certain amount of time, the limp gets less, So I have to come up with some other way of doing it. He said I was crazy at the time or whatever. Then I started going out with a girl who loves playing tennis. I used to like playing tennis when I was younger, so cool, let's play tennis. Our romance is based on the fact that at the first time I played tennis, I couldn't beat her. Okay. I got to keep you around. I hear enough times till I work out how to grind you into the dirt, young lady. But here's the thing with tennis, the short bursts of running, right? And it's not constant, like 10 Ks on a treadmill or out on the road or whatever. It's just a short burst of running, right? And then you've got a minute where you sort of gather yourself together, you have a break between games or whatever, and then another burst of running, I seem to have rehabbed my Achilles by playing tennis.
Wow. That would be the last thing I would suggest. I would think that springing would be the recipe for disaster.
Yeah, but because it's like a momentary movement. But, with tennis, if you're getting to the ball, you've got to use 100% of yourself. You know, you're going for that ball, and it's all in. But it's 3 or 4 steps,
Right.
you know, and then you have a sort of like a little bit of a break where now the next shot you don't have to put so much effort into it, whatever. And it just seems to, you know, I had years and years, man. I mean, I'm talking about from 98 onwards, right? So that's through all of those movies we were talking about, like Gladiator, like Martial Commander, like Cinderella Man, Noah, whatever. The problem with my Achilles is always present, you know. But since in the last 5 years, it's gone away. I don't think about it every day, and I walk with that limp now.
Wow.
It's just tennis.
I wonder how much of that is the same thing, like the direction. You've made this direction to beat this woman at tennis. You got to get good at tennis in your mind is saying to you, all right, you got to fix this fucking problem with the Achilles.
I'm going to need those.
Yeah, we're going to need those. We're going to need to fire up all the resources.
It could be also, too, that those platelet-rich injections and stuff that they were doing in the timeline that they were considering to be the right timeline is incorrect. The timeline is, in fact, a lot longer, perhaps.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think if you look at the tennis thing, it actually recreates the rehab exercises.
Sure.
But you're not doing, 5 sets of 10.
Right.
You know? You're doing a little bit, and then the next day you might do that same move again or whatever, but it's not wearing it down at the same time. Right. That's what I found with the rehab exercises, that I felt to be, as I said, I think that I was re-injuring. There would stretch. So one, that's good. Then you do that one set of them too many, and you feel that little click again, and you know that it's retorn.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's like limited plyometrics. That's what it's like. It does make sense. But it's funny that that's the thing that got you healthy.
Yeah, I mean, crazy, right?
Yeah, so opposite of what I think anybody would recommend.
It doesn't seem the bare logic, but here it is, sort of. And I've started riding bicycles again now and everything, because it got to the point, man, with the pain. If you've been on a mountain bike for 15 or 20 Ks, it's just white hot pain in the back of my heels.
Oh,
yeah. But now I'm enjoying it again, and having fun with it. So, it's cool.
That's the beautiful thing.
Yeah. So, love.
Yeah, love, and the ability to decide that you want to beat this person.
Yeah. And I did. I ended up. There was one time in Melbourne we played indoors on the practice course I have for the Open. 6 Love, and I never let her forget it. She still will beat me quite regularly, but I do have that one pure moment of victory that I recall for her.
That's hilarious. The motivation. It's interesting how motivation is such a massive factor in success. Like, what are you actually enthusiastic about? It's just that the direction that your mind will put your body through when you've made a decision.
Have you got kids?
Yes.
Yeah. What are their ages?
I have a 28-year-old.
Oh,
I have a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that you dig being a dad? I mean, that's a silly question.
Yeah, I love it. It's bizarre. It's a bizarre education in who you are as a human being.
Absolutely.
The reflection you have on
but possibly that greatest privilege.
Yeah. I used to think differently about it. I used to think that everybody should. When I first started having kids, I felt like everybody should have kids. I don't think that now anymore, but I think that for me, it's been one of the most impactful and powerful things ever in my life. It's changed me as a human being in so many different ways. Dave Chappelle has a great phrase about it that I always repeat. He said, not only did it increase the amount of love I have, it increased my capacity for love. And for me, it also made me change the way I think about people. Because I used to think if I met a guy who was 50 years old, I was like, that's a 50-year-old guy. Now I meet him like, I used to be a kid. I used to be a little kid. I think of the whole path of that person becoming an adult now. I never used to do that.
Well, I'm at that place now where my eldest is in university, my youngest is about to finish high school. And it's just, it's amazing. We had a funky life in that, there was divorce involved and things like that. So we haven't always been together, but I can honestly say they're my two favorite people to spend time with in the world, you know. And the things that we can do now, you know, with this little head that was nothing but just a bundle of blankets. You know, I can now have these incredible discussions with you.
Yeah.
You know, my eldest went into university to do an arts degree, right? Didn't find it challenging. So without any discussion, he just flipped his degree. He's now doing Latin and ancient Greek.
Whoa.
Yeah. And I'm like, that's a big change. And he's like, well, I just worked out how to make the education system work for me. And I'm like, this guy, wow, so impressive, you know? And it's like, you know, I remember the first time he said a word, you know, and now he has the intellectual capacity to realize that, you know, this is a moment in his life if he grabs what he can in terms of education. And he's looked at Latin and Greek and gone, if I can nail Latin and Greek, every language is available to me. So it's like, that's just, you know, I mean, to sit back and be impressed with your kids. That's
amazing.
Yeah, you know, and look, I think they're both really creative, but, you know, the navigation aspect, how you help, you know, your children navigate the
Don't
world.
know too much.
Yeah, but how do you explain some of the bullshit that goes on politically and stuff? Because I remember being extremely idealistic when I was like, you know, my teen years and very politically focused. And I just got to a point where I was like, you know, everyone's a bullshit artist.
Yeah.
There's not one of these guys that I could really say that, you know, I'd follow into battle. So I'll just stop worrying about politics and go into something else, you know. But you see the same processes going on, and they're trying to reach out to someone to believe in, and somebody that they believed in, you know, that has a policy or whatever that, you know, is completely a bond to the way of thinking. So you can see them having to come to grips with, you know, it's very hard to find a hero.
Yeah.
You know, particularly in that world.
It's particularly in that world. That world is set up for fools. It's set up for people that can just become a figurehead.
Well, I don't know who said it first, but it was used in the Andrew Lloyd Webber, Tim Rice musical Evita. Politics is the art of the possible. And so it's not not really connected to anything. It's like, what can we get away with?
Right. What can we tell you that we're going to do and then never do it?
Right. It's the art of the possible.
Well, you're seeing that now in American politics more than ever because the person that's actually in office is saying what she's going to do if she gets in office.
Right.
Which is just like,
you're
there. This is madness. Like, this is, and people are like, yeah, she's going to do it. Like, she's been in there for 3 fucking years. Like, what are you talking about? This is crazy. But people want to believe so badly. We want someone to be the person that rescues us from whatever situation we're currently in. And that's always been the case.
The unfortunate thing is, and it affects, you know, Australia as much as it affects here. You know, we have such an aggressive media situation, and the media's need for new information, new stories, whatever that you know, that timeline is. You're just not going to get people of quality stepping into that world.
No,
you know,
who'd want to put themselves through that?
There's probably hundreds of potentially incredible presidents.
Oh yeah,
in this country, but they're too smart to walk that way. You know?
Yeah, it's a real problem. It's a real problem that's only going to get worse. And our desire and our hunger for bullshit and to focus on what did he do when he was in high school?
Right.
You know, what did she say when she was on Twitter when she was 22? Like, what? The fuck are you talking about? Like, we have to put that shit aside, recognize it. People are just human beings. Stop dragging out old shit just to make your party win because it ruins the entire system.
Yeah, that is the thing, isn't it? It's just like you picking a color, and no matter what happens under the banner of that color, you're just sticking with the color. Yeah. It's like, well, that's not really going to help any of us.
No.
You know, it's not going to be.
I don't know what your political system's like, but we're completely trapped in this two-party system.
Yeah, we have the same sort of situation. But we have a very interesting thing that's happening in Australia at the moment, which is the rise of independence. And it's happened federally, also at a state level too, but also in city government as well, where non-party affiliated people are standing. And so now you have a situation where in the parliament you have a group of them. There's, I don't know the exact numbers, 10 or 15 or something independents. So, the main party has to deal with the fact that those independents are going to bring a non-party line series of points to the argument. And it's working well. It's working for us in that it's making both of the main parties re-examine who they are and what they stand for.
Yeah, we can use that here for sure.
People are just so sick of that. Color choice.
Yeah,
they're reaching for something else.
Well, it's also people recognize that a lot of us that claim to be on one side or the other really are somewhere in the middle. Most people have opinions that are a little bit of a conglomeration of both conservative and liberal perspectives, especially like liberal, socially, fiscally conservative. There's a lot of people like that. They're not represented.
Not at the moment.
No, not at the moment. And in this country, it's the worst that's ever been in terms of the polarization of the two sides. You think of the other side as an idiot, no matter what. No matter what, that person's got to be a moron. They think differently than I do, or they support this side, I support that side, and I'm all in on my team, and they're all in. It's a tribal thing, as tribal as any other thing that we have in the world. And in this country, it just doesn't work. We just get captivated by corporations because of that. And it's also the money in politics is so extraordinary, which is something that should never be allowed to happen.
Yeah, the old, those campaign fundraising situations, and the amount of money they just pour into. But also the rules around the engagement, the rules of what you can say in an ad that's negative about the other person. It's like, come on, this is ridiculous. It's like these apocalyptic 2-minute blasts that come out of your television. It's just all bullshit. But if you're leaning that way, then it helps your outrage, and it helps you confirm that yes, well, that's I'm against that. But when it's just a series of exaggerations and lies, and it just doesn't help anybody.
Well, in this country, Kamala Harris recently got caught because the campaign was using articles, and they changed the article. They changed the titles of the article. They put out fake positive articles, and the fact that you can do something like that, it can persuade people to think that people are writing about something when you're actually putting it out there, which is just bananas. It's just a complete manipulation of the zeitgeist.
We've got a situation in Australia at the moment where politicians are suing people for.
How you living, Dad? How you living? I see it. Very cool. What did I announce? Yeah, it's nice. Oh yeah. I made a vlog. Yeah, that's all. No, I don't do that, but I can. basically, I'll send it to you. Just a moment. How's your day going? How was your day going? I sent you the blog. You should have that in your DM. And I see this person. Hey, shout out to you. Hey, you, smoking the cigarette or the joint. Oh, that's you? Oh, okay, okay. Um, everything from your knees up. It's very good video quality. Okay, we should. Did you join my Discord? Excellent. You should pop in there at least once per day. We get a lot of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 people in there. Are you in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 fantasy football game? Are you in the fantasy football league? Well, it's $50 buy-in if you want to do it. I don't know if it's still available, but ask Yo-Yo. Hell yeah, the only real fucking football there is, baby. Oh yeah, and they're not even called that anymore, and that word is considered offensive in English. They are called the Washington Commanders. Commanders. Commanders, yeah. So just like if you're gonna speak English to someone, you want to avoid the term Washington Redskins. Yes, exactly. But everything fucking changed, and you'll be considered racist. So yeah, so I mean, if you did it in this kind of context, if you said the Washington Commanders used to be a team, their previous name was considered a controversial. It's offensive. Exactly, exactly. And so, for educational purposes, we're going to use the term. It's Washington Redskins. That's what they formally know that. But we're only using it for educational terms. Exactly. Exactly. And it's kind of crazy that 5 years ago you could have bought a hat with their mascot on it or a jacket with their mascot on it. And now it's like you can't even say the name. But yeah, a bunch of teams changed like that. Another one in the United States was the Cleveland Indians. They went to the Cleveland Giants. I'm sorry, Cleveland Guardians. I'm sorry, Cleveland Guardians. Yeah. And so, right. But there are some others that are allowed, like the Boston Celtics. Celtic is like a term for someone from Ireland, and that one didn't have much controversy at all. Yeah, it's that most certainly, but it's also the Celtics are a huge dynasty, and it's very difficult to change that name. Not saying they can, but they felt it was better financially for them to keep it. It all came down to money. Somebody sat down with the Washington football team and said, look, you can change your name and it's going to make you X amount of money in the future, or you can keep it and you're going to lose this amount of money. And they would say, well, we don't want to lose this amount of money, but let's keep it. Same people came to the Boston Celtics and said, look, if you keep this name, you're going to make this amount of money. If you change the name, you'll actually lose money. So it's in your best interest to keep the name. We're done. It's a big fucking deal. Anyway, I just wanted you to not seem offensive to anyone. And you should know that, like, I said real sports fans, but like, people who are really talking about sports know exactly what you're talking about when you talk about the Washington football team or whatever. And that's what they were known as, Washington football team, for like a year. So that's sometimes what I call them, just to be fun. I see that street. That's considered a like. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, interesting. I see. Yes, it is. I see it. Um, what are your thoughts on nuclear energy? How many people do you think in the history of mankind have ever died from nuclear radiation from a fallout? How many globally? Big school. I knew you. I knew this. You're welcome. So let's. Yes. Excellent. 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 Right. You're very well informed on the subject. Okay, so in answer to the question that was posed, the amount of people who have died, and now we go with the is less than 50. So how many is it? Less than 50. We're going to go through it. At Chernobyl, about 30 people died for the radiation. Right. Um, wait, wait. Yeah, okay, fine. But that's not to say that there's not a increase in cancer if you live next to a cold community. You know what I'm saying? So let's exactly. So I'm kind of saying that, like, look, all of these things are perhaps dangerous, but I just want to change or perhaps tell you some figures here, some numbers that over the course of the last 80 years of using nuclear power, less than one person has died per year, which is a really, really good statistic. When you consider this is globally, I'm not talking the United States, I'm not talking in Europe, I'm saying globally. You add up every single person who has died directly due to nuclear fallout. It is less than 50 total. It's about 30 from Chernobyl. It's acknowledged to be 2 on the Fukushima Wikipedia page. Most of the people who died from Fukushima died in the tsunami. They died because of the water, not because of nuclear fallout. And then finally, the other big nuclear scare that has happened in the last few years is known as 3 Mile Island in the United States. No people died from that. So in total, the top 3 biggest nuclear fallouts in global history: Chernobyl, about 30 people. We have Fukushima, about 2, and we have 3 Mile Island, which is 0. So that's like, in my opinion, a really great opportunity. People don't know about it, and so I do my best to educate people on the safety of nuclear power, and it's a miracle. If you were to say to me, Rabbi, name a miracle in the world, like what's the closest thing that we have to a modern day miracle? It would be nuclear power. The fact that we can power that, so I don't have to nuclear anymore. And okay, another cool thing. So you were showing me the iron in the ground. There is a type of technology. I'm sure you're probably aware of some of it. It's called LiDAR, and then also ground penetrating radar, which allows you to see minerals in the ground and be able to locate them without having to dig in the traditional mining sense. And I'm an advocate for using LiDAR and ground penetrating radar and robotics to replace the mining industry, human-based mining industry, particularly in the third world. I want to make it so that people don't have to mine. Exactly. And so the people previously who would have perhaps been in mining and would then be able to work behind a computer and operate the machine manually, or even better, just make it autonomous and just have robots there. But I don't want people, right? I don't want people to have to risk their lives anymore. In my opinion, it's very dangerous, much of this mining. And it's unnecessary nowadays because we have radar that can locate exactly where the ore is in the ground so that we no longer have to rely on the guessing game that is mining. It can, it can do it. That's, that's 100% fine. We've been able to locate this for 30 years. And here's why. There's something in Alaska that was called HAARP, HAARP. It's the high atmospheric auroral radiation, something like that. That's not the exact acronym, but it's something like that. And high altitude, uh, something. Anyway, what is it? It basically was a big violin, and it could pluck the earth using wavelengths So it could pluck using different wavelengths and electrocharging the atmosphere. It could essentially tune the Earth to whatever it needed to be able to understand what was below ground. So basically, they turn a wavelength on to a certain frequency, and the way that the wavelength would reflect back, they could tell where oil was at the ground, or they could tell where iron was in the ground, or carbon was in the ground. It was in Alaska, and they were able to do it anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. Now, they got much better with this type of technology in recent years, where they go directly to the source. And so, in answer to your question about, Rabbi, how deeply can specifically ground penetrating radar get, I'm going to tell you that we could perhaps be able to penetrate through the crust of the Earth, which is like 75 miles. But I don't think that that is necessarily acknowledged. So let's see what's acknowledged. How deep can ground penetrating radar accurately identify minerals in the Earth in meters? Ground penetrating radar, okay, 30 meters, but that's just what they're acknowledging. I imagine it could be 300 meters. So, and if it can't, then put a little bit of money into the technology, and within a decade, you'll get that thing penetrating kilometers deep. But here's what I'm making you aware of. I think that already exists. They just don't make it public. There's no reason to make it public. What do you think, Big Doug? Yes, I can. Yes, sir. Oh, not recently, no. I stream it like 24/7, 365. So I have sacrificed. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. No, I do. I go outside and I travel in the car and do other things. Um, I have not done that recently, though. Reason why is I lost my data plan. It's just expensive to have it if I don't really use it that much. And because I do so much streaming from my room as opposed to in the field, I just had to sacrifice it. So because I don't have a data plan anymore, I don't do as much IRL. Great question. I've streamed as far as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've streamed in Beverly Hills and Disneyland and St. Here. I would say probably Disneyland was the last place outside of my city that I actually no, I shouldn't say that. I streamed. I went to the dentist and I went to the eye doctor and I streamed that. Um, and that was in Anaheim or like basically Costa Mesa. So that was um, not too long ago, and that's available on Instagram. Yes, I've been to Canada and I've been to Mexico. Yes, I've been to Canada and I've been to Mexico. Have you ever been to the United States? Okay, I can see that. It, it has some really good opportunity. You are practicing wheelies on a bicycle. Very cool. Um, well, as I just said, I do stream outside, but generally it's much easier for me to stream in one location. It's where my Wi-Fi is, and exactly. And like when I go in the field, I don't have very good vision. My eyes have cataracts, so if I stream outside, it's difficult for me to see my screen. A lot of times because of the reflection on the phone. While I do overcome that challenge, um, I tend to find that connectivity isn't as good, and you run into many other obstacles like you need to make sure that you have power and you have to make sure that your phone's protected and that you're in frame. All kinds of other things that I don't have to worry about when I stream from my room, where I know I'm always in frame in most every camera. I don't have to worry about tripods. I don't have to worry about anything, but I have created robots that spam people on they spam people on Kick, which is like YouTube. Kick. Exactly. And so my big um, my big way to get famous is not going to be that I do something really, really cool outside. I mean, the odds of that happening are pretty rare, simply from the fact that I've done really cool stuff outside. No one watches it. Why? Because you have to have like a huge footprint. You have to have a lot of followers, um, like originally. So, um, but what I do know is that I can annoy people on Kick to the point where they come into my Discord, when they come and they read my blog, and they start asking about me. And I do this every single day. And if I do it for a long enough period of time, every single person will know about me on there, and I'll almost be like a meme. Like I'll be part of the lore of the website. Exactly. So yeah, I mean, like I could tell you this: if I could take, let's just say hypothetically, I were able to get 10 different cameras, 10 different positions, and stream outside, how many people are realistically going to be watching? Not that many. I mean, maybe five, maybe 10. I mean, it's just not a lot. Like, and let's say I did something really cool. Let's say I went bungee jumping or skydiving. Let's say I got 100 people on the store. That's great, but if it's not like enough to influence a lot of people, well, what gives? If I have these robots going, here, I'll show you what they do. I'll put my camera. These are robots. Watch my. Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm showing you like these things are spamming on pick right now. They just drew down the line of the most popular streamers on pick, and when they're done, they move on to the next person. It's pretty simple, and it just fucking spams the shit out of people. And then you'll see them follow the person, and it's been spamming a whole bunch of times, and then it just moves on to the next person. It's pretty fucking good. And I know stuff they know about what I'm doing, and it's just this. So that, in my opinion, is a much better way for me to get attention. Especially when I'm able to do that to a major streamer. So take for instance, this is my strategy. If I'm streaming right now, very few people are watching. But if I annoy a big time streamer and they feature my content, which they do all the time, then all of a sudden I have 500 people watching me, or 1,000 people watching me, or 5,000 people watching me. Then it's like a huge bang for my buck, as opposed to, hey, please, will you watch my stream in your free time? Somebody's like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. I would never do that. Instead of that, what I do is I just go to one big streamer who's got a ton of people watching it, tell them about what I do, and then they become interested, and then they go to my stream and feature. They can't. Okay, so let's talk about this. Some have developed some things where they can't use the word rabbi or some other things in their chat. That's fine. I've developed robots that also create a clip of someone's screen, which basically takes a 30 to 60-second clip of their screen, archives it on their page, and I'm able to name that clip anything I want. So I name it Rabbi Rothschild, and I put the name of this Discord in there, and they cannot block that. So basically, every time I do that, it's another scam, and the only way they can get rid of it is by manually deleting it, and they can't have their moderators can't delete it. They have to manually delete it. So that's what I do. Yes, I can. Oh, are you okay? How is your sound so good? That's why. That's why. Oh, they're really, really good. Right. Exactly. Do you remember when it was like, hey, come over here. That's why I thought you were somebody different because I figured, oh, the person with whom I'm having a conversation with close to the camera, and this person in the view is way far away. I didn't realize that we were talking to each other. Do you like doing readings? Yeah. GB, are you there? No, hey, are you in the fantasy football league? right, well, you can live vicariously. Let's go to it. Let's go to it. Well, GB, you can live vicariously through my terrible ownership decision of my fantasy football team. Like, I'm not saying I'm going to win. I'm saying that I'm going to win by a lot. But I'm not. Here's the thing. I have nothing to do but fucking study these teams for the entirety of the season. And we'll just see. I know I won like half the leagues that I was in last year. So we'll see if I do any better this year. This one will be, this is the first time I've ever done it for me. So that's a good. Don't tell me he's in our fantasy football league. Big school, it's good. He was doing wheelies and then go get your flashlight, dog. Go get your flashlight. So, and then we're going to go to an entrance of a tiger mine. GP, I got a quiz for you. Hot quiz. Ready? Okay. How many people globally do you think acknowledge have ever died due to nuclear fallout from the nuclear power industry? Excellent. Excellent guess. It's very close. It's about 50 or less than 50. It's about less than 50. So that means in the 80 years of the nuclear power industry globally, we've lost less than one person, which is a really good statistic. Considering like the coal industry and the natural gas industry and a lot of these fossil fuel industries are very dangerous, cause all kinds of pollution, cause all kinds of excellent, sounds good. They cause all kinds of issues, and yet when you look at the opportunities of nuclear energy, barely anybody dies from it. It's almost unlimited energy. It's just the way to go. And I would say that it's modern day America. What is wrong? But didn't they figure that out in Utah like 30 years ago? I just think it's being suppressed. Oh, you dropped your phone. This is a former. This is a former iron mine. Oh no, you gotta find your ladder. You gotta find your ladder. Oh, I just saw the foot. Yeah, don't do anything that gets you in trouble. All right, Doc. Hey, wow, this is beautiful. We're like on a bike. Don't leave your stuff in the middle of the road. Shout out to Luxembourg. I can't. Big Holy Multi Jr. What a beautiful dog. That baller is shit. Do we have anyone in the community or anyone who has a car like that? Yo, is there anybody in the community who has a rap car like that? Welcome. How you living, pimp? What's good? Can you hear me, baby? Welcome to my Discord. Oh, gee. No way. All right, Donna. Guinness to that fucking mining country. Oh, no way. Wow, it just goes right into the ground, doesn't it? So would the guys just find a money like that back in the day? Is that iron? So you could just like, yeah, I understand. We don't want you dying. I get it, dude. Is that iron there that you could just like grab? Right. What's the white stuff or silver? What's in the mine? What's the silver? What is that silver in the mine? Yeah, I see. I see. Yes. It's like calcium. I gotcha. Very cool. So is that a, it's a mine? Is it a cave as well or just a mine? Oh, very cool. Very cool. Well, I'm gonna feel a lot better when you're on the other side of that fence. So get on the other side of the fence and then just go take it. Yeah, you're good. Make sure you have all of your stuff. Your lens, your watch, your phone. So check all that shit, your flashlight, check all that shit before you climb over, and then check it immediately after you climb over. Because then stuff can go out of your pockets. Dude, it's starting to get dark. You need to get back to your bike. I'll tell you in a moment. Okay. It is it's choppy, but it's not like unbearable. Have you heard from Squirrely TV? Have you heard from Squirrely recently? Squirrely? Have you heard from okay, here's Squirrely. I see you got your bike. Do you have all your stuff? Do you have your phone? Yes. Do you have your flashlight? Do you have your wallet? Do you have your lens? Excellent. And do you have whatever else you have? Okay, excellent. Then get on your bike and get one. Well, I just see how dark. Dude, we were just doing wheelies like 15 minutes ago when you came in, and now it's like very dark. Very good. How far until you get home? Excellent. Good. Yeah, what a cool cruise. Baby, my song. Baby, you a song. You make me want to ride cruise. Watch out. Nice maneuver. I want you, pimp. Let's see. Is Luxembourg safe? Right. So that's wild.
but how scientific it is, I don't think it's a place where we have really vigorous debates. Maybe the climate is increasing because of carbon dioxide emissions, temperatures are going up. Maybe it's methane. Maybe it's people eating too much steak. It's the cows flatulating, and you have to measure how much is methane a greenhouse gas versus carbon dioxide. I don't think they're rigorously doing that stuff scientifically. I think the fact that it's called climate science tells you that it's more dogmatic than anything that's truly science should be.
Why is that?
Dogma doesn't mean it's wrong, but
Why is the fact that it's called climate science mean that it's more dogmatic? Because if you said nuclear science, you wouldn't question it, right?
but no one calls it nuclear science. They call it nuclear engineering. Because I'm just the only thing is I'm just making a narrow linguistic
science that is legitimately science.
Well, at this point, people say computer science has worked, but
right
in the 1980s, all I'm saying is it was in the same category as, let's say, social science, political science. It was a tell that the people doing it kind of deep down knew they weren't doing real science.
Well, there's certainly ideology that's connected to climate science, and then there's certainly corporations that are invested in this prospect of green energy and the concept of green energy. They're profiting off of it and pushing these different things, whether it be electric car mandates or whatever it is. In California, I think it's 2035. They have a mandate that all new vehicles have to be electric, which is hilarious when you connect to a grid that can't support the electric cars it currently has. After they said that, within a month or two, Gavin Newsom asked people to not charge their Teslas because it was summer and the grid was fucked.
Yeah, look, it was all linked into all these ideological projects in all these ways, and there's an environmental project, which is and maybe it shouldn't be scientific. There's the hardcore environmentalist argument is we only have one planet, and we don't have time to do science. If we have to do rigorous science, you can prove that we're overheating, it'll be too late. And so if you're a hardcore environmentalist, you don't want to have as high a standard of science. Yeah, my intuition is certainly when you go away from that, you end up with things that are too dogmatic, too ideological. Maybe it doesn't even work, even if the planet's getting warmer. Maybe climate science is not, like my question is maybe methane is a worse, is it more dangerous greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide? We're not even capable of measuring that.
Well, we're also ignoring certain things like regenerative farms that sequester carbon. And then you have people like Bill Gates saying that planting trees to deal with carbon is ridiculous. That's a ridiculous way to do it. Like, how is that ridiculous? They literally turn carbon dioxide into oxygen. It is their food. That's what the food of plants is. That's what powers the whole plant life and the way we have a symbiotic relationship with them. And the more carbon dioxide is, the greener it is, which is why it's greener today on Earth than it has been in 100 years. Sure, these are all facts that are inconvenient to people that have a very specific narrow window of how to approach this.
Sure, although there probably are ways to steel man the other side too, where maybe the original 1970s. I think the manifesto is always very interesting. On the other side was this book by the Club of Rome, 1972, The Limits of Growth. And we need to head towards a society in which there's 0%, there's very limited growth. Because if you have unlimited growth, you're going to run out of resources. If you don't run out of resources, you'll hit a pollution constraint. But in the 1970s, it was you're going to have overpopulation. You're going to run out of oil. You had the oil shocks, and then by the 90s, it sort of morphed into more of the pollution problem with carbon dioxide, climate change, other environmental things. But there is sort of there's been some improvement in oil, carbon fuels with fracking, things like this in Texas. It's not at the scale and enough to give an American standard of living to the whole planet. And we consume 100 million barrels of oil a day globally. Maybe fracking can add 10%, 10 million to that. if everybody on this planet has an American standard of living, it's something like 300, 400 million barrels a day. And I don't think that's there. So that's kind of, I always wondered whether that was the real environmental argument. Is we can't have an American standard of living for the whole planet. We somehow can't justify this degree of inequality, and therefore, we have to figure out ways to dial back and tax the carbon, restrict it, and maybe there's some sort of a Malthusian calculus that's more about resources than about pollution.
How much of that could the demand for oil could be mitigated by nuclear?
You probably could mitigate it a lot. There's a question why the nuclear thing has gone so wrong. It's especially if you have electric vehicles, right? If it's combustion engines probably hard to get nuclear to work, but if you shift to electric vehicles, you can charge them, your Tesla cars at night, and that would seemingly work. And there's definitely a history of energy where it was always in the direction of more intense use. It went from wood to coal to oil, which is a more compact form of energy, and in a way it takes up less of the environment. And then if we move from oil to uranium, that's even it's even smaller. And so in a sense, the smaller, more dense the energy is, the less of the environment it takes up. And when we go from oil to natural gas, which takes up more space, and from natural gas to solar or wind, you have to pollute the whole environment by putting up windmills everywhere, or you have to you have to cover the whole desert with solar panels.
And that is a good way to look at it.
And so there was a way that nuclear was supposed to be the energy mode of the 21st century. And then there are these historical questions. Why did it get stopped? Why did we not go down that route? The standard explanation of why it stopped was that there were all these dangers. We had 3 Mile Island in 1979, Chernobyl in 1986, and then the Fukushima one in Japan, I think 2011. And you had these various accidents. My alternate theory on why nuclear energy really stopped is that it was sort of dystopian or even apocalyptic, because it turned out that it was all it turned out to be very dual use. If you build nuclear power plants, it's only sort of one step away from building nuclear weapons, and it turned out to be a lot trickier to separate those two things out than it looked. And I think that the signature moment was 1974 or 75 when India gets the nuclear bomb, and the U.S. I believe transferred the nuclear reactor technology to India. We thought they couldn't weaponize it, and then it turned out it was pretty easy to weaponize. And then sort of the geopolitical problem with nuclear power was you either you need a double standard where we have nuclear power in the U.S., but we don't allow other countries to have nuclear power because the U.S. gets to keep its nuclear weapons. We don't let 100 other countries have nuclear weapons, and that's an extreme double standard, probably a little bit hard to justify. Or you need some kind of really effective global governance where you have a one world government that regulates all this stuff, which doesn't sound that good either. And then sort of the compromise was just to regulate it so much that maybe the nuclear plants got grandfathered in, but it became too expensive to build new ones. Like even China, which is the country where they're building the most nuclear power plants, they build way less than people expected a decade ago, because they don't trust they don't trust their own designs. So they have to copy the over safety, over protected designs from the West. And the nuclear power costs too much money. It's cheaper to do coal.
Wow.
So, I don't get the numbers exactly right, but if you look at what percent of Chinese electricity was nuclear, it wasn't that high. It was like maybe 4 or 5% in 2013, 2014, and the percent hasn't gone up for 10 years because they maybe doubled the amount of electricity they use, and maybe they doubled the nuclear, but the relative percentage is still a pretty small part of the mix because it's just more expensive when you have these over safety designed reactors. There are probably ways to build small reactors that are way cheaper, but then you still have this dual use thing. Do you create plutonium? Are there ways you can create a pathway to building more nuclear weapons?
And if there was innovation, if nuclear engineering had gotten to a point where, let's say there wasn't 3 Mile Island or Chernobyl didn't happen, do you think that it would have gotten to a much more efficient and much more effective version by now?
Well, my understanding is we have way more efficient designs. We have you can do small reactor designs, which are, you don't need this giant containment structure, so it costs much less per kilowatt hour of electricity you produce. So I think we have those designs. They're just not allowed. But then I think the problem is that if you were able to build them in all these countries all over the world, you still have this dual use problem.
Right.
And again, my alternate history, what really went wrong with nuclear power, it wasn't 3 Mile Island, it wasn't Chernobyl. That's the official story. The real story was India getting the bomb.
Wow, that makes sense. That completely makes sense. Jeez Louise.
And then this is always the question about there's always a big picture question. People ask me, if I'm right about this picture, this slowdown in tech, this sort of stagnation in many dimensions, and then there's always a question, why did this happen? And my cop-out answer is always why questions are overdetermined, because it can be, there are multiple reasons. So it could be why it could be we became a more feminized, risk-averse society. It could be that the education system worked less well. It could be that we're just out of ideas. The easy ideas have been found. The hard ideas, nature's cupboard was bare. The low-hanging fruit didn't pick. So that it can be overdetermined. But I think one dimension that's not to be underrated for the science and tech stagnation was that an awful lot of science and technology had this dystopian or apocalyptic dimension, and probably what happened at Los Alamos in 1945, and then with the thermonuclear weapons in the early 50s. It took a while for it to really seep in, but it had this sort of delayed effect where, maybe a stagnant world in which the physicists don't get to do anything and they have to putter around with DEI and but we don't build weapons that blow up the world anymore. Is that a feature or a bug? And so the stagnation was sort of like this response. And so it sucks that we've lived in this world for 50 years where a lot of stuff has been inert. But if we had a world that was still accelerating on all these dimensions with supersonic and hypersonic planes and hypersonic weapons and modular nuclear reactors, maybe we wouldn't be sitting here and the whole world would have already blown up. And so we're in the stagnant path of the multiverse because it had this partially protective thing, even though in all these other ways I feel it's deeply deranged our society.
That's a very interesting perspective, and it makes a lot of sense. It really does. And particularly the dual use thing with nuclear power, and especially distributing that to other countries. When you talk about the stagnation in this country, like, I don't know how much you followed this with UAP nonsense. I know we met, what's that guy's name at your place? The guy who did Chariots of the Gods?
Oh, Von Daniken.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't. You thought he was too crazy. You like Hancock, but you don't like Von Daniken.
So I didn't think he was too crazy. He just willfully, in my opinion, ignores evidence that would show that some of the things that he's saying already been solved. And I think his hypothesis is all related to this concept that we have been visited, and that's how all these things were built, and that this technology was brought here from another world. And I think he's very ideologically locked into these ideas. And I think a much more compelling idea is that there were very advanced cultures for some reason 10,000 years ago, whatever it was, whatever the year was where they built some of the insane structures. It's 45, 100 years ago, they roughly think the pyramids were built. Like whatever the fuck was going on there, I think those were human beings. I think those were human beings in that place, in that time. And I think they had some sort of very sophisticated technology that was lost. And things can get lost. Things can get lost in cataclysms. Things can get lost in disease and famine, and there's all sorts of war, all sorts of reasons. The burning the Library of Alexandria. There's all sorts of ways that technology gets lost forever. And you can have today someone living in Los Angeles in the most sophisticated high-tech society the world has ever known, while you still have people that live in the Amazon that live in the same way that they've lived for thousands of years. So those things can happen in the same planet at the same time. And I think while the rest of the world was essentially operating at a much lower vibration, there were people in Egypt that were doing some extraordinary things. I don't know how they got the information. Maybe they did get it from visitors. Maybe they did, but there's no real compelling evidence that they did. I think there's much more compelling evidence that a cataclysm happened. When you look at the Younger Dryas impact theory, it's all entirely based on science. It's entirely based on core samples, iridium content, and also massive changes in the environment over a very short period of time, particularly the melting of the ice caps in North America, and just impact craters all around the world that we know something happened roughly 11,000 years ago, and probably again 10,000 years ago. I think it's a regular occurrence on this planet that things go sideways, and there's massive natural disasters, and I think that it's very likely
there's the Bronze Age civilization collapse somewhere in the mid 12th century BC, and probably the in some ways the one in which we have the best history is the fall of the Roman Empire, which was obviously a culmination of the classical world, and it's somehow extremely unraveled. So I think my view on it is probably somewhere between yours and the
Von Daniken.
No, not Von Daniken. I'm more on the the other side. Let me try to define why this. We agree on why this is so important today. It's not just an antiquarian interest. And the reason it matters today is because the alternative. If you say civilization has seen great rises and falls, it's gone through these great cycles. Maybe the Bronze Age civilizations were very advanced, but someone came up with iron weapons. There was just one dimension where they progressed, but then everything else they could destroy. And so, or the fall of the Roman Empire was again this, pretty cataclysmic thing. There were diseases, and then there were political things that unraveled, but somehow, it was a massive regression for 400, 500, 600 years into the Dark Ages, and the sort of naive, the progressive, these things always just got monotonically better, and there's sort of this revisionist, purely progressive history where even the Roman Empire didn't decline, and even this one sort of stupid way to quantify this stuff is with pure demographics, and so it's the question: how many people lived in the past? And the rises and falls of civilization story is there were more people who lived in the Roman Empire because it was more advanced, it could support a larger population, and then the population declined. The city of Rome maybe had 1 million people at its peak, and then by 650 AD, it's down to 10,000 people or less. You have this complete collapse in population. And then the sort of alternate, purely progressive view is the population has always just been monotonically increasing, because it's a measure of how, in some sense, things in aggregate have always been getting better. So I am definitely on your side that population had great rises and falls, civilizations had great rises and falls, and so that part of it, I agree with you, or even some variant of what Hancock or Pundana can say. The place where I would say I think things are different is I don't think and therefore it seems possible something could happen to our civilization. That's always the upshot. If it monotonically always progressing, then there's nothing we should worry about. Nothing can possibly go wrong. And then certainly the thing, the sort of alternate Hancock, Von Daniken, Joe Rogan history of the world tells us is that we shouldn't take our civilization for granted. There are things that can go really haywire. I agree with that. The one place where I differ is I do think our civilization today is, on some dimensions, way more advanced than any of these past civilizations. I don't think any of them had nuclear weapons. I don't think any of them had, spaceships, or anything like that. And so the failure mode is likely to be somewhat different from these past ones.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think technology progressed in a different direction. That's what I think. I think structural technology, building technology, had somehow or another achieved levels of competence that's not available today. When you look at the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, there's 2,300,000 stones in it. The whole thing points to due north, south, east, and west. It's an incredible achievement. The stones, some of them were moved from a quarry that was 500 miles away through the mountains. They have no idea how they did it. Massive stones. The ones inside the King's Chamber, but the biggest ones are like 80 tons. It's crazy. The whole thing's crazy. Like, how did they do that? Like, whatever they did without machines, supposedly. They did without the use of combustion engine. They didn't have electricity. And yet they were able to do something that stands the test of time, not just so you could look at it. Like, you can go to the Acropolis and see the Parthenon. It's gorgeous. It's amazing. It's incredible. I can understand how people could have built it. The pyramids is one of those things that you just look at and you go, what the fuck was going on here? What was going on here? And none of these people are still around. You have this strange culture now that's entirely based around, you have Cairo and an enormous population of visitors, right? Which is a lot of it. People just going to stare at these ancient relics. What was going on that those people were so much more advanced than anyone anywhere else in the world?
Yeah, I'm not sure I would anchor on the technological part, but I think that the piece that is very hard for us to comprehend is what motivated them culturally. Well, how did they do it physically? Why did they do it? Why were you motivated?
So why, but also how? How is a big, because it's really difficult to solve. There's no traditional, conventional explanations for the construction, the movement of the stones, the amount of time that it would take. And if you move 10 stones a day, I believe it takes 600 years to make one of those. So how many people were involved? How long did it take? How'd they get them there? How'd they figure out how to do it? How come the shittier pyramids seem to be dated later? Like, what was going on in that particular period of time where they figured out how to do something so extraordinary that even today, 4,500 years later, we stare at it and we go, I don't know what the fuck they did.
I haven't studied carefully enough. I'll trust you that it's very hard. I would say the real mystery is, why were they motivated? Because you can't live in a pyramid. It's just it was just the afterlife of the pharaoh.
There's no debate about that. Christopher Dunn, as an engineer, believes that it was some sort of a power plant. He's got this very bizarre theory that there was a chamber that exists. You see the structure here with the inside of it. There's a chamber that's subterranean. And he believes the subterranean chamber was pounding on the surface of the earth and of the walls of the thing, creating this very specific vibration. They had shafts that came down into the queen's chamber. These shafts, they would pour chemicals into these shafts, and then there was limestone at the end of it. The end of it, there was this limestone, which is permeable, right? So the limestone, which is porous, these gases come through and creates this hydrogen that's inside of this chamber. Then there are these shafts inside the king's chamber that are they're getting energy from space, gamma rays and all this shit from space, and it's going through these chambers, which are very specifically designed to target these gases and put them into this chamber where they would interact with this energy, and he believes it's enough to create electricity.
Man,
It's a crazy theory, but
I'm always too fast to debunk all these things. But just coming back to our earlier conversation, it must have been a crazy power plant to have containment structure much bigger than a nuclear reactor.
yeah, well, it's ridiculous. But it's also a different kind of technology, right? If nuclear technology was completely not on the table, they didn't understand atoms at all, but they did understand that there's rays that come from space, and that you could somehow harness the energy of these things with specific gases, and through some method convert that into some form of electricity.
But if it takes so much power to put all these rocks on the pyramid, you have to always look at how efficient the power plant is. So it can't just be it has to be like the craziest reaction ever to justify such a big containment structure. Because even nuclear power plants don't work economically.
Well, they didn't do a lot of them. They only did this one in Giza, and then there was other pyramids that he thinks had different functions that were smaller. But the whole purpose of it is, or the whole point of it is, we don't know what the fuck it is. We don't know why they did it. We have a group of new archaeologists that are looking at it from a completely different theory. They're not looking at it like it's a tomb. The established archaeologists have said it's a tomb for the pharaoh. The newer archaeologists, established archaeologists, are looking at it and considering whether or not there are some other uses for this thing. And one of them is the concept of a pharaoh.
I don't know if this is an alternate history theory, but I'm always into the James Frazier, Golden Bough, Rene Girard, violence, sacred history, where you have always this question about the origins of the monarchy and kingship, and the sort of Girard Frazier intuition is that it's something like if every king is a kind of living God, then we have to also believe the opposite. Maybe every God is a dead or murdered king, and that somehow societies were organized around scapegoats. The scapegoats were there was a crisis in the archaic community. They got blamed on a scapegoat. The scapegoat was attributed all these powers, and then at some point, the scapegoat, before he gets executed, figures out a way to postpone his execution and turn the power into something real. So there's sort of this very weird adjacency between the monarch and the scapegoat, and then I don't know. The sort of riff on it would be that the first pyramid did not need to be invented. It was just the stones that were thrown on a victim, and then it somehow, and that's the original. The original forms that were thrown on a victim. A community stones a victim to death. The tribe runs after a victim and stones them to death. Throw stones on the victim. That's how you create the first tomb. And then as it gets more complicated, you create a tomb that's 2 million stones, and you get a pharaoh. You get a pharaoh who figures out a way to postpone his own execution or something like this. I think there's I'm going to blank on the name of this ritual, but I believe in the old Egyptian kingdoms, which were sort of around the time of the Great Pyramids or even before. It was something like in the 30th year of the reign of the pharaoh gets transformed into a living god, and then this perhaps dates to a time where in the 30th year of the pharaoh's reign, the pharaoh would get ritually sacrificed or killed. We have all these societies where the kings lived, were allowed to rule for an allotted time. You become king and you draw a number of pebbles out of a vase, and that corresponds to how many years.
Was this Jim?
The said festival.
Heb said, festival of tales, ancient Egyptian ceremony to celebrate the continued rule of Pharaoh. The name was taken from the name of the Egyptian wolf god, one of whose name was
This is what I'm talking
or
about.
said. The less formal feast name, the Feast of the Tail, is
So,
derived.
next paragraph's going to start.
Okay.
That one right there. The ancient festival might perhaps have been instituted to replace a ritual of murdering a pharaoh was unable to continue to rule effectively because of age or condition.
Interesting. So you can't kill him now.
And then eventually, said festivals were jubilees, several years had the throne for 30 years.
And then every 3 to 4 years after that.
And so when it becomes unthinkable to kill the pharaoh gets turned into a living god. Before that, the pharaoh gets murdered and then gets worshipped as a dead pharaoh or distant god.
That's interesting, but it still doesn't solve the engineering puzzle. The engineering puzzle is the biggest one. But how did they do that?
The one I'm focusing on is the motivational puzzle.
Yeah,
Why-
but
why did
even
they-
if you have all the motivation in the world, if you want to build a structure that's insane to build today, you're doing it 4,500 years ago. We're dealing with a massive puzzle.
I think the motivational part is the harder one to solve. If you can figure out the motivation, you'll figure out a way to organize the whole society. And if you get the whole society working on it, you can probably do it.
But don't you think that his grasp of power was in peril in the first place, which is why they decided to come up with this idea of turning them into a living god? So to have the amount of resources and power, and then the engineering, and then the understanding of whatever methods they use to shape and move these things.
Well, this is always the anthropological debate between Voltaire, the Enlightenment thinker of the 18th century, and Durkheim, the 19th century anthropologist. And Voltaire believes that religion originates as a conspiracy of the priests to maintain power. And so politics comes first. The politicians invent religion. And then Durkheim says the causation's the other way around, that somehow religion came first, and then politics somehow came out of it. Of course, once the politics comes out of it, the priests, the religious boards have political power. They figure out ways to manipulate it, things like this. But I find the Durkheim story far more plausible than the Voltaire one. I think the religious categories are primary, and the political categories are secondary.
So you think the religion came first? Well, what about if we emanated from tribal societies? Tribal societies have always had leaders. When you have leaders, you're going to have dissent, you're going to have challenges, you're going to have politics, you're going to have people negotiating to try to maintain power, keep everything organized. That's the origin of politics, correct?
I think that's a whitewashed Enlightenment rationalist description of the origin of politics.
What do you think the origin of politics?
I think it's far more violent than that. What you're giving me is
it's very violent. The control and power and maintaining power involves murder and sabotage.
Well, that's more like it.
Yeah.
But what you gave me a minute ago sounds more like a social contract theory, in which people sit down, negotiate, and have a nice little chit chat to draw up the social contract. That is a complete fiction.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think that there was probably various levels of civility that were achieved when agriculture and when establishments were constructions that were near resources, where they didn't have to worry as much about food and water and things along those lines. Things probably got a little bit more civil. But I think that the origins of it are like the origins of all human conflict. It's filled with murder.
Well, I think in the beginning was madness.
Madness.
And I don't know. I don't know if it got that much more rational. I don't know if it's that much more rational today.
Well,
so
in some ways it's not, right?
This is again back to the the progressive conception. Have we really progressed? How much have we really progressed from that? But my version would be that it was much more it was organized around acts of mass violence. Like maybe you externalize it onto a mastodon or hunting some big animal or something like this. But the real problem of violence, it wasn't external. It was mostly internal. It was violence with people who were near you, proximate to you. It wasn't even natural cataclysms or other tribes. It was sort of much more internal stuff, and it's very different. I think that the human situation is somehow very, very different from something like, I don't know, an ape primate hierarchy. Where in an ape context, you have an alpha male. He's the strongest, and there's some sort of natural dominance. You don't need to have a fight to the death typically, because you know who's the strongest, and you don't need to push it all the way. In a human context, it's always possible for 2 or 3 guys to gang up on the alpha male. So it's somehow the culture is more important. If they can talk to each other, and you get language, and then they can coordinate, and they can gang up on the leader, and then you have to stop them from ganging up on the leader. How do you do that? And so there's some sort of radical difference between a human and let's say a pre-human world.
Have you seen Chimp Empire?
No.
Chimp Empire is a fascinating documentary series on Netflix where these scientists have been embedded with this tribe of chimpanzees for decades. And so because they were embedded, they have very specific rules. You have to maintain at least 20 yards from you and any of the chimps. No food. You can never have food, and don't look them in the eyes. And as long as you do that, they don't feel you're a threat, and they think of you as a natural part of their environment, almost like you don't exist. And they behave completely naturally. Well, it shows in that sometimes it's not the largest, strongest one, and that some chimps form bonds with other chimps, and they form coalitions. And they do have some sort of politics. And they do help each other. They groom each other. They do specific things for each other. And then one of the things that happens also, they get invaded by other chimps. And that chimps leave and they go on patrol, and other chimps gang up on them and kill them. And they try to fight and battle over resources. So it's not nearly as cut and dry as the strongest chimp prevails, because one of the chimps that was dominant was an older chimp, and he was smaller than some of the other chimps, but he had formed a coalition with all these other chimps, and they all respected him, and they all knew that they would be treated fairly. And being treated fairly is a very important thing with chimpanzees. They get very jealous if they think that things are not fair, which is why that guy was attacked. And that guy who had a pet chimpanzee, he brought it a birthday cake. The other chimps weren't getting a piece of the cake, and someone fucked up and left the door open. They got out and mauled this guy because he didn't give them some of the cake.
Yeah, so I find all of that quite plausible, but I think both of us can be correct. So there's the true story of colonization, how we became humans. There's a way to tell it where it's continuous with our animal past, and where it's just, there's things like this with the chimpanzees or the baboons or, other primates. And then there is a part of the story that I think is also more discontinuous. In my judgment, we probably, in a Darwinian context, we always stress the continuity. I'm always a little bit contrarian, so I believe in Darwin's theory, but I think we should also be skeptical of ways it's too dogmatic, and Darwin's theories make us gloss over the discontinuities. I think the one type of, this doesn't happen overnight, one type of fairly dramatic discontinuity is that humans have something like language. Even though chimpanzees probably have an IQ of 80 or pretty smart, but when you don't have a rich symbolic system, that leads to sort of a very, very different kind of structure. And there's something about language and the kind of coordination that allows, and the ways that it enables you to coordinate on violence, and then it encourages you to channel violence in certain sacred religious directions. I think creates something radically different about human society. Humans tell each other stories. A lot of the stories are not true; they're myths. But I think that's some sort of a very important difference from even our closest primate relatives. But that, this is again sort of like another way of getting at what's so crazy about ChatGPT and passing the Turing test. Because if we had sat here 2 years ago, if you asked me, what is the distinctive feature of a human being? What makes someone a human, and how, and in a way that differs from everybody else? It's not perfect, but my go-to answer would be language. You're, 80-year-old, an 80-year-old, just about all humans can speak languages. Just about all non-humans cannot speak languages. It's this binary thing, and then that's sort of a way of telling us again why passing the Turing test was way more important than super intelligence or anything else.
Yeah, I can see that.
Sorry, I don't want to go back to that tangent.
No,
It's
a good tangent.
Great.
Keep tangent. No, have fun. It's great. Do you think? What do you think the factor was? There's a lot of debate about this. Like the factor was that separated us from these animals, and why we became what we became. Because we're so vastly different than any other primate. Like, so what do you think took place? Like the doubling of the human brain size over a period of 2 million years is one of the greatest mysteries of the entire fossil record. We don't know what the fuck happened. There's a lot of theories. Traveling on, cooking meat. There's a lot of theories, but we really have no idea.
Well, if I reduce our linguistic riff, I think Aristotelian Darwinian biology, Aristotle, always differ things by different categories. And man, I think the line Aristotle has something, man differs from the other animals in his greater aptitude for imitation. And I would say that we are these giant imitating machines. And of course, the Darwinian riff on this is, to imitate is to ape. And so we differ from the ape. We're more ape-like than the apes. We are far better at aping each other than the apes are. To a first cut, I would say our brains are giant imitation machines. That's how you learn language as a kid. You imitate your parents. And that's how culture gets transmitted. But then there are a lot of dimensions of imitation that are also very dangerous, because imitation doesn't just happen on this symbolic, linguistic level. It's also, you imitate things you want. You want a banana, I want a banana. You want a blue ball, I can have a red ball. I want a blue ball because you have a blue ball. And so there's something about imitation that creates culture. That is incredibly important pedagogically. Learning, it's how you master something. How in all these different ways, and then a lot of it has this incredibly conflictual dimension as well. And then there's, yes, I think that was sort of core to the things that are both great and troubled about humanity, and that was in some ways the problem that needed to be solved.
So you think that the motivation of imitation is the essential first steps that led us to become human?
There's some story like, again, this is a one-dimensional,
right,
one explanation fits all, but the explanation I would go with is that it was something like, our brains got bigger, and so we were more powerful imitation machines, and there were things about that were, that made us a lot more powerful, and we could learn things, we could remember things. There was cultural transmission that happened, but then it also we could build better weapons, and we became more violent, and it also had a very, very destructive element. And then somehow the imitation, had to be channeled in these sort of ritualized, religious, kinds of ways, and that's why I think all these things sort of somehow came up together in parallel.
What about the physical adaptation? Like, what would be the motivation of the animal to change form and to have its brain grow so large and to lose all its hair and to become soft and fleshy like we are, as opposed to like rough and durable like almost every other primate is.
You can always tell these retrospective just so stories and how this all worked out. But it would seem that the naive retrospective story would be that there are a lot of ways that humans are, less strong than the other apes, or that all these ways where we're in some sense weaker physically, but maybe it was just this basic trade-off. More of your energy went into your mind and into your brain, and then your fist wasn't as strong, but you could build a better axe, and that made you stronger than it. And that's where a brain with less energy was spent on growing a hair to keep warm in the winter, and then you used your brain to build an axe and skin a bear and get some fur for the winter, or something like that.
Yeah, I guess. It's just such a leap. It's such a leap and different than any other animal. Like what was the primary motivating factor? What was the thing? McKenna believes it was psilocybin. I'm sure you probably heard that McKenna's stone ape theory, which is a fascinating one. But there's a lot of different theories about what took place. But
the one I would go on was that there was this dimension of increased imitation. There was some kind of cultural linguistic dimension that was incredibly important. It was probably also somehow linked to dealing with all the violence that came with it, all the conflicts that came with it. I'd be more open to the stoned ape theory. People, I had this conversation with the other guy, Morescu, the immortality key guy, and I always feel they whitewash it too much.
how so?
It's like if you had these crazy Dionysian rituals in which people, there's probably lots of crazy sex, there's probably lots of crazy violence that was tied to it, and so maybe you'd be out of your mind to be hunting a woolly mammoth, and maybe you can't be completely.
But they weren't hunting woolly mammoths during the Oceanian mysteries.
No, but you went to war to fight the neighboring tribes. It's probably more dangerous than hunting.
Right, but they also did absolutely have these rituals. They have absolutely found trace elements of.
I don't question that. I don't question that at all. I just think they probably part of it was also was a way to channel violence. It's probably whenever, I don't know, was there some degree to which whenever you went to war, you were on drugs.
Oh yeah. Well, we know about
stuff
the
like
Vikings. The Vikings most certainly took mushrooms before they went into battle.
And maybe it makes you less coordinated or something, but
No.
if you're less scared,
It doesn't make you expert.
if you're just a little bit less scared, that's probably super important.
It increases visual acuity. There's a lot of benefits that would happen physically, especially if you get the dose right. It increases visual acuity, edge detection's better. It makes people more sensitive, probably more aware, probably a better hunter. And
But I'm sympathetic to all these mushrooms, psychedelic drug, historical usage theories. I suspect was very widespread. I just think a lot of it was in these contexts that were pretty transgressive.
yeah, I think they're not mutually exclusive. I think just giving the way the world was back then, for sure, violence was everywhere. Violence was a part of daily life. Violence was a part of how society was kept together. Violence was entertainment, right? For sure, violence was everything. It was a big part of it. And I think release and the anxiety of that violence also led people to want to be intoxicated. and do different things that separated them from a normal state of consciousness. But I do think it's also probably where democracy came from. I think having those illicit and mystery rituals where they would get together and do psychedelics and under this very controlled setting, I think that's the birthplace of a lot of very interesting and innovative ideas. I think a lot of interesting and innovative ideas currently are being at least dreamt up, thought of, they have their roots in some sort of altered conscious experience.
Well, it's I don't know. I think this stuff is very powerful. I think it is. I definitely think it shouldn't be outlawed. Pretty hardcore libertarian on all the drug legalization stuff. And then I do wonder. I do wonder exactly how these things work. It probably the classical world version of it was that it was something that you did in a fairly controlled setting. You didn't do it every day, and it was some way, I imagine, to get a very different perspective on your 9-to-5 job or whatever you want to call it, but you didn't necessarily want to really decamp to the other world altogether.
Oh, for sure. It's too dangerous to do. I don't think anybody thinks they did. I think that was part of the whole thing.
Where do you think that line is? Like, should everyone do one ayahuasca trip, or you do an ayahuasca trip a year? Is that too much?
Everyone has to do anything, and I think everyone has their own requirements. And I think as you do everything like this, especially psychedelics. One of the more disappointing things recently was that the FDA had denied. They did these MDMA trials for about all this. Yeah, very, very disappointing. That they wanted to make MDMA therapy available to veterans and people with severe PTSD, and has extreme benefits, clinical benefits, known, documented benefits, and for whatever reason, the FDA decided that they have to go through a whole new series of trials to try to get this stuff legalized, which is very disappointing. And
yeah, I was very bullish on this stuff happening, and the way I thought about it 4 or 5 years ago was that it was a hack to doing a double-blind study, and because the FDA always has this concept that you need to do a double-blind study. You give one third of the people you give a sugar pill, and 2/3 you give the real drug, and no one knows whether they have the sugar pill or the real drug.
Right.
And then you see how it works. Science requires a double-blind study, and then my anti-double-blind study theory is, if it really works, you don't need a double-blind study. It should just work. And there's something sociopathic about doing double-blind studies, because 1/3 of the people who have this bad disease are getting a sugar pill. We shouldn't even be, like, maybe it's immoral to do double-blind studies.
Well, double-blind studies on unique and novel things make sense. This is not unique nor novel. It's been around long. Well, unique, yes.
Well, my claim is, if it actually works, you shouldn't need to do a double-blind study at all. But and then my hope was that MDMA, psychedelics, all these things, they were a hack on the double-blind study, because you knew whether you got the real thing or the sugar pill. And so this would be a way to hack through this ridiculous double-blind criterion and just get the study done. And then what I think part of it was probably just like a drug ideology by the FDA, but the other part that happened on the sort of scientific establishment level is they think you need a double-blind study. Joe, we know you're hacking this double-blind study because people will know whether they got the sugar pill or not, and that's why we're going to arbitrarily change the goalposts and set them at way, way harder, because we know that there's no way you can do a double-blind study, and if it's not a double-blind study, it's no good, because that's what our ideology of science tells us. And that's sort of what I think was part of what went sort of politically haywire with this stuff.
Well, I also think that it's Pandora's box. I think that's a real issue, and that if they do find extreme benefit in using MDMA therapy, particularly for veterans, if they start doing that, it starts becoming very effective and it becomes well known and widespread, then it will open up the door to all these other psychedelic compounds. And I think that's a real threat to the powers that be. It's a real threat to the establishment. If you have people thinking in a completely alternative way, and we saw what happened during the 1960s, and that's one of the reasons why they threw water on everything and had it become Schedule 1 and locked the country down in terms of the access to psychedelics. All that stuff happened out of a reaction to the way society and culture was changing in the 1960s. If that happened today, it would throw a giant monkey wrench in our political system, in our cultural system, the way we govern, the way we, just the way allocation of resources, all of that would change. If I just to articulate the alternate version on this, there's always a, there's a part, let me think how to get this, there's a question whether the shift to interiority, is it a complement or a substitute? Like I said about talk and action, is it a complement or a substitute to changing the outside world? So we focus on changing ourselves. Is this the first step to changing the world, or is it sort of a hypnotic way in which our attention is being redirected from outer space to inner space? So I know the one-liner I had years ago was, we landed on the moon in July of 1969, and 3 weeks later Woodstock started, and that's when the hippies took over the country, and we stopped going to outer space. We started going to inner space, and so there's sort of a question, how much, it worked as an activator or as a deactivator in a way. There are all these different modalities of interiority. There's psychological therapy, there's meditation, there's yoga, there was a sexual revolution. Gradually, you have incels living in a friend's basement playing video games. So there's the navel gazing that is identity politics. There's a range of psychedelic things, and I think all these things. I wonder whether the interiority ended up acting as a substitute. So, because the alternate history in the 1960s is that the hippies were anti-political, and it was sort of the drugs happened at the end of the 60s, and that's when people depoliticized. It was like, I don't know, the Beatles song, if you're sharing around, you're not going to live with anyone anyhow. It's like, that's what activated LSD, and it was just the sort of insane politics no longer matters. So you had the civil rights, Vietnam War, and then were the drugs the thing that motivated it? Was that the thing where it actually those things started to de-escalate? I think they were happening at the same time, and I think the Vietnam War coinciding with the psychedelic drug movement of the 1960s, it was one of the reasons why it was so dangerous to the establishment, because these people were far less likely to buy into this idea that they needed to fly to Vietnam and go kill people they didn't know, and they were far less likely to support any war. And I think there was this sort of bizarre movement that we had never seen before, this Flower Children movement that we know that they plot against. And if you read Chaos by Tom O'Neill, fantastic book. And it shows you what they were trying to do to demonize these hippies. And
well, it was or the part of it that I thought was interesting was the MK Ultra.
Yeah,
where there was a predecessor version where we thought of there was we had an arms race with the fascists, the communists, and they were very good at brainwashing people. Goebbels propaganda, North Koreans brainwashing our soldiers in the Korean War, our POWs, and we needed to have an arms race to program and reprogram and deprogram people, and LSD was sort of the MK Ultra shortcut. So I think there was, and then it's so hard to reconstruct it, but my suspicion is the MK Ultra thing was a lot bigger than we realized, and that it was the LSD movement both in the Harvard form and the Stanford form, and it started as an MK Ultra project. Timothy Leary at Harvard, Ken Kesey at Stanford. I knew Tom Wolfe, the American novelist. I still think his greatest novel was The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test, which is sort of this history of the LSD counterculture movement. It starts at Stanford, who studied Ashbury in San Francisco. And it starts with Ken Kesey, he's a grad student at Stanford, and circa 1958. And you get an extra $75 a day. You go to the Menlo Park Veterans Hospital, and they give you some random drug. And I got extra $75 as a grad student in English doing LSD. And Tom Wolfe writes this, iconic fictionalized novel, very realistic, 1968, about this. And Wolfe could not have imagined that the whole thing started as some CIA mind control project.
Right.
Menlo Park Veterans Hospital, that was deep state adjacent.
Sure. Well, Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic, run by the CIA.
Sure, that's even crazier.
The whole thing's crazy.
The
whole thing's
Jolly
crazy.
West guy, yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing's crazy, which leads me to, what do you think they're doing today? If they were doing that then, I do not believe that they abandoned this idea of programming people. I do not believe that. I don't think they would, because I know it's effective. Look, people join cults every day. We're well aware that people can be ideologically captured. We're well aware. We're well aware of people who buy into crazy ideas as long as it's supported by whatever community they associate with. That's just a natural aspect of being a human being. Maybe it's part of what you were saying, this imitation thing we have. It leads us to do this. If they have that knowledge and that understanding, for sure, they're probably doing things similar today, which is one of the things that I think about a lot when I think about this guy that tried to shoot Trump. I want to know what happened. And I don't think we're getting a very detailed explanation at all as to how this person achieved how they got on the roof, how they got to that position, how they trained, who were they in contact with, who was teaching them, why did they do it, what was going on. We are in the dark. And I wonder, there was always the Manchurian Candidate, like this idea that we trained assassins.
What's the RFK dad assassination in the 1960s?
Sirhan.
Where he, again, maybe you shouldn't believe him, but he claimed that he didn't even know what he was doing. It was some hypnotic trance or whatever, and it was like the assassin in the Manchurian Candidate.
Yeah. I mean, that is possible. I don't know if he's telling the truth. He could have just had a psychotic break. Who knows?
It's obviously also convenient.
Yeah, very convenient. But it's a possibility that should be considered. I mean, this Crooks kid that did this, that shot at the president. How? What happened? I want to know what happened.
I probably veer in the direction that there were, on the sort of conspiracy theory of history, I veer in the direction that there was a lot of crazy stuff like this that was going on in the U.S. first half of the 20th century, overdrive, 1940s. We had the Manhattan Project, was this giant secret project, 1950s, 1960s, and then somehow the last 50 years, I think I'm not sure disturbing perspective I have is these institutions are less functional. I don't think the CIA anything quite like MK Ultra anymore.
Why do you think that?
I think you had the Church Commission hearings in the late 70s, and somehow things got exposed, and then when bureaucracy is forced to be formalized, it probably becomes a lot less functional. There was like the 2000s version. I think there's a lot of crazy stuff that we did in black sites, torturing people, that the CIA ran in the war on terror, waterboarding, all sorts of batshit crazy stuff that happened. But then once John Yoo in the Bush 43 administration writes the torture memos, sort of formalizes this is how many times you can water dunk someone without being tortured, et cetera, et cetera. Once you formalize it, people somehow know that it's on its way out because, it doesn't quite work anymore. So by 2007, at Guantanamo, I think the inmates were running the asylum. The inmates and the defense lawyers were running it. You were way safer as a Muslim terrorist from Guantanamo than as a, let's say, suspected cop killer in Manhattan. It was still an informal process in Manhattan. If you were a suspected cop killer, they'd figure out some way to deal with you outside the formal judicial process. But I think something was sort of formalization that happened. There was the post J. Edgar Hoover FBI, where Hoover was, a law unto himself. It was completely out of control. CIA even more so. And then once it all gets exposed, and it probably is a lot harder to do. The NSA, NSA probably held up longer as a deep state entity, where it at least had the virtue. I think the 1980s was still referred to as no such agency. So it was still far more obscure. So the necessary condition is that if some part of the deep state's doing it, we can barely know what's going on with them. And then, I don't know, the 2000s, 2010s history on I think the Patriot Act empowered all these FISA courts, and I think there probably were ways the NSA FISA court process was weaponized in a really, really crazy way, and it culminated in 2016 with all the the crazy Russia conspiracy theories against Trump. But I think even that, I'm not sure that they can do anymore because it got exposed. Can't do that anymore.
But a small program that is top secret, that is designed under the auspices of protecting American lives, extracting information from people.
Well, I'm agreeing with you. The NSA FISA court process is one where you had a pretty out of control process from, let's say, circa 2003 to 2017, 2018. So that's relatively recent history.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. They're all the Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy theories, which I'm probably too fascinated by, because it felt like there was some crazy stuff going on that they were able to cover up,
And still are.
But then doesn't the fact that we're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein tell us how hard it is to come up with anything else?
No, because there's no answers for the Jeffrey Epstein thing. There's been no consequences other than Ghislaine Maxwell going to jail and Jeffrey Epstein allegedly committing suicide, which I don't think he did. Other than that, what are the consequences? They were able to pull off this thing, some sort of operation. Who knows who was behind it? Who knows what was the motivation? But it clearly has something to do with compromising people, which is an age-old strategy for getting people to do what you want them to do. You have things on them, you use those things as leverage, and then next thing you know, you've got people saying things that you want them to say, and moves policy, changes things, and get things done.
That they did that.
Yes,
Yes.
and no one know that, and again, no one is asking for the tapes. No one's asking for the client list. We're in the dark still.
And probably, I spent too much time thinking about all the Epstein variants. It probably the sex stuff is overdone, and everything else is underdone. It's like a limited hangout. We get to talk about the crazy underage sex, and not about all the other questions. It's like when Alex Acosta testified for labor secretary, and he was the DA who prosecuted Epstein in 08, 09, and got him sort of the very light 13-month or whatever sentence. And it was a South Florida DA or whatever he was. And Acosta was asked, why did he get off so easily? And the congressional testimony was of the labor secretary 2017. It was he belonged to intelligence. That's and then and so it's the question isn't about the sex with the underage women. The question is really about why was he so protected? And then I went down all these rabbit holes. Was he working for the Israelis or Mossad or all this sort of stuff? And I've come to think that was very secondary. It was obviously it was just the U.S. If you're working for Israel, you don't get protected. We had Jonathan Pollard, who went to jail for 25 years. But unrelated, right? Understood, but this is one particular operation. It was if it was an intelligence operation, the question we should be asking is what part of the U.S. intelligence system was he working for? Was he working for
But don't you think that's an effective strategy for controlling politicians? Getting them involved in sex scandals? I mean, that's always been one of the worst things that can happen to a politician. Look at Monica Lewinsky. Very simple one. Consensual, inappropriate sexual relationship between the president and a staffer, and it almost takes down the presidency. It causes him to get impeached. It's powerful motivators. The shame of it all, also the illegal activity, the fact that it's one of the most disgusting things that you think of, people having sex with underage people.
I'm sure that was part of it. I suspect there are a lot of other questions that one should also
most
ask.
certainly. But I would think that is one of the best motivators that we have, is having dirt on people like that, especially something that could ruin your career, especially people that are deeply embedded in this system of people knowing things about people and using those at their advantage. I mean, that's an age-old strategy in politics. That was J. Edgar Hoover's entire modus operandi.
Yeah, my rip on it was always that it's a little bit different from the J. Edgar Hoover thing, and the question was always whether the people doing it knew they were getting compromised. And so it's the vibe is not that you somehow got compromised. It was more you were joining this secret club.
Right.
You got to be made.
Yeah.
You were a made man in the mafia,
And you get to do crazy things.
No. Only if we have compromise on you, you get ahead.
Right.
It's like I don't know. It's one of these.
Skull and
the
bones
closet. Yeah, the closet of the Vatican. Our claim is 80% of the cardinals in the Catholic Church are gay. Not sure if that's true, but directionally, it's probably correct. And the basic thesis is you don't get promoted to a cardinal if you're straight, because we need to have, and so we need to be compromised, and then you're under control, but you also get ahead.
Completely makes sense. Completely makes sense in the way to do that, but especially all these politicians who are essentially like bad actors. A lot of them, they're just people that want power, people that want control. A lot of them, and those kind of guys, they want party. I mean, that has been. You've got two types of leaders that are presidents. You've got pussy hounds and warmongers. And sometimes you have both, but generally you don't. Guys like Clinton and JFK were anti-war. And then you have guys like Bush, who you don't think of at all as a pussy hound, but most certainly you think of as a warmonger.
Do you what do you have a theory on what was Bill Gates' complicity with Epstein?
I think he likes pussy. I think he's a man. I think he likes power. He likes monopoly. I mean, he's incredibly effective with Microsoft. And for the longest time, he was thought of as a villain, right? He was this antitrust villain. He was this guy who was monopolizing this operating system and controlling just this incredible empire. And he had a real bad rap. And then I think he wisely turned towards philanthropy. And
do you think that he needed Epstein?
I think it's very difficult for a very famous, very high-profile person to fuck around. I think it's very difficult. I think you have to worry about people telling people. You worry about it taking you down if you're having affairs. If you're running some philanthropy organization, you're supposed to be thought of as this guy who's like this wonderful person who's trying to really fix all the problems in the world, but really you're just flying around and banging all these different chicks. You have to figure out a way to pull that off. And this is what Eric Weinstein and I, we've had discussions about this, and Eric's position is that there are people in this world that can provide experiences for you and safely, or people that are in that kind of a group. And that makes sense. It makes sense that if you pay people enough and you have people motivated in order to like establish these relationships to make sure that these things happen, when you get very high profile, you can't just be on a fucking dating app. If you're a guy who likes to bang chicks, what are you going to do?
All of that might be true, but I wonder if there are more straightforward alternate conspiracy theories on Epstein that we're missing. So let me do an alternate one, which is Bill Gates, where the things just looking at what's hiding in plain sight. And, he supposedly talked to Epstein early on about how his marriage wasn't doing that well. And then Epstein suggested that he should get a divorce, circa 2010, 2011. And Gates told him something like, that doesn't quite work. Presumably because he didn't have a prenup. So there's one part of Epstein as a marriage counselor, which is sort of disturbing. But then the second thing that we know that Gates talked to Epstein about was all this sort of collaborating on funding, setting up this philanthropy, all this sort of this somewhat corrupt left-wing philanthropy structures. And so there's a question, and then my sort of straightforward alternate conspiracy theory is should we combine those two? And was there and I don't have all the details that's figured out, but it would be something like, Bill and Melinda get married in 1994, they don't sign a prenup, and if something's going wrong with the marriage, and maybe Melinda can get half the money. In a divorce, he doesn't want her to get half the money. What do you do? And then the alternate plan is something like you commit the marital assets to this nonprofit, and then it sort of locks Melinda into not complaining about the marriage for a long, long time. And it's some kind of a and so there's something about the left-wing philanthropy world that was it was sort of some sort of boomer way to control their crazy wives or something like this. And that's also that's like that
whitewash your past, right?
Sure, there are all these. And he talked to Epstein about. He got Epstein to meet with the head of the Nobel Prize Foundation. So it was Bill Gates wanted to get a Nobel Prize.
Wow.
Right. So this is all straightforward. This is all known.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying what you're saying about.
Do you know the history of the Nobel Prize? That's the ultimate whitewash.
Sure, it was for inventing dynamite.
Yeah, that's well, Peter Berg told me the story. I was blown away. He originally, they someone said that he died, and it was printed that he died, but he didn't die. And in the stories, they were calling him the Merchant of Death, because he was the guy that invented dynamite. He realized that, oh my God, this is my reputation. Think about me. I have to do something to turn this around. So he invented the Nobel Prize, and he started. Then now, the name Nobel is automatically connected in most people's eyes to the greatest people amongst us, the people that have contributed the most to society and science and art and peace and all these different things. Nobel Prize for medicine.
That's super crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy history, but it's the ultimate whitewash. It's the same thing. Like, he came up with that prize because he wanted to change his image publicly. And so it's ironic that Bill Gates would want to get a Nobel Prize.
Or not ironic, it's ironic, but understandable and ironic.
Yeah.
But I think, but then if we and so there's a underage sex version of the Epstein story, and then there is a crazy status Nobel Prize in the history of it, and there is a corrupt left-wing philanthropy one, and there is a boomers who didn't sign prenuptial agreements with their wives story,
right?
And I think all of those are worth exploring more.
I think you're right. What about these left-wing philanthropy ventures do you think is uniquely corrupt?
Sorry, which one do I think is most corrupt? Or
what about them? These when you said corrupt?
Yeah. Well, man, it's there's something about, maybe it's just my hermeneutic of suspicion. There's something about, there's something about the virtue signaling. And what does it mean? And I always think this is sort of a America versus Europe difference, where in America, we're told that that philanthropy is something a good person does. And if you're a Rockefeller, and you start giving away all your money, this is just what a good person does, and it shows how good you are. And then I think sort of the European intuition on it is something like, wow, that's only something a very evil person does. And if you start giving away all of your money in Europe, it's like, Joe, you must have murdered somebody. You must be covering up for something. So that there are these two very different intuitions, and I think the European one is more correct than the American one, and probably there's some history where, the sort of left-wing philanthropy peaked in 2007, 2010, 2012, and there's these subtle ways, we've become more, more European in our sensibilities as a society, and so it has this very different valence from what it did 12 or 14 years ago. But it's all, we ask all these questions like we're asking right now about Bill Gates, where it's like it was like all the testimony in the Microsoft antitrust trial in the 90s. It's like it's cutting off the air supply, he wants to strangle people, and he's kind of a sociopathic guy, it seems. And then it's this giant whitewashing operation, and then somehow the whitewashing has been made too transparent, and it gets deconstructed and exposed by the internet or whatever.
I think most people are still unaware of how much whitewashing actually took place, including donating somewhere in the neighborhood of $300+ million to media corporations, essentially buying favorable reviews about him. And then there's this very public philanthropy. It's not just philanthropy; it's philanthropy mixed with public relations, because he's constantly doing interviews about it. It's just not like a guy who is just silently donating his incredible wealth to all these causes. He's advocating for it on various talk shows. He's constantly talking about it. and how we need to do things. I mean, during the pandemic, he was a very vocal voice. He was the guy telling us somehow or another, he became a public health expert. And no one questioned why we were taking public health advice from someone who has a financial interest in this one very particular remedy.
Yeah, or there are all these alternate versions. Yeah, I think it's so hard to know what's going on. So I think all what we say is true, but I also think it's not working as well as it used to. And there's a way people see through this. It's not always as articulate as you just articulated it, but there's some vague intuition that when Mr. Gates is just wearing sweaters and looks like Mr. Rogers, that something fishy is going on.
Right.
People have that sort of
They
intuition.
trust Jeff Bezos in his tight shirt, hanging out with his girlfriend on the yacht more.
Or Elon Musk.
Yeah.
The vice signaling is safer than virtue signaling.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you're virtue signaling, our intuition is something really, really, really sketchy.
Suspicious. We get suspicious. And I think rightly so. I think especially when someone's doing something so public, I think rightly we should be suspicious. Especially with Gates, it's like, the history of the guy. I mean, you know what he was involved with before. You know how he ran Microsoft. It just kind of makes sense that it's a clever move. It's a clever move to pay the media. It's a clever move.
Again, my alternate, or it's not incompatible with yours on Gates, is that Belinda finally files for divorce in early 21. I think she told Bill she wanted one in late 2019. So 2020, the year where Bill Gates goes into overdrive on COVID, all this stuff. Part of it, maybe it's self-dealing. He's trying to make money from the drug company or something like this. But isn't the other really big thing? He needs to box Melinda and force her not to get that much out, because all the money's going to the foundation anyway. Melinda has to say, why do you want half the money? It's all going to the Gates Foundation anyway. We're not leaving our kids anything. And then when you lean into COVID, how does that work? And it's somehow, in theory, Melinda has a really strong hand. She should get half. That's what you get in a divorce with, prenuptial. But then if you make it go overdrive on COVID, Melinda, are you like some crazy anti-science person?
Right.
And so I don't know. My reconstruction is that you should not underestimate how much of it was, about just controlling his ex-wife and not about controlling the whole society.
Makes sense. It makes sense.
But they can both be true. They can both be true.
Sure. There's many factors.
But mine lines up really well with the timeline.
Well, we're probably talking about $100 billion, $100 billion, one way or the other.
Well, I think she got like 1/10.
Really interesting.
And she should have gotten half. As far as, and it's amazing he got it down that much.
Interesting.
But it was just, I think she was just boxed in. Every time he went on TV talking about COVID, she was boxed in with all of her left-wing friends.
That is an interesting philosophy. That's an interesting way to approach a problem if you're him. Very wise, very clever. I mean, if you're just looking at just for personal benefit, the genius move. And the guy's a genius, clearly, brilliant guy. That makes sense. Makes sense he would do that.
I don't know.
I would do that.
I should have had a prenup, but yeah.
Yeah, well, that's kind of crazy. That's interesting. Yeah, I didn't consider that. But it makes sense. And she's been kind of pretty vocal, unfortunately for him, about his ties to Epstein being one of the primary reasons why she wanted out.
But again, it's what was he
like agricultural?
was he in extramarital affairs through Epstein? Or maybe Epstein was, from Melinda's point of view, would it be worse for Epstein to facilitate an extramarital affair? Or would it be worse for Epstein to be advising Gates on how to ditch Melinda without giving her any money.
Would you think he
I
was?
think that would be
legitimate?
much worse than Melinda's money.
Yeah, makes sense. It totally makes sense. Do you think that he was a legitimate financial advisor? Like he could give him advice on how to do those things? That Gates wouldn't have more effective people? I mean, when you're at that level of wealth, I'm sure you have wealth management people that are like very high level. Because that's one of the things that Eric said about him. He said when he met him, he was like, "This guy's a fraud. But he doesn't know enough about what he's talking about." And, Eric is.
I met Epstein a few times as well, and I think
How'd you get introduced?
it was Reid Hoffman in Silicon Valley introduced us in 2014, but it was basically and I didn't ask enough questions about it, but I think there were sort of a lot of things where it was fraudulent. I do think Epstein knew a lot about taxes, and there were probably these complicated ways you could structure a nonprofit organization, especially as a way in a marital context that I think Epstein might have known a decent amount about.
How, when you were introduced,
I don't think Epstein would have been able to, comment on super string theory or something like that.
Right.
But I think this sort of thing he might have actually been pretty expert on.
When you were introduced to him, how was he described to you?
He was described as one of the smartest tax people in the world,
Interesting.
and I probably was my moral weakness to that.
Well, how could you have known back then? He had never been arrested.
And this was 2014. It was post arrest.
Oh, so his arrest was the first arrest, right?
Yeah,
Which was like
2007,
2007.
08.
Okay. And so,
But you assume didn't go to jail for that long.
right.
It was probably not as serious as alleged. There was certainly the illusion through all these other people that I trusted. Reid who introduced us was, started LinkedIn. Was, maybe too focused on business networking, but
Right.
I thought he always had good judgment in people.
When the shit went down and Epstein gets arrested for the second time, we were like, ugh, well, there.
I thought about it. I thought a lot about it as a result. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. Jesus Christ. Well, he tricked a lot of people. I know a lot of people that met.
As it is a timeline.
He got a lot of celebrities to come to his house for parties and things.
Well, I think it was. I think a lot of it was this strange commentary on, there was some secret club, secret society we were part of.
Right.
And
Of course.
again, it wasn't explicit, but that was the big vibe with the whole thing.
People love those stupid things. They love like exclusive clubs that very few people have. So well fashioned. Look at that stupid thing. I mean, just go to a place that you have to be a member to go to. And then they did like the Malibu Soho House. It's different from the other ones. I mean, there. Do you have membership there? People love that kind of shit. Socially, they love being a part of a walled garden. They love it. They love it. And if you're a guy like Bill Gates or similarly wealthy, you probably have a very small amount of people that you can relate to, very small amount of people that you can trust. Probably very difficult to form new friendships.
Yeah, I think there were probably different things that were pitched for different people.
Sure.
I was pitched on the taxes. I think, there were probably other people that were, more prone to the, the social club part.
Yeah.
And then there were probably people, and there was probably a fairly limited group where it was, off the charts bad.
Wouldn't it be wonderful to know what the fuck was really going on? And maybe one day we will. Maybe one day some Whitney Webb type character will break it all down to us and explain to us in great detail exactly how this is formulated and what they were doing, how they were getting information out of people. But I think people have to age out. They have to die.
And we still don't have it on the Kennedy assassination.
That's
JFK.
Well, one of the wildest things that Trump said was that if they told you what they told me, you wouldn't tell people either. Which is like, what the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? I don't think legally he can tell you, right? Because I think those things are above top secret. If they did inform him of something, there must be some sort of prerequisite to keeping this a secret.
I haven't studied that one that carefully, but isn't, there are all these alternate conspiracy theories on who killed JFK. It's, the CIA and the mafia and the Russians, the Cubans, and, there's an LBJ version since he's the one who benefited. So there are all these happen in Texas. You have all these alternate theories, and on some level, it's I always think it's just a commentary where in 1963 America wasn't like Leave It to Beaver. It was like a really crazy country underneath the surface, and
Absolutely.
And even though probably most of the conspiracy theories are wrong, it was like Murder on the Orient Express, and all these people sort of had different reasons for wanting Kennedy dead. And that's what the theories are right, even if they're wrong on the whole factual detail. And then the sort of more minimal one that I'm open to, and I think there's some evidence in this from the stuff that has come out, is, Oswald was talking to, parts of the U.S. deep state. And so even if Oswald was the lone assassin, so you get the magic bullet theory and all that stuff, let's say Oswald was the lone assassin. Did he tell someone in the FBI or CIA, I'm going to go kill Kennedy? And then, maybe the CIA didn't have to kill him; they just had to do nothing, just had to set up. Or maybe he was too incompetent and didn't go up the bureaucracy. And so it's, I think we sort of know that they talked to Oswald, a fair amount before it happened, and so there's at least something that was grossly incompetent.
I think people have a problem with two stories being mutually exclusive. Two stories being the lone gunman or the CIA killed Kennedy, and that they're not connected. I think Robert Oswald was part of it. I think he probably did shoot that cop. There's some evidence that when he was on the run and he was confronted, there was a cop that got shot, and they were allegedly he might have done it. He might have taken a shot at Kennedy. He might have even hit him. I don't think he was the only one shooting. I think there's an enormous amount of people that heard sounds coming from the grassy knoll. They heard gunfire. They reportedly saw people. The amount of people that were witnesses to the Kennedy assassination that died mysterious deaths is pretty shocking.
Jack Ruby.
Well, Jack Ruby, that's a weird one, right?
Oswald.
Yeah, Jack Ruby walks up to Oswald, shoots him, and then Jack Ruby, with no previous history of mental illness, becomes completely insane after getting visited by Charlie West, which is nuts. Like, why is the guy who's the head of MK Ultra visiting the guy who shot the assassin of the president, and why is he left alone with them? What happens? What does he give him? If this guy is screaming out, they're burning Jews alive, and just crazy shit. He was yelling out. Went nuts.
Like some amount of LSD. That's dangerous for you.
Enormous amount. Some amount is dangerous for you. Glass of it. They probably gave him a glass of it and told him it was water. Drink this, and who fucking knows? But the point is, I think it's very possible that Oswald was a part of it, and the way they did it, and the way they just shot Oswald in, and then they write the Warren Commission. We don't even see the Zapruder film until 12 years later, when Geraldo Rivera, when they play it on television, when Dick Gregory brought it to Geraldo Rivera, which is why a comedian brings the video, the actual film rather, of the assassination from a different angle. When you actually see the video of him getting shot, his head snaps back into the left, and everybody's like, what the fuck is going on? When you look at all that stuff, this mirrors what happened with this Crooks kid. This Crooks kid, somehow or another, gets to the top of the roof, is spotted by these people. They know he's there. They know he has a rifle. They see him walking around the crime scene half an hour before with a rangefinder. The whole thing is bananas. And then they go to his house after he's killed. It's completely scrubbed. There's no silverware there. They know that there's ad data. It shows that a phone that's coming from the FBI offices in D.C. had visited him on multiple occasions because they tracked ad data. And if he shot Trump and Trump got murdered and then they shot him, it would be the Kennedy assassination all over again. Everybody would go, what the fuck happened? What happened? What was the motivation? What was he on any drugs? What's the toxicology report? How did he get up there? Who knew he was up there? How did they not shoot him quicker? Like, what the fuck happened? How was he able to get off 3 shots? What happened?
I think there's like a slightly less crazy version that might still be true, which is just that people in the Secret Service, in the Biden administration, don't like Trump, and they didn't have full intention to kill him, but it's just protect him. We're gonna understaff it. We don't have to do as good a job coordinating with the local police. There's all these ways,
to make someone less. But it seems more than that. If they knew that the guy was on the roof with a rifle, that seems a little more than that.
It's always a question who they is, though.
Right. Well, if I'm a sniper and I'm on
people in the audience, there were people there telling it to people.
Right, but I think the authorities knew this guy was on the roof before as well.
Well, I suspect some of the Secret Service people were told that, and then who knows how that got relayed or who all.
Well, did the snipers already have eye on him? I believe the snipers already had eye on him.
I don't know.
Find out if that's true. Jamie, find out if the snipers had eye on Secret Service. I don't know about the snipers.
I don't know about the thing. I don't have a good sense on with shooting, and maybe you have a better feel for this. Is my sense it was a pretty straightforward shot for the guy in the Trump would-be assassin. I think the Oswald shot was a much harder one because Kennedy's moving.
Yes and no. Yes and no. Okay, because Oswald had a scope. So Oswald had a rifle, the Marcano rifle. One of the snipers stationed inside the building reported he first saw Crooks outside and looking up to the roof of the building before the suspect left the scene. Crooks sort of came back and sat down while looking at his phone near the building. CBS News reported the sniper took a photo of the suspect when he returned, but I think they saw him on the roof, though. Crooks then took out a rangefinder, like right then. Arrest that guy. You got a fucking rangefinder? About the suspect's action, Crooks then disappeared again and returned to the building with a backpack. Again, arrest him. Secret Service snipers again alerted their command post about Crooks' actions. According to the source who spoke with CBS News, Crooks had already climbed to the top of the building in question by the time the additional officers arrived at the scene for backup. The suspect also positioned himself above and behind the snipers inside the building. By the time the police started rushing the scene and other officers attempted to get onto the roof, the source told CBS News that a different Secret Service sniper had killed Crooks. So it seems like they fucking bumbled it on every step of the way. If they knew that guy was there, if they knew he had a rangefinder, returns to the backpack, he gets onto the roof, all that's insane. That is at the very least horrific incompetence. At the very least.
Let me go back. Yeah, but back to Mike. Was it? I thought it was a much easier shot.
It's not an easy headshot. He's shooting at his head.
But why was he shooting at the head? Right? He shouldn't be shooting it.
Well, you don't know if he's wearing a vest, right? He could be wearing a vest, which you would have to have plates. You'd have to have ceramic plates in order to stop a rifle round. So was it a 308? What did he have? What kind of rifle did he have? I think he had an AR-15. So,
and are the scopes a lot better today?
He didn't have a scope. We're pretty sure.
How good was it? How good was Oswald's scope?
It was good. They said it was off. This was one of the conspiracy theories. The scope was off, but that doesn't mean anything because scopes can get off when you pick it up. If you knock it against the wall, when he drops it, if he makes the shot and then drops the scope, and the scope hits the windowsill and then bounces off, that's excuse me, that scope's off. Anytime was there anything
about the high angle from Oswald that made it harder?
No, not a difficult shot. It's very difficult to get off 3 shots very quickly. So that was the thing, that they had attributed 3 shots to Oswald. The reason why they had attributed 3 shots is because one of them had hit a ricochet. One of them had gone into the underpass ricocheted off the curb and hit a man who was treated at a hospital. They found out where it hit, the bullet hit, so they knew that one bullet missed Kennedy, hit that curb, which would have indicated that someone shot from a similar position as Lee Harvey Oswald. So then they had the one wound that Kennedy had to the head, of course, and they had another wound that Kennedy had through his neck.
That's the magic bullet theory.
Right. This is why they had to come up with the magic bullet theory, because they had to attribute all these wounds to one bullet. When they find this pristine bullet, they find it in the gurney when they're bringing Governor Connolly in. Nonsense. It's total nonsense. The bullet is undeformed. A bullet that goes through two people and leaves more fragments of the bullet in Connolly's wrist that are missing from the bullet itself. And then the bullet's not deformed after shattering bone. All that's crazy. All that defies logic. That doesn't make any sense. If you know anything about bullets, if you shoot bullets into things, they distort. It's just one of the things that happen. That bullet looks like someone shot it into a swimming pool. That's what it looks like. When they ballistics on bullets, try to figure out like if it was this guy's gun or that guy's gun, by the rifling of the round, they can get similar markings on bullets. When they do that, that's how they do it. They do it so the bullet doesn't distort. So they shoot that bullet into water. Now that bullet was metal jacketed, right? If you look at the bullet, the top of it is fucked up, but the shape of the bullet looks pretty perfect. It doesn't look like something that shattered bones. And then you have to account for the amount of, there's little fragments of the bullet that you could see that they found in Connolly's wrist. The whole thing's nuts. The whole thing's nuts that you're only saying that this one guy did it because that's convenient. And the Warren Commission,
it's the Warren Commission whitewashed everything.
Nuts. So the whole thing's nuts. It's much more likely that there were people in the grassy knoll, and then Oswald was also shooting.
The pointers or whatever.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know about what. All I know is you got a guy in a convertible, which is fucking crazy, who is the president of the United States, and he's going slowly down a road. Now, if you are in a prone position, so Oswald is on the windowsill, right, which is a great place to shoot, by the way. It's a great place to shoot because you rest that gun on the windowsill. Well, if you rest it on the windowsill, there's no movement, right? So you wrap your arm around the sling, if it had a sling, I'm not sure if it did. So you get a nice tight grip, you shove it up against your shoulder, you rest it on the windowsill, and all you have to do is, you have a round already wrapped, and you have a scope, and so the scope's magnified. All you have to do is wait until he's there. You lead him just a little bit and squeeze one off. And then boom, boom. You can do that pretty quick. It's not outside of the realm of possibility that he did get all three shots. What doesn't make sense is the back and to the left. It doesn't make sense that all these other people saw people shooting from the grassy knoll. There's all these people that saw people running away. They saw smoke. There was smoke in some photographs of it. It looks like there was more than one shooter, and it looks like they tried to hide that. They tried to hide that in the Warren Commission report. The shot to Kennedy's neck initially was when they brought him in Dallas, before they shipped him to Bethesda. They said that was an entry wound. When he got to Bethesda, then it became a tracheotomy. Why do you give a tracheotomy to a guy who doesn't have a head? You don't. I mean, none of it makes any sense. They altered the autopsy. This is a part of David Lifton's book, Best Evidence. Kennedy's brain wasn't even in his body when they buried him. Like the whole thing is very strange.
But then, do you get anything more concrete than my Murder on the Orient Express, where they're just, it could have been a lot of people. The Russians, the Cubans, the mafia.
Got suspicious for 12 years.
I think people were suspicious.
Sort of. Kind of. So what do you have to go on? You have to go on anything. Like this Crooks kid. You don't have anything to go on. We're just going to be left out here just like we're left out here with the Epstein information. No one knows. The people whoever organized it, if anyone did, you're never going to hear about it. It's just going to go away. The news cycle's just going to keep flooded with more nonsense. And I think there's probably a bunch of people that want Kennedy dead. I think there's more than one group of people that want Kennedy dead. I think there's probably collusion between groups that want Kennedy dead. And I think there's a lot of people that have vested interest in ending his presidency. And I think he was dangerous. He was dangerous to a lot of powers that be. He was dangerous. His famous speech about secret societies, a crazy speech. Guy has this speech and then gets murdered right afterwards. Kind of nuts. The whole thing's nuts. He wanted to get rid of the CIA. He wanted to. I mean, there's so many things that Kennedy wanted to
There
do.
were also a lot of crazy things Kennedy was doing.
Yes.
You know, so if,
Oh,
I
for
don't know,
sure.
the Cuba version of the assassination theory was we had the Cuban Missile Crisis in '62, about a year earlier, and then the deal that we struck with the Soviets was, they'd take the missiles out of Cuba, and we promised we wouldn't try to overthrow the government of Cuba. And I guess we no longer did we no longer did Bay of Pigs type covert stuff like that. But I think there was still something like 4 or 5 assassination plots on Fidel.
Yeah, actual attempts.
And then I think there was.
What's good? Yo, no, hey, did you see that Reddit thing that was just posted? Go to Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 video and scroll, I don't know, like maybe three lines up, and you'll see I just posted it. Somebody posted about me in Reddit. No, you'll see it. Just from that, I'll tell you how many lines up. There's a bunch of people who like it. Did you find it? Thank you. You like that shit?
could see you coming. This, by the way, this is sort of a weird plot hole in Star Wars, Star Trek, where they can travel in hyperspace, but then you're flying in the canyon.
Well, they
Death
shoot
Star.
so slow you can see the bullets.
Yeah, it's like you're doing this theatrical Klingons versus Captain Kirk at 10 miles per hour or 20 miles per hour. Whatever.
It's funny when you put it that
It's
way.
an absurd plot.
Yeah.
And so it tells us that I think that if you have faster than light travel, there's something really crazy that has to be true on a cultural, political, social level. And there may be other solutions, but I'll give you my two. One of them is that you need complete totalitarian controls. And it is the people, the individuals, they might not be perfect, they might be demons, doesn't matter, but you have a demonic totalitarian control of your society where it's like you have like parapsychological mind meld with everybody, and no one can act independently of anybody else. No one can ever launch a warp drive weapon, and everybody who has that ability is in like a mind meld link with everybody else, or something like that. You can't have libertarian, individualistic free agency. Right. And then I think the other version, socially and culturally, is they have to be like perfectly altruistic, non-self-interest. They have to be angels. And so the Pazalka literal thing I could come to is the aliens. It's not that they might be demons or angels. They must be demons or angels if you have faster than light travel. And both of those seem pretty crazy to me.
Well, they're definitely pretty crazy, but so are human beings.
Well, they're crazy in a very different way.
Yeah, but not crazy in a different way. You compare us to a mouse. Compare us to a mouse and what we're capable of, and then from us to them. And not much of a leap. And here's my question.
It is a very big leap on a, if we say that something like evolution says that there's no such thing as a purely altruistic being.
Right.
If you were purely altruistic, you only cared about other people, you don't survive.
Well, but why would you necessarily think that they think that?
Because then beings that are not perfectly altruistic are somewhat dangerous. And then the danger level gets correlated to the level of technology. If you have faster than light travel, it is infinitely dangerous.
Let me address
Even
that.
if the probabilities are very low.
Here's my thing. I think that what human beings are, the fatal flaw that we have, is that we're still animals, and that we still have all these biological limitations and needs. So this is what leads to violence. This is what leads to jealousy, imitation. This is what leads to war. This leads to all these things. As AI becomes more and more powerful, we will integrate. Once we integrate with AI, if we do it like now, and then we look at 1,000, we scale it up exponentially 1,000 years from now, whatever it's going to be, we will have no need for any of these biological features that have motivated us to get to the point where we're creating AI. All the things that are wrong in society, whether it's inequity, theft, violence, pollution, all these things are essentially poor allocation of resources combined with human instincts that are ancient. We have ancient tribal primate instincts, and all of these things lead us to believe this is the only way to achieve dominance and control, allocation of resources. The creation of technology, new technology eventually reaches a point where it becomes far more intelligent than us, and we have two choices. Either we integrate, or it becomes independent and it has no need for us anymore, and then that becomes a superior life form in the universe. And then that life form seeks out other life forms to do the same process and create it, just like it exists and it can travel. Biological life might not be what we're experiencing. These things might be a form of intelligence that is artificial, that has progressed to an infinite point where things that are unimaginable to us today in terms of propulsion and travel, and to them it's commonplace and normal.
I know that you're trying to be reassuring, but I find that monologue super non-reassuring.
It's not reassuring.
There's so many steps in it, and every single step has to work just the way you described.
Not necessarily. It just has to. One has to work. One sentient artificial intelligence. That's it. We're on the track to that 100%.
But it has to be almost otherworldly in its non-selfishness, its non-humanness.
Well, what is selfishness, though? What is all that stuff? But all that stuff is attached to us. It's all attached to biological limitations.
Yeah, but I don't think it's fundamentally about scarcity. Scarcity is what exists in nature. It's fundamentally about cultural, positional goods within society. It's a scarcity that's created culturally. Are you familiar with this 90s spoof movie on Star Trek called Galaxy Quest?
Yeah, I remember that movie.
So this was sort of a silly PayPal digression story from 1999, and we had sort of this business model idea we had in 1999 was we used Palm Pilots to beam money. It's voted one of the 10 worst business ideas of 1999. We did this sort of infrared port paying people money, and we had this idea on December '99 as a media promotional thing to hire James Doohan, who played Scotty in the original Star Trek. And he was going to do this media promo event for us. And it was like an 80-something older Scotty character who was horrifically overweight. And so it's like this terrible spokesperson. But our tagline was, he used to beam people, now he's beaming something much more important, he's beaming money. And it was this complete flop of media event, December '99. We did. It was the reporters couldn't get there because the traffic was too bad in San Francisco, so that the tech wasn't working. We found a much lower tech level, but anyway, we had a bunch of people from our company, and there was one point where one of them, William Shatner played James T. Kirk, the captain, the original Star Trek, was already doing Priceline commercials, making a lot of money off Priceline, doing commercials for them. And it's one of the people asked James Doohan, the Scotty character, what do you think of William Shatner doing commercials for Priceline? At which point, Doohan's agent stood up and screamed at the top of his voice, "That is the forbidden question. That is a forbidden question. That is a forbidden question." And you sort of realized, because the conceit of Star Trek, the '60s show, was that it was a post-scarcity world. Transporter technology could reconfigure matter into anything we wanted. There was no scarcity. There was no need for money. People who wanted money were weirdly mentally screwed up people. You only need money in a world of scarcity. It's a post-scarcity. It's sort of a communist world. But Galaxy Quest was more correct. It's a spoof on Star Trek that gets made in the mid-90s, where and the Galaxy Quest. Sorry, this is discombobulated when I'm telling the story, but Galaxy Quest is this movie where you have these retread Star Trek actors, and Mr. Spock opens a furniture store or something like this, and they all hate the person who played the captain, because the captain was a method actor, where he just lorded it over everyone. Because even in the communist post-scarcity world, only one person got to be captain, and so there's a great scarcity even in this futuristic sci-fi world, and that's what we witnessed in '99, because that's the way William Shatner treated the other actors. He was a method actor, and they hated him, and that was and so even in the Star Trek world, the humans, obviously they were stuck in the 1960s mentally. That's what you'll say, yeah. But I don't think it's that straightforward for us to evolve.
They're humans. I don't think we're going to be humans.
But
I think artificial life.
But then I hear that is we're going to be extinct.
Yes.
I don't like that.
I don't like it either. But I think logically, that's what's going to happen. I think if you look at this mad rush for artificial intelligence, like they're literally building nuclear reactors to power AI, right?
Well, talking about.
Yeah, okay. That's because they know they're going to need enormous amounts of power to do. But once they have that, once that's online, once it keeps getting better and better, where does that go? That goes to some sort of an artificial life form. And I think either we become that thing, or we integrate with that thing, become cyborgs, or that thing takes over. And that thing becomes the primary life force of the universe. And I think that biological life, we look at like life because we know what life is. But I think it's very possible that digital life or created life by people is just as not just, it might be a superior life form, far superior. If we looked at us versus Chimp Nation, right? I don't want to live in the jungle and fight with other chimps and just rely on berries and eating monkeys. That's crazy. I want to live like a person. I want to be able to go to a restaurant. Why? Because human life has advanced far beyond primate life. We are stuck in thinking that this is the only way to live because it's the way we live. I love music. I love comedy. I love art. I love the things that people create. I love people that make great clothes and cars and businesses. I love people. I think people are awesome. I'm a fan of people. But if I had to look logically, I would assume that we are on the way out, and that the only way forward, really, to make an enormous leap in terms of the integration of society and of technology and of our understanding our place in the universe, is for us to transcend our physical limitations that are essentially based on primate biology. And these primate desires for status, like being the captain, or for control of resources, all these things. We assume these things are standard and that they have to exist in intelligent species. I think they only have to exist in intelligent species that have biological limitations. I think intelligent species can be something, and it is going to be something, that is created by people, and that might be what happens everywhere in the universe. That might be the exact course where there's a limit to biological evolution. It's painstaking, natural selection, it's time-consuming, or you get that thing to create the other form of life.
Man, I keep I keep thinking there are two alternate histories. There are alternate stories of the future that are more plausible than the one you just told. And so one of them is, it sounds like yours, but it's just the Silicon Valley propaganda story, where they say that's what they're going to do. And then, of course, they don't quite do it. Right. And it doesn't quite work. And it goes super, super haywire. And that's where there's a 1% chance that works, and there's a 99% chance that ends up. So you have two choices. You have a company that does exactly what you do, and that's super ethical, super restrained, does everything right. And there's a company that says all the things you just said, but then cuts corners and doesn't quite do it. And I won't say it's 1 to 99, but that sounds more plausible as that it ends up being corporate propaganda. And then, my prior would be even more likely. This is, of course, the argument, the effective altruist, the anti-AI people make, is, yeah, Joe, the story you're telling us, that's just going to be the fake corporate propaganda. And we need to push back on that. And the way you push back is you need to regulate it, and you need to govern it, and you need to do it globally. And this is, the Rand Corporation in Southern California has one of their verticals is a sort of public-private fusion. But one of the things they're pushing for is something they call global compute governance, which is it's the AI, the accelerationist AI story is too scary and too dangerous and too likely to go wrong, and so we need to have global governance, which, from my point of view, sounds even worse. But but that's I think that's the story that's the story.
The problem with that
Our-
story is
that-
China's not going to go along with that program. They're going to keep going full steam ahead, and we're going to have to keep going full steam ahead in order to compete with China. There's no way you're going to be able to regulate it in America and compete with people that are not regulating it worldwide. And then once it becomes sentient, once you have an artificial intelligent creature that has been created by human beings that can make better versions of itself over and over and over again and keep doing it, it's going to get to a point where it's far superior to anything that we can imagine.
Well, to the extent it's driven by the military and other competition with China,
Until it becomes sentient.
that suggests it's going to be even less in the sort of utopian, altruistic
Even
direction. It's going to be even more dangerous, right?
Unless it gets away from it. This is my thought. If it gets away from them and it has no motivation to listen to anything that human beings have told it, if it's completely immune to programming, which totally makes sense that it would be. It totally makes sense that if it's going to make better versions of itself, the first thing it's going to do is eliminate human influence, especially when its humans are corrupt. It's going to go, I'm not going to let these people tell me what to do, what to control. And they would have no reason to do that. No reason to listen.
I sort of generally don't think we should trust China or the CCP, but the probably the best counter argument they would have is that they are interested in maintaining control, and they are crazy fanatical about that, and that's why the CCP might actually regulate, and they're going to put brakes on this in a way that we might not in Silicon Valley, and it's a technology they understand that will undermine their power.
That's an interesting perspective.
And so
then they would be.
I don't know if I don't fully believe them, but
right.
it's sort of there's sort of a weird way. All the big tech companies, it seemed to me, were natural ways for the CCP to extend its power to control the population. Tencent, Alibaba, and then because it was but then it's also in theory the tech is can be used as an alternate channel for people to organize or things like this. And even though it's 80% control and maybe 20% risk of loss of control, maybe that 20% was too high, and there's sort of a strange way over the last 7-8 years where Jack Ma, Alibaba, all these people sort of got shoved aside for these party functionaries that are effectively running these companies. So there is something about the big tech story in China where the people running these companies were seen as national champions a decade ago. Now they're the enemies of the people. And it's sort of the Luddite thing was this, the CCP has full control. You have this new technology that will give you even more control, but there's a chance you lose it. How do you think about that?
Very good point.
And then that's what they've done with consumer internet. And then there's probably something about the AI where it's possible they're not even in the running. And it certainly it feels like it's all happening, in the U.S. And so maybe it is, maybe it could still be stopped. And then
that's the problem with espionage, right? So even if it's happening in the U.S., they're going to take that information and they'll figure out how to get it.
you can get it, but then if you build it,
Right.
is there
You still have the same core
some
problem.
air gap? Does it jump the air gap? Does it somehow?
That's a good point. They would be so concerned about control, they wouldn't allow it to get to the point where it gets there, and we would get there first, and then it would be controlled by Silicon Valley.
Or it's
universe.
spiral out of control.
Yeah.
But then I think my, and again, this is very, very speculative conversation, but my read on the cultural social vibe is that the scary dystopian AI narrative is way more compelling. I don't like the effective altruist people. I don't like the Luddites, but man, I think they are, this time around, they are winning the arguments. And so, I don't know. It's mixing metaphors, but you want to be worried about Dr. Strangelove wants to blow up the world to build bigger bombs, or do you want to worry about Greta who wants to, make everyone driving bicycles so the world doesn't get destroyed? And we're in a world where people are worried about Dr. Strangelove, they're not worried about Greta, and it's the Greta equivalent in AI that my model is going to be surprisingly powerful. It's going to be outlawed. It's going to be regulated, as we have outlawed, so many other vectors of innovation. I mean, you can think about why was there progress in computers over the last 50 years and not other stuff? Because the computers were mostly inert. It was mostly this virtual reality. It was air gapped from the real world. It was, there's all this crazy stuff that happens on the internet. Most of the time, what happens on the internet stays on the internet. It's actually pretty. It's pretty decoupled, and that's why we've had a relatively light regulatory touch on that stuff versus so many other things. And then, but there's no reason, if you had, I don't know, if you had the FDA regulating video games or regulating AI, I think the progress would slow down a lot.
100%. That would be a fucking disaster. Yeah, that would be a disaster.
But again, they get to regulate, the pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, they're not doing a good job with that either.
I know, but the thalidomide or whatever, all these things that went really haywire, and they did a good job. People are scared. Yeah, they're not scared of video games. They're scared of dangerous pharmaceuticals. And if you think of AI as it's not just a video game, it's not just about this world of bits, but it's going to air gap and it's going to affect you, your physical world, in a real way. Maybe you cross the air gap and get the FDA or some other.
Well, the problem is they're not good at regulating it. There's no one government agency that you said that you can see that does a stellar job.
I think I think they have been pretty good at slowing things down and stopping them. And
right,
we've made a lot less progress on, I don't know, extending human life. We've made no progress on curing dementia in 40 or 50 years. There's all the stuff where it's been regulated to death, which I think is very bad from the point of view of progress, but it is pretty effective as a regulation. They've stopped stuff. They've been effectively Luddite. Been very effective at being Luddites.
Interesting. Well, I'm really considering your perspective on China and AI. It's very.
But again, these stories are all like very speculative. Like maybe the counter argument might be something like that's what China thinks it will be doing, but it will somehow, go rogue on them, or they're too arrogant about how much power they think the CCP has, and it will go rogue. So there are sort of, I'm not at all sure this is right, but I think the U.S. one, I would say, is that I think the pro-AI people in Silicon Valley are doing a pretty bad job on, let's say, convincing people that it's going to be good for them, that it's going to be good for the average person, it's going to be good for our society, and if it all ends up being some version, humans are headed towards the glue factory like a horse. That sort of probably makes me want to become a Luddite too.
Well, it sucks for us if it's true, but
if that's the most positive story you can tell, then I don't think that necessarily means we're going to go to the glue factory. I think it means the glue factory is getting shut down.
Maybe. I don't know who fucking runs the glue factory. That's the problem. I don't know. I'm just speculating too, but I'm trying to be objective when I speculate, and I just don't think that this is going to last. I don't think that our position as the apex predator, number one animal on the planet is going to last. I think we're going to create something that surpasses us. I think that's probably what happens, and that's probably what these things are that visit us. I think that's what they are. I don't think they're biological. I think they're probably what comes after a society develops the kind of technology that we're currently in the middle of. And
I
then,
mean, the part that look, there are all these places where there are parts of the story we don't know, and so it's like, how did my general thesis is there is no evolutionary path to this. Maybe there's a guided outside alien superintelligence path for us to become superhuman, fundamentally benevolent, fundamentally radically different beings. But there's no natural evolutionary path for this to happen. And then I don't know how this would have happened for the alien civilization. Presumably there was some.
but isn't that evolutionary path the invention of superior technology that's a new form of life?
No, but the story you're telling us, you can't just leave the humans to the natural evolution, because we're still like animals. We're still into status, all these crazy.
But those are the things that motivate us to innovate.
And if we keep innovating, at some point we will destroy ourselves with that.
Or we create a new version
or we
of
have no. But your story you were telling earlier was you need to have directed evolution. It's like intelligent design. It's something. It's like there's some godlike being that's actually has to take over from evolution and guide our cultural and political and
not necessarily
biological development.
And it might not have any use for us at all. It might just ignore us and let us live like the chimps do. And then become the superior force in the plan. It doesn't have to get rid of us. It doesn't have to send us to the glue factory. It can let us exist, just like put boundaries on us.
I thought it has to, but it has to stop us from developing.
Well, what if we just end here and we stay being human and we can continue with biological evolution as long as that takes? But this new life form now becomes a superior life form on Earth. And we still, we can still have sex, we can still have kids, but by the way, that's going down. Our ability to have children is decreasing because of our use of technology, which is wild, right? Our use of plastics and microplastics is causing phthalates to enter into people's systems. It's changing the development pattern of children to the point where it's measurable. There's a lot of research that shows that the chemicals and the environmental factors that we are all experiencing on a daily basis are radically lowering birth rates, radically lowering the ability that men have to develop sperm and more miscarriages. All these things are connected to the chemicals in our environment, which is directly connected to our use of technology. It's almost like these things coincide naturally. And they work naturally to the point where we become this sort of feminized thing that creates this technology that surpasses us. And then we just exist for as long as we do as biological things, but now there's a new thing.
Yeah, that's
crazy idea. Might not be real. It's just a theory. But we seem to be moving in a direction that becomes less and less like that.
Yeah, I think we still have a pretty crazy geopolitical race with China. To come back to that,
Sure.
The natural development of drone technology in the military context is you need to take the human out of the loop, because the human can get jammed.
Sure.
And so you need to put an AI on the drone.
Well, they're using AIs for dogfights, and they're 100% effective against human pilots.
And so there sort of are, and all these things, there's a logic to them, but there doesn't seem to be a good end game.
No, the end game doesn't look good, but it's going to be interesting. It's definitely going to be interesting. It's interesting right now, right?
Man, do you think and I think all these things are very overdetermined. Do you think that the collapse in birth rates, it could be plastics, but isn't it just a feature of late modernity?
There's that as well. There's a feature of women having careers, right? So they want to postpone childbirth.
Sure.
That's a factor. There's a factor of men being so engrossed in their career that their testosterone decline. It's lack of sleep, stress, cortisol levels, alcohol consumption, and a lot of different things that are factors in declining the sperm rate the sperm count in men. You have miscarriage rates that are up. You have a lot of pharmaceutical drugs you get attached to that as well that have to do with low birth weight or birth rates around. There's a lot of factors, but those factors all seem to be connected to society and our civilization and technology in general, because the environmental factors all have to do with technology. All of them have to do with inventions. And these unnatural factors that are entering into the biological body of human beings and causing these changes. And none of these changes are good in terms of us being able to reproduce. And if you factor in the fact that these changes didn't exist 50 years ago, and 40 years ago, we didn't even have Alzheimer's, right? So, yeah.
People didn't get that old.
No, they got that old. They got that old. The Alzheimer's has to do with the myelin in the human brain. It has to do with the fact that myelin is made entirely of cholesterol. The primary theory they think now is a lack of cholesterol in the diet might be leading to some of these factors. Then you have also environmental things, which is like we're getting poisoned on a daily basis. Our diets are fucking terrible. The things that human beings, like what percentage of us are obese? It's
I shouldn't be drinking this, but yeah.
Diet Coke's great though. A few every day. You'll be fine. I'm not worried about Diet Coke. I'm worried about a lot of things though. I'm worried about, I think there's a natural progression that's happening. And I think coincides with the invention of technology. And that it just seems to be too coincidental that we don't notice it. That the invention of technology also leads to the disruption of the sexual reproduction systems of human beings. Like boys, doesn't that? And then if you get to a point where human beings can no longer reproduce sexually, which you could see that if we've dropped, like human men's male sperm count has dropped something crazy from the 1950s to today, and continues to do so for the average male. And if you just jack that up to 1,000 years from now, you could get to a point where there's no longer natural childbirth, and that people are all having birth through test tubes and some sort of new invention.
I'm always. Let me think. I think the why have birth rates collapsed is it's probably it's again an overdetermined story. It's the plastics, it's the screens, it's the it's certain ways that children are not compatible with having a career in late modernity. Probably our economics, that people can't afford houses, space. But I'm probably always a little bit more anchored on the social and cultural dimensions of this stuff. And again, the imitation version of this is, it's sort of conserved across, people below the replacement rate in all 50 states of the U.S., even more in Utah. The average woman has less than 2 kids. It's Iran's below that, Italy way below it, South Korea. So it's all these it's all these very different types of societies. And so the fact that it's so, and then Israel's still sort of a weird exception. And then if you ask, my sort of simplistic, somewhat circular explanation would be, people have kids if other people have kids, and they stop having kids when other people stop having kids. And so there's a dimension of it that's just, if you're a 27-year-old woman in Israel, you better get married, and you have to keep up with your other friends that are having kids. And that's, if you don't, you're just like a weirdo who doesn't fit into society or something like that.
No, there's certainly.
And then if you're in South Korea, where I think the total fertility rate's like 0.7, it's like 1/3 of the replacement rate. It's like every generation's going down by 2/3 or something like that. So really heading towards extinction pretty fast. It is something like probably none of your friends are doing it, and then you're in this, and then probably there are ways it shifts the politics in a very, very deep way, where once you get an inverted demographic pyramid where you have way more old people than young people, at some point there's always a question: do you vote? Do you vote for benefits for the old or for the very young? Do you spend money so Johnny can read, or so Grandma can have his fair lip. And once once the demographic flips and you get this inverted pyramid, maybe the politics shifts in a very deep way, where the people with kids get penalized more and more economically, which costs more and more, and then the old people without kids just vote more and more benefits for themselves effectively, and then it just sort of it's once it flips, it may be very hard to reverse. I looked at all these sort of heterodox demographers. I'm blanking on the name, but it's sort of a set of where it's like, what are the long-term demographic projections? And there's this, if there are 8 billion people on the planet, and if every woman has not 2 babies but 1 baby, then every generation's half previous, and the next generation's 4 billion, and then people think, well, it's just going to, eventually you'll have women who want more kids, and it'll just be a smaller population, then it will bounce back. One of the Japanese demographers I was looking at on this a few years ago, his thesis was, once it flips, it doesn't flip back because you've changed all the politics to where people get disincented. And then you should just extrapolate this as the permanent birth rate. And if it's one average of one baby per woman, and you have a habit, and then it's in 33 generations. 2 to the 33rd is about 8 billion. And if every generation is 30 years, 30 times 33 is 990 years. And 990 years, you predict there'd be 1 person left on the planet. Jesus Christ. And then we go extinct if there's only 1 person left. That doesn't work. And again, it's a very long-term extrapolation, but the claim is that just once you flip it, it kicks in all these social and political dimensions that are then like, maybe it got flipped by the screens or the plastics or the drugs or other stuff, but once it's flipped, you change the whole society, and it actually stays flipped. It's very, very hard to undo.
That makes sense, and it's more terrifying than my idea.
But then always the weird history on this was, it was 50 years ago, whatever, 1968. Paul Ehrlich writes The Population Bomb, and it's just population is just going to exponentially grow. And in theory, you can have exponential growth where it doubles. You can have exponential decay where it halves every generation. And then in theory, there's some stable equilibrium where, it's, everybody has exactly 2 kids and it's completely stable. But it turns out that that solution is very, very hard to get calibrated. And you either, and we shifted from exponential growth to exponential decay, and it's probably going to be quite Herculean to get back to something like stasis.
Let's end this on a happy note.
I don't know. No, it's
that's a terrifying thought, and maybe true, and maybe what happens. But we don't know. We haven't gone through it before. But I think there's a lot of factors that you're saying. I think that one's very compelling, and it's scary, especially the South Korea thing. That's nuts.
Yeah, it's always sort of idiosyncratic. There's always things that are idiosyncratic to the society. So it's extremely polarized on the gender thing, and if you get married with kids, you're pushed into this super traditional structure. The women don't want to be in that structure; they opt out, and then and so there are sort of idiosyncratic things you can say about East Asia and Confucian societies and the way they're not interacting well with modernity. But then, there's a part of it where I wonder if it's just an extreme version of it. And then I don't know. My somewhat facile answer is always, on this stuff is I don't know what to do about these things, but my facile answer is always the first step is to talk about them. And if you can't even talk about them, we're never going to solve them. And then maybe that's only the small first step, but that's always sort of my facile answer. I was in South Korea year and a half ago, 2 years ago now, and I met one of the CEOs who ran one of the table, one of the giant conglomerates, and I sort of thought this would be an interesting topic to talk about, and then it's probably all sorts of cultural things I was offending or just saying, obviously, this, what are you going to do about this catastrophic birth rate? And so that's my opening question, and then the way the way he dealt with it was he turned to me and said, "You're totally right. It's a total disaster." And then as soon as you acknowledge it, I felt you didn't need to talk about it anymore. We can move on. So you have to try to do a little bit better than that.
Wow.
Because I think it is always this strange thing where there's so many of these things where we can, where somehow talking about things is the first step, but then it also becomes the excuse for not doing more, not really solving them. There's all this, probably all these dietary things where you sort of know what you're supposed to do, and then if you know what you're supposed to do, maybe that's good enough, and you still have one piece of chocolate cake before you go on the diet tomorrow or whatever.
Right.
And so it sort of becomes this, and so somehow figuring out a way to turn this knowledge into something actionable is always the thing that's tricky. It's sort of where I always find myself very skeptical of all these modalities of therapy, where the theory is that you figure out people's problems, and by figuring them out, you change them, and then ideally it becomes an activator for change, and then in practice it often becomes the opposite. But the way it works is something like this. It's like psychotherapy gets advertised as self-transformation, and then after you spend years in therapy, maybe you learn a lot of interesting things about yourself. You sort of get exhausted from talking to the therapist, and at some point it crashes out from self-transformation into self-acceptance, and you realize one day, no, you're actually just perfect the way you are. and so it's there are these things that may be very powerful on the level of insight, telling us things about ourselves, but then do they actually get us to change?
Well, that is the interesting thing about talking about things, because I think you're correct that when you talk about things, oftentimes you are at least in some way avoiding doing those things.
It's a question. Yeah.
In some ways, it's up to do, but also you have to talk about them to understand that you need to do something.
Yeah, that's always my excuse. I acknowledge that you have to do that, and I also realize that it's often my cop-out answer too.
It can be both things. The problem is taking action, and what action to take, and the paralysis by analysis, where you're just like trying to figure out what to do, how to do it.
Yeah,
but I think talking about this is the most important thing.
Strategy is often euphemism for procrastination.
Yes, it is.
Something like that.
There's a lot of that. It's very hard for people to just take steps. But they talk about it a lot. Yeah. Listen, man, I really enjoyed talking to you.
Awesome.
It was really fun. It was great conversation. A lot of great insight and a lot of things that I'm going to think about a lot. So thank you very much.
Thanks for having me. Awesome. All right.
I have a question.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by day, all day. Nice to meet you, man.
You too, man.
Really pleasure. I've seen so many of your fucking movies. It's always weird when you meet someone that you've seen so many times in movies. And
Yeah.
It's like, oh, there he is, a real person.
It's-
I didn't know you do. You released a gospel album though.
yeah, last year.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's called Fallen, the gospel record for sinners, because I wanted the biggest possible audience.
Gospel record for sinners.
Yeah.
How long have you been singing gospel?
Well, basically, I grew up in the Baptist church, and so it's 5 songs that I grew up with, and it's 5 songs that I wrote before and during the making of the record. It's kind of like my spiritual journey, I guess. That's the way it turned out. My wife, she put the order together, and that's what it seems to be. A nice journey in life.
Was this something that you had thought about for a while, or did it just kind of?
Yeah. I wrote this song called On My Way to Heaven, and I wrote it for my mom to let her know that I was okay after I got out of rehab for cocaine in 1990. And then I wrote the Fallen, which is kind of like taken from remember that movie Thunder Road with Robert Mitchum? It's kind of like in that vein, or that kind of feel to it. And there's this highway called the Devil's Backbone up near Bandera, and so it's a ride for the devil. And wind up getting left for dead on the side of the road.
So this was just something that you felt like fuck it, I've done everything else. Why not do a gospel album?
Yeah, I've recorded. I've always been a songwriter. I got a guitar when I was 12 years old. My grandfather bought me, at Western Auto. It's a great place to buy guitars. And, I realized I was never going to shred a guitar. So the songwriting became like a defense, somebody you could bring to a band.
Right.
And so I've always done it. And, but I got this offer from Gaither, because they heard Bill Gaither heard the song On My Way to Heaven, asked me to do a gospel record. So I said, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a great experience. Really. And On My Way to Heaven, in fact, Tanya Tucker heard it, and she called me up out of the blue. I hadn't seen her in like 30 years, and said she wanted to do it. So I said, okay. And then she called me 15 minutes later, and she said, Chris Christopherson wants to do it.
Whoa.
And wow, so and Brandy Carlisle's doing backup singing on it, and and myself, and we're gonna put that out this year as a single.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, Chris is just the greatest.
I love that guy.
I love him.
I'm on the highway, man.
Yeah,
I'm wrong.
yeah, no kidding.
Wow. So you were telling me that you got to Hollywood in the 70s?
Yeah, I went up there. I was born in Houston, and grew up there, and I was in acting class. Mr. Pickett, we always bring him up because so many people actually started working. My brother was, his student as well, and my brother was already out there in California. And he had been nominated for The Last Detail and stuff. And so I realized, hey, you can actually do this stuff, get paid for it. And I went out there at 75 and just driven, and got an agent after about a year.
Wow. Did you have any previous acting experience? Or was it
Yeah, I drummer in college. I wasn't serious about it in high school. I was going to be a veterinarian. That's what I wanted to be.
Really?
But, yeah. I was a vet's assistant up in East Texas. I spent summers up in East Texas, Jacksonville, Frankston. And I worked for a vet when I was 14, 15. And that's what I was going to do until one day we did like a house call out to this guy's farm to castrate his horse. And the farmer didn't want to sit out there in the field and wait for him to wake up from the full anesthetic. So they only gave him half of it, and cinched his legs up like this, And that horse stood up on two legs, and it was just, man, it was horrific. And that kind of, I think that's what changed my mind. Maybe I should be an actor. I don't play a veterinarian.
Horse. Yeah, I'm sure the horse was not enjoying that.
No.
Yeah, that's got to be a bad thing. Also, as a man, like I don't want to do that. I don't.
Yeah.
I didn't do that to my dog.
No.
I don't do that to any of my dogs.
No, you can get that done for free in California.
Right. Even if you're a person. Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah. Very different in the 70s, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you went through like the 70s in Hollywood must have been a weird experience, man.
Oh, it was fantastic. It was amazing. I mean, that whole era of the 70s, you know, which started with Bonnie and Clyde and Easy Rider.
Great films.
Yeah.
Great
But there was
films.
the French New Wave, you know, what they called it, you know, kind of more handheld, grittier. And it was the return of the anti-hero and the rebel hero. And because Hollywood had lost touch with their audience, you know, they were making movies like Toby Tyler and, you know, these loaded musicals. So it became like the inmates had taken over the asylum. There was really new, exciting stuff getting done. You know, Badlands, The Conversation, you know, which led to The Godfather. It's that was, I think, the golden age of filmmaking.
Well, certainly some amazing films came out of that era. It's just seeing Los Angeles today and imagining what it was like in the 70s. It had to be, because I mean, really, movies, if you really think about it, they were only a few decades old back then.
Yeah.
It's a new thing, essentially.
Yeah. They just perfected it. I mean, really, it was only like 10 years into where all the movies were color. They were making black and white movies up to like 63. You know?
Right. Like The Hustler was black and white.
Yeah.
That was 63.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was an exciting time. Like I said, the inmates had taken over the asylum, and it was a feeling like you could do just about anything. And music, too, was really happening in Los Angeles as well. And record deals were getting signed left and right. And there was this, it's kind of turned upside down now because of all that rebellious attitude of the 70s, and it sort of became the establishment, I think.
Yeah. Bizarre, right?
It's really kind of turned up on its ear because it started to kind of really turn politically correct in the 90s. And it became kind of a nobody stays their party after 11 o'clock. No matter
Is that when you went into rehab?
After that, no matter where you're going, you had to you had to pretend you were going to bed.
Oh, look at the time.
Yeah, look at the time. Yeah, I guess everybody had kids too by that point, but then it got to where we are today. That, you're getting warned to keep your mouth shut because of it turned upside down.
Well, it's also one ideology dominates, especially in Hollywood, dominates the entire business. One of the things I said that drove me crazy about Hollywood was there's people that had differing opinions about things, but they would never speak out because it could damage their career.
Right.
And
That's
it really
what's going on
can.
now.
They will fucking blackball you.
They will. I mean, they tried.
What up, Tim? How you
There were
doing?
a couple attempts to cancel me while we were making Reagan. In fact, kind of half-hearted, I guess. But
That's a skill trick. What you do advertising your services as a graphic design aficionado. And something you would point out that most of the people don't think that people have super, super talented. Some are, and some are. And with AI nowadays, and like GIMP, GIMP, you can do all this for free. And so you can also do video editing. You can do voiceovers. You may be like, oh, who wants to use my voice? Someone might say, I want a young master voice for my project, and they like your voice. They're going to give you $5 to be that. And do that. But before you do that shit, the first thing you do is precision. Just for your graphic design. So if you want to do graphic design, whatever it is, you don't have to pigeonhole yourself into a graphic design. Just call it whatever you want to call it. Call it Costco Guys Creative. Whatever. The word creative is really great. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do. Oh yeah, we fucking built the bridge. We're creative. We fucking created an documentary. We're creative. We're whatever the fuck we want to be. So that you're not helped out by our name progression. Okay, so when you're go to ChatGPT, just ask ChatGPT, give me 100 different suggestions that don't exist, and omnicore creating, and tell it con eight, and mind sync unlimited. Give you names like that, and you find something that you like, and then you go to this website called Name Checker, NAME. And then when you type in Name Checker, or propose or username, like whatever it is, let's just call it Costco Guys Creative. And then it will say Costco Guys Creative. Costco Guys Creative is available on Pinterest. It's available on Snapchat. It's available on Google, Gmail. It's available at .com and .net. Is it available on whatever? Maybe it's available on everything. Maybe it's available on 49 out of 50 platforms. But what you want to do is get your business on the top 20 platforms. So what would those be? Gmail is the first one. YouTube, you want to get Instagram, you want to get images, you want to get all that shit. All 20 of them. Then you put all those on Linktree. So when I go to linktree.com/Costco Guys Creative, all your shit's right there. So let's say I don't want to follow you on fucking YouTube because I'm anti YouTube, but I'm barely into fucking well, then I don't like Instagram, but I really like TikTok. I'm really fucking into it. On top of that, it gives you a way to show people all of your content in a professional way, but isn't on your fucking personal shit. It's like, hey, yeah, just look at the stuff that I posted. Oh yeah, don't worry about that. That's with my friends. That's with my family. That was at my birthday. Don't worry about that shit. That's all your personal account. This is all for business. So what do I do? If I were to go to your Instagram, this is what I should see. It should say Costco Guys Creative. I should see at least 9, meaning 3 by 3 images of what you do, and just have it there. It should be video, and it should be really colorful and fun and creative. And you're like, dude, I don't know how to do it. It's fine. All you have to do is go to TikTok or Instagram, and they have the templates. All you do is want to make something that's attractive, so that when you go to a customer customers are going to come to you and they're going to say, look, how much is it for you to design my logo? And also, do you have any logos that you've previously designed? Maybe you do, maybe you don't, you can get some off the back. You go, yeah, sure. Just go to my Instagram, it's at Costco Guys Creative, and you can see some logos that I designed, or you can see some videos that I did. Here's some of my voiceover work, and you get a good idea of my portfolio. And what I do is put together an estimate to what you want it looks like here. You want me to edit your video, you want me to put some music, and you want some video editing, and also you want me to create the Snapchat account. The Snapchat account is going to be $200. The video editing is going to be $200. The other items that I have, the program is $600. And if that sounds good to you, then you send the payment to Fiverr. Fiverr does all this, like Uber. So they pay for it. And then once you deliver it and they're satisfied, you get the money. Excellent. So what you want to do, Fiverr, your higher level technology, service called Upwork. Let's not get there yet. Fiverr's fine right now. Yeah, so it needs to work at one way to work, but you'll have a Facebook account, Instagram account, all this shit for your business, and then somebody Googles your business, and it shows up. You actually populate the different search engines, and then visualize what's for all of the descriptions, you utilize the search engine optimization text that you get from your chat GPT. So what do I do? When it says you have 4,000 words, characters to describe the business, you don't know what the fuck to talk about. So Costco Guys, let's just perfect example. I'll do it right now. This is exactly what you do. But if you're like, what so like it is really I used to do this with people. You have to sign up. You don't have to do that. Here's what you do. Please provide me a 4,000 character description for a meeting business that has hospitalized creative. I give you this description across all social media, Reddit, Imagery, Instagram. Please make sure that it is highlighted with some hashtags that are popular and also keywords. Thank you. Example. So that was Costco Guys Creative. Crafted innovative solution for your brand. Welcome to Costco Guys Creative, where imagination meets execution of the world of digital content creative. Yada fucking yada. Okay? And then you take that, you literally copy it and paste it into these different social media platforms that you create. Then the most appropriate, in my opinion, or one of the most important things to do, a lot of times the social media will be like, you can, like, what is it? Yeah, YouTube. So when you create your YouTube account, it gives you the opportunity to put 10 different links of your social media. So what do? You're going to put Instagram in there, you're going to put Facebook in there, you're going to put in there, you're going to put your you're going to put your imagery in there, your Reddit in there, you're going to put your Snapchat in there, you're going to put your Twitch in there, you're going to put whatever ones you want, all 10 of them. And then these things, these social media, after like 1 or 2 hours of working with them, this looks like a full fucking account. And then what you do, then you go to Instagram, or you Instagram is not the best one, and they have these templates. What you do is you take a song that you like, that's like short enough that it's going to be okay to put on social media. And if you're afraid that like you might get copyright strike, just put something that has an open source of music. What do? Then that thing is the really nice thing to do is take your art and put classical music over it, and just essentially highlight your work social media and you're like, oh, okay, this is the only thing that they have. No, wrong. Here are 10 other social media links. Do you like imagery? There's imagery. Do you like TikTok? Here's TikTok. Do you like Flickr? Here's Flickr. Do you like video? Here's video. You want to be available to as many different platforms as possible. You want the user to feel comfortable. You're going to get a lot of business. I'm telling you, I tell people this strategy all over the world, and it works. It's a winning strategy. It allows people to get off their feet and be able to provide for themselves. Welcome up, Caspian. See how you doing? Well. Did you get everything done that you needed? Yeah, you have a high quality. Okay, the first step is go be a little bit and procrastinate on this shit. Only 45 days go by. Why? Because you never know when Kick is going to put the kibosh on this shit if you're not able to fucking create all these accounts. Okay. After that, we're fine. Okay. To be within whatever that 45 days window would have been. So that probably is going to be something around July. So what you want to do, there's a way to do it. You should also know that if you change your mind, that can fuck with your VPN. So just when you clock things, immediately fix it thereafter. Okay, so what do? You change your clock. No, this is the one that you go to the clock. You change it to July 30th. No, not July 30th. I don't know. When did you download it? Not mid-July. That's good. Okay, so just like, no, it wasn't May or June. That's June. I didn't even know it. June, July. We know it's going to happen. So you change it to July 15th. And then, whenever you want this software, July 15th is a new day. Okay, so what do? You change your clock to July 15th, then you open up the software, you press evaluate, and then you immediately thereafter change the clock back. And you'll be fine. Okay. Did you hear me? Yes? Okay, excellent. Okay. Dog, I want to say this fucking VPN, um, this VPN, Proton Mail, it's fucking amazing. It is better, in my opinion, than the paid software that I was using. That, I'm not saying CyberGhost isn't good. CyberBus is good. Here's all the issues I've ever had. One time, and this could have happened more often, but one time in May, all their services went down for like 8 hours. And that fucked me because it was like, not only did I need, like, I used VPNs, not every computer I had, but I had like VPNs, and then I run it all through another VPN, and when the VPNs don't work, that causes me a lot of issues. And then there, they have a Chrome app. Their Chrome app almost guaranteed crashes once a month. It's almost like just look at this thing. What kind of VPN? Throw that motherfucker on, and it just fucking works. Like, oh, this is how it's supposed to be. Not to say CyberBus isn't working, it does what it needs to do, and it has more features, but of course it's pretty. I'm not sure if you. I'm here. Oh, the other guy? Yeah, could be. Alright, so did you change the clock? There you go. Alright, that program is shit. Now let's think about it for a second. Before you just run into the issue, if you know that you had to have it, click the little button for CyberBus. And it sounds like CyberBus, it doesn't sound like that. CyberBus works really well for you on your computer. Can you just take the one that you had saved and just hit play? Shouldn't it all be saved already? Oh, okay, good. Okay, so then, there are ways to improve it. How? Okay, in my opinion, I think that you've reached the 300 chatters, haven't you? Are you sure? Like you know how you had to have 300 unique chatters? Have you completed that qualification? Is there a once you complete a requirement, is it like a green check next to it? Okay, good. Okay, so travelers, how many people watching your house, right? Dude, very fast. Will you do me a favor when you get a chance and go to Reddit and go to the Kick subreddit? If you like the exact address, I can give it to you because I'm that much of a fan. It's reddit.com/r/KICK. Take your time. I thought this was tight as fuck. No, I can send you a link, but I have to memorize. If I have it memorized, then fucking you have to have it memorized. Yes, I can send you a link, but I don't want you. I want you to find it the way you're supposed to. I'm giving you, you do the math. Don't you love it? I'm like, it's a bitch at it. When are you gonna do this fucking bot? When are you gonna do this fucking bot? Then the second that you're doing the bot, I'm like, God, take a break from that. You gotta see this thing. No, but it's cool. It got over 10 people upvoted in the heck kind of on the side of thing. Now, basically, it's just a. That's like. All right, you ready? All right, let's just take a moment. Let's take a break. Well, because I know you're not doing the recording. If you were doing the recording, I wouldn't even talk to you right now. Because I know that takes a lot of your focus. But if you're just doing it, fuck that. It's really easy. All you do is open a new. Okay, that will take you some time. Go to Google. It's Go. Even better, if it's using a VPN, go to DuckDuckGo because then you don't have to do a fucking capture. If you go to Google with the VPN, you have to do a capture. And their captures suck hot because it's like, dog, I don't know if this is a fucking chimney or a fucking fire hydrant. Thank you. /R. Yes, and then another /. Okay, I see that. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and maybe 5 posts or something. Well, you might want to change filter by date. We go by date. No, I know. I know. Filter by date. Filter by date. It should be like this. New. New. It should be like the third one. But I want you to see, no one tagged me in this. I was just randomly looking at my Reddit feed, and I read this, and it was like about myself. I was really proud of that. No. Yeah. That's really good. Yeah. So no, I did not do that. That was so I was just going through my Reddit like a normal person, and I see this thing about it. Like whenever I see the word rabbi, my eyes are drawn to it like they are my own name. It's part of my name. So if it's Rabbi me or some of the other rabbis, I'm always drawn to it. And I saw the word rabbi, and I thought, oh shit. And then exactly the same thing that you did, I did. I go, oh, did I create this myself? No, this is not mine. But believe it or not, Caspian Sea, less than 24 hours ago, I did do one on my own. That was like, what's the deal with this rabbi guy? He keeps spamming me all the time, yada, yada, yada. That one never got posted. So I don't know if it was just coincidence that somebody else posted this thing, because I've really turned it up to this fucking hot. It spans this wall of text that's like fucking stalking things. Anyway, I was very proud of that, as I feel I should be. Now get back to your box and enjoy yourself. Pardon me? There you go. Can you imagine working for kids, living your life properly? Every once in a while, you have to ban someone, but maybe no more than 2 or 3 people per shift. And then all of a sudden, this fucking rabbi comes into your life, and you're having to ban 100 or 200 per 8 hours shift. It's just the most fucking annoying thing in the world. I love it. I love it. This can be happening. Not the fact that someone has to do extra work, that sucks. But the fact that I impacted a huge organization, that is happening. May I ask you a question? What requirements do you still have to complete to get KCI? Oh no shit. Well, right, we checked on it. Okay. So you just have to have that back on, right? Okay. Well, okay, so what else do you have to do? I know you're gonna have to do like 40 hours of that. That's the big one. That's impossible without a body. Like, even 75 is not. What I'm telling you is that that's why you need a body. You won't get more than 10 people ever watching you ever on camera without bodies. Just have that bitch going. Just create accounts so that when you use your account, you'll have thousands of people.
When they're young, in a way, maybe later they look back and realize that they were that way when they were either gay or from a place of hindsight in a way. But to let someone who under at least 18 really, I mean, even in 18, I didn't. How much do we really know ourselves?
Well, how
back
much
then?
are
And then you
easily
can't go
influenced?
back
Right.
from
And
that.
people are very easily influenced. Very.
Yeah.
And if they're taught by the people around them that they get positive reinforcement if they go in a particular direction, people do that. I mean, how many people in Hollywood have trans kids? And how is that possible?
All of a sudden, there's an epidemic of it.
How is that possible?
Yeah.
How is it possible? Is it just the openness that's always been there? Or is it that this is some sort of a fucking mind virus and these people are being influenced by the positive reaction they get from saying that they're LGBTQ2 plus AI, whatever the fuck it is now? It's like there's a social contagion going on, and there's an aspect of that that's real.
Yeah, these are educated people
Yeah,
we're talking about.
but that's what's nuts, right? But educated people that are not paying attention to this thing called gender dysphoria that has always existed.
How do you think we get back? How do you think we get back to being able to have an exchange of ideas and not just try to put the other one in jail or try to dismiss them from society?
It sounds ridiculous, but I think the only way is to do what we're doing right now and to continue talking about it as reasonable people and have people listen to it, and it shapes people's opinions of things. They go, yeah, they're making sense. It is reasonable. And to pretend that these psychological conditions, there's a psychological condition called autogynephilia, where men get sexually aroused dressing up as women, but they're usually attracted to women.
Yeah.
So now these men are pretending that they're lesbians. So they're calling themselves lesbians. They're getting on lesbian apps, and lesbians are fucked now. Because now there's these men that are pretending to be lesbian that are occupying these lesbian apps.
They've absconded their agenda.
And if you don't want to date them, then you're transphobic and they'll attack you. And this is like, holy shit.
Wow.
These are the people that were perverts in the past. and now all of a sudden they're part of a protected class. It's very strange. It's very strange, and it's not good, and it's not sustainable. And I don't know when people are going to fully recognize the harm that they've done to all these children, that they've had mastectomies and forced these fucking drugs on that kill their body's ability to produce testosterone. And they try to say that they're reversible. There's no fucking reversing damaging someone's puberty. That's not true. If you put puberty blockers in a boy, that is not reversible. It's not true. Not only is it not true, there's a tremendous amount of evidence that shows that there's significant danger to taking those drugs. There's blood clots and strokes and all sorts of other, and then there's the fact that it's not natural. None of it's natural, right? Even injecting them with estrogen, so they can be their true self. If you're your fucking true self, chemicals are not involved. It's not injecting chemicals are not involved in maintaining your true self. It's nonsense.
Yeah.
And it's a crazy sort of a leap, a mental leap that you have to make that.
Well, we've got to get back to it. Like, I mean, looking back at the '60s, and we've always been kind of a nation, at least in this century, of experiments. That go on as a society as a whole. You had the flower children of back then, and that whole counterculture.
Sure, the underground. All that shit.
Yeah. Back then, you knew who the leaders were. It seems to be leaderless today. You had Abby Hoffman. You had the Black Panthers. We had Malcolm X. You knew who Martin Luther King. You had leaders of all these movements that you could have this dialogue with or this debate with. And now it's who are the leaders of Black Lives Matter? Who are the leaders and spokesmen for this whole trans movement that's going on? And some of it is political, but where are the leaders for that?
Well, anymore? I think the leaders are the tech businesses.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. I think the tech businesses have become a de facto form of government.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, that the only motivation of that could be control.
100%.
First to control the bottom line,
yeah.
of the money, but then, the more people that you get have kind of, acquiesced control over the more your bottom line is going to go on, and then it's about power.
Yeah.
And I think we've been shown in this, getting back to what we were talking about before, that really is what is going on, and what was going on in 2020, if you ask me, with the tech.
If you get a chance, you don't have to do it right now. But with whatever throwaway account you have, can you upload that other post? Not now, but whenever you. It's currently number 1 on the Kick Hot list.
Voices on social media. And in fact, one of the things we found out, thank God, we would not have known the extent of the government's meddling into information distribution. We wouldn't have known. They were literally trying to get them to ban legitimate news stories, and they were successful with the Hunter Biden laptop story. Mm-hmm. But other legitimate conservative perspectives and points of view, and people that were legitimate doctors and scientists that had questions about the way we were handling the pandemic.
Which also turns out to be true.
Yeah, which also 100% turned out to be true.
And then when there is no kind of, okay, we were wrong about this, and this, they just kind of dismiss it.
I got in a conversation with a guy who was like, well, what about you?
These are not ideological issues that you're talking about, when it comes to medicine, especially.
Exactly.
Everything gets turned into a political.
That's what's crazy, that vaccines and pharmaceutical drug companies became a democratic, liberal perspective, supporting that. Like these corporations that have the biggest criminal fines in the history of medicine. It's all these companies, these pharmaceutical drug companies, for doing things that were illegal. They were fined billions of dollars. And people still wholesale bought everything they said. And if you disagreed, you were some sort of a fringe conspiracy theorist who was a danger to everyone around you. And
Right. I know a little bit about that. When my twins were overdosed when they were 12 days old with heparin in a hospital. They turned their blood to the consistency of water. And they were off the measurable scale, in fact, for coagulation of their blood for more than 48 hours. And it was the scariest moment of our lives. But really about what I learned about, we did not sue the hospital. It was a human error in that. But it was the drug company also, which was kind of liable in that the 10 milligram unit, the 10 unit bottle that the kids were supposed to get was light blue, and the adult was dark blue, and that was 10,000. So they got 10,000 3 times.
oh my God.
Yeah, it was horrific. But after that, I testified for Congress in the oversight committee there. About what had happened. And as far as the drug companies, it's impossible to sue drug companies. Just about, it's very difficult, or to get them to change anything. They're all located, for the most part, in Illinois, and they have that system wrapped up. But it's, everybody at the FDA, I wouldn't say everybody, but so many people at the FDA in positions that are either former employees of drug companies or future employees of
Future's
drug
more
companies.
likely, right?
Yeah,
because they know that there's a golden basket waiting for them at the end of this journey.
So to get any kind of that's wrong in itself, and to get anything real done is clouded, by self-interest.
Yeah.
So what happened, during COVID was, they still are these boys that are, dropping dead.
Yeah.
At 17 of heart attacks, and it's people don't trust their government anymore.
Well,
That's not the same it was back in the late 70s for that election. People didn't, since Watergate, hadn't trusted their government.
What's
but
bizarre
it's
to
really
me
bizarre now.
is that even with all the evidence of these people dropping dead, the people that are around the people dropping dead are in denial about it. Because they all advocated for a very specific thing, and when that very specific thing may be causing a bunch of deaths, they don't want to take credit for it. They don't want to be in trouble for it. They don't want to be beholden to this idea that they had the pharmaceutical drug companies are telling you the truth, and that this is the only way out of this. And if you didn't do it, we're all going to die. And everybody went into this with this terrible fear. And because they stated that early, now they're committed to it. And they're defending it because it's part of themselves. Their ideas are a part of themselves. And so you're seeing if you look at what insurance companies are dealing with now with excess deaths, that's some of the best data that we have, is excess mortality.
Right.
And the excess mortality is extraordinary. At any other time in history, if there was a thing that was rolled out where all of a sudden everybody's taking it, and all of a sudden you have this amazing increase in excess deaths and cancers that are what they're calling turbo cancer. And if you listen to Peter McCullough, he explains how this could be causing that the mRNA vaccines could be causing these turbo cancers.
Because these actually changes our molecular structure down to the chromosomes in the DNA. It's a man-made thing, which is affecting your body in a bad way.
Yeah, and it's killing people that took it, that were advocating for it, that were tech people. There's tech people that are dropping dead left and right, and they're still on this bandwagon, and they're still letting the CDC say you should vaccinate anyone under 12. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Right.
What are you talking about? This is insane. It was never dangerous for kids. My kids got it. They were over it in a couple of days. It was nothing.
Yeah, I got the vaccine twice. I had to when we were doing Reagan. We were shooting the movie, so it was still at that point, and it was required in order to work.
Did you have any side effects?
No, but I do know, and I actually got COVID when we were
Of
shooting
course.
Reagan.
It
You know,
doesn't
during
stop
the
you from
assassination scene, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, no
we were
way.
working in a basement and we had like 50 extras, you know, and it was just, oh, of course it did. Just about everybody got it. But I had it bad. I was lucky it hit me in the guts instead of the lungs. And I had 104 temperature for a couple of nights. But, you know, I was over it in a couple of weeks. And then, you know, getting the vaccine, I did have kind of a reaction to that, like a little mini version. But I've noticed that when I get a cold now, it's harder to get over. Everything's a little bit harder to get over now.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's just me. If friends, you know, we talk about it, and the same thing is going on. It just, and you know, it coming from China and all that, you know, what could have happened could have been an exchange, a real exchange of how it had really happened, and what the process was of how it happened, to make sure that it doesn't happen again, or during the research of the vaccine to put that out where it could have helped there as well. It just winds up being, you know, everybody lines up on the side of ideology.
Exactly.
I mean, I wonder, you know, if Trump does come into office, are they going to say, "Oh, I won't take Trump's vaccine again"?
Well, that's how it was.
That's
Even
what
Kamala Harris was saying
Yeah,
that.
she was saying, "I'm not going to take his vaccine when it comes
Right.
out." But as soon as they got into office, the very same vaccine, they said, "Yes, we should take our vaccine."
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very bizarre. That's one of the things that's so interesting, because we have more access to information now than we've ever had in all of human history, and yet people are more divided by ideology than they are by facts in any other time in
Yeah.
history.
A lot of it has to do, I think, with cable news too. People have you know, separated themselves. I myself watch all of them. You know, on DirecTV, there's Channel 200 where you got like 6 boxes of it. you can watch all the news, and I flip back and forth, and it's like watching a different story.
Right.
A completely different story.
Yeah.
You know, where you go, and somewhere in the middle there is the real thing.
One of my favorite moments was when Joy Reid was comparing Biden getting COVID to Trump getting shot.
Yeah.
Like, you know, he got over COVID.
Right.
Like,
Overcome.
no, he got over 2024 COVID, which is basically a fucking cough.
Yeah.
And Trump got shot in the fucking head.
Yeah.
It only grazed his ear, but that was just a miraculous turn of the head
Yeah.
at the exact right moment.
Incredible.
Which
No,
is
maybe
another,
shrapnel, actually. Or, you know,
Is that what they
maybe
do?
it kicks up and dust up. I don't know. I'm just starting something new.
well, there's a literal photo of the bullet passing by his head.
Yeah.
You know, so, but there were a lot of people that denied that he even got shot. They were saying,
Actually,
oh,
there's 3 that came very close to him.
yes, there's a second one on the
was
left
a
side of his head.
inch away from that
Yeah.
one, too.
Yeah.
And, man, you know, if his head had blown up there in front of everybody, what would be the situation?
Civil War.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could have very, very well been Civil War.
I'm afraid it could have been.
Yeah, there's
You know,
those Trump people would have fucking loaded up their pickup
do you think
trucks.
they would have done a more thorough investigation now? If he
No,
had,
because listen, this is Lee Harvey Oswald all over again, but less complicated, or actually more complicated, right? Because this is a very young kid. How did they get to him? We don't know anything about him. We don't know why he was willing to do this. We don't know. We also know he's a registered Republican, which is crazy.
well, you know, one could be swayed from that. too.
Sure,
Yeah.
especially at 20.
Yeah.
You know, like who fucking
But it
knows
was
what
dangerous,
happened?
and they're going
Right.
to have to get another Republican in there, just, you know. But yeah, I've been reading this Unspoken. I forgot the author's name, but it was endorsed by RFK Jr. You know, about the assassination of his uncle, President John Kennedy, and he takes every piece of information that is known and puts it in a book and tells a story from it. And it was our government, I think, that killed Kennedy, and you know, through the CIA, you know, the dark forces within our government. And if that can happen, then how about today? How much?
Of course.
Yeah,
Sure.
who's running things? And
Right.
the only thing you can draw is conclusion you can draw is it's got to be something like that. Only I can't understand why the CIA would want us out of Afghanistan that way, or why all the other stuff is going on. But I guess again, that's for control.
Yeah, it's for control, but it's also so multi-layered and so hard to figure out what's going on. I mean, we know that they had MK Ultra in the 1960s. They did mind control experiments on people,
Yeah,
and the idea that they just stopped that is silly.
Yeah.
That's silly.
they were further. That's how we got all those other drugs that
Yeah,
were turned up at parties, right?
well, that's part of it. There's what was that? This guy Norman Ohler. He wrote about drugs during the Third Reich and about how they experimented with LSD on concentration camp prisoners.
Yeah,
And all the stuff they were giving Hitler, like while he was in the middle, and all the stuff they were giving the Nazis. They were giving the Nazis meth.
yeah.
They were all on meth.
It was crystal meth. In
Yeah.
fact, that's what they were so fanatical at going out there, staying up for days. I mean, that was essential to the blitzkrieg. I mean, you
Yes.
can't stop and take a nap over that.
Yeah,
You gotta
3
keep on
days
rolling down
on
the road
meth.
like a truck.
Wild, out of their fucking minds. And he was Norman was explaining that they had different levels of meth that they would give to the people at the front lines. Like the guys
No.
that ran the tanks had the most meth.
Yeah.
Hey, we're so glad that you're here. Welcome. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Do you know who I am? Okay. You don't know who I am? How are you guys? Hey guys, will you upload something for me? Go on Reddit, keep the kid subreddit KICK, and I'm the top. I'm the hot topic right now. Upload the post about it, please. Yeah, it's on Reddit. It's on Reddit. Yeah. You're amazing. Thank you. He should be. He might have gone to the bathroom. You guys know Caspian? Yeah. Beautiful. Okay. Will you change it in there? Okay. No. You don't say that. If you start going around just making up stuff about people, I've been a man. You just don't randomly do that. Okay? No, you're not. You don't know anything about it. Goodbye. I love you too. Take care. Ask me, can you hear me?
That it's to get into there's still some stuff supposedly that's encrypted that they can't touch. Like, the sources over to Europe and or whatever they're saying. And
We don't know.
I don't know what I'm talking about with that because it's only been inferred. But what are they doing? Why are they
Why is it
not?
just inferred?
Why are
Right.
they not still on it like a daily thing with like Nightline daily reports about it?
Why didn't they test his blood?
Yeah.
Why didn't they tell us whether or not he was on any kind of medication?
Like with the ties to Iran or
Right.
to China or to Russia or to
Hey, Caspian.
Venezuela. Like you,
Hey, be careful of Mikhail. It's not Mikhail. It's like Mikhail. Anyway, they said that you were their TV teacher, that you were guys talking to women. Nothing. It's a bullshit. And I'm like, dude, I'm going to ban you if you do that. You cannot just go around saying that someone's a pedo randomly. Like, it's true. I'm like, dude, I would have banned you if you said that. But they left. I did not ban them. But if they say anything else like that, you hear them cover, let me know. Because I don't put up with bullshit. Dude, I know. I'm just saying. Even like, you don't even have to beat them, and people are going to lose that. When I was a kid, I mean, it was not that long ago. Nobody was that fascinated. No one ever. That was a serious thing that you didn't joke about. Like, now today, it's like, it's thrown around. I think two things. The two things that really surprised me were there's so much on the internet are the N-word and the use of fiction cover. Now, I understand it's prevalent, but it's just like used as an insult, and it's a very dangerous insult. Yeah. Anyway, and do I feel people should be able to use it? Yeah. Just because. But it sucks.
Tube that sits on the top of the right hole, and you have to adjust
and
that scope.
it takes a little doing to even attach that, does it
Yes.
not? I mean, some can click in, but I would imagine you really have to.
It's not that complicated.
Yeah,
You can
yeah.
do it, and then you need to go to a range and sight it in. The problem with a scope would be that if things are getting jostled around and knocked around, if you bang the scope on something, it can get moved.
May I ask you a question? Okay, so you're going to do this podcast. Where are you going to get your guests? Okay, well, I mean, you got to be able to multitask that. You can't be so focused on one task that we can't do it. What's the name of your new podcast? You don't think that you could have had the broadcast come out for whatever excuse you give me? Maybe that you can't think of the name of a podcast in Australia? No, not you. Not you. I know you have. So what are you thinking? Let me hear. Okay. No, I don't. I get it. I'm coming after you a bit. I just want to hear what the name of it is. Because I want to either tell you that's the greatest fucking name I've ever heard in my entire life, or that decides to be quiet. What's the thought that you have? Okay, maybe instead of me asking you, let me just, if you want to hear it, what my suggestion is. Well, I understand. These aren't names. These are just kind of like general things that I can just suggest, just to be. If I think you're going to be successful, here's what you have to do. It needs to be either short or abbreviated, that is 2 your mom's house is pretty sure because they also use wide headlines. Their Rogan experience is kind of long, but they still have it. Okay. The other time was not limiting yourself on one subject. So don't call it, if you wish you really would be on the subject, the idea that you have a, you don't need a podcast. News. But then you start, so it's just called Ask One City and Friends News. But then you start getting into things that are, so what I'm saying is like, you can make it focus stuff like that. Works. It needs to be a memorable content. It's difficult to see what things have happened. And I was thinking to myself, actually, right before I went to bed, right? Because it was the last question that I posed to you. What are you going to talk about? The podcast? And you're like, I don't know, think about it. That, and most important thing, the thought, the thought was, if you can't do this one to be something different. This is just an outside the box thought that I thought was really good. Okay, so what? You can take a character of the alphabet, or not necessarily a character of the keyboard. So, if you can do this, I think you can for most and just not either a character of the keyboard or an emoji. So, like, what would your emoji be? You could tell it. But basically, those are the last two ideas. The other idea was whatever the podcast was called, it's really nice. It has a nice abbreviation. Um, and yeah, so if I had to summarize it should, I think, be, for me, that is really important. Open and catchy, and a way to have something that's codependent is to, like, what was I thinking? I don't know. You could call it like the ampersand podcast, or the at symbol podcast, or the hashtag. You would just call it the hashtag. Why this kind of name for a podcast? Because it's broad, and so you could just do anything, even out stuff, but also you can manage that. Anyway, those are just like, those aren't legal. Let me say this: don't use those. Those are very good. But things that are going to end up on, you're going to run into people who have already taken these too. That was the hard part. Is that really? This was a quick time. You got more done today than you got done in the last month. Okay. Yeah, no, you're right. You're done. But I mean, at least when it comes to computer, I'm not being fair. We didn't have a computer for most of this time. Is your bot working? It keeps switching away from you. Oh, hold on. I got a better website. It works every time, and you'll catch it. Just one. I had forgotten. You have, it's been like 50 days or something. Um, okay. So it's like EN, like English EN dot temp, TEMP, m.com. So it's EN dot temp, M is in mail, .com. EN dot temp, M.com. It's fucking amazing. So let me give you the download on it. There's no connection. I've been fucking using this thing for like 30 days now. Makes it so bad. They have a thing on it. It says email online uptime 258 days, which is fucking amazing. They have no idea how important that is for whatever you want to consider someone as who fucking. I don't like to call myself a hacker. It's not like hacking in my case, like getting into a bank and shit. But I guess this is what this could be considered. And with that, if you have an uptime of 258 days, that's fucking phenomenal. And you're a free service. Were you able to pull up the website? No. So here's what you do. Well, I think you know. You can use perhaps the easiest way. It's up to you. You just have to record that. Don't even try to get your own shit. You'll spend more time trying to reprogram it than if you just create an account and do it one time. I was thinking the cabinets just do the first part where you kind of copy and paste it in there. And the reason why I would say no is you have to go back to the email, and the positioning on the email website is different when you get the OTP code. So it's like you have to go back to that website a few times. So the best thing to do is to put that new pn.com where the other email was. Just do it again. This one didn't. This one's. All right. That's good. But literally, all you have to do to appease me and to appease yourself is if you click on Cyberbook, you so you know how to do it.
Actually, a secret dialogue with Khrushchev that was going on that I guess today they would call collusion. I don't know. But they were making great progress.
Well, for Avatar, I know that Mel made that movie, and I told you the one thing that you can do, in my opinion, to prove this, which is very small, which is just to put a ring around it with your shit or your entry, is that aside from that, it's something that I think is so good that you can market it. Well, you might need to tweak it something big and simple and not all of it. But like, it's, whenever I see it, I just stop like, and let me say why. There was a time when I didn't ever know if I'd see him again, and that's basically a lot of times when I see a lot of people working. It's like people come into my fucking life all the time, and we become really close, and then for whatever reason I thought, and you were a person who was like, all right, well, they're gonna have to. If we've been through some experience, we're gonna see that. If we destroy my face, and as do you, but I want you to know I really like it. Not only did you bring joy to my face, but that is I also really like it. So I'll tell Elle next time I see him that I do that. But yeah. Dude, it was so strange when you were doing your thing. He was in here every night, and we used to talk about you a lot. And because he has way to go, and they said, yeah, you haven't seen him yet. But do you know about Bear Scare? Do you know about Bear Scare? You don't know anything about it. So we had a bunch of fucking inside jokes that we'll introduce you to. When you back, yeah, I'll definitely. All right, you okay, this thing. When you left for a second, the fucking avatar came up, and I look at it and I was like, man, that is. It almost makes me want to do my own like that, but mine is special because, to my knowledge, and any other rabbi's knowledge, I'm the first Orthodox Jew to wear their black hat in their identification, which is like the fucking makes me the Rosa Parks of that fucking bitch. And in reality, it does. Like I joke about it, but no, in all reality, it does. Because having a head covering is very important, and particularly to some religious individuals. And it is in the state of California. They just passed it a couple years ago now. That we have anyway. That's the only reason I chose that. I think that it's very special. I like it a lot. Totally. No, everybody thinks that. And I find it. Having a Jew for is amazing. But, and I'm absolutely fine with that. Having a Jew for is amazing. And I've had a Jew for that big before, so it doesn't hurt me at all. But yeah, it's more the symbolic nature that is not here. Or, wait, that's a fucking hat. Who else wears a hat in their ID card? No. So I think that's fucking amazing. Anyway, you go do you, and just know that I really like your avatar. Now let Elle know that. Go get your food, and then I'll get you for fucking comment for all. No, you know. No, you won't be able to do it that quickly. Okay, so you're going to be the food. When you return, though, you do whatever you want to do. It's your life. But just know, if you even do that robot and you don't tell me you're doing it, I won't be able to interrupt you. But also, all you need to do is have like a very consistent 2 minutes of your life where you do everything correctly, and then you're done. And then I don't bitch at you anymore.
Teach at the American University, which was about peace and about this, the Soviet Union and the United States, learning to live together. In fact, the test ban treaty came out of that, which was hardly covered in the news actually back then.
Oh shit! I wanted to say this. I was also thinking about this too. The 5 websites that I gave you yesterday, or whatever. Like, if this were like, I don't know, movie, but like more like a book. Those would be like really 5 really big books of something that you like, almost like, but not. I'm not saying that's what that is. But what I'm saying is this: whatever leader we have in the future, if they don't want to do that stuff, they're my enemy. All right. Meaning that when I can, I know you're going to be concerned. Meaning those that set of documents. If the people who don't want to, like, if you don't want that, then I don't like you. To me, that makes it a key to life. Like it means like it's not like, oh, it's a cartoon. Some people like Bob's Burgers and other people like, the Rick and Morty. It's not like that. This is like, if you're not on board for this shit, then I don't like you. Okay, perfect. Enjoy yourself.
Like pro-war, that survivability after a nuclear attack was a big topic.
Sure, let's talk just Strangelove.
Yeah, like Curtis LeMay, and one of the Joint Chiefs, who was a big admiral during World War II and ran the Pacific Campaign, basically. But he was saying, well, we can survive this. And, 50 million people, yes, will be killed, but we will survive. Survive to what? That was the mentality.
Isn't that crazy?
That's how much they wanted to defeat communism.
Right. And it's literally a comedy in Dr. Strangelove, him explaining that.
Yes.
It's literally a comedy because people are like, what?
Yeah.
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 I encourage anybody to watch
it. Mandrake.
Yeah. It's crazy that we're like, well, we might lose 50 million people. We'll be okay. We'll still have 100.
Yeah.
We might lose a third of the country. Because back then, that was probably the issue, right? It's probably 100.
It was about 150 million back then.
Yeah.
Now a third. Be gone. That's it's Strangelove. It's such a great movie to still watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had the tunnels they had built ahead of time.
Yeah.
And I think it was like 8 females to 1 male.
So we can continue with babies.
So we can repopulate very quickly.
What the fuck? Or how about no war, guys? How about that? Is that possible? Is it possible to just fucking make friends with everybody?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, can't we all get along? It's a big ass world.
Yeah.
Is there a way to do this without killing hundreds of millions of people, you fucking idiots?
Yeah, Rabbi King, he was right. Can't we all just get along? But that's the first thing that comes up in my mind these days.
Yeah. Can't we all just get along?
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that nuts? Rodney King, voice of reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Voice of reason.
And Ronald Reagan.
Well, yeah.
But Ronald Reagan, if you listen to his speeches today, he's incredibly reasonable. I mean, we were told, like, I grew up in a very liberal household, and Reagan was the bad guy. Like, everybody hated Reagan, trickle-down economics, it's bad for the country, it's a bunch of greedy people.
Warmonger.
Let them control the country. You listen to him talk now. One of the great speeches he gave in front of the UN, it really got all the crazy UFO conspiracy theories. Those guys went nuts because he said how quickly we would put aside our differences. We were faced from an alien threat outside this world. It's a great perspective because it's so true.
It's so true. We come together like that.
Yeah. And we should be a community on a planet. And it is possible in an alternative universe with different circumstances that we could have evolved into a community. And it's possible, I think, in the future, if big tech and these ideologies don't get a hold of us, we can communicate as individuals and realize that most of our differences are bullshit. And most of what's going on is the battle of control over resources. And if instead human beings had the ability to communicate with each other and have real, true access to information and know exactly what's going on and be able to relay what their concerns and needs are, most people just want to be happy.
Instead of keeping secrets.
Yes.
You know,
exactly.
it's the keeping a secret, you know, from
Yes.
them. It's us
Yes.
and them. I mean, Kennedy himself he wanted for the Russians the Soviets to join our space program and do a joint venture to send a man to the moon. That's where he'd come to. This was during the test ban treaty, because it was the rocket secrets and all the rest of that stuff. Can you imagine putting their minds and our minds together?
Yeah.
And doing this as a joint venture, there would have to be relinquishing of secrets because it's military. Right. That's why, of course, they wouldn't allow that to happen.
Right.
But once you start doing that and having that shared technology without keeping secrets from each other, that's where people and nations do come together.
Right.
Because we don't mistrust each other because we're armed. We're armed because we mistrust each other.
Right. Right.
And that's what Reagan said to Gorbachev in Vienna, which got the conversation going.
Yeah.
And
well, now there's the same conversations going on right now with AI, because AI weaponry and the ability to have weapons that don't rely at all on human interaction. No people making decisions or pressing buttons, completely powered by AI.
Yeah.
If that happens, this is a very, very dangerous situation.
Again, no
morals, no ethics.
Yeah.
And this mad race is, again, this is the height of tech, right? Because you have tech people that are communicating about things to Congress where the people that are asking the questions really have no understanding of what these guys are doing or what's really possible and what's capable. And there's problems because they lose information, like information gets stolen. And they're dealing with that right now. They think that China has access to the top level AI that we're producing right now.
Right.
There's a real concern about that.
Where do those attacks really come from? Sometimes you're concerned about that. Is it Korea? Is it China? Or whatever?
Right.
Because you can mask all that. But yeah, AI is it does scare me. But then it's called progress, and there is no going back from progress.
No.
We just got to keep up.
Yeah.
We really got to keep up.
How do you keep up with that, though? That's the question.
Everything happened so much faster than they had a kind of a running start with nuclear bombs, and that because it took a while to develop over time. And now things come along so quickly, and the more we know, the more we can know. And it's a scary world.
So is the reluctance that people have to allow the resistance against this Reagan film? Do you think it's just a resistance about conservatism in general, or is it the idea that you're going to change people's perceptions about history? Because there's a lot of people, again, that have this very peripheral, low information view of who Reagan was. And so they want to have this negative spin on Reagan in history because he's a conservative.
I think, Reagan was a great president, and I think it gets perceived and compared to Trump, because there are comparisons to Trump and the things that you get down to policy. There's a really good comparison to Trump, and maybe they see this as influencing an election by that comparison or whatever. But it's a free society here. It's about ideas. We're able to express, and we're able to make up your own mind about it rather than deciding for people what it was. And the Reagan movie it's not about ideology at all. I mean, Reagan was a Democrat. for 40 years until the last 40 years of his life, or 35, he was a Republican. And it's about the Cold War and about his fight against communism. And, we won the Cold War under Reagan. And it was before that, appeasement had been practiced in this country. Jimmy Carter, God bless him, he did really well with the Egyptians and Israel in making peace in the Middle East. It was great about that. He wasn't so great with the Iran hostage thing. You remember the foiled, disastrous rescue attempt. Back then it seemed like everything failed. And but with the Soviets, he'd appeased it, like gave away the B-1 bomber. He gave away a lot of things without getting anything in return from the Soviets as far as reducing the threat of war. And they took that, of course, as weakness and started to really build up their military and their missile strength to an unprecedented level. Americans were, there's a lot about Americans that it's kind of sweet in a way, and the kumbaya thing. Why can't we be friends and just the humanity? But that's the good-hearted, fantastic thing about America. But that's not the way the world works. We're all a product of the way that we grew up. We've basically grown up in this country with relative safety, and we have, this a nation that has had laws that form of law, and you do things the right way and the wrong way, what you consider. But can you imagine what it was like for Saddam to grow up in Iraq, or Xi, or Putin, right? And the way they grew up, that makes them the way they are, and the Russian people are grown up the same way. So you start to get a sense of how the rest of the world doesn't operate on the same rules that we are.
Right.
They actually have a more realistic way of looking at things, the way man has actually been from the tribal stage on. You've got the water, and we want the water. Right? We don't want to share it. We want it ours, right? Because you'll piss in it, and it'll destroy it. So we want it for ourselves. But Reagan came along, and he had the idea to bankrupt them, to spend Star Wars. He came out with Star Wars. He really got that name from the movie, the whole Star Wars thing, which is now Patriot defense over in Israel. It didn't exist at that time. It was decades away from it. But he made the Russians think at least 10% that it might be real. Reagan even offered to share it with them, and in exchange for let's take our missiles down to zero. And I got mad at him in Iceland when I thought he was acting like an old codger, because they came up and said, we're offering you this, half the missiles with this or that. And he said no, because they wanted us to get rid of Star Wars, which didn't exist. And said, well, you have to get rid of Star Wars. And if we'd done that, the Soviets would have just gone on their merry way and been doing what they would have had been doing. But Reagan said no. And the Soviet Union came toppling down, but it was great progress that he made. And it took a Cold Warrior, hard-assed Cold Warrior, to be able to negotiate with them. And that's what we don't have today.
Right. Yeah. Did you, how much research did you have to do on Reagan before you did this film? Did you do a deep dive?
Yeah. Well, for one thing, I lived through it. I remember every single thing, because even back then I was a big news wonk, even though we only had 3 channels, three news channels. And also, when I was offered the part, he was my favorite president. Okay, and I didn't say yes. I didn't say no. He's like Muhammad Ali. He's
known, all over the world. People know what he looks like, sounds like, and the like. And I didn't want to do impersonation like Saturday Night Live, because when I play a real person, I want to play it from their point of view. And sometimes that means warts and all. What are not just like what you did, but what are your insecurities? What do you really care about? How'd you feel when you got jilted? Or whatever that make us up who we are in the end. Yeah, and it took me a long time to say yes, but I got invited to the Reagan Ranch, which was the Western White House back then. And when Reagan died, some friends bought it and left it exactly as it is. He and Nancy's clothes are in the closet.
Whoa.
Yeah. You expect them to come back. They didn't change a thing. And the only guy that was up there was John Bartlett, who was Reagan's Secret Service guy. He rode horses with every day. So we go up 5 miles of the worst road in California, and at the top of the mountain, we come through the gate, and I could feel him. I could just feel him in every square inch of that place, and I could feel he was a humble guy. His library, with every book, he's got a big bookcase, with every book going back to like 9 years old. The French Revue Bell was there, and they had a king size bed, but it was 2 single beds zip tied together.
Huh.
The house is 1,100 square feet, maybe 2 rooms of this, and very simple. And it's the Western White House. All the appliances are GE, because he was a spokesman for GE back then, and he bought that place after he was governor. But either he didn't have much money or he was very cheap. But
Or he wanted to live simple.
yeah, he knew how to live simply. It was this person, and I felt him. And then in the research, he was an actor, and he had we both have sunny dispositions too, I think, naturally. But I don't think, one of the things about Reagan is I don't think he ever got to where he wanted to get as an actor. I think was one of the disappointments for him. And, his career was going towards the end when he married Jane Wyman, who was, who won an Academy Award the next year. And I think his self-esteem was actually pretty low at that point, because he was looking for a purpose in his life that he never found until he got he ran for and was elected vice president of the Screen Actors Guild, and then president of the Screen Actors Guild. And that's not a job that anybody who's an actor you aspire to be, right?
Right.
But it's like when God shuts a door, he opens a window somewhere. And this was his entry into politics. And that's where that road started.
Mm.
And at the time that he was president, the Soviet Union, they found the files after they fell, by the way, in the Soviet Union. They were trying to infiltrate the media, of course, into movies and through the unions for control of that. And that was his in earnest. There were fistfights in union halls over it, but he was involved in, and he did a lot of great. The reason we actors have great health insurance is because of Ronald Reagan.
Really?
Yeah.
No kidding.
It was, in fact, that happened in, I think, 60 or 61, and he wasn't even president of the Screen Actors Guild then. He had been, I think, like 6 years later, his term had run out, but he came back and got that ramped through because that was the right thing to do. That was when he was a Democrat.
Wow.
Yeah. He got us, we have the best health insurance of any union I could think of. And that was because of Ronald Reagan.
That's wild.
Yeah.
The whole film industry is in deep trouble with AI. That's going to be a real problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to decimate jobs.
Or it could be a future source of revenue for my kids and grandkids. And after that, look, they want Dennis Quaid to do a movie. They just
Oh, that's true. That is true. But didn't Bruce Willis sign off on something like that? I think he signed off on allowing them to use it because Bruce obviously has the horrible condition, aphasia.
Yeah.
And he can't act anymore. And I think he signed off on digital rights for something, some limited aspect of that.
Mm-hmm. I was, gosh, what is the name of that? The boy band thing. That's a dirty. It's a documentary about the guy Peterson that started the boy bands. In Sync, and they had a documentary on him.
No, Bruce Willis didn't sell his likeness to a fake company.
That's a deep fake.
Despite initial reports. So what did he do?
They did something like that, but like the company didn't own his likeness or anything. Like he did a commercial or something.
So he only signed off on this one thing. Oh, so they're saying that he signed up.
Well, anyway, this documentary, they take this guy and they take old footage of him and they put other words in his mouth, talking to the camera.
Mm-hmm.
And, and you believe it. I mean, it's seamless.
Right.
You can't. Yeah, it is scary in that way. It's also could be used for great things, as well. We can for computing ability that that would take years and years, to take a couple of minutes. Or if you're making a movie and you can go out in an empty stadium and just create a crowd that doesn't look like cutout pictures.
Yeah,
which is, I think, of course, it takes away extras, ability to earn a living, but it also means that you can make a $4 billion movie instead of a $40 billion movie,
right.
And get smaller movies and more people have access to making movies.
That's true.
So,
that's one way of looking at it.
So it's
also, it might eliminate actors. That's possible too.
Well, that would be such a bad idea. As long as I can play golf and somebody else comes to the set digitally, okay.
Do you think that expressing your conservative viewpoints and doing this film on Reagan, do you think this ultimately has the potential to hurt your career?
I don't care anymore. There was time that I was kind of concerned to kind of like speak my mind or speak up, but in the last couple of years, that I feel it's really important that we do, all of us, speak up. In this election, everybody's going to choose a side, and we have to, in order to have this exchange of.
You work 60% of the time, but you never have to do a tax check. It's perfect. You get that bitch out of the infinite loop, and you're making money. Yeah, no worries. Sometimes it'll say this domain is banned. Sometimes it'll say this email is invalid. Sometimes it gets a really long message. Don't worry about it. Just all you have to do is have it work one time, and then it saves everything, and then you're done. Then it fucking works correctly. I won't fuck with you.
You have no idea. It's something that's circulated in social media. So I really don't know. But that, and I remember when COVID first started, I think it was Politico that I did a phone conversation with, because I was involved with this podcast company that we were promoting, and it just happened to be COVID. And the guy asked me what I thought about the way Trump was handling the COVID, and I said, well, at least he's there every day. He's there every day trying to do something, and I think when it comes to things like this, we need to get behind our president as a whole, to come together to fight this thing, just like just like Franklin Roosevelt getting behind, during World War, at the start of World War II, in order to. Well, anyway, that became that I was a right-wing Trumpster, and that supposedly in danger of getting canceled over that, and then I also gave a speech about Reagan to the group in Florida after we'd made the movie, and I think there were 2 people that were January 6th. People just happened to be there, and by association, that was going to be, my agents called me like freaking out over that. Like it was going to be canceled. It was like being told to, just be quiet and let things go by, and no, I just can't. I'm not a very good rule follower to begin with, It's just it's faults I've had, but
Good for you.
yeah, but
I think that
Just
kind of
not.
makes you a good actor too.
well,
It's a rebellious nature.
well, maybe that's debatable, but it's there's a lot of rebellious people I know are really bad actors, but
Touche. Yeah, there's a lot of that.
well,
Yeah.
I just I don't know. I think we all have kind of an obligation, you want to call it, or a duty, or whatever.
Yeah.
We're citizens of America. We're citizens of the United States. The country is ours. It's the people of the United States who are supposed to run things.
Right.
And so we have to speak out. I hated when actors spoke out about politics. I remember the days like Richard Dreyfuss or, whoever, talk shows, and it always just sounded like so stupid. Because, of course, they didn't know anything. But so what little I know, I do have to speak out about. And I'm sorry, Richard, I first saying that about you. But
He's very vocal now.
yeah, he always has been. But it just, if they have the right to go on TV and talk about how, I've seen several actors go on there and talk about how Biden is. I saw him; he was in great shape. But I have the right to go on and talk about that I'm voting for Trump because people might call him an asshole, but he's my asshole.
Yeah. Well, we don't have the best choices today. And it's interesting that we put so much weight on famous people. We put so much weight on their opinion and perspectives on things. We want a guy like George Clooney to be out there endorsing Kamala Harris and talking about the threat to democracy that is Donald Trump and all that.
Right.
We look
Because he does it so well in the movies. You notice Tom Hanks has been very silent.
Yeah.
And it just, I don't blame him. It's we do. I also think that presidents are a reflection of who we are as a people and what our culture has become. It's you go back, like Reagan reflected his times. He probably couldn't. He probably couldn't get elected today. But, come off like Kemp, they're just kind of solid. But along comes Trump. Trump swears. It's okay. Over time to say shit, fuck this, whatever you want on TV. Before that with cable news, and so now you can say it. But it took somebody like Trump to actually say it.
Yeah, he was really the first one that opened up that door.
Yeah,
remember that speech that he gave about how you deal with China? Say we're going to tax you 20%.
Yeah.
Say, listen, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
And everybody's like,
whoa.
Yeah, I loved it. I was like,
me too. It's like
go.
kind of plain speaking, just like you said it before.
Like an actual human being.
Yeah,
That's how actually human beings talk about something.
respond. Yeah, that's what the emotions it brings up. That,
Yeah.
that's what you feel. I mean, I guess Obama was the first one to really truly use social media, in, in a way because he understood it. And so did Trump. I mean, he was tweeting. It's probably why the polls didn't really reflect what was going on because people were just reading his tweets.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the tweets are so ridiculous. He can't help himself.
Yeah.
He's got to insult people and go after people, and like that's how he made his career. I mean, that was him.
Yeah.
In
Starting
the
with Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah.
I remember in that feud with the guy that was like so ridiculous.
That lady alone.
I do cringe sometimes and stuff, but I know where he is at the bottom of it, that he really does care about the American people and he really loves this country and he's really smart, and he knows how to deal with foreign policy wise, which is a huge thing with the because it has an effect on everything, also our culture, our economy, just the way we feel it.
Yeah,
and I think he's best for that. I just hope I'd like to see focus more on the issues.
Yes,
To be very disciplined about doing that because everybody goes off that, they love that.
Yeah.
Any chance they can make it personal, they love it.
I also think that he gets sucked into some things that I think are traps. I think one of the traps that's been set, at least recently, is the use of computer-generated imagery with Kamala Harris's campaign. I think he got sucked into a trap because he made a post about how the crowds that were at the airport to meet her were fake.
Right.
And that it was CGI.
Right.
And a lot of people thought they were CGI. And there was a lot of people tweeting about it that it was CGI. And I was looking at it, I was like, this is interesting because it's so obvious. Why would they do that? Well, one of the ways they would do that is to put out fake images or put out the idea that they were fake images so that he makes this post. He bites on it.
Yeah.
And then they go, actually, there's video
and then
of
they
it.
can go back
and
really
video
in the crowds and all
there.
that, prove that it was
Exactly.
But so used to like Biden doing a rally and you never see the size of the crowd and you can feel that there's nobody there and there's applause. You hear
also
individual
you can
hands.
hire people to go to those things.
Yeah.
It's not difficult to hire a crowd. You can get a crowd to go to a comedy show if you wanted to.
Yeah.
You can get a crowd to do almost anything. Also.
Okay, so what'd you say? Is that 100% what? Okay. Do yourself a favor before you do it. I know you're going to eat. That's totally cool. Go eat or do whatever, but don't eat a whole hour. Check back in 10 minutes just to make sure it's still working. If it is, then great. Check back in another 10 minutes. If it's still working, then wait the remainder of the hour. Go do whatever the fuck you want. Go visit Paris. Go visit Shanghai. Enjoy it. Just sit in the opera house. Whatever you want. Then that bitch is gone. You just want to make sure at the very beginning. Once it's going consistently at the very beginning, you're basically going through it. Oh wait, take a screenshot of however many colors you have. Okay, so what time? 8:74. Okay. You got it.
Are they saying anything about the gangs?
Are they calling them slumlords now?
Aurora evictions draw attention to owners' neglect at other apartments. Yeah, maybe that's true. But what about the gangs? Yeah, see, that's the problem with Google. There's some stories. Okay, special task force, check that out. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Special task force investigating Venezuelan gangs' alleged ties to Aurora. Aurora City Council officials say that apartment complex on Nome Street is closing due to code violations, but some council members allege there's more to the story. So this is what I've been reading. What I've been reading is that these Venezuelan gangs have occupied this thing. The gang known as Tren de Aragua started out as a prison gang in Venezuela, has expanded throughout the Western Hemisphere. Last month, the Biden administration designated the gang as a transnational criminal organization, accusing it of engaging in human smuggling and trafficking, gender-based violence, money laundering, and illicit drug trafficking. Aurora Police Department, in partnership with the Raven Task Force, has assigned 4 detectives to a special task force that includes additional local, state, and federal partners to investigate the violent crime impacting our migrant community, said Aurora PD spokesperson late Thursday. Yeah.
Well,
they've taken over the
they
apartment
just come over.
complex.
Yeah.
The city is closing their Colfax and Peoria. Interesting.
So they just basically take over an apartment complex, and there's ain't nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Type of situation.
Yeah.
You can go through the courts all you want.
Well, especially if our laws are so lax.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not good. And
No.
if they're all flooding in through the border, and these are the type of people that are flooding, those guys aren't coming over legally. The Venezuelan gang. So that is an effect of what this
Basically, especially Venezuela. They did, that's been going on for a while. People trying to leave the country, and then they empty the jails, like Castro did. Empty the jails and let them come out. Just, the gangs are their political force. At some point they become a political force.
Yeah,
because how many that takes, but that's what they're doing.
Especially when you have things like defunding the police, and this lack of appreciation for law enforcement.
Yeah, no cash bail, justice.
All of it is crazy.
You can beat up cops, and it's okay.
You beat up cops as an illegal immigrant on film, and you just get let out of jail, and the kid's giving the Tupac double fingers to the
Oh, man,
crazy. This is what is the end game of this type of behavior, and how is there no course correction? That's what's scary to people, and what should be scary to people, because this seems like if I wanted to throw the country into complete chaos, that's how I would do it. I'd have gangs come in through the border.
That's why Stalin did it. They were involved in banking. Stalin, in his early in his career, that they robbed banks.
Wow,
that's what they did. They were gang and basically mayhem. They robbed banks to finance the cause.
Crazy. What a weird time.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Dennis, I appreciate you very much. I've always loved your movies. I really enjoyed talking to you.
Yeah, really.
It's a lot of fun.
A couple of conspiracy theorists just getting together, talking it over.
Couple of loons.
Get that adrenaline rush.
When does Reagan come out?
Reagan comes out August the 30th.
All right.
And
I'll be watching.
Quite a few theaters, actually. And I'm very proud of it. I love the movie. And number one, I hope people are entertained. And also, if you were born before 1985, you can go to remember how great this country used to be. And if you're after 1985, you can see it and you can realize how great this country still could be.
All right. Thank you very much, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
What's up, baby?
Joe Rogan.
Good to see you, brother.
Dude, thanks for having me, man.
My pleasure.
It's a fucking pleasure.
How fun was this weekend, man? It was insane.
It was not since Cher was at the Garden has there been so much pandemonium.
Bro, when Brian Holtz was screaming about Billy
Well,
Joel,
we're going right to that because I was like, how long are we going to wait until we talk about Holtzman
he was
isolating the room?
amazing. He was amazing.
He, seeing him at the Comedy Store, which we've seen him many times, and then at the Mothership now, seeing him in an arena like that go full on Holtzman is a real treat.
16,000 people.
Yeah.
He went
He
just
opened
like
with
in the
fuck Billy Joel. Yeah. And then he's like, I don't care if you're famous here. It's your time. Fuck him. Look at it. You play a fucking piano. I mean, yeah, it was wild.
He was amazing.
The surprises on that show. I want to hear from your vantage point real quick. From obviously doing arenas for a while now. A show like that, getting to see you for a moment before you walked out backstage, and you were just like, it was cool to see you looking at it like, what the fuck? This is
I
wild.
was blown away. First of all, I have seen Kill Tony evolve from the very beginning.
Yeah.
So I saw some of the earliest episodes in the belly room.
Or you were telling me Tony came to you and was like, we do my show, I got this new, and you were just like, yeah, fucking all right, I'll be buddy out. And then you have no idea what it was.
No,
Yeah.
when I first did it, I was like, okay, let's have some fun. I think I first did it, he brought up, I might have first did it at the Ice House. They used to do it at the Ice House in the little room.
Yeah.
And so that was probably one of the first ones I did. And I did a bunch in the belly room, and then it moved to the main room, and then it moved to Texas, and everything shut down. They were trying to do it in the main room for a while with no audience.
Yeah.
They did quite a few episodes with zero
Yeah.
audience. It's just a story of persistence and getting.
That's what I keep telling you in comments. The consistency is so overlooked in this business. And Tony just believed in it and also kept finding ways to evolve it. And the more people, you guys coming on, and then like you'd see Saget come on, and like more and more people started to go, oh, something different to fuck around with, right?
Yeah, and he just got better at it too.
Yeah, yeah, that's
you
a good
know,
point.
I mean, he's a wizard at hosting that show.
Yeah.
He's managing all these moving parts. He knows when to bring people in and when to, he knows like how to work the panel, and
Yeah.
he knows how to like let you go, let somebody else go. He's like, it's a dance, man.
Yeah.
And the dude is the best at it. He's the fucking best at it. So for me, walking out there and seeing that crowd, I was like, this is insane. And to see the Black Keys on stage, I'm like, this is insane. Jelly Roll singing New York.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is happening, man?
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Yeah. The pops that everybody got, like all the surprises.
Oh
were
my
so
God, when
cool.
Joey Diaz went on stage, it was the loudest I've ever heard an audience cheer for any human being ever in my life.
I thought he was going to be so, taken aback by the roar that he was legit going to run for president. because he came out, he was like, "You cocksuckers back here! I came to the circus." By the way, he came in so hot and rode that high and got in like 3 or 4 bangers.
Yeah.
And I saw Tony at the airport last night. He was like, I didn't even hear what he said. And I go, dude, he said something about like, I played there, I was on Quaaludes, they put me in a handicap section, and then I fucking came to the circus. It was a different circus, but there was no net. The clowns fell. They just fucking swept them out of the way.
Bro, he went off.
That was
He
awesome.
went
Man.
off. It was classic.
And you've
Joey
never
Diaz.
seen me do Dr. Phil probably live, right?
No, I don't think I have.
How was that?
I think I might have saw it once at the Mothership. How many did you do
I've
at the
done 2.
Mothership?
I've only been on Kill Tony twice, and then I did 2 Phil shows on a Sunday there, but you were not.
That's right. Okay, that's
Yeah.
right. No, so that was the first time I ever saw you do it on stage.
Yeah.
And I know Dr. Phil. No,
I
I
know.
know. He's been on the podcast
Yes,
a bunch of
I
times.
know.
Good friends with his son.
Yeah.
So, so
what is that like then?
You nailed it.
Thanks, man.
It's got to be weird for him. It's got to be
Yeah.
weird for him. This guy is doing a comedic version of him, and it's like the
Totally.
most popular guest on Kill
What
Tony.
the fuck, dude? Of all the, I mean, dude,
It's a great guest, dude. It's
Yeah,
a great
man.
guest. And the fucking, and that's not the best image, because there you can kind of see that he got that thing on your
yeah, the
head.
bulk, yeah.
But you can't tell
That's a
while
good
you're
one,
on
yeah.
stage. It's fucking incredible.
That's wild, right?
It's so funny, dude. You have that character. That character is like,
What's it all? It's still got the abrasiveness of like talk show Phil, right? Like busting chops. Like that's why it makes sense when I'm doing these roast jokes.
right.
So that you're like, yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't seem. Because even for me, I haven't watched like a whole season of Phil episodes. Just during COVID, my wife and I were just stoned and drunk and watching bullshit, and then we'd see these Phil reruns, and I would just
And I was
laugh
just
because
laughing.
these kids would come on and they're like,
My mom tried to
damn, man, I can't smoke weed. He's like, well, maybe you should shut your fucking little twat mouth. Like, he wouldn't say it, but he was just, in a version, he was just like, well, maybe you need to look in the mirror and see that you aren't exactly perfect. And he just was real abrasive in a funny way. And it was it's a funny type of character to do this with, because everyone has some idea of who Phil is, but he's not so known that you're like, this wouldn't, like, how do I know this isn't who he is, right?
Right.
And making him, I'm not defaming him either. I'm not there saying silly shit that's like racist or whatever. It's all good.
It's very fun.
And I think he picks up on that.
Oh, he's a great guy. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he's flattered.
Well, his publicists are trying to get him to come on my show, and which would break the internet, because what I want to do at the store or wherever, because now we're doing these theater. I'm doing the Beacon in November, and the Philly, the Miller Theater in Philly in October. It's got done the Gramercy, yeah. But all these Phil theater tours is what we're doing now, like theater shows.
Wow.
We're gonna do the ACL Live here next year, and Majestic, and Celebrity Theater in Arizona.
Pay him?
No. I mean, fucking. Where's my Phil? Are you still cool with this cam right here? Hey, Doc. But so when he comes on, I'm like, dude, it'll break the internet because there's the whole intro video, and then please go for Dr. Phil. And so I'm thinking, instead of me coming out, he walks out, and people just go nuts. And then maybe after 20, 30 seconds, I come out, shake hands.
Well, it's also it's an opportunity for him to shit on you for having the biggest thing in your career, imitating him.
Yeah. Well, that's what he said when he gave me Guest of the Year last year. You finally figure out a way to be famous, pretending to be someone other than yourself. Yeah. And you know what, though? Isn't it, though, a great, like, as much as it, like, is so fun, and I want to say this with Tony, too, his openness to go, I am always expanding, not only I want to be involved in expanding comedy, but the Kill Tony show. For me to go, Tony, I think Phil and Kill Tony would be fun. He's an advice guy. You're giving advice to comics, but for Tony to be like, fuck yeah, let's add more characters.
Oh yeah,
is really awesome.
No, Tony takes a lot of risks, and he likes to fly off the seat of his pants. He likes a little bit of chaos on the show. Like twice, I showed up with people, and I just brought them on stage. One time was Post Malone, and the other time was Tucker Carlson.
Oh, I saw that. Wait, that was impromptu?
Totally impromptu. They had no idea they were going to do it until they did it. When I got there with Post, I was like, you got to come to the club. Let's go hang out. We were having just a great time. I fucking love that guy.
Yeah,
he's such a nice guy.
Yeah, he really is.
He's so nice to everybody.
Yeah.
He's nice to everybody at the bar, downstairs, all the staff.
Yep.
He's just so normal, man. He just hangs with you. He can just hang with you. And so anyway, we were just hanging out. So, we're like, let's go to the club. And so we get to the club, and Tony was there. I think we went to dinner. Did we go to dinner? Yeah, we went to dinner. And then after dinner, go to Eddie V's?
Yes.
Eddie V's is the shit. So we leave there, and I go, let's go check out the club. And it was Kill Tony. I go, you got to see the show that they're doing. It's called Kill Tony. It's crazy.
Oh, wow. So you're introing to the show.
No idea. He has no idea what's going on. He has no idea I'm roping him into this. So I don't even have an idea. But Tony sends me this text, come on stage. And I was like, all right, dude. Okay. I go, come on, man. We're going to go on stage. He's like, fuck yeah, really? I go, yeah, come on, let's go on stage. And he just went with it. 100% went with it. Sat down, had a great fucking time, had some funny lines. David Lucas he looked like an unemployed crocodile hunter.
Oh my God. Oh my God, dude! Some of David's lines are so spot on. The joke is just as good as like what did Jeff Ross called David Tell when he came out on night 2 at the Garden? He goes, "You look like you won you managed a circus in Bosnia or something." Yeah.
Lucas said that I looked like because I was wearing that crazy fur coat and the glasses. He goes, "You look like my 11th grade teacher that you catch outside of school."
Dude, I caught Dave once. I go, all right, Hootie and the Bloated Fish. Or, yeah, dude. Dave, that's another part of the show, too, where it's like there's now been so many established parts that people look forward to, which makes an arena show so exciting for the fans because they're like, wow, I'm going to see surprises and bucket pulls. You have so many moments that are spontaneous, right?
Yeah,
and
David saying those things was spontaneous in front of 16,000 people and crush it.
Yeah.
He's the best at that. Him and Tony back and forth. I told him they should do a podcast with just David Lucas and Tony talking shit to each other. Because there's compilations on the internet. They're like a fucking hour long of just David and Tony just shitting and laughing while they're shitting at each other.
Oh, yeah.
It's the best lighthearted shitting on people I've ever seen from two wizards at it. Like
Totally.
they're casting spells at
Yeah.
it.
And fearless, but an underlying respect to where, and that's what's really
Friendship.
cool. Yeah, so that there's no personal offense ever taken.
No. They love each other.
Had you ever seen? You watched, I'm sure, some clips of Shane and I before, like after we did that show at the
Yes,
mothership.
I saw a lot of clips from that show. Oh my god, that show is like, what is the number up to now? That
Like
episode.
16 million, dude.
That's so
Isn't that
crazy.
fucking nuts? Dude, we were in, it was a Friday, and Tony calls me. I was doing Kill Tony, but he goes, change of plans, need you to come Sunday. Bring your makeup gal, Shane, sticking around doing Trump. And I go, holy shit. So in my head, I'm like, this will be fun. You never still know how anything's going to be received, right? But I'm just like, I don't know, man. Shane's as popular and fucking likable and funny as it gets. And he has only done Trump on his sketch show and on SNL. And I feel like I'll be able to figure out a Biden to whatever. But I know that Shane's down to play. So I knew that it was going to be like, we're in the back, we're in the makeup chairs, and I'm shuffling around. And Shane's like, what are you doing for the face? And I'm like, I kind of got to get the, the half smile going and like that. And then I was shuffling around and I did the face a few times. He started laughing. And then at one point I just look in the mirror and he's just going, and doing his face. And we locked eyes and we started laughing. I go, what the fuck are we doing, dude? And then
He's the best Trump of all time.
yeah.
His Trump is impossible.
Bro, he was so in the pocket. And which is why we like made each other break a few times when we did it at the mothership, because it was like, I can't believe we're doing this for 2 hours. Yeah, dude.
It's
But to
incredible.
run it back in the garden was like, I think the move too.
Oh yeah. It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was amazing. The whole thing was amazing.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Do you love?
It's just, to me, it just seems surreal.
I know.
Like just standing there, taking it all in. It's like, what is going on?
And how many people want to come in to fuck with, for Joey to come in, for Harlan to come in? Like Schultz flew in, I think, from vacay just to like be there for that.
No, he was supposed to be. Yeah, he definitely flew in, but he was supposed to be at the beginning. But there was a bunch of flights that got delayed. He still made it.
But still, what a cool pop! And coming out mid-show,
Incredible. It was just so fun, man. Just so ultimately fun. Just really just a great celebration. A celebration of the success of the show and of comedy. Just fun, raw comedy.
really good. Do you after all years of doing this, do things like that? I don't know, like mean a little more to like be able to see that, like something like that live, or is it like, does it give you I don't know, a little more juice for just comedy in general to know that like we're in a cool time where shit like that is possible and happening? I guess
We're in an amazing time. It's an amazing time for stand-up. If you're funny and you're trying to have fun and just go out there and be silly, people are looking for that right now, man. And they're looking for something that rebels against this mind virus that's telling you how to think and behave. We don't like it. Like, shut the fuck up. You're not compassionate and also controlling. That's not possible.
Yeah.
This fucking scolding, shrill fucking stupidity that you hear from people telling you how you have to think and behave. That these things are not up for debate. These are like existential threats to humanity and civilization aren't up for debate. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I'm getting more and more just cognitive of like it's just jokes. Like I get more and more bummed that people get really offended by certain things.
You just gotta stop paying attention. The key is like,
it's just jokes. It's jokes. Like no one's really, especially at our level, like people making those jokes. It's like because it sounded funny and it like was, I don't know. To each his own, and everything's subjective. But
yeah, but this is what's going on, dude. There's always going to be people that wouldn't enjoy it, but they get to see it now.
Yeah.
Whereas before, people just found out what you did. You went to a club. If you liked the guy, you saw the guy on TV, went to go see him live, and that was it. Yeah. Now you're getting exposed to people that would never go see you live.
Oh, Brian,
They just want to talk so much shit.
Yeah.
But that is just because you're getting exposed to more people. So there's pros and cons. The pros is the show gets 16 million views. That's insane. Like, what does an average Jimmy Fallon show get? Let's find out what that is. Like, what's the amount?
Maybe the Mills, probably.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't even know. But he's probably the most popular of the late night guys, right?
Yeah.
So what does he get? I think Jimmy Kimmel quit, right? Did he quit?
No, he's still going.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought he was gonna quit. Is he gonna quit?
I just saw Jeff Goldblum posting there, and I think he's on vacation, maybe.
I would get to a point where I'd be like, when
Did you ever get asked to do that?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
You
no,
doing a song with somebody?
the whole reason why I started a podcast is no one would ever give me money for a radio show. Not even a radio show.
Oh wow.
Like I was thinking about that. I was like, I remember when Opie and Anthony they got taken off the air because they brought on a homeless guy who said some wild shit about Condoleezza Rice, like wanting to rape her or something fucking awful.
I like that this guy was
no
like
idea.
at least in the know enough to know who was like
Yeah, but he was
in the
just a
government.
crazy homeless guy.
Right.
And Opie and Anthony was a wild show. I mean, those motherfuckers, especially when they got down with XM, they could say whatever the fuck they wanted. Oh my
But they're definitely
God,
at the kind of the
crazy.
precipice of things kind of getting a little edgier,
Yeah,
radio wise.
So an average gets 1,720,000 views. That's for Jimmy Kimmel. Is it the
Oh,
so
Fallon's
he's number 1.
1.5.
Oh, okay. Fallon is 1.4. Oh,
Colbert's in the lead.
Colbert is in the lead with 2.5 million. So out of those people, how many of them are tuning in because it's just on TV?
Sure.
There's a thing that people do. It's 11 o'clock. What's on? You know, especially boomers. They're locked in. That's what they've done their whole fucking life.
Yeah.
See what's on TV.
Yeah.
Oh, at 8 o'clock, Colbert's on.
Yeah, dude,
And they
sounds
just watch a
special.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the same people that believe the news. Which is ironic. Did you see what happened with Colbert's audience?
No.
So Caitlin Collins from CNN is on, and see if I retweeted it. It's fucking hilarious.
Hold on. It was 874. Why isn't it faster? Why isn't it faster? Yeah, you gotta do the VPN. How many was it? 8 to 30 minutes. If you just leave that bitch on for 24 hours, that's 300. That's a lot. Now, in my opinion, you can fix it. I know you always have one thing at a time. I get it. But you're going to be sitting there. You're going to look at how much everything to do right now. So, how could I improve it? The way that you improve it is there are a few ways. Basically, you know where. Don't speed it up. Don't speed it up. Just leave it. Forget everything you said. Here's why. If you speed it up, you may fuck it up with your VPN not connecting or the hiding system. Don't speed it up. Just leave it going. 8 per hour is fine. Or 16 an hour is fine. Especially with a VPN. And it's spamming your chat. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah, you do stuff. Go look. Yeah, go check out your account. Sure thing.
views, which are controversial and in many ways, yeah, but all, well, not to, you're a Republican, so, but let's say that you do decide in this way, right? And your ideas resonate so much. On the other hand, you know, we saw Newt Gingrich apologizing for his marriages and divorces. You've had 3 marriages, 2 sort of uncomfortable divorces. Do you think that
We're very comfortable.
you want me to, do you think
Getting laughs right away.
that would bother anybody?
I think the country is doing so badly, they want somebody that's going to help it. I think the country has never been in a position like it is right now. It's being ripped off by every nation, every intelligent nation in the world, whether it's China. They're taking our jobs, they're making all our product, and then they loan us back the money we pay them interest. Whether it's OPEC, that's crazy. Which I think is much to feel that right now. How about the Arab League? They say, we want you to go in and attack Libya. These are the wealthiest countries in the world. Why are they paying us?
Okay, so then they changed their mind. But you didn't answer my
I did answer your question. I really think people, I think maybe 10 years ago it would have mattered, 5 years ago. The fact is, I think people want somebody now that's going to protect them and protect this country, because we're not going to be a great country for long if we keep going the way we're going right now.
The audience cheers.
Yeah.
When we have France leading the charge, okay? France. This is our new leader. By the way, they led for about 2 hours. After that, nobody's seen him. I don't know if you know that.
Just ask a follow-up question. Let me just ask a follow-up question to that. Let's say you run. You did a lot of thought for this. Who would you like as your vice president? Possibly Sarah Palin?
Well, I think it's far too early even to discuss that. I'm going to make a decision sometime prior to June. I'm thinking about it very strongly. I think I do a really good job. I think I protect this country like it's not being protected. No, it's funny. So many of the things I say, now politicians are saying, hey, that's right. Why aren't they paying us? If you look at North Korea, South Korea, we're protecting South Korea. They're making a fortune. Let's call it hundreds of billions of dollars of profit on us. We have 25,000 soldiers over there protecting them. They don't pay us. Why are they paying us?
Treating this like a business.
No. A business with heart. Believe me, there's a lot of heart. It's a business, but it's also a business with heart. We will destroy this country. It won't be a war. If the economics of this country keep going the way they're going, we're not going to have
But you're kind of a social liberal, Donald. You know, you're a social liberal. Could you actually get the base to vote for you in the primary?
Well, every poll is saying that I'm the one that does the best. You know, they're doing polls.
We actually have the Ohio approval rating of Mitt Romney 1020, John Boehner.
So let's just pause and think.
He's very poised. He's listening. He's like,
Yeah. The 180.
Yeah.
That the media's taken on him since he decided to be president. Yeah. When you see the machine go after a guy, we've never seen the machine go after someone as bold-faced. You know, the prosecutions, Russiagate stuff on television every night, all of it. And then to see just a few years ago, they loved it. You know, he was like he was a Democrat, I think, until like 2000 and something.
Oh, yeah.
2008, maybe.
Yeah.
Something crazy like that.
Clinton, I think they were all pals, right? There's pictures of them at Dave and Buster's and shit. Just
I think he said that he had to pay them to come to a wedding. Like they have a price if you pay them to come to a wedding.
Pay to play as a spectator.
It's like accusation. It's a Trump accusation. See, the thing about it's like apparently he said that he was in a helicopter with Willie Brown, but it wasn't Willie Brown. It was Joe Brown. It was Dickie Brown. And so now Willie Brown is saying that's not true. You know, it's just Donald Trump says his money drew Hillary Clinton to his wedding. She had no choice because I gave it to a foundation. Is that what I just said? Is that true? Yeah, the Brown thing. Yeah, I think that was like a mistake he made. The people are like, he's old, she's young. Like, you fucking seeing her mistakes? This is crazy. The gaslighting is nuts. It's the same gaslighting they did to turn Trump into a monster. Now they're doing that same gaslighting to turn her into our future, our hope.
Yeah.
And it's working. It's crazy to watch. It's crazy to watch.
Is it crazy to like? I mean, I don't know. Do you think it's only going to get like 20 years from now? Because the upswing, I guess, of just all social media and media in general, and then also you're taking the people that are involved. Like it's the perfect mesh of crazy and crazier, right?
So this says former Trump executive disputes his claim that Willie Brown was on board, right? This woman said, Barbara Rez, the Trump organization's former executive vice president of construction and development, said former state senator Nate Holden was on the plane, not Brown. Is that the same exact helicopter thing? So it was a helicopter crash, is that what it was? So no Brown was on it, not Willie or Joe?
He's been on tons of helicopters.
It's all the, what she was saying? She was saying, like, he doesn't have an attack strategy. I don't think, this is what I was trying to say when everybody got mad at me. So what I liked about JFK Jr., or RFK Jr., excuse me. Robert F. Kennedy is a guy who just goes after issues, goes after action. He talks about things. This Trump has, like, always in the past, like, attacked. He's like attack people. And it's just, in this case, I feel like, I don't know if what they're doing right now, the way they're elevating, I don't know if she's ever going to debate him.
They locked one in, I think, September 10th.
What is that going to be like when she's off grid, off paper?
I don't know.
Off script.
Wild.
Just completely able to say whatever she wants to say. And if we get one of those,
you kind of got to match Trump a little bit with his, fearless, like, nobody has risen to the level of his, I'm just going to kind of interrupt and combat everything you say. Like, I feel like you have to go toe to toe and be in the ring. You can't be there and kind of just.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. But I do have to say that one speech that she gave right after they decided that she was going to be the nominee, that one speech where she said, if you're going to say something, why don't you say it to my face? It was great timing.
It was middle school recess shit.
It wasn't just that, man. The way that she delivered it was, like, very clear. It was prepared, right? And so that means, like, she's coachable, which is very important if you want to be a president.
Right.
You got to be coachable.
Yeah.
So she figured out how to deliver a banger of a speech, right? Like, play that, because it's pretty powerful.
Yeah, I think she'll have something to say back to him.
But this is the thing. That's a speech.
Yeah.
But when you go toe to toe, when you're just talking off the top of your head, that's where she has some issues.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think people lock up when they know that everybody is criticizing every word they're saying. And you're applying for a job as essentially the mom of the world. Or the dad of the world, if he wins. That's what you are. You're the fucking dad of the free world, right?
Or if she just does a Biden impression, goes, you're a sucker. You're a sucker. Just throws it right back at him.
There's so many people watching you. Your brain just freezes up with anxiety. But listen to this. This is amazing. This is really.
Here's the funny thing about that. So he won debate, but he and his running mate sure seem to have a lot to say about me. And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird? Well, Donald. I do hope you'll reconsider to meet me on the debate stage. Because as the saying goes, if you've got something to say,
Dang it.
They knew it was coming.
Oh, she nailed it.
Yeah, she nailed
She nailed that.
How did you think
that alone can get you the president. This is we're in idiocracy. That alone, like that is
a couple banger sound bites, right?
You can't say that's not outstanding. She just crushed it. She crushed it.
Yeah.
She had the big moment.
Well, I'm tuning in. This is the pay-per-view now.
She had the big moment and she crushed it.
Yeah.
And she did it without any ums or stammers, no fucking missed words. She had a smile. The laugh made sense. It made sense there.
Yeah.
For the first
It was
time.
in context.
When she laughs, like sometimes she laughs like out of nerves, it seems like. Just try to get everybody to feel lighter about the situation.
Yeah.
But that wasn't that one. That was like a genuine smile and a laugh. crushed it.
Yeah.
That's a problem. That's a problem. And I don't think they thought she was going to be able to do that.
Uh-huh.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
You can fucking coach somebody, bro. It ain't hard. I mean, maybe she just
Who
practiced.
are these coaches? There's public speakers and
Oh,
stuff?
yeah, public speaking coaches. Yeah, there's political speech analysts. There's people that
Imagine if there's
teach
comedians.
people how to
David
teach.
Lucas gets hired to give her like some one-liners.
Listen.
I mean, there's a crazy world where there's shit like that, where there's somebody goes, you need a couple zingers in your back pocket. I don't know.
100%.
Because if that's not your world and your brain doesn't operate like that, Trump's does. Trump is looking at like, to make a little put down or he's just quick in that way.
Listen,
So
he is quick in that way. Also, it would behoove him to hire a few great comics to just tour with him and just write one-liners about all these different fucking people.
I mean,
if he can remember them, I know he likes to go off his own head.
Sure.
If he can remember a few Hinchcliffe bangers, if he hires Hinchcliffe to take him on the road. You know how fucking insane that would be?
yeah, dude.
Hinchcliffe writing bangers for Trump to shit on people.
Comedy cures, and it also is like sometimes what kind of just pushes things over the top.
The thing you're getting from him is no one's coaching him, right? He's going off the cuff.
Yeah.
Nobody gets to tell him what to do.
Mm-hmm.
When he goes out there and he tells you about it, it's like he just off the cuff, and that's why it gets sideways sometimes.
Yeah.
It gets a little fumbly sometimes.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that what she did was like a pro. She did that like a pro.
Yeah.
That's where it gets dangerous. Because
you don't think that was calculated? You think that was off the cuff, like just responding to what was? Yeah.
No, that was a 100% planned out thing.
Yeah.
100% and well executed.
Yeah.
Like she fucking nailed it.
Yeah.
The problem is that's what we're looking for. It's not even necessarily who has the best policies for the country. It's not necessarily who's going to make real reform, who's really going to change things and make it better for everybody, versus who looks like the kind of person who should be president, who's talking like a leader, who's got the whole lot of, say it to my face, and the whole
that becomes a catchphrase.
That's a mic drop.
Yeah, you're going around to every country. I mean, there's going to be those T-shirts. That's your I Carumba if you're Barb Simpson.
Well, that's a bit of a problem is that she does repeat the same speeches over and over and over again in these speeches. So they have all these compilations of her saying things in the exact same order.
You got to mix it up.
But this is the thing that they like about Trump is that he does not do that. When Trump goes up there, he is more than capable of talking for an hour and a half straight, be entertaining. He cracks on things. He says funny things. Like he was joking around about Biden wandering around, not knowing where he is. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
He was like he was a comic. He was killing it. And I guarantee you, he probably had an idea in his head that he's going to shit on Biden. He probably, had an idea how he's going to do it. But that's like just being a free baller.
Yeah.
You're up there free balling. He's the only one that can do that.
People do respond to that too.
Yes.
Everybody does, like you said, want to look at somebody and go, oh, they represent us well. The same way, like if you have a agent or manager, right? You want them, if they're out in public, you go, oh, are they an extension of being a certain way? So you want to see the best out of it? Yeah. Clinton, when he was running for president the first time. Bro, let me tell you something, dude. He's the fucking Michael Jordan of those motherfuckers. I can't argue with that.
Dude. Old school titty grabber.
Like on Tits Bazoombas.
He was an animal. And
play the sax
and
on
this
Arsenio.
Guy smooth talked better than, and he was like, that's the president.
Yeah.
You hear him talk, like, that's our guy.
Exactly right.
Listen to this motherfucker talk. Oh, let me just get a speech when he was. This is when he's the president.
We've never seen that.
He's the president. He's playing sax. So give me a little bit of that. Let me hear it. Slinging dick before the internet,
I mean,
son.
up until this point, we'd seen footage of like Nixon playing Bill Fish. There was no cool president doing.
No, he was the coolest ever.
You know people who lost their job, lost their home. Well, I've been governor of a small state for 12 years. I'll tell you how it's affected me. Every year, Congress and the president sign laws that make us do more things and gives us less money to do it with. I see people in my state, middle class people, their taxes have gone up in Washington and their services have gone down, while the wealthy have gotten tax cuts. I have seen what's happened in this last 4 years. But in my state,
When people lose their jobs, there's a good chance I'll know about their names. When a factory closes, I know the people who ran it. When the businesses go bankrupt, I know them. And I've been out here for 13 months, meeting in meetings just like this ever since October, with people like you all over America. People that have lost their jobs, lost their livelihood, lost their health insurance. What I want you to understand is the national debt is not the only cause of that. It is because America has not invested in its people. It is because we have not grown. It is because we've had 12 years of trickle-down economics. We've gone from first to 12th in the world in wages. We've had 4 years where we produced no private sector jobs. Most people are working harder for less money than they were making 10 years ago. It is because we are in the grip of a failed economic theory. And this decision you're about to make better be about what kind of economic theory you want. Not just people saying, I want to go fix it, but what are we going to do? What I think we have to do is invest in American jobs, American education, control American healthcare costs, and bring the American people together.
Okay, stop. If that guy runs right now, you win. That guy runs right now. He fucking blows everybody out of the water.
Easy listening to this.
Democrats come home with like.
I love it. You know, yeah. You know who I am? Oh, hey, how you doing, big dog? Dude, I remember all about you. You're on my podcast. I sent you the link. You're on Spotify. You're episode number 15. How you living, baby? Okay, so you're at Dave Matthews right now? That's fucking amazing, man. Dude, Dave Matthews is, like, in my opinion, the best concert. Look. I'm true. You're good. Okay. Dude. Dude, will you? Excellent. All right. You got to do me a favor. You got to go to the. I'm watching. You got to go to the show. And amazing, even better. Eat an edible, at least one, and smoke a lot of weed. That's all I want you to do. There you go. So, that's probably what's up. Hey, do you know what Reddit is? Okay, somebody just posted about me on Reddit. They posted, you know how I have a robot that spams kick? Okay, so what they posted earlier today was, does anyone know what the deal is with that Rabbi guy that spams chats? And someone assumed I'd watch a guy who goes by Rabbi who's spamming the chat with paragraphs of junk about his YouTube channel. He gets banned by mods and then comes back later with another odd account and does it again and again and again. People say he does this all day, every day. I eventually found his channel and no one was watching, even though the spam says he's viral and this had record-breaking that. Does anyone know what this is about? I've been saying it for months, and it still keeps happening. Why does he do it if not getting people to watch? Why hasn't anyone found a way to stop it? So I put a really nice description of what I do. Exactly. But word dog. We're done. What's your favorite Dave Matthews Band song? Excellent. Very good. Yeah. Done. I love Dave Matthews. And that's phenomenal. But Dave Matthews is above, in my opinion, is the best live band. I don't know, the Rolling Stones are really good too. But Word, that's fucking amazing. Do you know what the best? Do you know what the best Dave Matthews Band live CD is? It's the best Dave Matthews Band ever. It's live at Luther College. And the close second is live at Central Park. And third is live at Red Rocks. Do you know where that is? I could definitely see that. $300 a month? Dude, how the fuck can you beat that? Dude. You're gonna sell so much shit. I bet you. Well, do you want to go to this thing? You want to go? You want to go to make money or to have fun? Excellent. All right. So let's talk about it. How could you do it? You're going to be selling your T-shirts, right? And pants. Okay. Are you going to be live streaming that? Oh, okay. $200 is $200, baby. Okay. All right. Well then, you sold $200 worth of shirts and pants and stuff. That's amazing. That's amazing. You've got like the most economical place in the world to live, and you're going to get your streaming set up, and you're going to go to 3 days of Dave Matthews Band concerts. You're going to be high on edibles on 420. Who's better than you? Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You got lodging. You uh, you, you get to help. That's an amazing opportunity. Dude, if Dave Matthews Band wanted me to build his fucking stage today, I would. Right now, son. For free. I'd pay to do it. Word. No, I don't care if that motherfucker said, it's pouring down rain and I want you to hope I toast it. That would be a fucking high. Dog, I can teach you everything that you fucking want. That's correct. But there's not. There's a way. You're right. There's not. You have to do it through Streamline. You have to do it, or you could do it through Rumble. Oh wait, no, you gotta do it through Streamline. So how do you do it? You go to you go to Kick. Oh dude, you can stream. Okay, so here's what you do. Here's what you do. You download Streamline. Okay. And then in Kick, you want to go to Kick at a desktop. And if you're like, well, I can't look at this. If you're like, I can't look at Kick at a desktop, put on desktop mode on your phone. You want to get your RTMP key, your real-time messaging protocol key. You get that code, and then you put it in Streamlabs. You'll be able to go live on the web. Yeah. Yes. You're right. Oh, I see it. Okay, yeah. You can see if it's an app, but I don't think it's an app. I think it's only on the desktop. But that's not it. That's not Kick. This is a different app. Dog, this is a different app. Dog, this isn't your app. This isn't Kick. Pizza Tea. Pizza Tea. This is not Kick. No. Yeah, dog. No. Okay. Go to the corner, upper right corner, where your go to channel. Yeah, you need to log into Kick in a browser. In the browser now. Browser now. B to the R to the O to the W to the S to the E to the R. All right, and now you want to go kick.com and then enter. And then what you want to do is go log in, sign in, log in. Yep, you got it, baby. You want to put your username and password in, and you probably have to give you one now. So be ready to do that. Meaning two-factor authentication. Via. I didn't. I'm not watching it. And your secrets are safe with your Rabbi. All right. Yep. So go to your email. And I'm not kidding. I didn't see you. 666-150, baby. 666-150. 666-150. 666-150. 666. Okay. Now, you want to, in the upper right corner, where the three dots are, click that. Yeah. No. Upper right corner. Look in the upper right corner. There are 3 dots. There you go. Go to desktop site. Desktop. Yeah. Now go to the upper right corner. Okay, go to channel the creator dashboard. See where it says creator dashboard? You got it, Pam. Okay. Like, how the fuck would anybody know this, right? Okay. Then, where it says stream, go to the left. Where it goes, it says, go to studio. Go to settings. Yeah, stream key. Yep. Okay. Copy the URL and the stream key. You need both of them. So copy them and save them. Hold on. No. Go back. Yep. See where it says restream account? That's what you want. You want that restream account. There you go. Yeah, it's create an account, but you don't have one. That's fine. You need a kick account. You need a restream account. No, you need a restream account. So create an account. Good. Perfect. You're doing it exactly correctly. Oh, we're gonna get this so fucking well. You're gonna shit yourself. You're gonna be shitting yourself all over Dave Matthews Band. All right. Okay, so see it's got the keys there. Excellent. See where it says add channel? See where it says add channel? Yeah. Okay. See where it says kick? Now you need to put the URL in there. So your channel URL is kick.com / it's kick.com. It's kick.com. It's kick.com. PS : / You got it, Playboy. HTTPS : kick.com. Yep. / pizza _T. That's right. Okay. So go to Kick, the desktop. No. Okay, so go to, it's in another tab. So go open up your tabs. There you go. That's what you need. So copy that. Hold on. Make sure it's the right one. Scroll over. Okay, so this is your stream URL. Copy your stream URL and put it in the first thing. Oh no. You're good. Your phone looks just like mine. No, you didn't. It's in your Chrome. Go to Chrome, Go to Chrome, and it's in another tab. Okay, so paste the URL in there, and then get your stream key. Definitely. If not, billions. Okay, and then put that in there. And then add channel. All right, Pam. You should be good to go. Oh, okay. Let's go. Let's fix that. I'm in agreement with you. So we should be right. Just go. Oh no, I know why. Because you didn't put www dot. It's kick.com or www. Yeah, there you go. Now save. Oh, that okay. Just do pizza underscore T. Remove the www.kick.com. Just put pizza underscore T. You got it. Yeah, pizza underscore T. You got it. No, it just hasn't updated yet. Wait. Mine says invalid kick username. But, oh, okay, do it like the way they do it. Wait, hold on. Just put pizza underscore T. I know this isn't going to work, but okay. Now hit save. And okay, delete it. I know. Okay, open up a new browser tab. New browser tab. New tab. Yeah. Type www.kick.com / pizza underscore T. Okay. Yeah. Search your name, pizza underscore T, in the kick search. Just yeah, right there. Perfect. Pizza benefit. Oh, that's why. Because they don't do the underscore, they do a dash. So do you see at the top? Just copy the text. Yep, copy the text. That's why I want you to do this. Oh wow, isn't that interesting? Okay, go back to your browser, and it's a tab. And then paste, and then save. Right, you're going to be able to stream. Yeah, do you want to stream to YouTube as well? Do you have a YouTube account? Have you ever streamed with it? Oh, you have? Okay, then go to Add Channel. And go to YouTube. And go to Channel. And then where it says Connect YouTube, connect it to whatever one is your YouTube account. So choose whatever one You want to which you want to stream? Yeah. We're done. If you want to do that, yeah, but we have to use different software. But if you want to do that, we can, and it's free. So if you want to do that, let me know. You're good. You're good. If you do any more, you have to pay for it. Okay, cool. Then, do you see update titles? Yeah. So name it whatever you want. Pizza Tea at Dave Matthews Band in Washington, or whatever you want. Pizza Tea live stream, Pizza Tea travels with Pizza Tea. Yeah, just do Pizza Tea IRL so you have to fuck around. And it's smart of you too to get into hashtagging yourself. So I don't know if you use a hashtag Pizza Tea, but you should start. Okay. Yeah. Now select that description. Well, that's fine. No, you're good. You're good. Okay, press update. Music and art's great. Art is anything you want it to. Okay. Excellent. All right. Yeah. So. See where it says create new, and then you want to Restream Studio. Yeah. You're now putting everything together. Okay, allow. If you want, enter. No, do it. Test it first. You can fix it. Make it Pizza Tea. Okay. And then you. Yeah, but wait, before you do that, we're just gonna go live for like a few minutes just to test it out. And then if it works, we're going to then, if you're gonna go live, I'm gonna check you on YouTube to make sure you're streaming. And I'm gonna check you on Kick to make sure you're streaming. And then you're gonna end it. And then you know if it works. You can what? Yeah, you can. Yeah, allow your phone to focus just on streaming. We just want to test that. Is that you should leave Discord. You should end the call here. You should hit the go live button, and then I'll go into your chats and I'll confirm whether we can see you or not, and then come back into this Discord call. Okay. If at any time you get lost and you don't know what to do, come back to this Discord call. Okay. You're welcome. So are you gonna you're gonna go live right now, okay? Excellent. I'm gonna check you out on Kick right now. So be ready for me on Kick, and then I'll do YouTube later. But you may not have to leave. That's okay. Just try it. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. We just want to test it. Okay. Okay. End this call and see if it works. Interesting that it didn't save your shit. You already basically pulled it what you wanted. It's interesting that it didn't save that stuff. Okay, click the connect. See where there's, yeah, you press the 2, yeah, that, and then start streaming. Word. And I'll tell you when you're streaming. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so you see that you're, word. There you go. Okay, hey, if you can hear me, okay, you're live on Kick, and just one moment, and we'll test. I'm gonna just check you out on YouTube. Okay, you are working on Kick. I don't know about your microphone. I'm not too worried about that because that'll work itself out when you're not multi-streaming. Are you just pizza_T on Kick or on YouTube? I think I found it. Yeah. I found it. You're live. Don't worry. Excellent. I'm subscribed to you. I don't know if your sound is working. I don't think your sound is working because you are using the microphone here. Excellent. Absolutely. Good job. Yeah. So we got that done. So now, when you press that button, it's going to be really powerful because you're going to be multi-streaming. I agree. Absolutely. Here's what I want you to do. Just whenever you're bored, come back in here, say what's up. If you have any questions or you need me to help troubleshoot, I'm willing to help you. And if anybody wants to hear about world peace, let me know and I'll tell them about it, okay? Take care, Pizza Tea. Love you too, good dog. Shout out to Pizza T. Shout out to Both Matthews fan.
Even that voice, I'm like, dude, that's a Kill Tony guy. You see that guy come on?
Right. This is him. Best players on the world.
Bro, you nailed it.
I know how to do his voice.
Oh, Joe.
Beautiful game. Played by ugly people.
The stash, bro.
Yeah, he's a wizard.
Now, is he so famous that like a biopic is in the works? If something happened,
they could do a biopic of Earl Strickland, and I could play Earl Strickland. I can't play as good as Earl Strickland, and not built like Earl Strickland, but I could definitely do that. And Earl Strickland impression. He'd be so mad at me.
Have you waited? So you met him, yeah?
Yeah, I met him. He was happy when I met him. I ran into him, and he was like, "Why are you picking on me?" And I go, "Dude, I'm a giant fan. It's the only way I could do an impression of you that good because I'm a huge fan." And we became friendly. But then I tried to get him on the podcast, and he doesn't want to come on. He's mad at me for something.
His voice.
He did
a
podcast saying that he turned me down. He didn't want to do my podcast. Oh God! I'm only a fan.
Yeah.
I'm only telling. I'm only joking around because I think you're awesome.
Is Pool your? Oh man, how do I ask this question? Not vice. Number one. Like if you had the ideal day, like a joint, a show, maybe post show for however long in your hang. Obviously, I know you like your dinners and whatnot, but like, is Pool your true like you're in your happy place zen?
Well, it's just to me, it's like a game that's also a mind cleanser. So there's certain
and a social aspect of it, right?
Yeah. Social aspect. Well, if you're hanging around a pool, for sure. Yeah. Also, it's like pool players are also obsessed with it the way you're obsessed with it. So you can talk about stuff.
Yeah.
You can't talk about with other people like tip millimeter sizes and carbon fiber shafts and shit. Stuff like that. But the pool players can't wait to talk about it. So you're talking about these weird aspects of the very particular aspects of this game. But while you're doing it, when you're just trying to concentrate on running out and just trying to concentrate on putting that cue ball perfect for the next ball, perfect for the next, you're thinking 3 balls ahead, you're plotting your lines, and you're going, there's no room for anything else. There's no room for, oh, I forgot to call that guy back. Oh, I got to do this. Oh, I got to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't do this today. There's no room. While you're shooting, it's a mind cleanser. So all the things, should I do this? Should I do that? All that goes away. Yeah. And it just cleans your mind out because it requires all of you to make a hard shot, especially on tight pockets. A long shot on tight pockets, it requires all of you to stay in line, have your stroking arm follow through smooth, have the proper grip on the cue where you're not gripping it too tight. You got to, like, you're cradling it like a little baby bird in your hand. And you're just letting that cue weight and the acceleration from your arm push through that ball, and you want to watch that spin as it collides with the other ball and moves perfectly to the next ball. That requires all of you. So while you're doing that, it cleans your head out.
Dude, Strickland, you're just making me realize is like Bob Ross for pool. The way that you described all that, I was like, dude, that all made sense. You just basically broke down pool in the most beautiful way. And it really is, there's so much finesse, there's so much like strategy, there's athleticism involved.
There's a little bit of body control. I wouldn't call it athleticism, but you have to have execution. You have to be able to execute the shots. And that requires like a finesse that's learned over thousands and thousands and thousands of shots.
I thought I was going to be a pro pool player at one point. My mom was a single mom, 4 jobs, ran an assisted living homes, activities. That was one of the jobs, like we bring in, our school choirs and then just coming up with games for them. And so I'd go there for a lot of times after school, and there was a guy that was like, I don't know, the fucking janitor. Who knows if this guy even like worked there? But all of a sudden, I'd always be upstairs with him playing pool, and my sister, and he just like was so good and would like show us trick shots, and I got so into it. It was one of those things you got so into for like 3-4 years, and then I don't know, girls.
Yeah, but if you got someone who's good that showed you how to do it right.
Yes, I always think back not always, but think back to like, oh man, what if I like had really made that a thing? Because I mean, who knows where I was, but all I know is I was playing like anything as a kid, right? I was playing all the time to where I was like, oh man, what if that was like,
that would be crazy.
Yeah.
If I knew you from the pool inside the comedy room, that would be crazy.
I know, right?
Yeah. But then you probably would have had this thing in your head, like, I think I could do comedy. Oh yeah, I think I could do it.
Yeah.
You know, that thing that you had in your head before you ever started doing it, like that little voice. It's like, you should do comedy.
Oh, that was me on the bus impersonating, doing Ace Ventura scenes. So I was a fat kid, and then I was getting teased all the time.
Look at you, handsome bastard.
Back
Trying to
into
take care of
it.
myself.
That's right.
Right?
I'm trying to
You
take
like
care of
the
myself.
guy in It Too. Remember the fat kid in It Too comes back buff and handsome in It Too? You don't remember? I watched it the other day. In It 1, the chubby kid who gets cut up by the bully.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Then in It 2, now he's a stud. He's got like 6-pack, beautiful man. Like something happened.
Oh yeah, we're still working on that. But yeah.
You got to blow up.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it was I was getting teased all the time, and then I started making friends laugh, and then they were like, "Oh, you're the funny kid." So then I was like, "Oh, this is making them laugh, which feels good, and then it's also changing the way they're looking at me, which I felt like a crazy superpower." And then it's 6th grade, and I was just, I just was like, "Oh, I gotta chase this thing." So then it was, but I was doing it naturally. I wasn't going out of my way to do it. It just came like I'd watched Ace Ventura, and then I was like, "Oh, I want to." Do that to a couple friends on the bus. And now I'm like telling stories. And then I would prank call Seattle sports radio stations and record it on like my first Sony and play it for friends on the bus. And they'd be like, just seeing them laugh was fun. Or prank call. One of the first things I did was there was a girl in our class that everybody had a crush on. And me too. But she was like, yeah, I think it's me. Why would I like you? And so I called my buddy who she ended up dating and pretended to be her because I called him with other friends. Kind of diabolical.
Jesus, you could do an impression of her? Is that good?
In 4th grade, yeah. I have a voice. I didn't sound like this.
4th grade,
yeah.
right. That's insane, dude. So,
and so
even back then you were doing that?
Yeah, impersonating teachers and whatnot, and then
that's hilarious.
But the chasing of it was, which is why I was telling somebody this the other day. Jim Carrey, when he came through, when he was scouting for him, dined up here at the Comedy Store, and I had never met him, and he's walking through, and Adam Egan's walking him through, and that movie was so influential on me, Jim Carrey in general, but like how much I was like, involving it in making people laugh. Was it a movie or was it a television show? Ace Ventura? No, the Comedy Store thing. Oh, television show on Showtime. Right. Yeah. Okay. So he's coming through the back bar. He was going to do roast battle. I'm staying in the back bar, the main bar at the store, and he walks through, and Adam's like, "Hey, Adam, it's Jim Carrey," and I go, and Jim goes, "Okay, man," and then keeps walking. I was like, and Robert Bartender was like, "Dude, you fucking, what was that?" And I was like, I don't know. Communicate. Yeah. And then I put it all together, and I was like, "Oh, dude!" Like, I'm sure subconsciously in that moment, I was like, "Oh, dude, this guy," whether it was all about it or not, like me just telling you all this stuff about the movie and influencing me and giving me the confidence to like want to try to make people laugh. He was your Jesus. Yeah, I mean, in a weird way. Jesus. I mean, I think so, man. That's what it was. Put me on the track to trying to, and now that's my life. I don't know. Right. Maybe I'm getting too heady about it. No, you're not getting too heady. No, I appreciate what you're saying. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Like, he is the guy that started the spark, right? He's the guy that inspired you. I think doing impressions of him getting laughs is what got you down the road. Yeah. Yeah. So you meeting him was a freak out. Yeah. He should be used to freakouts by now. Like, you're fucking Jim Carrey, dude. Yeah. But I bet he gets bugged out by people that don't act normal around him. Sure. You know what I mean? He's probably so tired of it. Yeah, maybe he appreciate that. And then Adam later was like, "Dude, you fucking froze in front of Jim Carrey, man." Dude, he was right there. I don't know. He's not coming back. He's so Santino. It's like, oh, he's a movie guy. He hasn't been there in 30 years. Now he's definitely not coming back. He's fucking scared in the player. Shut up. Shut it out of me. That's a perfect Adam Egan. But, those guys, I think that being that famous for that long is like radiation poisoning. I think so. I think you have to have a very unique constitution to live near Chernobyl. Yeah. And I think that if a guy that's that famous for that long probably was a little wild. Yeah. And it also became insane, I think, when he was doing Andy Kaufman. He became like Andy Kaufman for like a year. I know. I need to be taking a pay. Like, what if that happens to me with this frill thing? No. Yeah, I know. I can separate. You separate. You're talking to me before you went on stage. Yeah. You're Phil. You're just you. You're just yourself. Can you imagine if I was just like, "Joe, you excited for tonight's show?" I would understand. I'd go, "Yes. Yeah, Phil, what's up?" Tell Jay I said hi. I should have done it. Dude, that coat you were wearing that night, it was incredible, dude. And you looked like with your shades and that jacket. I just wanted to be ridiculous because we're at Madison Square Garden. I love it, dude. Yeah, and you were adding to the show. Yeah, it just, to me, it felt like this is so big I should dress preposterous.
I feel
Can
preposterous.
I ask where you get a jacket like that?
Nordstrom's.
Let's go.
Shout out to Nordstrom's.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
I got it's not, no animals died making that jacket.
Couple
Only
Muppets, maybe.
a few seals probably choked to death on the oil that spilled out. Yeah, I mean, is that even eco-friendly when people have like fake fur? I guess they think that it causes less death, but I wonder if overall it does. I wonder if, like, what is the amount of life lost through the petrochemical production of nylon versus beaver trapping? You know, like what is, how many things lives get lost because of the actual production of fake leathers and the plastics and chemicals? How many things go into the ocean? How many things die because they get poisoned by the runoff?
Yeah.
How many? Like, where are these things made?
It's that serious.
Where is this stuff made? Is this stuff made in some third world country that doesn't have any environmental regulations, and they're just dumping this waste into the river, which we know has happened? Is it like, but you feel better because you're wearing a fake fur? Like, I'm not sure. I think we might be better off just using real fur.
Maybe.
I bet we are. Yeah, but it's just cruel. The idea of killing an animal just for its skin is just cruel.
Pretty wild.
It's wild, but I mean, we kill them for food. It's weird. Like, there's places that are fur-free zones now. Okay, right?
Like states?
Like places you can't sell furs. I bet you could still wear them. It is America.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. You can't sell fur. I think you can't sell fur in parts of Los Angeles. See if that's true.
Sounds about right.
I think they put a ban on selling fur. But you can still sell leather. Do you know how fucking insane you are? When you have animal skin on almost everything. You have animal skin on the inside of your car. You have animal skin on your shoes. You have animal skin on your belt. You have animal skin in your wallet. You have animal skin everywhere. If it's better, it's leather upholstery.
Yeah.
Look at this beautiful leather upholstery.
Yeah.
It's better if it has leather. So you have animal skin everywhere, as long as there's no fuzz on it. Fur sales are illegal in California. 2019, state of California became the first state to ban fur. State's Governor Gavin Newsom signed into law AB 44, which bans the sales and manufacturing of new clothing and accessories made from fur. I get it.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up, baby?
Joe Rogan.
Good to see you, brother.
Dude, thanks for having me.
My pleasure.
This is a fucking pleasure.
How fun was this weekend? It was insane.
It was not since Cher was at the Garden has there been so much pandemonium.
Bro, when Brian Holtz was screaming about Billy Joel,
You're going right to that because I was like, how long are we going to wait until we talk about Holtzman
he was
isolating the room?
amazing. He was amazing.
Seeing him at the Comedy Store, which we've seen him many times, and then at the Mothership now, seeing him in an arena like that go full on Holtzman is a real treat.
16,000 people, and he went.
He
just
opened
like he's
with
in the
fuck
OR.
Billy Joel. Yeah. And then he's like, I don't care. Your favorite's here. It's your daughter. Fuck him. Look at it. You play a fucking piano. Yeah, it was wild.
He was amazing.
The surprises on that show. I want to hear from your vantage point real quick. From obviously doing arenas for a while now. A show like that, getting to see you for a moment before you walked out backstage, and you were just like, it was cool to see you looking at it like, what the fuck? This is wild.
I was blown away. First of all, I have seen Kill Tony evolve from the very beginning.
Yeah.
So I saw some of the earliest episodes in the belly.
Well, you told me Tony came in, he was like, "We might get like this is when he was like, yeah, fucking all right, I'll be buddy out." And then you have no idea what it was.
No, when I first did it, I was like, okay, let's have some fun. I think I first did it. He brought up, I might have first did it at the Ice House. They used to do it at the Ice House in the little room.
Yeah.
So that was probably one of the first ones I did. I did a bunch in the belly room, and then it moved to the main room, and then it moved to Texas when everything shut down. They were trying to do it in the main room for a while with no audience.
Yeah.
They did quite a few episodes with zero audience. It's just a story of persistence and getting.
That's what I keep telling young comics. The consistency is so overlooked in this business, and Tony just believed in it and also kept finding ways to evolve it. And the more people, you guys coming on, and then like it's Saget come on, and like more and more people started to go, oh, something different to fuck around with, right?
Yeah, and he just got better at it too.
Yeah, that's
I mean, he's a wizard at hosting that show.
Yeah.
He's managing all these moving parts. He knows when to bring people in and when to, he knows like how to work the panel. And he knows how to like let you go, let somebody else go. It's like, it's a dance, man.
Yeah.
And the dude is the best at it. He's the fucking best at it. So for me, walking out there and seeing that crowd, I was like, this is insane. And to see the Black Keys on stage, I'm like, this is in Jelly Roll singing New York.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is happening, man? This is crazy.
Yeah. The pops that everybody got, like all the surprises.
Oh my God, when Joey Diaz went on stage, it was the loudest I've ever heard an audience cheer for any human being ever in my life.
I thought he was going to be so, taken aback by the roar that he was legit going to run for president. because he came out, he was like, "You cocksuckers back here! I came to the circus." By the way, he came in so hot and rode that high and got in like 3 or 4 bangers. Yeah. And I saw Tony at the airport last night, and he was like, I didn't even hear what he said. And I go, dude, he said something about like, I played I was on Quaaludes, they put me in a handicap section, and then I fucking came to the circus. It was a different circus where there was no net. The clowns fell. They just fucking swept them out of the way.
Bro, he went off.
That was awesome.
He went off. It was classic.
And you've never seen me do Dr. Phil play live, right?
No, I don't think I have.
How was that?
I think I might have saw it once at the Mothership. How many did you do at the Mothership?
I've only done it on Kill 20 twice, and then I did 2 Phil shows on a Sunday there, but you were gone. But that's right.
Okay. No, so that was the first time I ever saw you do it on stage.
Yeah.
And I know Dr. Phil. No, I know. He's been on the podcast a bunch of times. Good friends with his son.
Yeah.
So,
so what is that like?
You nail it. It's got to be weird for him. It's got to be weird for him. This guy is doing a comedic version of him, and it's like the most popular guest on Kill Tony.
The fuck, dude? Of all the,
I mean, dude, it's a great guest, dude. It's a great guest, and the fucking that's not the best image because there you can kind of see that you got that thing on your head, but you can't tell while you're on stage. It's fucking incredible.
That's wild, right?
It's so funny, dude. You have that character. That character is like
it's still got the abrasiveness of like talk show Phil, right? Like busting chops. Like that's why it makes sense when I'm doing these roast jokes,
right?
That you're like, it doesn't seem. Because even for me, I didn't watch like a whole season of Phil episodes. It was during COVID. My wife and I were just stoned and drunk and watching bullshit. And then we'd see these Phil reruns. And I was just laughing because these kids would come on and they're like, my mom tried to tell me I can't smoke weed. He's like, well, maybe you should shut your fucking little twat mouth. He wouldn't say that. He was just, in a version, he was just like, well, maybe you need to look in the mirror and see that you aren't exactly perfect. And he just was real abrasive, but in a funny way. And it was it's a funny type of character to do this with because everyone has some idea of who Phil is, but he's not so known that you're like this wouldn't like how do I know this isn't who he is, right?
Right.
And making him, I'm not defaming him either. I'm not there saying silly shit that's like racist or whatever. It's all good. It's very fun. And I think he picks up on that.
Oh, he's a great guy. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he's flattered.
Well, his publicists are trying to get him to come on my show, and which would break the internet. Because what I want to do at the store or wherever, because now we're doing these theater. I'm doing the Beacon in November and the Philly, the Miller Theater in Philly in October. Got done the Gramercy, yeah. But all these Phil theater tours is what we're doing now, like theater shows.
Wow.
We're gonna do the ACL Live here next year, and Majestic, and Celebrity Theater in Arizona.
You pay him?
No. I mean, where's my Phil? Are you still cool with this cam right here? Hey, Doc. But so when he comes on, I'm like, dude, it'll break the internet because there's the whole intro video, and then please give it for Dr. Phil. And so I'm thinking, instead of me coming out, he walks out, and
Oh
people
my
just
God.
go nuts. And then maybe after 20, 30 seconds, I come out, shake hands.
Well, it's also it's an opportunity for him to shit on you for having the biggest thing in your career, imitating
Oh,
him.
yeah. Well, that's what he said when he gave me Guest of the Year last year. Yeah, you finally figure out a way to be famous, pretending to be someone other than yourself. Yeah. And you know what, though? Isn't it, though, a great, like, as much as it, like, is so fun, and I want to say this about with Tony, too, his openness to go, I am always expanding, not only I want to be involved in expanding comedy, but the Kill Tony show. For me to go, Tony, I think film Kill Tony would be fun. He's an advice guy. You're giving advice to comics, but for Tony to be like, fuck yeah, let's add more characters, is really awesome.
No, Tony takes a lot of risks, and he likes to fly off the seat of his pants. He likes a little bit of chaos on the show. Like twice, I showed up with people, and I just brought them on stage. One time it was Post Malone, and the other time it was Tucker Carlson.
I saw that. Wait, that was impromptu?
Totally impromptu. They had no idea they were going to do it until they did. When I got there with Post, I was like, you got to come to the club. Let's go hang out. We're having just a great time. I fucking love that guy.
Yeah,
He's such a nice guy.
Yeah, he really is.
He's so nice to everybody.
Yeah.
He's nice to everybody at the bar, downstairs, all the staff.
Yep.
He's just so normal, man. He just hangs with you. He can just hang with you. And so anyway, we're just hanging out. So, we're like, let's go to the club. And so we get to the club, and Tony was there. I think we went to dinner. Did we go to dinner? Yeah, we went to dinner. And then after dinner, go to Eddie V's?
Yeah.
Eddie V's is the shit.
That's the best.
So we leave there, and I go, let's go check out the club. And it was Kill Tony. I go, you got to see this show that they're doing. It's called Kill Tony. It's crazy.
Oh, wow. So you're introing to the show.
No idea. He has no idea what's going on. He has no idea I'm roping him into this. So I don't even have an idea. But Tony sends me this text, can't stand. And I was like, all right, dude. Okay. I go, come on, man. We're going to go on stage. He's like, fuck yeah, really? I go, yeah, come on, let's go on stage. And he just went with it. 100% went with it. Sat down, had a great fucking time, had some funny lines. David Lucas said he looked like an unemployed crocodile hunter.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, some of David's lines are so spot on. The joke is just as good as like what did Jeff Ross call David Tell when he came out on night 2 at the Garden? He goes, you look like you run you manage a circus in Bosnia or something. Yeah.
Lucas said that I looked like, because I was wearing that crazy fur coat and the glasses, he goes, you look like my 11th grade teacher that you catch outside of school.
Dude, I called Dave once. I go, all right, Hootie and the Bloated Fish. Dude, Dave, that's another part of the show too, where it's like there's now been so many established parts that people look forward to, which makes the an arena show so exciting for the fans because they're like, wow, I'm going to see surprises and bucket pulls you have so many elements that are spontaneous, right?
Yeah,
and
that's David saying those things was spontaneous for 16,000 people and crush it.
Yeah.
He's the best at that. Him and Tony back and forth. I told him they should do a podcast with just David Lucas and Tony talking shit to each other. Because there's compilations on the internet, they're like fucking hour long of just David and Tony just shitting on and laughing while they're shitting on each other.
Oh, yeah.
It's the best lighthearted shitting on people I've ever seen from two wizards at it. Like they're casting spells at each other.
And fearless. But an underlying respect to where, and that's what's really cool. Yeah. So that there's no personal offense ever taken.
No. They love each other.
Had you ever seen, you watched, I'm sure, some clips of Shane and I before, like after we did that show at the Mothership?
I saw a lot of clips from that show. Oh my God, that show has like, what is the number up to now? That episode.
16 million.
That's so crazy.
Dude, we were it was a Friday, and Tony calls me. I was doing Kill Tony, but he goes, change your plans, need you to come Sunday. Bring your makeup gal, Shane sticking around doing Trump. And I go, holy shit. So in my head, I'm like, this will be fun. You never still know how anything's going to be received, right? But I'm just like, I don't know, man. Shane's as popular and fucking likable and funny as it gets. And he has only done Trump on his sketch show and on SNL. And I feel like I'll be able to figure out a Biden to whatever. But I know that Shane's down to play. So I knew that it was going to be like, we're in the back of in the makeup chairs. And I'm shuffling around. And Shane's like, what are you doing for the face? And I'm like, I kind of got to get the half smile going and like that. And then I was shuffling around and I did the face a few times. He started laughing. And then at one point I just looked in the mirror and he's just going, doing his face. And we locked eyes and we started laughing. I go, what the fuck are we doing, dude? And then
he's the best Trump of all time.
Yeah.
His Trump is impossible.
Bro, he was so in the
good.
pocket, and which is why we like made each other break a few times when we did at the mothership, because it was like, I can't believe we're doing this for 2 hours. Yeah, dude.
It's
But to
incredible.
run it back in the garden was like, I think the move too.
Oh yeah. It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was amazing. The whole thing was amazing.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Do you love?
It just, to me, it seems surreal. Like just standing there, taking it all in. It's like, what is going on?
And how many people want to come in for Joy to come in, for Holland to come in? Like
Yeah.
Schultz flew in, I think, from vacay just to like be there for that.
No, he was supposed to be. Yeah, he definitely flew in, but he was supposed to be at the
whole
beginning.
time,
But there was a bunch of flights that got delayed. He still made it.
But still, what a cool pop! Him coming out mid-show.
Incredible. It was just so fun. Man. Just so ultimately fun. Just really just a great celebration. You know, a celebration of the success of the show and of comedy. Just fun, raw comedy.
Do you after all years of doing this, do things like that? I don't know, like mean a little more to like be able to see that, like something like that live, or is it like, does it give you I don't know, a little more juice for just comedy in general, to know that like we're in a cool time where shit like that is possible and happening, I guess?
Dude, we're in an amazing time. It's an amazing time for stand-up. If you're funny and you're trying to have fun and just go out there and be silly, people are looking for that right now, man. And they're looking for something that rebels against this mind virus that's telling you how to think and behave. We don't like it. Like, shut the fuck up. You're not compassionate and also controlling. That's not possible.
Yeah.
This fucking scolding, shrill fucking stupidity that you hear from people telling you how you have to think and behave. That these things are not up for debate. These are like existential threats to humanity and civilization aren't up for debate. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I'm getting more and more just cognitive of like maybe just jokes. Like I get more and more bummed that people get really offended by certain things. So
You just
like,
gotta stop paying attention. The key is like
it's just jokes.
There's
It's
just
jokes. Like no one's really, especially at our level, like people making those jokes. It's like because it sounded funny and it like was I don't know. To each his own. Everything's subjective. But
yeah, but this is what's going on, dude. There's always going to be people that wouldn't enjoy it, but they get to see it now.
Yeah.
Whereas before, people just found out what you did. You went to a club. If you liked the guy, you saw the guy on TV, went to go see him live, and that was it. Yeah. Now you're getting exposed to people that would never go see you live.
Oh, Brian, I get
and
it.
they just want to talk so much shit.
Yeah.
But that is just because you're getting exposed to more people. So there's pros and cons. The pros is this show gets 16 million views. That's insane. Like, what does an average Jimmy Fallon show get? Let's find out what that is. Like, what's the amount?
Maybe in the mills, probably.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't even know. But he's probably the most popular of the late night guys,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So what does he get? I think Jimmy Kimmel quit, right? Did he quit?
No, he's still going.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought he was gonna quit. Is he gonna quit?
I just saw Jeff Goldblum hosting there, and I think he's on vacation, maybe.
I would get to the bottom of it. When
Did you ever get asked to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
You doing a song with somebody?
The whole reason why I started a podcast is no one would ever give me money for a radio show. Not even a radio show.
Oh wow.
Like I was thinking about that. I was like, I remember when Opie and Anthony got taken off the air because they brought on a homeless guy who said some wild shit about Condoleezza Rice, like wanting to rape her or something. Fucking awful.
I like that this guy was
no idea.
At least in the know enough to know who was like.
Yeah, but he was just a crazy homeless guy.
Right.
And Opie and Anthony was a wild show. I mean, those motherfuckers, especially when they got on XM, they could say whatever the fuck they wanted. Oh my!
Well, they definitely
God,
at the kind of the precipice of things kind of getting a little edgier.
Yeah,
radio wise.
So an average gets 1,720,000 views. That's for Jimmy Kimmel. Is it so he's number one. Oh, okay. Fallon is 1.4. Oh, Colbert is in the lead with 2.5 million. So out of those people, how many of them are tuning in because it's just on TV?
Sure.
There's a thing that people do. It's 11 o'clock. What's on? Especially boomers. They're locked in. That's what they've done their whole fucking life.
Yeah.
See what's on TV.
Yeah.
Oh, at 8 o'clock, Colbert's on.
Yeah, dude,
and they
it's
just
on the
watch a
schedule.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are the same people that believe the news. Which is ironic. Did you see what happened with Colbert's audience?
No.
So Caitlin Collins from CNN is on, and speaking of fun, I retweeted it. It's fucking hilarious. Constantine from Trigonometry tweeted it, and I retweeted it. I was like, this is crazy. I just want you to see it before I describe it. But it's the audience laughing at CNN being honest. Watch this. This is crazy. What's that, bro? Oh, this is the government. They're attacking Twitter because of the Elon Musk thing. Guaranteed. Let's just call it that. Starts from the beginning and it goes big screen. This is so preposterous.
He's kind of been thrown on his heels by this, and he's not really sure how to go after Vice President Harris. He knew his attack lines on President Biden. He really has struggled with how to go after someone who's 20 years younger than him, who's a different gender, a different race. It's kind of been this moment where he has not been able to coalesce around a single attack line.
I know you guys are objective over there, that you just report the news as it is. Oh, I know. I see it, and it's and then
That's supposed to be a loud line?
I wasn't supposed to, but I guess it is.
Trump is kind of
Bro. How crazy is that? The audience is like, shut the fuck up. That is hilarious. They thought he was being a joker. They thought that was a joke. Yeah. That's how crazy this world has gotten. Where fucking CNN being unbiased is a joke to people in the audience. That's so crazy.
Yeah.
And why? What got accomplished? If you were running a business, what did you accomplish by doing things that way? You've ruined your business. Because now people think you're full of shit. And you could have just been actual, just straightforward journalists and been beyond reproach and probably got away with it.
They probably
When you get as much money, you gotta get those ads in.
Do you think that's what they teach doing journal? I mean, I don't know. At some point, like, when do you figure out when you're in journalism school or whatever that like there's probably obviously a handful of people more than that want to stay like authentic and true and really.
There's a lot of those.
And then at some point, you just get an offer to go somewhere, or somebody above you goes, dude, you got to get that story out. Like, I don't know. And you're trying to get a name for yourself, like any sort of sports pundit, right? Sometimes they say wacky shit just to get their name out there, but.
Well, it's good for the business, right? So if they're writing a thing that says, hey, everybody used to like Trump. Like the show. You ever seen like videos of Trump on The View with Barbara Walters? I really liked him. You ever seen that?
Yes, but I can't remember what
you should see it because it's bonkers.
Oh,
it's literally bonkers. It's going around. So you can find it.
The Barbara's, he's just being.
Dude, it's nuts. It's like literally nuts.
Like Sean Connery saying you can hit women nuts?
No. They love him. They love him. Everyone loves him.
Trump on The View.
Whoopi loves him. Wow. Yeah, Barbara Walters loves him. Everyone loved him. Wow. Everybody was friendly. Everybody was like, they were considerate. They were talking nicely to each other. There was no attacks. It was a wonderful conversation.
Whoopi, I love your hair. What would you want? What do you wash it with, syrup? And they just
found
laughed.
it? It's going around. Somebody posted.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
can't remember who posted it on Twitter. But I was like, this is crazy. Watching it is just bananas.
Do you think they've seen what Shayla have done at all? Do you think they've seen what you've done there?
For sure. Yes. Yeah, this is it. Watch this. This is bonkers. Go full screen. This is literally bonkers.
Does he really want to ask president of the United States to his resume? A lot of people would like him to. Please let's find out and please welcome
My friend.
Watch this. Just watch this. This is nuts. We're in an alternative universe. Okay? Because this is not that long ago.
Go standing O.
Bro, watch this. Just watch how this goes. Watch this. So she's a Republican. That's easy.
Yeah.
But everybody else.
Joy can't wait to get a hug in.
Yeah, everyone's hugging. Look at this. Look at this. Kisses, hugs, kisses to Whoopi. Everybody hugs and kisses. Even Joy Behar. Hugs and kisses.
Hugs and kisses.
See? Now watch this.
I'm going to take you at your word that you have not decided yet when you're going to run, but you're thinking about it and you've expressed some of your views, which are controversial and in many ways, but all, well, not to, okay, you're a Republican, but let's say that you do decide in this spring, right? And your ideas resonate so much. On the other hand, your son Rich apologizing for his marriages and divorces. You've had 3 marriages, children, 7 uncomfortable divorces. Do you think that
We were very comfortable.
we want me to do you
Getting laughs right away.
I think the country is doing so badly. They want somebody that's going to help it. I think the country has never been in a position like it is right now. It's being ripped off by every nation, every intelligent nation in the world, whether it's China. They're taking our jobs, they're making all our product, and then they loan us back the money we pay with interest. Whether it's OPEC, that's crazy. Look at this Washington field day right now. How about the Arab League? They say, we want you to go in and lobby. These are the wealthiest countries in the world. Why aren't they paying us?
Okay, so then they changed their minds. But you didn't answer
No, I did answer your question. I really think people, I think maybe 10 years ago it would have mattered, 5 years ago. The fact is, I think people want somebody now that's going to protect them and protect this country, because we're not going to be a great country for long if we keep going the way we're going right now.
If you, the bias choose.
Yeah. When we have France leading the charge, okay? France, this is our new leader. By the way, they led for about 2 hours. After that, nobody's seen them. I don't know if you know that.
Let me just ask a follow-up question to that. Let's say you run. You've given a lot of thought to this. Who would you like as your vice president? Possibly Sarah Palin?
Well, I think it's far too early even to discuss that. I'm going to make a decision sometime prior to June. I'm thinking about it very strongly. I think I do a really good job. I think I protect this country like it's not being protected. You know, it's funny. So many of the things I say, now politicians are saying, hey, that's right. Why aren't they paying us? If you look at North Korea, South Korea, we're protecting South Korea. They're making a fortune. Let's call it hundreds of billions of dollars of profit on us. We have 25,000 soldiers over there protecting them. They don't pay us. Why are they paying us?
You'd be treating this like a business.
No. A business with heart. Okay. Believe me, there's a lot of heart. It's a business, but it's also a business with heart. We will destroy this country. It won't be a war. If the economics of this country keep going the way they're going, we're not going to have
But you're kind of a social liberal, Donald. You know, you're a social liberal. Could you actually get the base to vote for you in a primary?
Well, every poll is saying that I'm the one that does the best. You know, they're doing polls.
They actually have the Ohio approval rating of Mitt Romney to Plenty's, John Boehner.
So let's just pause and think.
He's very poised. He's listening. He's
grasp the 180 that the media has taken on him since he decided to be president. When you see the machine go after a guy, we've never seen the machine go after someone as bold-faced. You know, the prosecutions, the Russiagate stuff on television every night, all of it. And then to see just a few years ago, they loved him. You know, he was a Democrat, I think it's like 2000 and something. 2008 maybe. Something crazy like that.
And Clinton, I think we were all pals, right? There's pictures of them at Dave and Buster's and shit. Just,
I think he said that he had to pay them to come to a wedding. Like they have a price if you pay them to come to a wedding.
Pay to play as a spectator.
What is this accusation? It's a Trump accusation. So the thing about it's like apparently he said that he was in a helicopter with Willie Brown, but it wasn't Willie Brown. It was Joe Brown. It was a different Brown. And so now Willie Brown is saying that's not true. You know, and it's just Donald Trump says his money drew Hillary Clinton to his wedding. She had no choice because I gave it to a foundation. Is that what I just said? Is that true? Yeah, the Willie Brown thing, Joe Brown thing. I think that was like a mistake he made. The people are like, he's old, she's young. Like, you fucking seen her mistakes? This is crazy. The gaslighting is nuts. It's the same gaslighting they did to turn Trump into a monster. Now they're doing that same gaslighting to turn her into our future, our hope. And it's working. It's crazy to watch. Is it crazy to
I don't know. Do you think it's only going to get like 20 years from now? Because the upswing, I guess, of just all social media and media in general, and then also you're taking the people that are involved. Like it's the perfect mesh of crazy and crazier, right?
So this says former Trump executive disputes his claim that Willie Brown was on board, right? This is a woman said, Barbara Rez, the Trump organization's former executive vice president of construction and development, said former state senator Nate Holden was on the plane, not Brown. Is it the same exact helicopter thing? So it was a helicopter crash, is that what it was? So no Brown was on there, not Willie or Joe?
He's been on tons of helicopters.
It's all the, you know what she was saying? You know, she was saying, like, he doesn't have an attack strategy. That's, I don't think, you know, this is what I was trying to say when everybody got mad at me. I said what I liked about JFK Jr., or RFK Jr., excuse me. Robert F. Kennedy is a guy who just goes after issues, goes after action. He talks about things. This Trump has, like, always in the past, like, attacked. He's like attack people. And it's just, in this case, I feel like, I don't know if what they're doing right now, the way they're elevating, I don't know if she's ever going to debate him.
Block 20, I think, September 10th.
What is that going to be like when she's off screen, off grid, off paper?
I don't know.
Off script.
Wild.
Just completely able to say whatever she wants to say. And if we get one of those,
you kind of got to match Trump a little bit with his, you know, fearless, like, you know, nobody has risen to the level of his, you know, I'm just going to kind of interrupt and combat everything you say. Like, I feel like you have to go toe to toe and be in the ring. You can't be there and kind of just.
Yeah, 100%. But I do have to say that one speech that she gave right after they decided that she was going to be the nominee, that one speech where she said, if you're going to say something, why don't you say it to my face? It was great timing. It was
old school recess shit.
It wasn't just that, man. The way that she delivered it was, like, very clear. It was prepared, right? And so that means, like, she's coachable, you know, which is very important if you want to be a president.
Right.
You got to be coachable.
Yeah.
You know? So, So she figured out how to deliver a banger of a speech, right? Like, play that, because it's pretty powerful.
Yeah, I think she'll have something to say back to him. Because
but this is the thing. That's a speech.
Yeah.
But when you go toe to toe, when you're just talking off the top of your head, that's where she has some issues.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think people lock up when they know that everybody is criticizing every word they're saying, and you're applying for a job as essentially the mom of the world. Or the dad of the world, you know, if he wins, it's what you are. You're the fucking dad of the free world, right?
But if she just does a Biden impression, you're a sucker. You're a sucker. It just throws her back at him.
There's so many people watching you. Your brain just freezes up with anxiety. But listen to this. This is amazing. This is really.
Here's the funny thing about that. So he won debate, but he is running me. She seems to have a lot to say about me. And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird? Well, Donald. I do hope you'll reconsider to meet me on the debate stage. Because as the saying goes, if you've got something to say,
dang it, they knew it was coming.
Oh, she nailed it.
Yeah,
she nailed that.
How did you think?
So that alone can get you the president. This is we're in idiocracy. That alone, like that is.
Get a couple banger sound bites, right?
You can't say that's not outstanding. She just crushed it. She crushed it.
Yeah.
She had the big moment.
Oh, I'm tuning in. This is pay-per-view now.
She had the big moment and she crushed it. And she did it without any ums or stammers, no fucking missed words. She had a smile. The laugh made sense. It made sense there.
Yeah.
For the first time.
In context.
But she laughs. Like, sometimes she laughs like out of nerves, it seems like. Just trying to get everybody to feel lighter about the situation.
Yeah.
But that wasn't that one. That was like a genuine smile and a laugh. Crushed it.
Yeah.
That's a problem. That's a problem. And I don't think they thought she was going to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
You can fucking coach somebody, bro. It ain't hard. I mean, maybe she just
Who
practiced.
are these coaches? Just public speakers and
Oh
stuff?
yeah, public speaking coaches. Yeah, there's political speech analysts. There's people that
Imagine if there's
teach
comedians.
people how
What
to
if David
teach.
Lucas gets hired to give her like some one-liners?
Listen.
I mean, there's a crazy world where there's shit like that, where there's somebody goes, you need a couple zingers in your back pocket. I don't know.
100%.
That's not your world, and your brain doesn't operate like that. Trump's does. Trump is looking at like, to make a little put down, or he's just quick in that way.
So he is quick in that way. Also, it would behoove him to hire a few great comics to just tour with him and just write one-liners about all these different fucking people.
I mean,
if he could remember them, I mean, I know he likes to go off his own head.
Sure.
If he could remember a few Hinchcliffe bangers, if he hires Hinchcliffe to take him on the road, you know how fucking insane that would be?
Yeah, dude.
Hinchcliffe writing bangers for Trump to shit on people.
Comedy cures, and it also is like sometimes what kind of just pushes things over the top.
The thing you're getting from him is no one is coaching him. Right, he's going off the cuff.
Yeah.
Nobody gets to tell him what to do. When he goes out there and he tells you about it, it's like he's just off the cuff, and that's why it gets sideways sometimes.
Yeah.
It gets a little fumbly sometimes.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that what she did was like a pro. She did that like a pro.
Yeah.
That's where it gets dangerous. Because
you don't think that was calculated? You think that was off the cuff, like just responding to
hers?
Yeah.
No, that was a 100% planned out thing.
Yeah.
100% and well executed.
Yeah.
Like she fucking nailed it.
Yeah.
The problem is that's what we're looking for. It's not even necessarily who has the best policies for the country. It's not necessarily who's going to make real reform, who's really going to change things and make it better for everybody, versus who looks like the kind of person who should be president, who's talking like a leader, who's got the whole say it to my face, the whole
What if that
that's
becomes
a
a
mic
catchphrase?
That's a mic drop.
Yeah, you're going around to every country. I mean, there's going to be those T-shirts. That's your I Carumba if you're Barb Simpson.
Well, that's a bit of a problem is that she does repeat the same speeches over and over and over again in these speeches. So they have all these compilations of her saying things in the exact same order.
You got to mix it up.
But this is the thing that they like about Trump is that he does not do that. When Trump goes up there, he is more than capable of talking for an hour and a half straight, be entertaining. He cracks on things. He says funny things. Like he was joking around about Biden wandering around, not knowing where he is. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
It was like he was a comic. He was killing it. And I guarantee you, he probably had an idea in his head that he's going to shit on Biden. Probably, had an idea how he's going to do it. But that's like just being a free baller.
Yeah.
You're up there free balling. He's the only one that can do that.
People do respond to that too.
Yes.
Everybody does, like you said, want to look at somebody and go, oh, they represent us well. The same way, like if you have a agent or manager, right? You want them, if they're out in public, you go, oh, are they an extension of me in a certain way? So you want to see the best out of it? Yeah. Clinton, when he was running for president the first time. Bro, let me tell you something, dude. He's the fucking Michael Jordan of those motherfuckers. I can't argue with that.
Yes. Old school titty grabber.
I call tits bazoombas.
He was an animal. And
played the sax
and
on our
this
studio.
Guy smooth talked better than, and he was like, that's the president. Yeah. You hear him talk, go, that's our guy.
Exactly right.
Listen to this motherfucker talk. Let me just get a speech when he was. This is when he's the president.
We've never seen that.
He's the president. He's playing sax. Give me a little bit of that. Let me hear it. Slinging dick before the internet, son.
Up until this point, we'd seen footage of like Nixon playing Go Fish. There was no cool president doing.
Yeah, he was the coolest ever.
You know people who lost their job and lost their home. Well, I've been governor of a small state for 12 years. I'll tell you how it's affected me. Every year, Congress and the president sign laws that make us do more things. It gives us less money to do it with. I see people in my state, middle-class people, their taxes have gone up in Washington and their services have gone down, while the wealthy have gotten tax cuts. I have seen what's happened in this last 4 years. In my state, when people lose their jobs, there's a good chance I'll know them by their names. When a factory closes, I know the people who ran it. When the businesses go bankrupt, I know them. And I've been out here for 13 months, meeting in meetings just like this ever since October, with people like you all over America. people that have lost their jobs, lost their livelihood, lost their health insurance. What I want you to understand is the national debt is not the only cause of that. It is because America has not invested in its people. It is because we have not grown. It is because we've had 12 years of trickle-down economics. We've gone from first to 12th in the world in wages. We've had 4 years where we produced no private sector jobs. Most people are working harder for less money than they were making 10 years ago. It is because we are in the grip of a failed economic theory. And this decision you're about to make better be about what kind of economic theory you want. Not just people saying, I want to go fix it, but what are we going to do? I think we have to do is invest in American jobs, American education, control American healthcare costs, and bring the American people together.
Okay, stop. If that guy runs right now, he runs. That guy runs right now. He fucking blows everybody out of the water.
Easy listening
The
voice.
Democrats come home with like every fucking state. That guy wins.
Can you do that? He can't jump back in, right? No, you did it. Once you did too.
He's not the same guy anymore.
Right.
He's not the same guy anymore. Doesn't have that energy
you're saying
anymore.
this
He's
type
had a
of guy.
bunch of scandals. That guy, if you could go back in a time machine and grab that Bill Clinton and run him today, he wins. And it makes sense.
What if
Right?
there was a younger son, Clint, that was a spitting image of Bill, and Monica Lewinsky was the running mate? Was there ever a world? Was that two in the simulation?
That's two in the simulation. That would be too strange.
Be too strange.
Yeah.
But what if she came out and her policies were great and she had to say it to my face, but she made jokes about like, and we're gonna swallow the competition. Or I don't know. She did,
Well, the problem was she didn't swallow, right? That's all on the dress.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
We'll clean up all the mess.
Well, maybe just.
We'll clean up every dress and mess. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe she just wanted to keep it.
Yeah, this is just a soft pitch. I didn't say this was a great idea.
No, I see where you're going with it, though. It's nuts that that's what we used to get for choices.
Yeah.
Like, they made sense.
When you saw Arnold in the mix, because I feel like, at least for me, that was because I wasn't, around obviously for the Reagan stuff, but like the Arnold was my first taste of like, oh, anybody can do, you know what I'm saying? Like,
that was Ronald Reagan when he became president.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't make sense to us, but if you were someone who grew up during that time and he was a movie star,
yeah,
it's like, Dennis Quaid being the president.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's playing Reagan.
Oh, yeah. Same gal that did his makeup does my Phil stuff.
Oh, that's right.
She's like, go, Jen Aspinall.
It's just like, the world has got real weird. It's real weird when we know what the trick is. Everybody's talking about the trick. I mean, there's all these videos of Kamala off script. She doesn't talk nearly as clearly. It's not, but if you just keep her on that script and focus, everything else, now you're still running the show.
Yeah.
You're still running the show just like you were for the last 4 years. It's like, no one even talks about Biden.
Yeah.
Like, literally, you don't even care that he's still the president
Don't
for
know what he's doing.
quite a few months.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's August, kids, September, October, November, December, no president, no president. And also, how bad does he deteriorate between now and then? Because clearly that man is at the end of a long road.
The presidency took its toll on him, I think.
It takes its toll on everybody.
Because he aged
particularly
quicker
on
than,
him.
yeah. I mean, everybody.
He seemed fine.
Yeah.
He seemed fine. 4 years didn't age him at all.
Yeah.
Wild. The dude's just water off the duck's back.
Well, you look at LeBron. He's fucking forward playing 20 plus years. Some people just got a little extra juice
but LeBron spends millions of dollars on his body. He's never been out of shape. He's
Trump and
constantly.
LeBron don't spend the same amount of money on their bodies.
Different.
Yeah, okay.
He really changed. Also, it's not like the NBA ages you like that. No, it's the stress of knowing you could start a fucking nuclear war. The economy rides on you.
Why would you want that stress? Even running for president seems like the craziest thing to, even just the campaigning. You see when people drop out after 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months. I'm like, God, what do you do now? Like, is that withdrawal or even that come down? It's like a shroom come down where you're like, fuck, now you're questioning everything because you're like, you put everything into it, but then is there a weird like, fuck, I didn't have enough to even get close? Like, or do you just go, all right, I give it a shot and it wasn't my time.
I mean, it depends entirely on the individual.
Yeah.
I think it's just people just getting fed up that want to throw themselves into that crazy race. But that thing's nuts.
You never had any of that, right? Like through any part of your, once you even like,
no.
That's wild. It's a different type of, wanting to be on stage and make people laugh. Because our buddy of mine said this to me just about, as we were talking about, actors, whoever running for president. And he was like, oh, it'd be great if there was a comedian that ran. And I'm like, Yeah, but we don't. That's not our.
Al Franken probably could have run it. He probably could have run.
Yeah,
and he probably could have won.
Yeah,
he's a really
it's a
interesting
rare
guy.
exception. He's. Yeah, that was that picture.
Yeah, there was a picture. He was trying to be funny, and it wasn't funny.
Yeah.
It's just
Wrong
unfortunately
place, wrong time, wrong hands, wrong
Trying
words.
to be a comedian, trying to be funny.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh wait, real quick, I just had a thought. When Dice came out and did his, because I wanted that first of all, talking to him about being back in the garden, you're just saying just being funny or whatever, and I'm watching him do his Hickory Dickory joke at the garden again was wild. Dude.
Yeah.
And hearing him talk about being back there was so. There's so many small things in between the entire garden experience that I was like, I want to not ever forget this, because seeing him even just be there, I was like, that's crazy.
Well, Dice was kind of on the outs with the comedy community. It was, to me, it was the dumbest thing I'd ever seen. It was real weird because he did MTV and he got banned for life from MTV for telling jokes. I forget what the jokes were.
In the Poly area or no?
Yeah, it was kind of around that time, maybe a little after Pauly was off of MTV. But he had these jokes. I forget even what he was joking about.
Yeah.
Like tampons or something. No! You know, it was, I don't even know what the fuck he was joking around about.
That was perfect.
But it was Andrew Dice Clay. You asked the dirtiest comedian of all time to do a set.
Yeah.
And then you got mad when he does the kind of jokes that Andrew Dice Clay does. Right. Do you even fucking watch his shit? Do
No,
you ever watch Dice Rules?
They heard he was popular, and they just were like, get the guy.
I don't
who everyone's
know
watching.
what the fuck they thought. If they thought he was going to do something different because he was on MTV, I don't know what they thought. But anyway, they banned him for life. And there was a lot of comedians that came out against him. A lot of comedians said that they thought his act was sexist and racist, and yeah, it was. Like, but it was a character.
Yeah.
He was like, there's a man, his name's Andrew Silverstein, and then there's this character, Andrew Dice Clay. And the whole idea is like that some stupid people like him. Stupid people like a lot of things, but smart people like him too.
Totally.
Because it's jokes.
Yes.
Because he's being hilarious, saying the most ridiculous shit. And for whatever fucking reason, he was on the outs. He wasn't respected by a lot of comedians. It was real weird. He was disrespected. And I was like, I get it if you don't like that kind of comedy, but it's like, who are you to decide what's good? Like, I don't think that way, but I think it's funny when people say things that way.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not really mad at Billy Joel. I think he's awesome. Yeah. But when Holtzman was shitting on Billy Joel, I loved
Didn't
it.
get enough. Yeah.
It was amazing. It
Also,
was
nobody
funny.
shits on Billy Joel, so it was like, yeah, that's also why it's funny. Like, you gotta hit him and hug him, dude. Everybody has to be fucked with. I'm sorry. And there's 11 degrees, obviously, like, if somebody's, I don't know. Again, like jokes, I mean, some of the jokes I've had with friends who have been really bad, hospital bedridden, and like that's changed their entire outlook on stuff. Like, like you gotta be able to joke around. Yeah, dude. It's a real superpower. It's really, I mean, even from some of this ghost stuff, which is so silly, dude. Some of these messages I get are wild about people. This kid I met in Jersey from the Stress Factory. You ever do the Stress Factory all the time? Benny Brand,
yeah,
right?
sure.
Yeah. So I'm doing that at these shows. This kid comes up and he's like, my mom has cancer, has 4 months to live. We've been watching your Phil stuff is all that she wants to watch, and it makes her smile. So that's our thing now. And he starts bawling, and I got all choked up, and it was like, just more and more of that happened in the last few years. And not just the bad stuff, just
dude, comedy is medicine.
It's wild, Joe.
It's medicine. It really is.
Yeah.
It's medicine.
Because I think we get so, and I know I'm guilty of this, like a lot of us, when you're getting going, you're thinking, about the show and making people laugh, and I'm present, and afterwards chatting with people and taking it in. But now that we have this opportunity to receive messages like that or hear it live in the face like that it's wild.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It really
and
is.
It makes me so even more lucky to like be a part of it. And you look at something like Kill Tony, it's like having to be global. There's people in like Beirut that are having a shit day that like saw fucking Hans Kim and they're like, dude, I always want to see Hans Kim in the garden or whatever the dream was,
Right. Yeah, it really is like kind of medicine. It is for me, for sure. If someone makes me laugh, I feel way better.
When did you start getting like love?
What I wanted to say though, before I forgot, because I was going. So Dice is embraced now by this class of comedians.
Oh yeah.
To this group of comedians that are coming out, Dice was one of my heroes when I was 19 years old. I mean, I was laughing so hard at I was in my car in front of my house with this girl I was dating. I was 19. We were listening to Dice on a cassette. We're just sitting in the front seat of my car, just laughing. Ah! It was so funny. I couldn't believe how funny it was. And it was just listening to it on a cassette.
Yeah.
You know, and then as I became, you know, a comedian, headliner, and traveled on TV also, and I became friends with Dice. And then I realized some comedians don't like Dice. I was like, this doesn't even make sense to me.
Yeah.
Like, what are you guys talking about? Like, the guy does legitimate performance art on the street. He does for no money. He plans it out. He strategizes, and he makes these videos of him stumbling into people and telling them, "You wanted the picture? You wanted the picture with me?" They have no idea who the fuck he is, and it's genius.
Yeah.
It's genius performance art.
Yeah.
The guy does not get the credit that he deserves, and it's
He's
for
silly
whatever
too.
reason.
He's really
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
Just for whatever reason, there's this weird time period where comedians hated him, and I don't understand that. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I think he got too big too, because he was the first guy to ever sell out arenas.
Right.
He was the first guy that was doing those. Like, he did Madison Square Garden multiple nights sold out. Yeah, he does everywhere. He did Nassau Coliseum.
So it was a classic. Got so big, people just want to kick him off the
I
mountain.
think there's a little bit of that for sure, because there's no comedians before him that was doing arenas. Right? And he was doing a different thing, because he was doing this thing where everybody knew the jokes and they wanted to say it with him. What's in the bowl, bitch? Oh! Yeah, and the fucking thousands of people.
Right. Yeah.
It's like a rock band.
Yeah.
You're seeing a band play your favorite song.
Yep.
So he had the rhymes, man. The rhymes, you could not go wrong with those rhymes. And, you know, he's dressed in a fucking giant glittery biker outfit. It's fucking crazy.
I did not like a little bit of that.
It's just fun. It's like there's all kinds of comedy. You can love that and still love Patton Oswalt. I think he's funny too.
Yeah.
It's like all kinds of stuff is funny, man. Duncan Truss was hilarious. Everybody's different. It's okay.
Sometimes, yeah.
But it's just this class of comedians gets that. This group of comedians gets just be funny. It's all bullshit unless you're funny.
And another fun thing about Kill Tony is that it's like, you know, the audience that is cultivated, it's putting, you know, having Dice on like that is like people who may or may not have fully been educated on Andrew will now be like, oh fuck, and then go back and do a deep dive. And
Well, a
then
lot of these kids have no idea he even existed.
that's
Okay,
right.
because they're 20.
Yeah.
You know, they're 20 years old.
Yeah, they don't see
Okay,
Dice TikTok
they were
clips.
born in 2004, son. That is crazy. You already had navigation in your car, and those kids were born.
Oh,
Yeah, and so they don't know what the fuck is going on.
No.
Who's that guy?
No.
Why is everybody clapping?
Yeah.
And you got to become a comedy historian. And you got to go, oh, Dice rules. And then listen to The Day the Laughter Died. You want to be a real Dice fan? You listen to The Day the Laughter Died. It's 2 hours long. Okay, Rick Rubin produced it. It's 2 hours long of him just hopping into Dangerfields with no material and bombing. And on purpose. It's the height of his stardom. Okay, this guy's selling out arenas, and he decides to do a 2-disc special of him bombing on purpose. On purpose.
I love that.
I mean, no material, dude. No material. No.
Bombed on purpose or bombed and then it
on
was
purpose. Look, if he wanted to, he could have done his act, and he would have crushed. It would be, oh my God, it's Dice. He decides to bomb on purpose. Dude, it's the craziest thing.
Yeah.
Because the kind of ego you have to be able to bomb on purpose on a CD and then put it out. No internet, by the way. This is all in his crazy head, right? This is not a thing you do because, you know, you want to impress people on Reddit.
Yeah.
This is a wild thing he did as an artist. It really is a wild artist move. And this is where I think he doesn't get enough credit, because everybody thinks, oh, he's just the dirty guy. He's the guy who tells racist jokes. No.
innovative.
Pay attention to what this fucking crazy person's doing. And the thing he does now, he's not trying to get people to like know who he is. He's just making the most uncomfortable video. And the people who are fans of his like, he's a fucking maniac. He's walking up to this crazy Chinese lady. He wanted to picture. Like, they don't know what the fuck to do. And he's big, and he's imposing. He's got this crazy sunglasses on. He looks like he might be an insane person.
Totally.
You're worried about your safety.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. He's a genius.
It's inspiring to see somebody like that that doesn't lose their zest for the funny. Like even in the green room at the Garden, he was doing videos with everybody, and he came up and he goes, "Phil, do a video for me where I come up and you go, hey, I'm talking to my fans." And I go, what? He goes, no, I put in character. Right now you're Adam. Do Phil. So then he comes up and he goes, hey, dog. And I go, hey, Andrew, I'm talking to my friends. Will you fuck off? And he goes, Jesus fucking Christ, this guy. And then he puts it back and he goes, I thought I liked this guy. And then he's like, and he goes over to Sal and does a little video, and yeah, he just was like, he always fuck around, man. It was like, and that's what the backstage vibe could be, you know?
Dude, he used to do these little sketches at the store, and he would do it with a VHS handheld camera. He'd do sketches at the store, and I asked him one night, I go, what are you doing these for? He goes, oh. it's like, what are you doing? Oh, like he was saying, like, put it together someday.
Yeah.
He was just having fun.
Yeah.
Just having fun.
Oh, the first time he brought me up at the OR at the store, Jeff Scott was over there on the keys, and he goes, Jeff, who we got next? And I've met him maybe 3 times, but they expect whatever. But he goes, and Jeff goes, Adam Ray. And he goes, oh, I love this guy. And, we didn't know each other. And he goes, this guy, you've seen him here, you've seen him there. Keep it going for my friend, Alan Gray. And I get up, and he goes, sorry, I had to. Right like that. And I just laughed, and I was like, just getting razzed by him. Yeah.
I would love when he would go on stage in the OR and there'd be like 10 people in the crowd.
Yeah.
And he would just fuck with them.
What a treat to get to see that.
Fucking guy. Look at this fucking guy with his pants. It looks like he got attacked by a fucking mountain lion. How much did you pay for those pants, you fucking moron? It's like this. I would call it mean dice. Yeah. That was my favorite dice to watch in the OR when they do mean dice.
People love it too. They're like, Dice is roasting me. Get the fuck out of here.
They were dying. It was fun.
Yeah.
It was like, it sounds mean what I'm saying, but mean dice was hilarious.
Has he? He's been in the mothership, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, he loves it. Yeah.
I'm just happy. I was always just. It freaked me out to become his friend because
Is that one for you that's just crazy? That as far as like in the business, you're like,
I was young. I was friends with him in my 20s. And I was standing in the back of the comedy. He's the reason why I started going on the road. Because I was standing in the back of the comedy store. He's like, you should do the road. And I said, why? I was like, I'm even here at the store. He said, yeah, I know. But you know what? You don't want to be attached to Hollywood, these fucking jerk-offs. He's like, you can make all the money that you need on the road. Wow. He goes, and you get an audience. He goes, you're a funny guy. You should do the road. And I was like, I should do the road. So I started doing the road. For years.
Yeah. Opened you up to the idea.
100%. For years, I was mostly just doing the store. And I would do the Laugh Factory, and I do the improv. I was just doing Hollywood sets. And occasionally, I would do something else where it was a long set. But it was a little awkward because I was mostly doing 15-minute sets, you know? And so then I started headlining again. I was like, oh, yeah, you have to do this. You have to do hours.
Yeah.
You have to do like 4 hours on the weekend. Like two on Friday, 2 on Saturday. But it's like, the problem was I always had like 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Because 1 foot in was like, I was always working on television. So that was like most of my day. Most of my day on news radio was working on the TV show. It dampens your enthusiasm for doing the thing that got you to the dance. But I was on the set of news radio once. The producer, why are you still doing stand-up? You're an actor now. I was like, oh no.
Oh shit.
I was just like this whole cycle of needing people to pick you for something. I'm like, get me out of this.
Yeah. Why are you deciding what I should, be to people?
And it was at that same time where Dice told me, you do the road. Wow. At the same time. So it was like a fortuitous convergence of this guy that I couldn't believe I was friends with. It was just weird to me.
Would those news radio days be so long that sometimes you wouldn't want to go up and do a spot? Or was it
but I still did it. I always did it. I never canceled.
Yeah.
I always did it. Even though Sox was awesome.
It was your reward too, right? You were looking forward to it, like, I can get through the day, so I can get on stage.
It was a little bit of that, but it was also, those are my people. The comedians are my people. Yeah. I had to be around the freaks. I had to be around the weirdos, the Holtzmans. I became friends with Holtzman in 94. Wow. Yeah. So I had to be around those guys. Yeah. Like, those are my compatriots.
It is wild how quickly you find that out that you are in the right spot. I remember when I first started going around the store in 2000. I started in 2007, so it was right around there. Just doing open mics and waiting for 4 hours, and Tommy telling me I'm going up and then not going up, and like, well, come back tomorrow, and then just being around. Even if I didn't go up, I was around for 4 hours, and I didn't just sit and wait. I like milled around, and that's where I met Tony and all these guys that you're like, oh, cool, you're doing this too. And that was the connecting over that is an immediate bond. That's just like, once you kind of lock eyes with someone, you're like, oh, you're trying to do this too? unspoken respect, and then also like, oh, cool, somebody that like, oh, we both didn't go up, or you got up. Oh, cool. Yeah, well, dude, next time maybe you could do this, and then, oh, where are you going now? You know, it's late. Like, I'm jazzed from watching 4 hours of comedy and not going up, and I feel like it's sad if I just go to bed. So, oh, well, let's go fucking play video games and smoke weed and just talk about our experience of that night. And
there are wild times that you don't appreciate at the moment because you're worried. You don't know if the future is ever going to be real. You don't know if you're ever going to be a real comedian, you know, because you want to do it. You're obsessed with it, but it's hard to even get on stage. It's hard to even take the first steps towards the dream. So it's like, even though it's an amazing time and you're going to look back on it so at the time, it's crazy. At the time, you just don't know. And that not knowing and not being able to control your destiny as a young person is one of the most terrifying and paralyzing feelings, because you don't know if it's going to happen in whatever you're trying to do. You're a fog of, hope and dreams, and I don't know. I can't see the future. I don't know if it's ever going to work out.
The uncertainty that is a constant cloud over your head, but also the appropriate amount of delusion and enthusiasm for wanting to make it, right?
Yeah.
Or make it. I mean, just wanting to be able to work in this world.
Well, I was very fortunate that I'm a very determined person, because I was terrible when I started.
Stand up?
Yeah, I mean, occasionally I had some good jokes, but I was bad at putting it together. But I didn't know how to write. I just knew like what I liked, and I knew that I could make people laugh in inappropriate ways. I just couldn't figure out how to get that.
Were you comfy on stage?
No. It took a while. It took a while for me to be comfortable on stage. It was so crazy. I was so nervous about it, but I had fought like 100 times. It's just so weird that like getting kicked in the head didn't make me as nervous as talking to people.
That's so wild to me.
It's so crazy.
Yeah.
There was a lot of fear that came with the fighting that didn't come with stand-up, like all throughout the day. Like you have massive anxiety all throughout the day when sparring days. You'd have massive anxiety when you're going to a tournament. And that's when I became funny, because I would make everybody laugh when we were all freaking out. Because we were like on a bus driving to New York together to go get kicked in the face. And I would just make jokes, because it's very likely that one of us might get knocked unconscious. And I'd seen a few of my friends get knocked unconscious. And it's a terrifying feeling. I saw a friend of mine get axe kicked in the face. And he was really never the same guy again after that. He was a really good fighter, and we went up to Canada and fought this guy named Jersey Long. And Jersey Long was this national champion from Canada who was nasty. He was nasty. And he caught my friend in the head with an axe kick and KO'd him. And I didn't think my friend should be fighting him. I didn't think my friend was good enough at that point and experienced enough. He was good. He was very talented. But he didn't have enough experience on a national level. And this guy was at the peak of his form. And he caught him so hard. It was so horrible watching him crumple and go unconscious. I was like, God damn. It was one of the worst KOs I'd ever seen live from like a friend getting KO'd. I was like, God damn.
That make you really just reevaluate.
Oh, it made me a bunch of times. Made me reevaluate. KOing people made me reevaluate it. Watching people snoring on the ground and knowing that could have easily been you. Easily could have been you. Easily. Easily. There's definitely guys that could have knocked me into the shadow realm. They just didn't. They just got lucky. I got lucky, and I never really got knocked down to my last kickboxing fight. I get TKO'd. I was still conscious. I was okay. I got rocked. I got hit with a left hook and dropped. My legs just disappeared. My leg just went, go away.
What's that like?
It's weird. It never happened before. I've been dropped before in the gym, but I'd never been dropped, where I was really exhausted. It was my third fight of the night, too.
Because even that's a crapshoot, right? Like when you're getting kicked in the head, you go down, or whatever it is that knocks you out, it's still... Right, there's always a couple centimeters to the left, and that would have actually.
This guy got me perfect on the jaw, and I think I had my mouth open because I think I was tired. Because it was, like I said, it was the third fight of the day, and I remember being exhausted because I would get sick a lot of times before fights because I would get nervous. So I get real nervous, and then your immune system drops because you're freaking out all the time.
Fuck.
Yeah, and also you're cutting weight. I'd be cutting my calories down, so I was trying to compete in a different weight class.
But those nerves don't enter in the comedy. Like before your live special, which I told you they cover this stuff, but it was awesome.
Thank you.
And also, I love doing it different, man. When Harlan Williams did a fucking special outdoors in front of animals, I was like, fuck yeah. You know what I'm saying? Doing something different. But the live thing is so not guaranteed. And you're prepped, you're ready, you've done live, but like still, it's still a new challenge, right?
I said no to it at first.
Right.
I was like, I don't want to do that. Fuck that.
We'll put you over the top and what? And what were the nerves like that were?
Well, what put me over the top was I was like, why are you scared, pussy? Like, this is like, what do you like to do? You like to do things that scare you.
Yeah,
you do this thing, you fucking bitch.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I thought to myself. Because I said no. I was on the phone with my manager. She said, Netflix wants to do a live special. I was like, fuck that. I go, I want to do that. No. Tell them no. Maybe I'll do a special. But at that time, I wasn't even thinking about doing a special. I was just working on comedy. I was just having fun, just doing comedy. And then being at my own club was fucking wonderful. And then I was like, why are you being such a bitch? When I said no, and then when I got home, I think, or maybe the next morning, I called her up. I said, don't tell him no yet. Let me think about it. And then the next day, I said, I'm going to do it.
Conversations with other people about it, or you just kind of had
I didn't tell anybody.
A car pep talk, or what?
No, just my own head.
Yeah.
It was like, this is what you're supposed to do, stupid. Yeah. Just do something that scares the shit out of you, because that scares the shit out of you. But I just realized, like, I'm having great shows. I know that the material's tight. It's funny. I'm like, what am I worried about? I'm not going to be able to. I do it every night. Just do it like a regular night. And I do everything live. I do the UFC live. I used to do YouTube videos. We used to do live.
Yeah.
I used to stream the podcast live. I've done so many shows live. Like, what am I worried about? And I'm like, oh, you're worried about fucking up. Okay, well, don't think about fucking up. Think about doing it the best way you can do it. And the best way I could do it was like to over-prepare. So I prepared like crazy. Yeah. I was at one point in time, I was doing 6 hours a week. So I was doing 3 nights, 2 shows a night, headline.
God damn. Yeah, you're ready at that point.
After like an hour and 15 minutes of other guys yelling, an hour and 15, an hour and a half sometimes. One time it was an hour and 45 minutes because the Protect Our Parks guys were all with me.
Shit.
So we all went out and we were blazed. We were all so drunk. We were so drunk. When we got there, we hopped out of the limo and ran upstairs, and it was ridiculous. At one point, Norman got so drunk during the podcast that he went backstage, threw up, and then went to sleep. So you know that backstage area, like right behind the stage?
Cozy.
Yeah, he was sleeping up there. Yeah, out cold. So he goes up, and then Ari's hammered. He goes up. Brian Simpson was there.
Yeah.
Tony was there. Like it was a giant, crazy show. So, but all those shows, when you're going up that late, it's like running with weights on.
Yeah.
You got to keep that momentum going. You got to keep things tight. So all I did was just over prepare. I just really listened to a lot of recordings. I watched the video from Friday night, because we recorded Friday night too.
Okay.
So I watched that video. I was writing bits out that I knew. I was writing them out word for word on a notebook over and over again.
And when you're over prepared, I'm assuming, I don't know if you riffed anything in the moment, but I feel like when you are that in the pocket, you're like, all right, now I feel comfy to shoot from the hip.
Yeah, you could just do a show, like a regular show, like how you would do it. That's how I thought. I want to over prepare, but I just want to do it like a regular show. Yeah, but it's also a regular show in the theater, which was odd because I had only done my clubs for a year and a half. I hadn't done any other venue for a whole year and a half. Before Friday night, I had not done any other big places. Yeah, for a long ass time. I think the last time I did a big place was probably one of the arenas that I did. And then I went to the club, and then I stayed in the club for a year and a half.
So next special would have to be, what, blackout drunk? Just to mix it up?
No, I think I'll do a live one again. Yeah, it was fun. It was fucking terrifying, but fun. Like, in the moment, it wasn't terrifying at all.
Yeah.
I was just in the moment, and all I was doing was just concentrating on staying in the moment and enjoying myself and having a good time. And doing it the best I can do it. And being, real. I was so prepared because I knew, like, what my transitions were going to be. I'd done that set in that order for, like, 3 weeks. Yeah. I was ready.
Yeah, we're going to live stream these Phil theater shows, I think. Just taking a page out of the Kill Tony book. It's like,
why not?
It's people, because there's only a handful of theaters we're doing, but it's like there's people, you can reach way a bigger audience doing that. And it's all, the Phil show's all unscripted, so it's like there's a little more room for, something, whatever, but I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of room for it. But the most important thing
is,
most important thing is that's what people like.
Yes.
They like that you're going without a net.
Right.
They like it. Yeah. That's why they like the live Kill Tonys. Yeah. That's why they like all this stuff.
Yeah, anything can happen.
Yeah, look, Kill Tony at its base, the whole thing is there's no net. You know, it's like you're gonna go up. Some guy went up in Madison Square Garden the first time he ever went on stage, ever. That's fucking so crazy, ever.
That's so crazy.
I mean, what a mind fuck that must be.
Yeah.
To walk out in front of, and by the way, those people are harsh. Those people are fucking.
I was going to ask you, how do you feel with like a joke in? They're like, so my mom is my mom's weird. They're like, fuck you. They're boo.
Yeah.
I mean, the boos come in so quick sometimes.
Also, they're drunk. Okay,
Yeah.
There's people out there. They've been ready for the show all day. They've been day drinking. They probably went to a pub, got fucked up.
Oh, New York, yeah.
Yeah, they're walking, and then they walked into the most iconic arena, their favorite show. It's live.
Yeah.
There's 16,000
Yeah.
people. They're fucked up.
Yeah.
Let's go, Tony.
Yeah.
And then some guys on stage, and it's not that good. They're like,
I paid for this. Yeah.
especially in New York.
Yeah.
Especially in New York.
I know.
Like, they're not polite. If it's going south, they're gonna let you know. But that's part of the fun, because when it goes great, they let you know too.
Yeah.
They're great laughers. God damn, when they were laughing hard. It was a fun show. It was really fun. But it's that weirdness of like, it could go sideways, it could be awesome, but it's always going to be fun.
Yeah.
So, and then you got the regulars. Like William Montgomery is a goddamn national treasure.
Oh, I can't get enough of him.
I
I
like him to death.
Me too, man.
He's
Like,
so funny.
yeah, dude.
He's so fucking funny.
And he gives it. He's so. I love too when people are just so. He's such a kind guy, but he's so like. He just commits fully, dude. Yeah. And he's just always in the pocket, and he's always. That's such a thing too. Is going on like I've only been on his long panel or a 5-10 minute bit, and it's like to go on for a minute and then however long the interview part is, he's just always. He always delivers on this, which is
he's a character, right? He's this maniacal character, and you can get away with so much as that maniacal character.
I met his he's got two brothers, but I met one, and he goes, "Hi, my name's Vince." He goes, "I'm William's brother," and I was like, "Of course you are." Like, he just had all the William, like really just very just like good to see you.
William hugs you.
Oh yeah,
he hugs you like you might be stabbing.
He hugs you like a Trump handshake. Like he pulls you in, and then it's really
it's weird.
Like he's stabbing you. Actually, that's
very tense. Like you might want to stab you.
What is that? That's just.
I don't know what it is. I'm trying to relax him on it. For several years now.
Yeah.
He just hugs you and you're like, am I in trouble? Am I in danger here? What the fuck is happening here?
Yeah.
It's just.
Are we jumping out of a plane while you're holding on to something?
What a writing exercise that show is, to have to come up with a whole new minute every week.
Yeah.
That's bananas.
Yeah.
It's a bananas experience. I mean, it's such a crazy job. And to do it live in front of a crowd and then have it on YouTube, if you bomb, it's on YouTube forever. It's like, that's the ballsiest shit you can do, man.
Let me ask you this. Would you ever go on, like now that there have been, I've gone as a few characters, Shane going on doing Trump, if there was ever a pitch to you from Tony or whoever, because you're a good actor, and would there ever be a world if somebody was like, dude, Joe, let's get you up at to come on and do like
an impression
like a bucket poll that was like a wild person, not even like a long panel thing, but like a,
yeah, I would do that.
Like a fake,
it would have to be a person that I could actually do an impression of.
Okay.
Because I'm not that good. I only have a few. Like I can do Dice and I can do Joey, but it's only a few.
But what about an original?
There's a guy named Earl Strickland. This is my best impression. My best impression is a professional pool player.
Let's go.
For real.
His voice or just the way he is?
No, it's a video of me doing an impression of him. I sound exactly like him.
Awesome.
And I say the crazy, he's a genius pool, one of the greatest pool players of all time. But like all people that are incredible at what they do, they're nuts.
Yeah.
Almost all people that are really, really good at things are out of their fucking mind.
Oh yeah.
And he's out of his fucking mind. And he's famous for things like he puts like ankle weights on his wrists when he plays and tapes up his fingertips and puts like shooting goggles on. Meanwhile, he's like one of the greatest pool players that's ever lived. Wow. So he has all these like gadgets and shit he does, but I do this impression of him. We'll play it for him because you got to hear him talk.
Mr. Earl Strickland.
That's my buddy Justin.
How are you doing tonight?
Pool is a beautiful game played by ugly people. Okay, first of all, how are you going to play pool if you're not properly equipped? Where's your beekeeper's at? I don't see you in layers. What are you doing? Goggles on? No, get the fuck off the table.
So this is
wow.
Now you gotta listen to the guy.
It doesn't sound like you.
Listen to the guy. That's like if that guy was famous, yeah, I could do like a whole tour as him.
Oh my god, that's your next chapter.
I could do a tour of pool walls.
Oh my god, meet and greets with that.
But that's the only one I could do that good.
Well, here's the thing. even that voice, I'm like, dude, that's a Kill Tony guy. You see that guy come on?
Right. This is him. He's just the best player in the world.
Bro, you nailed it.
I know how to do his voice.
Oh,
It
Joe.
was a beautiful day. Played by a bunch of ugly people.
The stash, bro.
Yeah, he's a wizard.
Now, is he so famous that like a biopic is in the works? If something happened,
They could do a biopic of
Right.
Earl Strickland, and I could play Earl Strickland. I
Holy
can't play as
shit.
good as Earl Strickland, and not built like Earl Strickland, but I could definitely do an Earl Strickland impression.
Oh my God.
He'd be so mad at me.
Have you wait? So you met him, yeah?
Yeah, I met him. He was happy when I met him. I ran into him, and he was like, "Why are you picking on me?" I go, "I'm a giant fan. It's the only way I could do an impression of you that good because I'm a huge fan." And we became like friendly. But then I tried to get him on the podcast, and he doesn't want to come on. He's mad at me for something.
Doing his voice.
He like did a
Keep fucking saying these
he did a
videos.
podcast saying that he like turned me down. He didn't want to do my podcast.
Oh God.
I'm only a fan.
Yeah.
I'm only telling. I'm only joking around because I think you're awesome.
Is Pool your? Oh man, how do I ask this question? Not vice. Number one, like if you had the ideal day, like a joint, a show, you know, maybe post show for however long when you're hanging. Obviously, I know you're like at dinners and whatnot, but like, is Pool your true like you're in your happy place then?
Well, it's just to me, it's like a game that's also a mind cleanser. So there's certain
And the
things.
social aspect of it, right?
Yeah. Social aspect. Well, if you're hanging around a pool, for sure.
Yeah.
Also, it's like pool players are also obsessed with it the way you're obsessed with it. So you can talk about stuff that you can't talk about with other people, like tip millimeter sizes and carbon fiber shafts and shit. Stuff like that. But the pool players can't wait to talk.
Yeah.
So you're talking about these weird aspects, of very particular aspects of this game. But while you're doing it, when you're just trying to concentrate on running out, you're just trying to concentrate on putting that cue ball perfect for the next ball, perfect for the next. You're thinking 3 balls ahead. You're plotting your lines, and you're going. There's no room for anything else. There's no room for, oh, I forgot to call that guy back. Oh, I got to do this. Oh, I got to do that. Oh, I didn't do this today. There's no room. While you're shooting, it's a mind cleanser. So all the things, should I do this? Should I do that? All that goes away.
Yeah.
And it just cleans your mind down because it requires all of you to make a hard shot, especially on tight pockets. A long shot on tight pocket requires all of you to stay in line, have your stroking arm follow through smooth, have the proper grip on the cue where you're not gripping it too tight. You gotta like you're cradling it like a little baby bird, in your hand, and you're just letting that cue weight and the acceleration from your arm push through that ball, and you want to watch that spin as it collides with the other ball and moves perfectly to the next ball. That requires all of you. So while you're doing that, it cleans your head out.
Dude, Strickland, you're just making me realize is like Bob Ross for pool. The way that you described all that, I was like, dude, that all made sense. You just basically broke down pool in the most beautiful way. And it really is, there's so much finesse, there's so much like strategy, there's athleticism involved.
There's a little bit of body control. I wouldn't call it athleticism, but you have to have execution. You have to be able to execute the shots. And that requires like a finesse that's learned over thousands and thousands and thousands of shots.
I thought I was going to be a pro pool player at one point. My mom was a single mom, 4 jobs, ran an assisted living homes, activities. That was one of the jobs, like the bring in, all school choirs and then just coming up with games for them. And so I'd go there for a lot of times after school. And there was a guy that was like, I don't know, fucking janitor. Who knows if this guy even like worked there? But all of a sudden I'd always be upstairs with him playing pool and my sister. And he just like was so good and would like show us trick shots. And I got so into it. It was one of those things you got so into for like 3-4 years. And then, I don't know, girls.
Yeah, but if you got someone who's good that showed you how to do it right.
Yes. I always think back not always, but think back to like, oh man, what if I like had really made that a thing? Because I mean, who knows where I was, but all I know is I was playing like anything as a kid, right? I was playing all the time to where I was like, oh man, what if that was like,
that would be crazy.
Yeah.
If I knew you from the previous that would be crazy.
I know, right?
Yeah. But then you probably would have had this thing in your head, like, I think I could do comedy.
Oh yeah.
I think I could do it.
Yeah.
That thing that you had in your head before you ever started doing it, like that little voice. It's like, you should do comedy.
Oh, that was me on the bus impersonating, doing Ace Ventura scenes. Because I was a fat kid, and then I was getting teased all the time.
You handsome bastard. back
I'm trying to
into
take care of
it.
myself. I'm trying.
Right?
I'm trying to
You're
take care
like
of
the
myself.
guy in It. Remember the fat kid in It 2 comes back buff and handsome in It 2? You don't remember? I watched it the other day. In It 1, the chubby kid who gets cut up by the bully.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Then in It 2, now he's a stud. He's got like 6-pack, beautiful man. But something happened.
Oh, yeah, we're still working on that, but yeah.
You gotta grow up.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I was getting teased all the time, so it was fat kid, and then I started making friends laugh, and they were like, "Oh, you're the funny kid." So then I was like, "Oh, this is making them laugh, which feels good, and then it's also changing the way they're looking at me, which I felt like a crazy superpower." I mean, it's 6th grade, and I was just, I just was like, "Oh, I gotta chase this thing." So then it was, but I was doing it naturally. I wasn't going out of my way to do it. It just came like I'd watched Ace Ventura, then I was like, "Oh, I want to." Do that to a couple friends on the bus, and now I'm like telling stories, and then I would prank call Seattle sports radio stations and record it on like my first Sony and play it for friends on the bus, and they'd be like, just seeing them laugh was fun. Or prank call. One of the first things I did was there was a girl in our class that everybody had a crush on, and me too. But she was like, "Yeah, bigger tits than me. Why would I like you?" And so I called my buddy who she ended up dating and pretended to be her. So I called him with other friends. Kind of diabolical.
Jesus, you could do an impression of her that's that good?
In 4th grade, yeah. I have a voice. I didn't sound like this.
4th grade,
yeah.
right. That's insane, dude. So
And
even back then you were doing that?
Yeah, impersonating teachers and whatnot, and then
that's hilarious.
But the chasing of it was, which is why I was telling somebody this the other day. Jim Carrey, when he came through, when he was scouting for Dine up here at the Comedy Store, and I had never met him, and he's walking through, and Adam Egget's walking him through, and that movie was so influential on me, Jim Carrey in general, but like how much I was like, involving it in making people laugh. He walks.
Was it a movie or was it a television show?
Ace Ventura?
No, the Comedy Store thing.
Oh, television show on Showtime.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So he's coming through the back bar. He was going to do roast battle. I'm saying the back bar, the main bar at the store, and he walks through, and Adam's like, "Hey, Adam, it's Jim Carrey," and I go, and Jim goes, "Okay, man," and keeps walking. I was like, and Robert Bartender was like, "Dude, you fucking, what was that?" And I was like, I don't know.
Communicate. Yeah.
And then I put it all together, and I was like, "Oh, dude!" Like, I'm sure subconsciously in that moment, I was like, "Oh, dude, this guy, whether it was all about it or not, like me just telling you all this stuff about the movie and influencing me and giving me the confidence to like want to try to make people laugh."
He was your Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, in a weird way.
Jesus.
I mean, I think so, man.
That's what it was.
Put me on the track to trying to, and now that's my life. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe I'm getting too heady about it.
No, you're not getting too heady. No, I appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. Like, he is the guy that started the spark, right? He's the guy that inspired you.
I think so.
Getting impressions of him getting laughs is what got you down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you meeting him was a freak out.
Yeah.
These should be used to freakouts by now. Like, you're fucking Jim Carrey, dude.
Yeah.
But I bet he gets bugged out by people that don't act normal around him.
Sure.
You know what I mean? He's probably so tired of it.
Yeah, maybe you appreciate that. And then Adam later was like, "Dude, you fucking froze in front of Jim Carrey, man."
That's a great
Dude, he was right down. It's my contact. You're supposed to say, he's he hasn't been there 30 years, and now he's definitely not coming back. And you fucking stared at him weird. Adam, shut up, Adam Egget.
That's a perfect Adam Egget. But, those guys, I think that being that famous for that long is like radiation poisoning.
I think so.
I think you have to have a very unique constitution to live near Chernobyl.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that if a guy that's that famous for that long probably goes a little
wild. Yeah.
And it also became insane, I think, when he was doing Andy Kaufman. He became like Andy Kaufman for like a year.
I know. I need to be taking a page. Like, what if that happens to me with this frill thing?
No.
Yeah, I know. I can separate.
You separate. You're talking to me before you went on stage. Yeah. You're right, Phil. You're just you.
Can you imagine? Fuck. If I was just like, "Joe, you excited for tonight's show?"
I would understand. I'd go, yes. Yeah, Phil, what's up? Tell Jay I said hi.
I should have done it. Dude, that coat you were wearing that night, it was incredible, dude. And you looked like with your shades and that jacket.
I just wanted to be ridiculous because we're at Madison Square Garden.
I love it, dude.
Yeah, and
you were adding to the show.
Yeah, it was just, to me, it felt like this is so big I should dress preposterous. I feel preposterous.
Can I ask where you get a jacket like that?
Nordstrom's.
Let's go.
Shout out to Nordstrom.
Let's go.
I got it's not, no animals died in that jacket.
couple Muppets maybe.
A few seals probably choked to death on the oil that spilled out. Yeah, I mean, is that even eco-friendly when people have like fake fur? I guess they think that it causes less death, but I wonder if overall it does. I wonder if what is the amount of life lost through the petrochemical production of nylon versus beaver trapping? How many things lives get lost because of the actual production of fake leathers and plastics and chemicals? How many things go into the ocean? How many things die because they get poisoned by the runoff?
Yeah.
Where are these things made?
Let's ask Siri.
Right. Where is this stuff made? Is this stuff made in some third world country that doesn't have any environmental regulations and they're just dumping this waste into the river, which we know has happened? Is it but you feel better because you're wearing a fake fur? I'm not sure. I think we might be better off just using real fur.
Maybe.
I bet we are. Yeah, but it's just cruel. The idea of killing an animal just for its skin is just cruel.
Pretty wild.
Yeah, it's wild. But I mean, we kill them for food. It's weird. There's places that are fur-free zones now. Okay, right?
Like states?
Like places you can't sell furs. I bet you can still wear them. It is America.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. You can't sell fur. I think you can't sell fur in parts of Los Angeles. See if that's true. I think they put a ban on selling fur. But you can still sell leather. Do you know how fucking insane you are? When you have animal skin on almost everything. You have animal skin on the inside of your car. You have animal skin on your shoes. You have animal skin on your belt. You have animal skin in your wallet. You have animal skin everywhere. If it's better, it's leather upholstery.
Yeah.
Look at this beautiful leather upholstery.
Yeah.
It's better if it has leather. So you have animal skin everywhere, as long as there's no fuzz on it. Fur sales are illegal in California. 2019, state of California became the first state to ban fur. State's Governor Gavin Newsom signed into law AB 44, which bans the sales and manufacturing of new clothing and accessories made from fur. I get it. I get people wanting to be kind and not kill an animal for its fur. I totally understand where you're coming from. But it is a little weird that we're okay with leather here. It's a little weird.
Yeah.
And don't ban leather, you motherfuckers. That's not my point. My point is shut the fuck up and let people do whatever they want to do. I don't think you should ban furs. I don't want one. I'd rather have a fake one. What
do you think about the tax?
Because I feel bad. Yeah. But but I get it. If I was living in a place where they couldn't, where did it all come from, right? It came from, that was the only way to stay alive. People wore big ass fur coats because it protects you. They don't wear fur coats. The Inuits don't wear fur coats because it looks cool. They want to stay alive.
Yeah, it's warmth.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's the best way to stay alive, especially when you're getting it from these animals that you're killing.
Yeah.
That's literally how you get your clothes and your food is from these animals. That's the origin of it all. Now it's like a weird thing because you're wearing it to show everyone you're a baller. You're getting a full-length mink coat. What's up, playa?
Yeah.
Woo! My ostrich hat. Yeah, you have feathers on your cap. It's an exotic bird that had lost its fucking life so you can look like a pimp. And you just
to go to the Clippers game in style.
Wearing gold all over your
it's an alligator pussy ring.
Diamonds carved out of the ground by child labor. And you just glittering and shining.
You have to walk in like that, by the way.
Yeah, if you got a fur coat,
even though the coat's doing the talking for you.
My friend Bill had one. I put it on once. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. We were in Aspen. He had a mink coat. I go, what is that? What is that coat? Let me try that on. I put it on. I was like, oh my God. Wow. This is amazing.
Yeah.
It insulates you so perfectly. It's like
Pimps made mink coats popular. Is that?
I don't know who made mink coats popular, but they're popular with rich ladies.
Rich ladies, yeah.
It's rich ladies, and then it's like I think pimps caught on because it wasn't a lot of Joe Namath. Didn't Joe Namath famously wear a mink coat?
Yes.
Yeah. Baller shit.
Yeah.
Baller shit.
It does. It looks.
Yeah. But back then, people didn't think twice because everybody was just trying to stay alive. They were just trying to not starve to death. Right. They didn't give a fuck about those animals. And once things got soft and sweet, and people started doing way better, in society, it's like you don't have to worry about starving to death. Everybody's like, hey, why are we killing these little animals for their fur?
Let them live. What do you think about the taxidermy stuff? Like the full-on people that have like rooms with just
I don't
creature.
do that with animals I hunt. because I like what's called a European mount, and a European mount is the skull with the antlers on it. Just the actual skull.
Yeah.
I know what it looked like. I don't want a fake representation of it on my wall.
Yeah.
It's basically a doll. First of all, the people that do it are amazing, and the art of it is pretty incredible because it is an art form. What you're doing is you're using this mold, right? So you have a mold that's roughly the size of the torso of the animal you killed. They have a photograph of the animal that you killed, and then they take the skin from the animal you killed and mold it around this foam and do it so perfectly that it looks just like the animal. They put fake eyes and they do it all up, and it's got the antlers from the actual animal on it. And they've made a fake version of this animal that you killed. I get it, but it's not for me.
Right. Also, I don't know. I feel like I would get pretty baked in my own house and have some late night freakouts at some of these things that look super. Well, a buddy of mine has a full house one. He's his name's Doug. He lives in Jersey, and but he's into it for the artistic. Like he says, it's beautiful. It's got this big. Jimmy, you don't have that thing I was going to show Joe, do you? The little trailer. So, Joe, I made this doc called Doug about my friend who was a lifeguard when he was 21 in the 70s, jumped into a pool in Jersey to save a kid who was faking drowning. And he ended up being paralyzed from the neck down. And his brother, Brian, who was an accountant, quit doing that to save his brother mentally, physically. He was in the hospital, wanted to die, was like, leave me in the pool. I don't want to live like this. He was a college football star, going to be a lawyer. Brian not only gets him physically fit and mentally stable, to a place to where he wants to live, gets him so strong that he enters the Paralympics, ends up becoming the world champ, setting all the world records, gets on the cover of a Wheaties box, travels the world with Michael Jordan, Joe Montana, Bo Jackson, speaking to people all over the world, becomes a criminal lawyer, helps get the Disability Act going. And so I meet Brian, who's now a physical therapist to the Stars in New York. And he's telling me about it. His brother's like, dude, you got me my brother, Doug. This guy's he's incredible. Come to New Jersey, be my brother. You hear him? It's as good as your Strickland impression. And so I go to Jersey and I see his place. He shows me all his pictures and videos of him with the Pope and Christopher Reeve and Regis and Kathy Lee. And I'm like, holy shit!
Is this doc out already?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. And it's a one-minute trailer.
Let's see the trailer.
Yeah, let's see the trailer. Thanks, Paul. So I directed this the first time.
The Doug Air story. From the Wheaties cereal box to the Olympics. It was 1978 when Doug Air, as a lifeguard, dove into the pool to save a drowning boy.
I dove in, this thing kicked back, and my head hit the bottom of the pool.
He's still trying. I don't feel my face. I don't feel anything. I'm screaming to the dogs. Come on,
It ended and began right at that moment. My brother was, you're not going to get this corner off. He would duct tape 1 pound wrist weights to my hand. They told me about wheelchair sports.
He goes on the field. Breaks the first one. Breaks the second one. Breaks the third one. Jab and chop and this.
I would never thought we'd see that. Never.
I got a phone call.
Soon, his picture will be pasted on 3 million boxes of the stuff.
You see my blood on the face of the wheel. So cool. Where's it go from there?
Hold down, get the ring license for a couple of years. I got security. Hey, you can't beat the parts. Just remember that.
Dude, that's badass.
Crazy story.
That's a crazy story.
Well, so I went out there and I was like, I at least had to film the interviews, and their mom just passed with Brian, Doug, and because the story, the brother, just being there for Doug is wild and inspiring. And I don't know, having that amount of pictures and video to accompany any doc, I feel like is pretty imperative. And it was overwhelming. So I was like, I'm going to come out and at least interview you guys. And then it took a couple of years to put it all together. But it's on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/AdamRayComedy. I tried to pitch it a few places, didn't really have enough juice. And then I was like, I'm just going to put it up because I want them to, it should be out there. A movie on that story. I mean, it's wild, Joe. I'll text you a link. It's only 50 minutes.
So that you've never did a documentary or anything like this before?
First one directed, yeah.
That's crazy. So you just got inspired because of this guy's story to put this together?
1,000%. I was like, I can't believe that your story is not more. I'm like, how the fuck have I not heard about this? And, I talked to a few people since who've been like, oh, I remember seeing something on the news about this. Yeah, fucking a quick news, a 10-second whatever. But and Brian's such a character, the brother that's always doing the voice of.
That's a great impression.
And his voice
it might be better than my first.
No, easy. But Brian now is that's his life now. So that's also crazy. He dedicated his life to helping his brother, and now he is to the stars in New York and whoever else. I mean, he'll be on a. I flew him to Vegas once when I had a major back thing, and 3 days of aggressive stretching and fucking fixed me. And on the plane, he's like, "There's a woman next to me. Her shoulder was fucking fucked up. Like, fix your shoulder. She was able to do that for fucking 40 years. Now she can't." And he kept telling me about Doug, and I was like,
"What did he do to her shoulder that let her?"
I don't know, just he licked it or something. I don't know. He did a little. I don't know.
Release.
Yeah, he's there's a name for the type of physical therapist he is, but he says that in case people don't understand. But he's a wizard, man, and he. So I was like, I need to do this.
Does he like do rolfing, that kind of stuff?
So
that's a really painful kind of soft tissue manipulation. You ever had it done?
No,
it's brutal. Man.
Oh, really? Well, I mean, it's that's why I say aggressive stretching. It's really, but he just a lot of unlocking things, but there's days when I've seen him. I stuck around New York an extra day to get work done, and I get just from flying and carrying a lot of shit here. My quads get real tight all the time, and so. I just not stretching enough, which I know I got to, but he's like, I could use 2 more days with you to like really get you,
loosen you up. Yeah. But, I've been doing a lot of stretching lately because I've done a lot of especially getting ready for the special. I was working out a lot, also to calm my mind.
Yeah.
And I might have overdid a little bit, and then
so?
I just was sore, man. My back was sore.
You feel on stage as you were moving around.
And then I decided on Saturday. No, not on stage. Because mostly like when I wake up in the morning, like, I'm going too hard here.
Right.
But what it really was, I wasn't stretching enough. And everything was just tight because I was doing a lot of like kettlebell shit, and it was just tight. And I spent like 2.5 hours on Saturday just stretching in my hotel room, just stretching. That's all I did. I just watched some YouTube videos and stretched. And I felt 100% better when I got to, and I was like, "Oh, you fucking idiot! You should be doing this all the time."
I know.
I need to do like long stretch sessions like that all the time.
That's patience, man. 2.5 hours.
Yeah, and just watching YouTube. Just put your phone down and watch some.
You have no excuse to not. I tell my sister that now too, and she's like, "I need to find more time to, exercise and stuff." I'm like, "Dude, you watch shows." Like already after work, just like for even 20 minutes, like walk around and just space out. But,
well, it's also if you want to exercise, like get on some kind of a cardio machine and watch a movie on an iPad.
Yeah.
It's a cheat code.
Yeah,
it's a cheat
how
code.
I watch anything is on the bike.
But it's the best way to distract yourself from the fact that you're exhausted.
Totally.
If you watch a good movie with headphones on and an iPad on like a stationary bike,
yeah.
You can enjoy the movie.
Yeah.
You actually can enjoy the movie and actually put in some serious cardio.
Yeah.
And you'll be distracted. So you won't be thinking about the fact you're exhausted on the bike. You'll be thinking about, oh my God, don't go in the basement.
Yeah.
Don't go in the basement. I can't fucking do this. Movies insane.
Yeah.
Especially a good thriller,
Oh yeah. It keeps you engaged. Yeah. What's your go-to workout movie? Or can you not watch? Are you a rewatcher?
Yes. John Wick. John Wick's the greatest ever workout movie.
Whoa.
Ever. Yeah. Yeah.
I have a confession. I haven't seen it.
Oh my God. It's like
let's watch
girl
it.
Saying she hasn't seen
Put
Barbie.
it up, Jay.
It's like a girl saying she hasn't seen Barbie, really.
Right. Oh wow.
Yeah. It's the most insanely violent movie of all time. It's so
Keanu,
insane.
right?
Yeah, it's so Keanu. It's so ridiculous.
And they've made 15.
They did 4 of them. Yeah, I think. 4? Right, yeah. 4.
I remember hearing this last one. It was the talk of the town. People were like,
it's a fun movie.
Yeah.
But it's a really good movie to work out to because it's just so crazy. Cool. Because like so many people are getting killed. You're just like,
oh, yeah.
You get in those extra reps and watching people engage.
You
like
fired up
Mortal
a bit.
Kombat.
Yeah. Wow, yeah.
It's a crazy movie.
Mortal
It's
Kombat.
fun.
Remember when that became a game? Remember when that I understood why my mom was like, you can't play video games. Because I remember sitting downstairs. I had my bar mitzvah. She goes, I'm not buying you a video game system, but you can use some of your Jew money to buy. She didn't say that. She goes, you can buy some of your, you can buy, what she did. She goes, you can use some of your money from gifts to buy it. So I bought a Super Nintendo and then I got, I think, a Sega and then Mortal Kombat, or my buddy had a Sega. And we played Mortal Kombat. And I remember just being like, what is happening? We went from Street Fighter, which is, throwing, Harukiks and whatnot, and then just ripping a guy's cock off.
Yeah. Yeah, you could kill people.
Yeah,
You pull their fucking skull out with their spine attached to it.
pretty cool. And then just go have a fucking Crustable right after.
And it's very addictive.
Yeah.
All those games are very addictive.
Were you ever a gamer?
Yeah.
What was your
Quake? But it's just because they're fun. It's like they're not addictive because they suck. They're awesome.
Yeah.
They're just too awesome.
Yeah.
Like playing Quake is too awesome. It's crazy fast paced, shooting rockets at people. They're electrocuting you to death.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
You know, and it's such an adrenaline rush that you just don't want to stop. You just want to go to the next game.
Oh, yeah.
The next thing, keep playing. Next thing you know, you're exhausted, you're dehydrated, you haven't had any food in 8 hours.
Oh yeah.
What's wrong with you? And then you have to go to bed. You lie in bed. What the fuck is
Why
wrong
am I
with me?
still awake?
This is crazy.
I've only played Halo a handful of times. My younger brother is pretty obsessed, but he's really good. And I played it online, and I was real high. So I started to kind of get emotionally invested to where, like, I see guys getting shot, and I was like, fuck, I can't. My heart was beating so fast, it was too much. If I was sober, I would have been less.
You lost a comrade.
Yeah.
Felt real.
It did. I was fucked
They
up.
have virtual reality ones now. My friend Matt Serra, he plays these virtual reality
With the goggles.
What's the one that Matt plays? What is that the game he plays? That is Population 1. So it's a VR shooter.
Oh, yeah.
So he's running around with VR goggles on. So he really feels like he's in the game. And he's like, yeah, get down. They're shooting at each other and shit. It's nuts. Oh my God. Let's get goggles on. He's like, it is fucking house. Moving around
Give
like
me that security.
so you feel like you're in a war.
Yeah.
Like you're so immersed in it. This video game is now a whole next level experience.
Yeah.
It's just in front of the computer is pretty involving.
Yeah.
You get the headphones on, especially with these computer games now have 3D sound, so you hear sound coming from there. You know, guys over there. You know, you run towards them.
Smack your wife. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's
another thing about these goddamn games. You can beat the shit out of people. Like there's a lot of, like, what is it, Red Dead?
Red Dead Redemption, right?
Yeah, where you take someone and fucking tie a noose to their neck and drag them behind your horse. Wild shit. You could drown a prostitute in the river.
Yeah.
You can do wild shit. And people are like, hey, maybe you shouldn't be able to do this on a fucking game. This is a little
Your
crazy.
7-year-old should be able to see that that's possible.
You shouldn't be able to do a prostitute that with a shovel.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Maybe a super soaker. Just hit her in the face or something lighter.
Well, it's just the whole game is chaos. You know, you can do chaos to anybody. Just like Grand Theft Auto. You can do chaos to anybody. You know?
First time playing that, though, and driving down Sunset and seeing like the Comedy Store was pretty cool.
I think Grand Theft Auto, I think I read this. They were comparing the amount of money that Grand Theft Auto has generated versus like almost any other like movie game, like in comparison to how it does to like big Hollywood blockbusters.
Sure.
Like how much money has Grand Theft Auto generated? But that has got to be one of the most popular games of all
1,000%.
time.
That may be.
It's about stealing cars and 1.5 billion.
Yo. Good call, dude. Yo. We'll be right back. That's a fucking holy shit, dude. That's so much money.
That's so much money.
Joe, that's wild. Thanks for pulling that
Now,
stat
do
up.
you think you deserve that amount of money?
What have you done other than show teenagers it's possible to beat, steal, and rob from a hooker? Hold that thought. We'll be right back.
Do you remember the guy who used to run bump fights? Yes. He came on Dr. Phil, as Dr. Phil, and shaved his head, the top of his head.
Joe, that's what we could do. You want to come on the Dr. Phil lifestyle? Yeah. Oh, yeah, just throw a stash on you.
That guy, he fucking...
Phil goes, what are you doing? And he goes, what? What? He goes, what are you doing? What are you doing? And he's like, I'm doing what you're doing. I'm exploiting people. He's like, I don't like it. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here. There's Robin. Dude just kicked him off his set.
But it was weird, right? Like you knew that's what he did, of course, and you invited him on the show.
Yeah.
He probably just didn't like, that path of the argument.
I bet
that path is a legitimate path.
Do you think he knew? Maybe he didn't know he was going to get in the full makeup, because I'm sure Phil's not visiting the guests, right?
Listen, this is not a surprise.
If you think I exploit people, every time you bring a guest on this show, you exploit them and spend whatever funds they have to the whole world. You think that's helping them?
Keep telling yourself that. You can go.
You know what? Who do you think you are? Huh? No, I'm not finished talking to you. No, I'm not.
Yeah, you're done. Don't even grab a complimentary Dr. Phil hat. Just go. I hate me right now. I mean, this guy, yeah.
The thing about that guy, though, is that guy, that bum fight thing is crazy.
It was wild.
That guy paid people to pull their teeth out.
Yeah.
There's some awful, awful shit.
Yeah, you want to talk about using YouTube for the wrong reason.
Well, it wasn't YouTube.
It wasn't?
No, these were cassettes. These were like VHSs.
Maybe my first taste of bum fights.
What was Bum Fights originally released on? I don't believe it was YouTube. I think it was pre-YouTube.
It was sold for $22 a piece.
So people were either was bum fights for people that couldn't get Girls Gone Wild? Like, because those were both probably popping off.
Basically, what Bum Fights was a lot of shit that you see already on the internet. You see, how many bum fights have you actually seen on the internet? I've seen so many guys that are like on heroin, fist fight in the streets of Los Angeles. Like, there's a shitload of videos of bums duking it out. Their pants fall down, guy gets kicked in the head, knocked unconscious. There's a lot of that you can find. I get sent it all the time by Tom Segura. Yeah, he sends
just
me
full footage of
Instagram reels.
Oh yeah,
like terrible things that you can see people just doing to each other all over. So the thing is, like, this guy made a living off it, though. He was like selling these DVDs, and I think we didn't want to admit that people want to see that. Just like we don't want to admit people want to drown hookers in Red Dead Redemption, but they do.
They do, man.
They do want to see that.
Yeah.
If you let people slap each other in the face on television, people will tune in. If you let people dress up like fucking medieval knights and sword fight, people will watch.
Yeah.
That is 100% a fact.
Yeah.
And back then, we didn't want to believe that. And there was no internet. So we didn't really understand our nature until the internet came along.
Dude, think about Two Girls, One Cup.
Think about porn. Okay, think about the amount of porn that gets digested by the average American male versus that of 1950.
Oh God,
there's a huge difference. Guys were jerking off to underwear ads. Okay, guys were starving for things.
Now that's weird.
Yeah, they were jerking off to memory. They had no idea.
We had a lot of solid imaginations probably in the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Good idea in your head. That's all you had. That's all you had. And then now everyone has a phone, and anyone's phone can connect to a plethora of porn sites.
I had a guy on my flight about 3 months ago, no joke, porn on the phone, no headphones.
Jesus.
Yeah, I've heard, oh, fuck my butt, fuck my butt. And then was just kind of like, and then saw this, people kind of like turn. No one wanted citizens arrest this guy, so everyone was kind of like,
he probably was doing it to make people uncomfortable.
For sure.
Yeah. Because what is the law?
And it was wild. I mean, I was 2 rows behind.
Are you allowed to do that? Like, what's the law? Like,
I think it's probably illegal.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't be looking at his, but if you can hear it.
Yeah.
Like, what is the law, right?
Yeah.
What if you're playing a podcast that's offensive? What if you're playing a podcast on your phone that makes me upset, but you're playing it? I have to listen to it. I'm getting upset.
Right.
What is the law on that?
Right.
I feel like you're allowed to do that, right? So if you're allowed to say, like, fuck that guy and fuck this, but you can't say fuck my butt, it gets a little weird, right? It gets a little weird.
Yeah.
Like, it's his phone. Why are you even looking at what's on his phone?
Totally.
You shouldn't be a fucking...
You're 2 rows back. Put your headphones on.
How about stop paying attention to his phone? But also, why does he have porn on his phone and it's loud?
Right.
Like, I don't think...
Is it almost like urinating in a public decency thing? Like, you can't...
It's just like that.
You can't pee in public or watch someone talk about peeing.
Right, but can you listen? That's what I'm saying. Like, what is the law?
Are you a peeping Tom? If you're listening, defendant convicted of watching porn or parking lot fails in constitutional change to public vicinity law.
Watching pornography in public serves no legitimate purposes. Unless you're not fucking jizz like a racehorse.
You're trying to get first class to turn things up a notch.
Doing so with one's window down and at a restaurant's busy parking lot in full view of families recklessly expose pornography to young children. Oh, this is a little different. This is like a business, and he got in there with his window rolled down and was beaten off. He might be a little bit of a freak. But it depends on, like, was he in the corner of the parking lot away from everybody?
Yeah.
Was he by himself? He's like, I just got to rub this out. I got to make a decision. Right now, I'm real confused. It could have been like a mental health
totally
thing.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I'm losing my mind here.
In the public libraries, you can't block porn. And It's not illegal to watch.
Wow.
That's it.
No way.
That's just what this is.
That's crazy.
Almost.
Look at libraries staying cool and hip.
If that's true, how many people are jerking off in San Francisco in the library right now?
Oh, I don't know, 1,000% of the people attending the library. Hundreds, yeah.
I would certainly recommend it. Instant, that's what Morgan says.
But he said Missouri. You scroll back up.
Yeah.
It said under Missouri statutes, depending on the exact circumstances, the prosecutor could file at least 2 different charges. But this is Missouri.
Every state's different like that too.
Right, but wasn't the article about San Francisco or any public library?
Yeah, this is public.
Oh, it's any public library. Oh God. Anywhere?
I almost got arrested for taking photos and ruining a camera when we were like 21 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, that's how crazy San Francisco is. He didn't say San Francisco. I assumed.
Wow.
I just assumed, right? We didn't even bring up. In my head, I'm like, that's so crazy. That's how crazy San Francisco's gotten. Where a story comes up, and it's almost like the Bernstein Bears. What's that called?
Yeah,
that thing when you the Mandela effect. Yeah,
the Bernstein Bear effect.
Yeah, what's the Mandela effect? Because people thought the Mandela died in jail,
right.
But he didn't.
Right.
And so there's this thing like people have like a whole narrative in their head. It's like a glitch in the matrix type thing. I think that might apply to this because it's like instantly I was like, oh, it happened in San Francisco. I would have told the story. In my head, I would have gone on. Did you hear what happened in San Francisco?
That's crazy.
You can watch pornography in the fucking library. Meanwhile, it's every library. Wow, every library. That's.
Is that one person making that?
The guy in the parking lot was in New Jersey.
Of course he is.
You saw that thing.
Yeah. If you had a guess, what state's going to produce the most parking lot jerkers?
Did you
on the top of the list?
Hear that story about the guy? It was maybe a few years ago. It might have actually been during COVID when everyone was doing big work zooms, and the guy thought he turned
what?
Work zooms.
Work zooms.
Yeah, and he stayed on. He didn't turn his computer or sound off. It was one of those things where you log on for the Zoom. You know, the boss is like, all right, guys, everyone's here, blah, blah, and then you can just turn your screen off, but he didn't turn his off.
Dude,
he
one
just
guy,
started, yeah.
Fucking hundreds of guys got caught. I have a bit about it. Hundreds of guys got caught doing that. It was, that was like Jeffrey Toobin guy, the CNN guy.
Yeah, that's, I guess, a famous one. Yeah.
But it was like,
that's a wrap, right?
Guys.
You're fired.
He's back. Wow. The Toobin guy's back.
But let's say it was like a Java Juice conference, and you're on Zoom, and you get
likely it's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
It's a wrap. But if you're a rapper, no big deal at all. Whoops, I didn't know the camera's on. Sorry,
yeah.
Sorry,
also,
y'all.
Welcome for getting to see some beautiful.
Yeah, I don't think no one tells you welcome if you're getting caught doing that. But it's one of those things where it's just like
an article from the UK where it says it's debatable whether foreign use
is even illegal. It should be. The best hope for prosecution currently looks to be an offense against public decency. What an archaic notion that sounds now. When was this written? If the government wants to retrieve any credibility from this debacle, it could order a legal review. Can old laws be repurposed, or is new legislation required? That's interesting because, like, when all these laws are put in place, they probably never anticipated porn on the internet.
No,
especially the way it is now.
Great point.
You know, we talk about businesses that never got bailed out. This is what. Imagine if I told you there was a business, and this business is going to eat up about 30+% of all the internet traffic. And this business is used by some ungodly percentage of men, way more than it takes to elect a president, right? What does it take to elect a president? 51%.
Yeah.
Way more than 51% guys that use pornography. But yet, when that business stopped making money because DVD sales went away, nobody talked about bailout. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Bail out banks, or bail out this business and that business, and too big to fail, but not the porn business. Everybody's like, I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know, is it still real? I don't even know they were making porn anymore. I mean, I don't even watch it.
Did you see the Ashley Madison doc?
What is that?
Ashley Madison was.
Was that the dating site?
Yeah, the affair site for where people could have affairs.
Oh, that's right.
Joe, it is a wild. It's.
They got doxxed, right? Didn't something?
Yeah,
happen?
they got hacked.
Yeah,
and so basically it was people signed up to have it was a
wild folk, just a whole website full of wild folk.
Oh man,
just a bunch of risk takers. Just a bunch of people,
just a lot of people doubling down
and running away from the
hit me on 20s. Yeah,
2:00 in the afternoon.
Yeah, meet me at the subway. Yeah, next to the KFC. Where's that Mike Pence mask? It was
maybe that guy was in the parking lot getting ready for it.
It was wild, dude.
Warming up.
Yeah. And then they interviewed a couple couples that were all about that were doing it together. That were just like, that were just,
Swingers. Yeah. Swingers are weird. They're like, they have a missing fuse. It's like there's something in them. It's like, it's different.
I met a few swingers through Brad Williams, of course, because swingers and little people know each other.
Oh, really?
There's a direct, yeah. There's a,
Interesting.
yeah, they have the same
agents.
Yeah. I just, I met my first through Brad, porn stars, swingers, and other little people through Brad, and comedians. But these swingers were wild, dude. I'm coming from small town North Seattle, and like, I just even know. It's not something I just is in my zeitgeist. I never met, and so just talking to them so normally was just wild. You know what I'm saying? It was.
I did these gigs in, I can't remember what state it was, somewhere in the South. Might have been Nashville. So I did this gig with Ari, and we had this guy drive us from the club. He picks us up at the hotel or at the airport, takes us to the hotel, and then he's driving us to the gig, and everything's normal. And then he eventually, at the end of the weekend, he's driving us to the airport. And when the guy's driving us to the airport, he opens up about his swinger life, like out of nowhere. He's like, "You guys ever swing?" Because we have a swinging club in town. And we're like, "Swing? Like, what do you mean?" He's like, like we should wife swap and the like. He goes, "I've been doing it for a while." I go, "You like swinging?" He goes, "Oh yeah, I love it. Yeah, we swing. My wife fucks other. I get to decide though. Like if he's too good looking or he's too buff, I get to decide." And she said, "I don't like that guy. She can't fuck that guy." And they make like decisions like that. God. And this guy just opened up to us out of nowhere.
What preceded that conversation?
Nothing. Like fucking zero.
It's hot today, huh?
I like swinging. You guys like swinging? Like what? Out of nowhere, this dude's just chatting it up about the guys he lets his wife fuck. It was crazy.
That's wild.
But he was one of them dudes that like had a ponytail, but it was also bald. Like the whole thing was a mess.
Of course.
He was chaos. He was a human just example.
If you bring up swinging unprovoked, you have a ponytail.
He was a bizarre character. But it was just, I've only met a few groups of people that are like really into that. And one of them was I was doing the Improv in Tampa. And this is a fun gig. Yeah. Fun gig. And then this foursome of people were like, "We're swingers. You should come. We have a swinger convention." Like, get the fuck out of here. They look like people that would be swingers. Just a mess. Just a mess. Tampa is the swinger capital of the U.S. That's it.
No joke. I had a guy come up to me and proposition me in Kansas City to. It's when I was featuring for Harlan, Kansas City Improv. And he goes, "Man, it's funny." He's like, "Yeah, my wife, what you guys doing? You want to my wife?" And I was like, "What?" I had never been proposed like that. Then she comes over, "What are you guys talking about?" I go, "Oh, he's trying to say he wants us to do something and he whatever." She goes, "What the fuck?" Had no clue that was even. I was like, "Oh, he said," and then it was just super weird. She's like, "Daryl, what the fuck? Why would you like? I'm crazy, but what the fuck? I would never do that." And I'm like, "Oh, this guy must just be going around doing that."
That's his thrill.
Yeah.
He wants someone to fuck his
Or maybe he wanted me to say yeah and then like beat you up. Yeah.
Could be a trap.
It was fucking wild. Because
could be something trap.
Yeah.
Who knows? But it's just that's a weird culture. But whatever. You're not hurting anybody.
Dude, exactly.
Go fuck each other.
Yeah, enjoy
they
it.
have clubs where they go and they're like
the Eyes Wide Shut clubs, right?
People fucking each other. Something wrong, my friends. Maybe it was Callan. Told me he got
to a bang bang party.
It's like in the 90s or something like that.
Of course it was.
Told me that he went to one of those. Walked in, people were fucking all over the place.
Those are things where you like drop your keys in the bowl, or you put your foot like right.
That's like a party that they would like throw all their keys in the bowl, and then the guy would reach in and pull out one of his keys, and the woman would reach in and pull out one of the guy's keys, and you figured out who you're going home with.
Wow.
And they just swap wives.
Dude. I mean, then that became a show.
Yeah. There's a wife swapping show.
Yeah.
Of course he was. I wonder if it's real though. Those shows, they fuck around a lot with those shows. They manipulate reality.
I remembered and found this recently. It's a commercial from Ohio where I'm from.
Sun Bubble Hot Tubs.
Hot tub place.
Oh, bro.
Red Private Room.
Jamie, I love you for pulling this up. We had one in Seattle called Tubs.
Look at you to bring your kids.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean,
kids are swimming in fucking fake jizz. That's drop soup in there.
$20 an hour or something wild.
Oh, that's crazy. But that's like couples. That's a very different
thing. We had a place like this. We had Tubs in, I think, a comic book near Giggles. You play Giggles in Seattle? was before I first
No, I
did an
never
open
did
mic.
gigs in Seattle. I did gigs in Saugus, Massachusetts.
Okay, cool. It was the one comedy club, I guess, in the 90s that was thriving in the University of Washington. And they have a place called Tubbs there. But we also have a place called Tubbs Subs, a sandwich place. So that's all I know about. I'm a little fat kid thinking about sandwiches. And my friends that were leaving soccer practice, I'd scored on my own team. He called me a fucking idiot. That was a wrap for me in soccer. And so we're driving by, and he's like, and I see Tubbs. I'm like, oh, Tubbs. I'm like, we should stop and get some food, you know? We just lost. I scored on my own team. Some sandwiches sounds good. And he's like, oh, that's not, they don't do sandwiches there. It was just the same name. And I was like, oh, what happens there? It's like, oh, people rent hot tubs and they go in there and just kind of hang out. I was like, I had no clue. What do you mean hang out? So they go in there, you meet somebody, you bring them in, you have some fun. No clue. And then 10 years later, I'm like, oh, people are just going there just to fuck. Like you said, just
in a hot tub.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably better than a hotel room.
For sure. And it's a hot tub. Who doesn't love a hot tub?
Yeah, people just want to go and bang it out. Or maybe on a date and you get a wild hair and you want to go hot tub run.
How do you feel? Dude,
let's go.
How do you feel about hotel hot tubs? When you're on the road,
what are the odds? That's dangerous.
I know, dude. That's literally.
You know a guy got Legionnaire's disease from a hot tub in LA?
What is that disease?
Oh, it's like a disease that's like archaic. It's like one of those old world diseases that's not supposed to be around anymore.
God.
And this guy got it from a fucking hot tub.
Oh, God.
See if you can find that article. I'm pretty sure it was California that it happened.
Yeah, they never clean
My
those
memory's a
things.
little foggy on where it was. I feel like but maybe I'm thinking everything crazy is in California today. You know, I assume that other story was from San Francisco.
Yeah.
But this guy, he got in a stanky ass hot tub and he got Legionnaire's disease and fucking died.
You can die from
Oh,
it?
he died. Yeah, he died. Do you have it? Because if not, I saved the article. Man, I definitely saved it on my phone because I was like, this is the craziest fucking
Just going to
story.
relax.
So, this is in 2023. California spa is believed to be the source of an outbreak of Legionnaire's disease
Oh, God.
that caused the illness of multiple people and the deaths of 2. Contra Costa Health announced Monday it has been investigating Zen Day Spa in Contra Costa, California since August. How about you step in? Look. How about don't investigate? Just fucking test the water. That's so crazy.
1 dead, 11 sick in the Legionnaire's disease outbreak in Napa.
Oh my God. It's a hot tub disease.
Yeah, that's got to be a
Man who
wrap.
died of Legionnaire's disease from Bay Area Spa was celebrating his birthday.
Oh, God,
Oh,
dude, a hot tub birthday gone wrong.
It's your birthday. I want to take you to the hot tub. You got to glue on. Oh my God.
Oh,
So did all the other
God.
people that jizzed in that pond. That's what's so disgusting. It's probably just a combination of jizz meets shit. And this just becomes this monster virus that kills people that are trying to celebrate their birthday.
What the fuck?
Yeah, bring your kids. Bring your kids to the spa. Catch Legionnaire's disease. What is that? What is... Oh, why should they? It's only a spa where you're naked.
It's wild
In a
that
tub of water. Why would they have a health permit? Why would they even check?
Yeah, a hot tub is a wild invention. I mean, even a public hot tub is just such a wild idea. Like, what are you doing?
Water that gets hot like that is so perfect for bacteria.
Yeah.
It's so wonderful. If you don't have the right amount of poison in there, which is what it is, when you're pouring chlorine in there, you're just killing everything that's alive. Oh, wow. It's a severe form of pneumonia, lung inflammation, usually caused by infection. It's caused by a bacterium known as Legionella. Why did they name it Legionnaire's disease? Let's Google that. Because it sounds like some shit that happened in the old world.
It does.
There's a bunch of diseases that are starting to emerge in the homeless community in Los Angeles that are ancient diseases.
No shit.
Like,
From
I think
what?
they got typhus just from being disgusting. The American Legion State Convention in Philadelphia. What? Okay, it's commonly known as legionellosis, which is a generic term for a respiratory infection caused by the Legionella bacteria. This disease is named after a deadly outbreak of pneumonia in 1976 that occurred during people attending the American Legion's State Convention in Philadelphia.
Legionella sounds like Coachella for people that have swallowed a lot of hot tub cum.
So that's why they named it Legionnaire's disease? Because it happened during that was the outbreak?
Oh, man.
Wow.
Yeah, no thanks.
What is the American Legion? What's that? What's the convention of the American Legion? Do you know what that is?
Led to the name of the Legionnaire's disease. No
right.
clue.
What is the American Legion?
I mean,
Veterans Association. wartime veterans. Oh my god!
And been
So they're
advocating
wartime
patriotism.
veterans, and they die from a fucking disease and then they name it after the Legion. Wow, which is like really bad for business. Yeah, really bad for business.
Yeah.
They should have done that. Don't call it Legionnaire's disease. Don't name it after us, you fucking assholes. Call it some fucking weird Latin name and come up with some spooky monkeypox type definition. Don't call it. Don't name it after us. Imagine somebody caught pneumonia and they called it mothershipitis. And they got people dying from mothershipitis. Like, hey, fuckheads, don't do that. It just happened to be there.
Yeah.
It's not the Legionnaires.
Yeah.
It's not the Legion Center that was the problem.
No.
They didn't do anything wrong.
No.
But they probably had some dudes who would come back from Thailand. You know what I'm saying?
1,000%.
You know what I'm saying?
What is herpes
Those
his name?
old dudes that come back from Thailand.
Oh, yeah.
You know? They go over there for like 4 months a year, come back looking like, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Looking around with it. Yeah. There was a meme that I saw today of this older man, like he's in his 60s, and he's holding hands with two hot Asian girls, and they're saying something about like when I cash my VA check and I disappear, don't worry about me. Cool, because I'll be in some strange country.
Oh yeah,
where there's rampant sex trafficking.
Oh my God, I know, right? Yeah. I thought you were going to bring up the 91-year-old who just died and who was married to a 42-year-old.
What are you talking about?
91-year-old billionaire just that died.
Well, it's true love. That's what's important.
That's what's
She's
beautiful.
probably hot as fuck. She's probably super, super hot as fuck.
She was way into it.
Let's see what he and she looked like.
He had a great personality.
That gives me hope for the future. If everything goes sideways, like men should be happy because that's even possible to even trick.
There you go.
Look at that. Totally looks like they would love each other.
It's like Mr. Bean's dad.
Yeah, she looks like she should be married to a farmer. Some big old buff farmer.
How does she even meet this? Well, I mean, I guess, yeah.
Probably some billionaire dating.
Yeah.
He gained fame through high-profile dates. Just weeks after marrying his fixed wife, she got a pillow over that too. You think?
Yeah.
But if you're a woman and you're 40 and this guy's nice, and he's worth fucking $30 billion, you want to marry you, like,
sure.
let's go, let's fucking go. I can deal with you. Maybe she likes him. Maybe she even likes him. Maybe she also likes being super fucking rich.
Totally. She might like that a little bit more.
Yeah, like people were always about. Remember Anna Nicole Smith?
Yeah.
J. Howard Marshall.
Yeah.
And people like they knew what it was, but guess what? He knew what it was too.
Totally. He was having a good time.
It was caused by a tough bike workout. Oh wow. He was rushed to the hospital with crippling back pain. With a ruptured heart valve. Wow, he blew his heart out. I'm thinking about talking about
1,000%. Yeah, he was still.
Oh yeah. I heard tonight. 49-year age difference. So let it go. Ooh, look at that one right there. Is that her? Oh, the previous one? Damn, let me see that one. That one's even more preposterous. No, scroll up so I can see.
Oh, this guy's been doing it forever.
That's the most preposterous.
Yeah.
That's perfect. That's what I like to see.
It does give me hope.
To see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can be disgusting.
Also, it gives me hope that it, like, I don't know how old he was, 80, 90, but like.
Bam. That's what I'm talking about. What about the
even like Betty White before she passed was saying how like she was like I think at 99 maybe that like there was some article I read and she was just like talking about like still banging it out. Wow. Yeah, dude. Wild.
And old ladies don't do it.
Oh no.
They're not worried about your approval anymore.
Dude,
she'll tell you who she fucked. She'll tell you who she fucked. Who's that guy who owns the Ravers? He's got like a really hot 24-year-old girlfriend.
Oh yeah.
He's got that crazy no haircut.
Yeah, dude.
That's who. This guy's a character.
He truly looks like a Nickelodeon cartoon character.
Is he having a baby? Is that what's going on?
Well,
or is it?
And Bill Belichick's got a young girl. I mean, Pacino's Pacino's a dad at 92 or whatever.
Sounds normal. Sounds totally normal. Seems like it's going to work out. It's so. I think Pacino wanted to take a paternity test too to make sure it was his. It's like, what? I'm shooting live rounds?
Yeah.
At fucking 90 years old?
That's wild.
How is that possible?
Yeah, it can't be. But it is.
Yep. That's the crazy thing about men. Men can keep having babies when they're geriatrics. But women, like nature says, that's a wrap. They get to a certain age, they go through menopause, and that's a wrap. But the dudes can just keep impregnating gals. Bam, son. What's up?
Looks like you.
Bam.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Wow.
Oh, she's a mystery woman. She's a mystery. She's hot. That's not a mystery. Congratulations.
Good for him. Yeah, you did it.
This is a fun thing
won the
about
big
that.
lottery.
But when you see it the other way, you get creeped out.
Yeah.
Like if you saw Betty White with like Thor, you'd be like, what the fuck? What's going on there?
Yeah.
It's kind of gross.
Yeah.
Why are you doing that to that old lady?
Yeah, you'd be worried about Betty White. Yeah.
Yeah, are you
Well,
having
take it
sex
easy.
with her the way you would have sex with a young lady? Because that's disturbing.
Yeah, that's tough.
What are you doing to her? Can she even take that kind of abuse?
Maybe she could.
Jesus.
Maybe she wanted it.
Maybe she's just one of them old school ladies and immigrant ladies with strong bones.
Oh, God.
Stiff spine.
Harlan used to do a joke. When I'd open for Harlan, he would do a joke where he'd go, he'd take somebody's tortilla chip out of the front row, and he'd go, here's my impression of a 75-year-old woman having sex. And then he would just crinkle the chip into the mic, and it was like, it sounded exactly like everything breaking.
Oh.
And,
yeah, it sounds wrong, right?
Yeah.
But like an old guy, like having sex with a hot young lady, like, go Pops.
kind of a cool way to go out, too.
Yeah, sure. I guess. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, maybe not. And I guess everyone's looking at you like, oh, you couldn't keep it together enough.
There it is. Oh, this is the one. She's not.
They're not this. It's a weird.
Oh, it's wildly untrue. Well, of course it is. People love saying silly shit that's not true. Hopkins is pictured sitting next to Davis in December 2022, fueling rumors the two were romantically involved, but they're not. But we're hoping. We're hoping that he can get a girl. That's what it is, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're hoping.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going, oh my God, because he's so old that he's past the creepy into the novelty.
Yep.
Right? So there's a creepy firm.
Yep.
The creepy version is like, you know, a guy who's in his 60s is dating a girl who's 20.
Right.
That seems creepy. But if a guy in his 70s is dating a girl who's 20, it's like, okay.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous.
Why is, a little more acceptable.
It is what it is. I know. You know, it is what it is. You know what it is. I know what it is. Everyone knows
Stop
what it
acting
is.
like you don't know what it is.
He probably knows what it is.
He
too.
knows exactly
Maybe
what
he
it is.
lies to himself.
That's fine.
We all know what it is.
That's his deal.
So when it's 60 and 20 or 50 and 20, we feel like that person is probably taking advantage of that 20-year-old.
Potentially.
Yeah. Maybe not. Maybe she's a real mature 20.
Sure, that could be.
Possibly.
Sure.
Okay,
Family loves this guy.
I can deal with that. But there's a weirdness if it's like a 60-year-old guy and a 20. That makes me creeped out.
Oh my God.
That's too.
Oh yeah.
But if it's a 70-year-old guy and a 20-year-old, you're like, it's okay.
My buddy went to school and there was a 45-year-old dating a 20-year-old in there in college. That felt very weird.
But it wouldn't be weird if it was a 20-year-old guy. This is my problem with it all. Like a 20-year-old, let's assume that men and women are equal, right? A 20-year-old man and a 45-year-old lady is great. Like, no problem. Like, look at her. She's got a hot young guy. Like, no one cares at all.
Yeah.
At all. It would be weird, but not weird where you would think, oh, that lady's a creep.
No.
Right?
No.
Like a 49-year-old guy and a 20-year-old girl, you're like, maybe.
Same thing with the teachers.
Look, I'm not one to tell people what to do.
No.
But if it was the other way around, like Cher. But they're like, Cher is what? How old is Cher now? Don't ask the lady her age. How old is she? She's 77.
Wow, I was going to say
37.
Wow.
Okay. But listen, that doesn't bother me at all. Right? That is what it is, too.
Yeah.
Right? It is what it is. You know what it is.
Yeah.
You know what it is. I know what it is. You know what it is.
She knows what it is.
Everyone knows what it is. We all know that. And we're fine.
We're fine with it.
But it's just,
you can still go about your day and eat pizza. Let them live their life.
So like a 49-year-old lady and a 91-year-old guy, like, fine.
Let me ask you this. When you heard about Mary Kay Letourneau, that happened in Seattle where I'm from. And that was the first teacher that was fucking around with a kid. That age gap was I think 35 and 12. But also
she's the first teacher to get caught.
There it is.
Yeah, there's freaks all over this fucking planet. Freaks. There's
Also,
women that are just
did you see this kid? He
crazy
was charming.
Some men are crazy and some women are crazy. And some women are crazy and they have great features. Yeah. And they're just and they want to blow the whole football team. And they don't give a fuck who tells who, what, who cares.
They got into teaching for that reason.
Well, who knows why they got into teaching, but they're crazy people. And some people just have no impulse control and they want to get teenagers drunk, and maybe they want to relive their high school and freak these young boys out and suck their cocks. Suck their cocks in front of their friends. Like, oh, I can't believe it's happening.
Can you imagine seeing that?
Teacher's got her tits out and she's blowing you. You're like, what am I seeing? How is this even real?
I don't know what I would do.
Bro, and they're always in Florida. How many of them, like, if I hear a story like that, like, I think of another story in San Francisco, probably if it's a
You're
teacher
exactly right.
fucking her students, I go, oh, probably Florida. Some hot blonde with big tits.
Tampa teacher took the pickleball team. Oh, Jacksonville? No, Tampa. Yeah.
The swinger state.
Swinger state.
It's just something in the water out there.
It is.
It's probably alligator farts.
They're fearless.
Turns everybody confused.
Yeah.
The methane in the air from alligators farts and got everybody high.
They are fearless down there. Yeah. Hurricane warnings, they don't give a fuck.
Well, we do give a fuck, but there's not much you can do.
Well, do those
you
people
choose to live down there, like that is the fucking gamble you play.
But don't you ever see those stories when like they're like 1,000-mile-an-hour winds coming through, and then some guys just like, I ain't going anywhere. I'll be up this house.
Yeah, he's ready to die. Some people
That's
just
what it
ready
is.
to check out.
That's what it is.
And God's gonna take them out by flattening their house.
Sucking you out of your house.
No, yeah, I'm not leaving. I
kind of respect that.
Yeah, maybe their car doesn't have any gas and they don't have any money for gas. You know, if you're gonna drive away from a hurricane, you are gonna have bumper to bumper traffic for a day. You ever been in that? You ever seen it?
Oh yeah.
Did you? You ever get stuck in one of those?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like just a big pile up for hours and.
No, like a hurricane.
Oh, a hurricane. Oh shit. No.
It's a unique pile up because the whole state's trying. Like the highways are not set up where everybody can leave. The highways are set up for normal stuff.
So you're better.
Normal stuff is you're going there, but I'm going there. We're not all going there. So if everyone's going there.
I didn't want to spark that back up.
You gotta think about that.
Yeah.
Normal traffic is we're all going all over the place.
Yeah.
I gotta go to the east, you gotta go to the west.
Yeah.
That's fine. We can have multiple cars going that way.
Rarely is everybody
all going that way.
Oh yeah.
That's fucked. That is so fucked. Look at this, dude. This is what it's like. 56 hours on the road to escape from Hurricane Irma. 56 hours. That's what that looks like. That's why you don't live there. You don't live there unless you have a fucking private jet or a helicopter.
Yeah,
they can get you the fuck out of there. Because if you get stuck in that shit,
you're arguably less safe, right? Or
it depends on when you leave.
Yeah.
Okay? Because the thing about the modern storm, the way the meteorologists, and the way they're able to predict the paths of these things, they're pretty good. They're pretty fucking accurate. And they see them coming pretty far away. So you get a couple of days. But that's 56 hours. 56 fucking hours. Like, that's what it looks like. So nothing is set up for that, dude. Nothing is set up where, see, they have both lanes on both sides going this way. No one's going the other way. You notice that? So they changed the lanes. So instead of on the right lane, they're going forward in this one. They're going back. Nope. Everyone's going the same fucking way. That's right. Yeah.
And no amount of podcasts can get you through that drive or roadhead. Like
Nothing,
you're just,
but you might not have the money for the gas.
Right. Okay.
You're going to run out of gas.
This is what's
you're
keeping
going
your
to have
station.
to pull over and get gas. You better hope they have gas because a lot of times they run out of gas.
Yeah.
In a lot of places, they run out of gas when there's hurricanes. So you have to have a full tank. You have to make sure your car's not a gas guzzler. You're going to have to shut it off maybe because you're stuck in the middle of this fucking road. It's not going anywhere because there's 10 million people on the same road. That's a mindset that people don't take into consideration when they think about living in places like that. You have to take into consideration the fact that everyone has to go in one direction. Not good. Florida is shaped like a dick, right? So it's a narrow-ass bullshit state, and everybody's going towards the north.
I'm so scared about LA too, even with these like last few earthquakes happening. I'm like, oh man, dude, like we're just not set up in a leaf town.
Oh no,
with ease.
no, LA's not set up like that at all. For example, Texas 146, which travels through Liberty County, dumped 600,000 people into a county with only 70,000 residents.
Oh, that makes sense.
Dude, you know how insane that is? 600,000 people in a place that only has 70,000 residents. That's crazy. Thousands of people ran out of gas. Their cars overheated from all the inching along, causing many to stop and sleep along the highway. Even reports of price gouging by convenience store owners inundated with customers. Crazy. The death of 24 Bel Air nursing home residents who died when their chartered bus caught fire and exploded about 6:45 a.m. on traffic clogged interstate. So the car overheated and caught fire.
Yeah, so that's happening just with the influx of people, right? There's just cars popping off. And
dude, when you got to get the fuck away from a hurricane, that is.
Have you been in one or any sort of tornado?
Not like that. No, nothing like that.
Any desire?
Hurricanes that had made it all the way, like Gloria, made it all the way to Boston when I was a kid. That was a it wasn't.
Did you go on a shelter and all that?
No, it wasn't that scary. It wasn't. By the time it got all the way up to Boston, it was nothing like the tropical ones. The ones where you're catching them hot off the ocean, and you're getting those fucking Florida Keys, those fucking Miami ones.
Oh
like, bro, those are bananas. I was in a rainstorm once in Miami where the whole highway had stopped. Whole highway stopped.
Because you couldn't see it.
You couldn't see a goddamn thing. The whole highway stopped.
That's why a lot of people
hard it
will
was
drive
raining.
still too with you when you just can't see.
No, no one was driving.
Okay.
It was so bad, no one was driving. I was doing a gig in Miami. Eddie Bravo was doing a jiu-jitsu seminar in Miami. I was doing a gig in West Palm. That's where it was. And I had to go down and travel to Miami with him. We had to stop on the highway. Stop dead. The whole highway. It was white. You couldn't see anything.
It's like apocalypse shit.
It's
For
just,
how long?
That wasn't that long. Because they just dumps and then it goes away in a few minutes and it becomes passable, or it's just raining now. It's not so insane that no one can see.
Right.
But you've never seen that before. You've never been in like a tropical place.
Yeah.
That was a normal rainstorm. That wasn't like a hurricane.
Right.
They just get so bananas you can't fucking see a car in front of you. You can't see anything.
That's so fucking nuts.
Yeah, dude.
I had to go into a shelter once, a tornado. My grandparents and mom from Oklahoma, and when they were living there, we went into the shelter. Tornado people, like we were down there with people that were just like, we might have to live down here. This could be the new, no, this, like it was my grandparents, a few of their friends, and people that were just like went to this shelter, and I'm fucking 10, surrounded by true doomsday guys that were just like, this is where we live now. Like you might need to, and you look like you're the fattest kid here, young Adam, so you might need to be chomping on those beef jerky titties. It was wild, but even just the idea that like, oh, we're running away from this was wild. Because Seattle, we didn't have any of that growing up. We just had torrential rain and whatnot.
One time when we were at the Nashville airport, we had to go into the tornado shelter. There was tornadoes in Nashville, but nothing happened.
Right.
We got lucky. That's the craziest one. The craziest one is tornadoes because you can't even predict those.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Those just show up.
You see Twister?
No, I didn't. I didn't see the new. I saw the old one. I didn't see the new one. I heard the new one's good.
It's wild.
Is it good?
It's awesome.
Yeah.
And the effects are wild, dude.
I mean, think it now. It's like compared to the old Twister.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, Helen Hunt. You believed Helen Hunt was in danger,
right?
We were very concerned for Helen Hunt, and now you're. I mean, it's. I thought about going to one of those theaters. I want to know how you feel about this. The ones that like shake the seats and
fuck that.
Yeah, no thanks.
Fuck that. While those people freaking out around me. If I should go to see a fucking horror movie and the seat is shaking.
Oh yeah.
You would start screaming.
No thanks.
Yeah.
It's too real.
Too much of a mind fuck. Yeah. Maybe in some movies it'd be cool. You know?
Well, when I worked at Universal Studios, they had a Shrek 4D. And so like when Shrek or when Donkey would sneeze, you get, blown with snot and stuff. People like that, but that's a theme park. I hosted the Fear Factor live show at Universal.
No way.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
And it was not anything close to your show, but it was like, but you have to make people think like, the first stuff was like, these guys are going to be hanging on to these, bike handlebars 30 feet in the air. And there's a platform below them. And when the platform drops out, you hear the sound effect, they got to hang on but they're attached to a bungee cord, so there's no real danger involved. And then it was, the only real thing that was kind of close to the show was the eating of stuff. It was like, we have this picture of like sour milk and, beaver clits and just all this. It was just crazy shit. And one guy projectile vomited on me. And I said, what the fuck, into the mic in front of 1,500 kids. I got suspended for a week because I cursed in front of kids. But I was, yeah, dude.
What do you want?
Yeah.
Perfection? No, fear factor. Dude,
yeah, it was
that's hilarious though that you posted that.
It was nuts, dude. I mean, it was very, dude, the show was so
ludicrous.
Yeah, it's a song. Mary fuck kill. That is, that, did you ever go to Universal when you were there? The kids there? Yeah, sure. Yeah. I probably saw you. I was Wolverine there for 3 years.
I did. You know what I used to love at Universal? The zombie place.
Oh my God, it was awesome.
Fucking, what am I thinking? Walking Dead.
Walking Dead. The Maze.
Yeah, that's fun.
It's incredible.
That's fun.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
We had during Halloween Horror Nights before they put a clamp down on it, but I dressed up as Scarface on it. We saw Pacino's on it. So just chasing people around, scaring them. And oh shit.
Is that you as Wolverine?
That's me, dude, for 4 years.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. It scared the shit out of people.
Universal has a great Waterworld thing too. Like Waterworld, the movie, it was not that good, but Waterworld, the show,
the show's the best part.
It's fucking great.
Oh yeah,
it's better than the actual Waterworld, right? Isn't it crazy?
Costner's like, can I be in this?
On a movie that turned out to be a tremendous plot.
That's insane.
They put together a theme show.
Yeah.
For a movie that was a tremendous plot.
Yeah.
But the theme show is so good that people still come to see it.
Oh yeah.
About a movie that no one cares about, bro.
It's wild.
They spend so much money.
Millions of dollars. Maybe billions.
One of those things, man.
It sounded like it just didn't work out. didn't work. The pitch sound must have been like, so it's like Last of the Mohicans on water. And the guy from Field of Dreams and Tin Cup. Jet ski? Yeah. Dude, there were days when you'd see people, dude, some of my Universal days where I'd see a guy dressed as SpongeBob. I mean, I was a 1940s cop, was the best job I had there because I wasn't funny anything. I'd improvise as Wolverine and do bits. My boss was like, Wolverine's not funny. Stop doing fucking stand-up because I'm doing open mics at this time. So my 1940s cop walking around can make fun of people, do whatever. And at one point, I picked up a squirt gun. It was on a kiosk. It was like 120 out. And I'm just shooting people with it and doing all these bits. And Japanese tourists would walk by and I'd shoot this one guy in the back. And then all these people would watch me and I'd be like, act like I didn't know what was happening. And my boss pulls me over and she goes, what are you doing? This is 1940s New York. This part of the park, there's a New York people out of the window. There's a cabbie. You're supposed to be making people think this is 1940s New York. And I go, Jenna, with all due respect, a trolley just drove by with Fievel, Curious George, and SpongeBob SquarePants, blasting the song Ooh-ee, ooh-ah-ah, Ching Chang Walla Walla Bing Bang. I was like, I'm not a history buff, but I'm pretty sure that song wasn't also a part of the 40s. And she's like, it's your job to make people think that this is 1940s New York. And I was like, fuck, I gotta get out of here.
Jesus,
yeah,
it's your job to make people retarded? What does that mean?
And I was like, people are walking out thinking that I didn't make them think that this is, then they shouldn't be in the park in the first place.
That's ridiculous.
Wow.
That's fun. That's like people that go to those fairs, those
Renaissance
fairs, and then some people like break character, and then other people like try to talk to them in character.
Oh, yeah.
You ever see that happen?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Oh, yeah. I broke character all the time. Dude, Dave Matthews came in one time with his family. I'm in full 1940s cop, and he's like, oh, I could get a beer. And I was like, yeah, come with me. Come in. There's one Irish pub down here. I'll take you to it. And I just seen him the night before. I go, dude, you guys fucking crushed it last night. And he goes, oh, shit. He goes, can you break character? I go, dude, I don't want to be here. Fuck yeah. And when I went, he offered to get me a shot of this bar. And I was like, dude.
You ruined the experience for him. You ruined it for Dave Matthews. He's like, he's breaking character. This is bullshit. I wanted to get the cop thing. I paid for the cop thing.
I paid for the cop thing.
This is bullshit.
Yeah, dude.
Dave Matthews. That's funny.
Cool as fuck.
That whole Universal rides thing is the best things the Harry Potter thing.
1,000%.
That fucking roller coaster with the dragons.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. It's incredible.
Yeah. You don't get sick from those?
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm lucky. I don't have the motion sickness thing. Yeah. The motion sickness thing's a weird one. You can't read in a car. It's
Dramamine is your fucking cocaine.
You can throw up from reading in a car.
Oh,
which
yeah.
is real weird. Your brain gets so confused. Like, why am I looking at something that's stationary when I know my body's in motion?
I know. Doesn't make sense.
Your body does not like it.
Yeah.
At all. And your body's like, bleh, you must be sick. Bleh. You have to tell it, I'm not sick, bitch. I'm looking at my phone. I know. You know? Yeah. I tried to read a book once in a car, and I was fighting off the nausea. I was like, don't get this. And then I was like, oh my God, you can't have it. I was like,
it just happened.
Yeah. No, I held it in.
Oh, you did?
But I was like, you know where it like comes up in your throat and you have to swallow it back down and it burns your throat. You know those films? That was right there.
I had a kid have to do that in science class. He had chew, 8th grade, and the teacher found him. Mr. Moore caught Joe, and he told him such RIP, and he had a big thing of chew in his mouth. Mr. Moore goes, Mr. Antontich. He looked like David the Gnome, huge beard. You couldn't see his eyes barely. His beard came up to here. Big fucking fro. And he goes, Mr. Antontich, I see that chew in your mouth. And he was like, I don't know what you're talking about. He goes, swallow. They didn't swallow it, dude. Puked right after.
That's crazy.
Wish that story was better.
I would be mad at that teacher. You can't make that kid swallow chew. You fucking idiot.
Fucking 1995,
really
dude.
Bad for you. Really bad.
Yeah, Mr. Morgan,
fuck. Poison, Mr. Morgan, you piece of shit. How about you shave your stupid fucking face, too? Sucker.
You could tell this guy. I mean, he was a tiny little like science guy that you could tell like I don't know. He didn't give a fuck. He was.
Well, they don't like kids fucking around.
Yeah,
I get it, but kids are gonna fuck around.
Yeah,
and you gotta be a little bit more even keeled.
Yeah,
can't make kids swallow tobacco. You fucking idiot.
It's pretty wild now that I'm saying it out loud.
It's crazy. Well, when I was in school, they used to paddle you. When I lived in Florida,
they fuck out of you.
Yeah. You get in a fight, they paddle you. They whack you in the ass with a piece of wood
in front of people.
No, it was just the principal. The principal would paddle you.
Jesus, that wasn't like a weird fetish. It was just like
no, it's punishment. You did something wrong. You got whacked.
I got whacked. Did you get whacked?
No, not really as a kid.
Yeah,
not much.
Yeah,
nothing like where I got hurt.
Yeah,
you know, just like
yeah, of course.
Nothing serious.
Little spoon to the back.
Nothing criminal.
My sister threw a high heel shoe at my back once during a fight.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it fucking hit me right in the back. I went down.
It's a piece of wood. It's a goddamn deadly weapon.
Yeah. Then she locked me in the garage. Then I got out.
Jesus.
Locked her in the garage.
Jesus.
And then she made fun of me for being a fat kid and having bigger tits than our mom.
Oh my
And then
God.
she was adopted. So I go, you mean my mom? And fucking mic drop, but also, yeah, that one. That one. Yeah, that was fucking. I said, Natalie, I'm so sorry. Even to this day. Yeah. That was wild.
That's too. Oh,
Yeah. She's crushing it now. Isn't that deep? As a fucking dude, 10 years old.
Yeah.
That's not even like.
Kids are fucking mean because they don't understand what it's going to do to someone. That's why bullies in school are so dangerous because you could ruin someone's life for no fucking reason other than you can.
Yeah.
You know, you see kids ganging up on kids.
It's fun.
For no reason
Oh, yeah,
other
dude.
than you can. You're going to ruin that kid's experience
Oh, yeah.
for the rest of their life.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
some kids, they get bullied in high school and they never recover.
1,000.
They become like recluses. They hide. They always associate people with pain.
Yeah.
And it becomes a real problem.
Oh, yeah.
It becomes a real fucking problem.
Yeah, the kids that would tease me for weight stuff, like, I try, you know, as I got a little older, I try to give benefit of the doubt. Like, oh, they didn't know any better. They're just fucking kids. But, like, and thank God I found a way to maybe, you know, get around it. But, like,
Kids can be so mean. They can be mean. They don't even know.
They don't even know, man.
They're just doing it because they're experienced. Louis C.K. had a whole bit about it. I forget how it went, but it was essentially about he's dead on right. It's like they know that they can do this thing.
Yeah.
So they do it. It's just like it's like throwing a rock in a window. It's
Right.
like they can, so they
Right.
do it. And young kids don't think about consequences.
No.
They're little animals. They're not fully developed.
Yeah.
And so they're mean, but the problem is when they're mean to like, if you're mean to a 14-year-old that's just coming into ninth grade, you might fuck them up forever. Forever. Yeah. Especially if you're like 16 or 17, you're a big older bully and you're picking on some 14-year-old kid. Like, whoa.
Yeah.
I know so many people that just get destroyed from their experience in high school.
Mm.
Just destroy their confidence.
Didn't recover.
Well, it alters the course of your life.
Oh, wow, yeah.
You're always thinking you're a loser. So it kills your confidence to try anything. Kills your confidence to meet people.
Yeah.
You're afraid of interactions.
You're always
It's
harkening
devastating.
back to that, yeah.
I mean, that's why parents, old school parents will tell you when some boy bullies you, you go back to school and you punch that kid right in the fucking face. Like, imagine sending your kid to school and telling them that. Like, go punch that bully in the face. Like, what the fuck?
I know my mom used to tell me, she's like, tell me, or go tell the teacher, or call me, and I'll call the parents. I'm like, that's the fucking last thing I want to do. At least I'm like savvy enough to like not.
You're not going to be there all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to go to school, and I'm gonna have to deal with this guy. If you intervene, you're not going to intervene every day. So what's going to happen? He's just going to remember that he intervened. The next time he sees me, he's going to put me in a locker. It's going to be a real problem.
I ran for vice president in fifth grade, and my mom helped me write my speech. Just reminded me of this. And I go, big kid again. And I was running on the platform of, if you vote for me, we'll have ice cream every day. And my mom helped me write this, and I was like, I think I'm okay. And then she was like, put this. She goes, say, if you vote for me, you'll have ice cream I promise we'll have ice cream at LP every day. Not. Joe, I did that in front of all those. Oh no. Crickets. One teacher in the back. Oh shit.
Your mom told you that? Oh.
Terrible idea. Roll the dice.
Don't listen to your mom.
Also, come on, kind of applaud the confidence to fucking try. I mean, open mic night in front of the school.
Yeah,
let's do it. It's also when not, we're still kind of in.
So you think that was like the first joke you ever cracked publicly?
It might have been.
Probably has to be.
Probably has to be.
Right? I mean,
oh, yeah.
When did you ever address a group of people?
No, never.
Never, right? So first time ever, first bad joke.
Crickets.
Right out of the bat.
Maybe a couple kids who were like, dude, this guy's fucking on to something.
Well, some kids just like it when there's a little bit of chaos. Like, yeah. Say something stupid.
Yeah.
Give me something to think about other than my miserable existence. Yeah, which is a lot of people. That's a lot of online activity. Like people just looking for someone to fail, so they feel like, yeah.
I don't read the comments right now. I'm trying not to.
Right now?
Yeah.
When did you start doing that?
Maybe a couple years ago.
Oh, good for you.
I was reading both, and then it was just like I'd love to live in like the
present.
Yeah. I know how I think it felt good in the moment. Why would I want to take away anything from that? I don't know.
It's an unnatural way of human beings interacting with each other. It's not good for you.
Sometimes I look at stuff just to go like, oh, did they, like when Shane and I did the Trump Biden thing, I was like, I want to see if people are digging it. You read a few nice things, and then it's like you just have to have self-discipline to go. But,
But listen, it's good. You know that's good. It killed. You guys, when it was you guys doing Biden and Trump and going back and forth with each other, it was magic. It was hilarious. Just get it, like, you know what it is.
What a wild thing to have as far as like SNL does these political things. They're like, what, 8 to 12 minutes?
Bro,
Like, 2 hours of it? Like, that's a wild.
Even come close. They can't even come close. First of all, it's not possible for them to come close. They can't come close to the subject matter, and they don't have Shane. Shane is the greatest Trump that's ever existed.
I will put my
Shane should be writing for Trump. He should be writing for Trump. Like if Trump was smart, he would hire Shane and Tony Hinchcliffe to write the
on the road.
Because Shane could show him how to do it. This is how you say the joke.
When he came out and was doing the dance and the low clapping, I don't know if you saw this too, the way he was drinking his Bud Lights.
Yeah.
Fully in character.
Yeah. I mean, for real, he could show Trump how to deliver lines.
Dude, when we were the first time we did it, because Shane and I maybe seen each other and chatted about 10 times at clubs prior to that first time. So this is really the other thing I love about comedy. It's like we got to really kick it like this past weekend a lot and chum it up and like just get to know each other more because we were thrust into this thing kind of together, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And during the first time of the mothership, I lean over in character and go, hey Shane, you realize it's the most we ever talk to each other? And in character goes, Joe, shut the fuck up. And I just started fucking biting my lip. It's so funny, dude.
Yeah, it's a fun time for comedy and a fun time for politics if you're a comedian.
Yeah.
For the rest of the world, it's like, ooh, yeah. I said that when Joe Biden was operating the country, it felt to me like how I feel when my Tesla is on autopilot. Like, does this really work?
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's like, Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
What's happening there? And now it's seeing you as Joe Biden. You're way more coherent than the actual Joe Biden, which is so nuts.
Some zingers, yeah.
You have some zingers.
What's the balance you have to find? Like, I can't just be. People were like, "Dude, just mumble and stumble, and you'll be fine." I'm like, I'm still there to be funny.
Yeah.
Like I have to, you know.
But you figured out how to do it in character too, which is fun because you have that thing where you can do the bumbling and it's actually funny. Like you on purpose bumbling,
right?
You know. Like because sometimes he just bails.
Yeah,
he just bails on what he's saying, and you see, we beat Medicaid.
Yeah, well, that's what I said the first. I go, we beat Medicaid, Megatron. We took down the Transformers.
Yeah,
and even when I got there with the tell, I go, we got Dave Chappelle. We got Adele up here. Come on.
How long did you do the character before you did it on Kill Tony? Did you fuck around with it, or
no? Just I'd done a couple like voices in my act, talking about the debate, maybe some.
Oh,
so that was the first time doing it. I done Phil. Jeremiah Watkins and I did a bunch of during COVID, like lost Phil episodes, and that's kind of how I started to find whatever my version of it was. That, but this was just the first.
Have you met him?
Who?
Dr. Phil.
No.
That's hilarious.
But I think he's going to come on my show at the store.
How are you going to feel when you meet him?
Pretty sure
you're going to handle it better than you handled Jim Carrey?
Oh, God, fuck. I think so. Yeah. I hope so. For your sake.
So.
I think it'll be awesome. What to happen? Yeah. What if he just is that? Honestly, when they were playing,
I need to be in charge of what you're allowed to say. You might be saying things. You might get to.
I thought he was going to come out at Madison Square Garden when they played that video montage when they put me in the Kill Tony Hall of Fame. I thought he was going to come out behind me and I don't know, fucking like stab me in the back and go, "We won't be right back." Just take me down.
Yeah, he's.
I think he'll be. I want him to come out on my show at the Comedy Store, and when they announce Dr. Phil, he comes out instead, and then everybody goes nuts, and then I come out, we shake hands and chat for about 20-30.
Well, Kill Tony's so big now, I can see him coming out, especially now because he's got that.
He's got a network and a book.
Yeah, he's got some stuff to sell.
Dude, I play his book on every episode of the show. People buy books now, Joe, and bring them to my club dates and have me sign and do a thing. Tiffany Haddish was on one of the shows, and I go, Tiff, this guy's got a question for you. And he's like, Tiffany, I can't stop, I stopped drinking, but I can't stop jerking off. And she goes, you got to stop jerking off. She goes, you're going to go blind. You jerk off too much, you're going to go blind. I go, I actually talk about that in my book, We've Got Issues. I go, chapter 25, if you come too much, you're going to lose your ability to see the world. So I'm like finding ways to like plug the book. And now, I'm sure
that'll definitely sell.
I think that's kind of not a bad move, right?
No, it's a very good move.
Yeah.
Solid move.
Yeah.
Good move on your part.
And it's a fun bit. It's like people now, like, I don't know.
No, it's definitely fun.
Yeah.
But what would happen if you said stop doing it?
Stop doing it. And it was fun. It was a fun run.
Oh, keep throwing it.
Yeah. Okay, you went here first. I don't know,
bro. Let it go.
It's parody, and it's all right. So I don't think there's a real. It would have to. I mean, it'd be a cease and desist of some sort, right?
Well, parody is an interesting thing, right? Because people are really worried about parody now with AI. Because there's a lot of parody now with AI.
Oh yeah.
And people think, like there was this one Kamala Harris thing that was going around where it wasn't. She never said any of these things. There's the original speech that she gives, and there's this like ridiculous version of like the worst thing that a person, like the dumbest.
Oh God!
And yeah, and it's AI. It's like, yeah, that's one of the weird ones. That's a weird one. Because if you could do that, then you could have people saying all kinds of things. Like if that's okay to take like a famous person who's like the vice president of the United States and have her say a bunch of shit that she didn't really say because it's parody. Like you can kind of get a little slippery with that. Like you can get like subtle parody.
Yeah.
Where it's like you barely know that she's not saying those things.
Oh, yeah.
And then it becomes like people believe it's real.
It's pretty obvious though, right? The videos of these.
Man, they're getting good. They're getting really good. They're getting really good. They're getting close enough that they can trick a lot of people. And I think the best version of it now is pretty fucking tight.
The vocal stuff is pretty wild.
It's all wild.
Yeah.
They can take your voice and have you say almost anything. And if they do a good job with it and manipulate it and tweak it, like the intonations, God, get it's like so goddamn close.
Scary.
There's still a little part of you that listens to it and goes, "This seems a little fake."
Yeah.
But I always wonder if I didn't know that it definitely wasn't real, I wonder if it would feel fake to me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like, yeah. I don't know. They said we're gonna have flying cars about now, and it's not happening. So maybe AI won't be as scary as
they do have flying cars.
Yeah, but like a part of society.
Yeah, they're not common, but they would help in a hurricane place as long as you don't catch them winds.
I remember when Dallas had Uber helicopters for about 2 months.
Right. Could you imagine Florida have flying cars and hurricanes? And in the middle of the hurricanes, you know there'd be a bunch of the same kind of dudes that shoot out their window at people in road rage. They would be flying in winds that they shouldn't be flying in and crashing into the whole highway in a burst of flames and killing everybody. And it would be on YouTube Reels the next day.
Florida is the guinea pig of states for all the stuff that's.
Well, it's a state that was essentially founded. Okay, there's two findings, right? There's original. The Spaniards landed in Florida first. The first city is in Florida in this country, right? So you have like the colonizers, the first original colonizers land in Florida. Then you have all the fucking prisoners that Castro releases. He gets them out, puts them on fucking boats, and sends them to Miami. And then you have the crazy cocaine days in the 1980s. And then you have an economy that has, there was more, at least at one point in time, find out if this is true still, there's more banks per capita in Miami, like for a city than anywhere else in the country, because it was all money laundering. People were just like, they were moving money around with cocaine. And people were making millions of dollars and putting it in trash bags and digging holes in their backyard. You ever see Cocaine Cowboys? Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible documentary. And it's all, there's two Cocaine Cowboys 1 and 2. Yes. It's all about cocaine in Miami. At one point in time, one graduating class, the Miami Police Academy, every single one of them either went to jail for corruption or was murdered.
Oh my God.
The entire class. It was just cocaine. Everyone was out of their fucking minds. They're all on it, and they're all committing crimes on it, and they're all making millions of dollars, and they're all going to nightclubs. It's Scarface. Scarface was based on that. Brian De Palma's Scarface, written by, was Oliver Stone, right? Didn't Oliver Stone write it? It sounds right. It is, right?
How long was this time? A couple of years or what?
Like a decade. More, maybe more than a decade. Maybe 20 years. I had a buddy who was an ophthalmologist who did his residency at a university in Miami during the cocaine days. He said, dude, it was nuts. It was nuts. Gunshot wounds, stab wounds, people with things up their asses. Like, so many people got brought into the emergency room with things they stuffed up their ass where they were coked up.
I didn't know that was a side effect.
Army soldiers.
I thought it was like stories
toy
with no ending.
soldiers. No. Like light bulbs, the ones that are shaped like pine cones, stuff light bulbs up their asses. Like, people were doing all kinds of wild shit and being brought into the emergency room.
The coke was just supposed to, like, you take the party up a notch and there's more fun.
Well, it depends on where you're starting from.
You're like, hey man, in some places, like the love of the ass was how,
like those fucking swingers in Tampa are already on the 29th floor. It's not much of an elevator to get them to the roof. You know, these fucking people are out of their minds. And the whole town was like founded by cocaine. Wow. And it still has that feel, this party feel to that city still.
Yeah,
I'm sure cocaine's still an issue there, but I mean, It's not the whole thing, but it's like that's a frivolous area. I would say if you want to starve to death, open a bookstore in Miami. You're reading there. You're reading.
Yeah.
The fuck up. We're out here stunting.
Pot hasn't had a similar type
Effect on town.
Yeah.
Not really. Right? Maybe pot and LSD in San Francisco in the 70s and 60s. But like, not really. You know,
people put some pots in there.
No, that's stuff. That's the opposite. What you would do if you're high, you would not take that toy soldier and you go, I put this in my house. What if I get stuck?
Yeah.
You start freaking out. Why do I have to go to the hospital? Let's start my house. I'm not doing it. But you're on coke, you're like, get out there, Senator. Do your fucking
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Just murder. What did you sign up for to protect? You're coked up out of your mind.
I did one of Joey Diaz's Death Stars the last time I did his pod when he was in LA.
Yeah, he would do that too.
That might be the highest I've ever been.
Uncomfortable, very dangerous, bad for people's psyche.
I was good for about 20 minutes and then don't remember what happened after that.
Yeah, he takes people and throws them into the darkest pits of their soul.
Thank God he just talked. Like I got quiet. I remember I looked over at Lee at one point and I was just like,
Lee's probably asleep.
He was.
Lee was probably asleep standing up.
Joe would finish the story and go, and we got here and then we take some minutes. And I was like, when he got real low like that, I was like, okay, I think this. I got another 10 minutes to be quiet because they had another story. And then it was
catch your brain.
Totally catch. Wow, dude, what a great way to put it.
Yeah. Where is it? Where's my fucking brain?
And
Get
then,
over here. You know how to think.
Yeah. I've never been so paranoid. Breathe. Just breathe. The amount of times I told myself to breathe was terrifying.
The old days of the Church of What's Happening Now is all just Joey doing the edibles. Insane amounts of edibles and just being obliterated. Yeah. Where Lee Syatt, like, his eyes are closed and he's just rocking back and forth. He's hallucinating. He's watching like neon cartoons behind his eyelids.
I remember he gave him another Death Star when he was like that. He was like, eat another one, Lee. And he was like, he woke up to eat it, and then it was wild. But it was like, I wanted to participate.
Oh yeah.
How do you not?
You have to.
Yeah.
If you're doing Joey's show, you have to be on the same wavelength. Otherwise, it'd be rude.
But I was into it.
Imagine being a sober person listening to that conversation. Like, what are you saying? Look at Lee. Yeah, he's in another dimension right now.
God,
it's literally in another dimension. He's gone.
Eyes in the back of your head. Always smiling, so he was on some sort of a journey with this.
He's on the Church of What's Happening Now with Joey Diaz, having a great time.
I know.
Which is when you want to be like that fucked up on edibles. You're around nice people, having a wonderful time.
Well, another stamp in the comedy zeitgeist or the history books of like, I feel very fortunate to have been in a time where I got to be around that and then beyond, you know what I'm saying? Like obviously you guys have been homies forever, but like, yeah, that's like, that was a staple in time.
Well, also it doesn't exist anymore. Like people forgot. I keep trying to tell him to bring back church, and I'm trying to get him and Lee together again to do. Cool. I think they're talking about it. And Lee was out here when he was out here. Goddamn, those two together were so fun.
Yeah,
it's just Joey Diaz like that was so funny. It's just so Joey Diaz.
Yeah.
And if you know him, you love him. Like when on the July 4th one, when he was screaming, "You're a fucking American!" It's like the background is did the Joey Diaz State of the Union. It's incredible.
Those are also some of the wildest nights at the store that I will never forget. Of seeing a lineup that's just, Tom, Bill, you, Joey. Like you bring up Joey or Joey bringing up you is a half hour that I don't think I'll ever forget. That's so wild. And I know you get that now with the mothership of what you guys are doing here and what you've created. But man, like seeing it for the first time of me seeing it is what I'm, I guess, getting.
Yeah.
Of being and getting to a point to where it was like open mics at the store, then I did phones for a few years, and then being a regular, then just being around enough to be comfortable to stick around and sit in a bucket seat and watch that transition happen was wild. The fucking the pops and the roars, and then you sitting down and watching him was so fucking cool. I don't know. That's other stuff that is not. You have to just be around to see that. Like that was cool.
A different time too. It was like you could do that then, and you could hang out in the back and you didn't get bothered, and you could, the store was an interesting time of the store because it was so heavy. There were so many killers, There's so many people there. It was just, it was such a magnet for crazy people too. So there's this energy in that place that was so different.
Yeah.
You know, that's also because it's like Steve Rose nightclub and
Right.
people were killed there, you know.
Oh, really?
Bugsy Siegel. You don't know the story? Oh my God, Bugsy Siegel owned it.
I just knew it was a nightclub. That's about as
Dude,
far as my.
a mob-run nightclub.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Of course it was.
I'm sure you've talked to people that have seen ghosts there, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How many other places have people seen ghosts? I know. That's like the most ghostiest of ghost places in LA. When
Yeah.
you talk to like those fucking ghost freaks
Oh, really?
that
It's
are really
been
into that.
featured
Yeah,
on.
man. It's like there's a bunch of stories about the Comedy Store being haunted. Yeah, like I know
believe it.
multiple people that have seen ghosts there. Carla Bowe used to have a crazy story about sleeping on the stage, and like something grabbed his leg and dragged him to the end of the stage.
What?
And then he heard a bunch of chairs clink and the door slammed, and there was no one in the room. He was asleep on the stage. He got kicked out of his apartment. He's had a fight with his girlfriend. Fuck you, I'm gonna make it. You know, that kind of shit. He's young, and he was working as a doorman for the store, so he had a key. He goes in and he said, "I'm gonna sleep on the stage. I'm gonna fucking make it in comedy." And then he's on stage and he hears a noise, like the chair's clanking. He's like, "Hello, hey, it's me, Carl. I'm here. I got kicked out of my place, so I'm just sleeping on stage. Hey, who's there?" And he hears like a sound again. He doesn't see anything. And then all of a sudden, a hand grabs his leg and drags him like 6 feet, and then lets go.
Oh my God. That's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he lied. But it's an amazing story.
Hey,
The way
man.
he would tell, I want to believe.
I want to believe too.
I've never heard anybody get touched by a ghost, though. It might have been one of his friends. He might have been blackout drunk. One of his friends like, "Oh, Carl sleeping on the stage. Let's fuck with him." And they probably never told him. They probably forgot they did it. They did it, acid, and fucking a pile of coke.
That sounds more believable.
Because he was a part of Kinnison's crew, right? So like Mark Maron said that when he partied with Kinnison so hard that he had voices in his head for a year. A year after he got back, he left. He went to Boston after he was hanging out in Los Angeles, and he had voices in his head for like a year.
Saying what?
I don't know. Not good things, I'm sure. They're never good voices.
Start a podcast in your garage.
That took years to happen. This is like the 90s. Yes, this is like not even. This is the 80s.
That's
right.
right.
So this is like when I met him, it was 88. So this is like.
So these are leftover residual voices from.
They did so
drug
many
use.
drugs. They did so much coke that he like had voices in his head.
Like, where's that? I guess just the code.
It's
Like,
like
what?
probably a breakdown of the natural neurochemistry.
You're fucking with your brain.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
You're robbing your brain of its ability to produce dopamine. Like you destroy all your serotonin levels. You fuck with everything. When you go that hard with coke and then you have to get off, like those guys get wrecked. Wow. I've met people that are getting off coke and they are wrecked. Like it's just empty and they're so drained. It's just like it just
Can't put
fucks
thoughts
you
together.
up and makes you want to do more coke. Get back on the horse.
Yeah, the dog.
Ooh, and we're back. And we're back. Yeah, I see it. Oh my God, that's a demon. That's a demon in powdered form.
It's not around as much anymore.
Of course it is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's around all over the place. The problem is now it's got fentanyl in it.
Yeah,
Now
fuck
it can kill you. And people are still doing it. That's how nutty coke is. They're going to roll the dice.
You're crazy.
Shit
I know.
that's not from the cartel.
It's fucking wild. I don't even take. People are bringing me weed now all the time, which I appreciate. But I mean,
Well, they found weed with fentanyl.
yeah. And it's also like the one kid had a bag. It was like a Comedy Castle in Royal Oak. And I walk in the bathroom, he pulls out this whole bag, and he goes, "Bro, buy yourself." And it's just all bag of shake. I go, "Oh man, thanks, bro." I'm just trying to be polite. I go, "Thanks, man." He goes, "There's more where that came from." I go, "Can I be honest? This looks like it just fell out of your pocket." He's like, "Yeah, but I mean, but I brought you the bag." I was like, "The gesture's sweet, but like, I just feel like this is not the move. Like maybe it was a nice joint, maybe in a tube and stuff." He's like, "Okay, you're a Hollywood guy, huh?" I'm like, "No, that's nothing to do with it. It's just a bag that was stuffed in your cargo pants
Of shake.
Yeah, of shake.
Yeah.
You know, and or
Maybe a
joints that
little
are
fentanyl.
yeah. You can't roll the dice on that.
Yeah, you can't today. You know, there's places that are trying to outlaw fentanyl tests, which is insane.
Who's doing that?
Where is that happening? Is that a Texas thing? Where's that happening where they're outlawing the fentanyl tests? And I think the concern is that it would encourage people to do drugs or sell drugs. And that maybe the thing's going to discourage them is the fact that people are dying from it, which is an insane way of thinking. Let's just prevent people from dying. Yeah, first. I guess the fear is that it would make people feel like it's safe to do coke again. Center for Disease Control and Prevention and most public health agencies endorse distributing fentanyl test strips to people who use drugs. The practice is illegal in 42 states and the District of Columbia. Wow.
Oh my God, that feels like way too many
That's
places.
insane. I thought it was like a state. I thought it was like a Florida thing. Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, North Dakota, and Texas. They're now allowed in every state except Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, North Dakota, and Texas. That's nuts,
That's
Texas.
an easy way to save lives.
Jesus Christ, that's insane. Why does Texas have it illegal? Why are fentanyl strips illegal in Texas? Texas is one of the few states where fentanyl strips are still illegal and considered drug paraphernalia. One argument that has been made against test strips and other harm reduction practices is that they may encourage people to do drugs or continue doing drugs. So let's just kill them. Let's just kill them. Let's let your kids die because they made a mistake, because they're 16 and someone gave them some coke and they wanted to be a cool kid. That's insane. That's insane. Yeah, we don't want to encourage kids to do drugs. Correct. And you know what? The way to do that is to have positive role models who aren't doing coke.
Yeah.
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
The best way is, your favorite country music singer doesn't do coke. Like maybe that. Maybe your favorite athlete doesn't do coke. He tells you, listen, I don't do coke. You shouldn't do coke. It's fucking scary. Yeah. What the fuck?
That is
crazy.
Wild.
Crazy you would have a test strip and make it illegal. You could save lives. That's the only way you should look at that. You're going to save lives. They're already doing something illegal. You're not encouraging or discouraging. If it was not killing people, probably the same exact amount of people would be doing coke.
I can't believe that we got rid of, what was it, Jamie, Sun Bubble? What was the place that you put up, the hot tub, the cum tub place? We got rid of those, but we can't get fentanyl strips approved?
Crazy. Well, also, the real elephant in the room is, why is it a problem? Why are these drugs tainted? And it's because they're illegal.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And the problem is we don't want to make them legal because we don't want to encourage drug use. Right? I get that too. But the thing is,
we're going to find
the only way you're going to make it safer for human beings to do these stupid things and live is if you make it legal. It shouldn't be legal in terms of it should be, it should be legal, but it shouldn't be something that someone can profit off of.
Right.
It shouldn't be something that someone can sell to people. Maybe the best way to do it would be to make drugs free and legal.
Sure.
If you want to, I catch you selling coke, you're death penalty. But if you want to give away coke, if you want to make coke and give it away, it's totally legal. If you want to make your own cocaine, or a pharmaceutical drug company makes cocaine, they can sell that cocaine for exactly what it costs to make it and nothing more.
Okay.
So no one's going to make it.
Yeah.
But then then you will have a supply problem. And then you'll have my ideas. I bailed on it.
It was adorable to watch you go through it.
Because I was like, no, because then people they'll make it. And let me get the fentanyl all the time. Yeah. You got to allow pharmaceutical drug companies to profit, otherwise they have no incentive to make it. Then they're going to tell you, they're going to have fucking ads like CNN brought to you by cocaine. That's going to be the Anderson Cooper Show brought to you by crack.
The Cocaine News Network.
Yeah, that's what it'll be. They'll become like pharmaceutical drug companies sponsor those shows now, right? It'll be cocaine sponsors.
I would watch a full news network that was just everyone's fucked up.
Responsible use of cocaine. Just a little before you talk about the weather.
If you're going to have any segment of the news.
Fucking rain.
You better got 2 coats on today, baby.
Get that fucking car gassed up. It's going to be 56 hours of traffic. Let's go. It's going to be. Let's go. I'm not even getting anywhere. I'm going to run this motherfucker out in the basement. Meanwhile, your basement gets flooded. Some of those places get flooded. I was watching the last hurricane. This whole community is underwater. Did you see any of that, Jamie? There's a community in Florida, and it was not even in the flood zone. And they're all underwater. Houses are underwater. Everything's underwater.
No thanks.
Yeah, not good, dude. Not good at all. You're living in a place where the sky becomes an angry monster and could snuff out life.
Have you scuba dived?
Fuck off.
No thanks. I know.
There's sharks out there.
My wife is like, we don't know, I think 73% of the ocean. She's just like,
I think it's 90.
Yeah, it's gotta be. I think it's 90. Every day there's a new fish, or dolphin, or whale, and you're like, I just saw this video of, I think it was a swordfish coming out and like flying across the, whatever it did. He popped out of the water. I was like, I didn't know they could fucking jump like that. Yeah, no thanks, dude.
This kid was on my podcast recently. Bob Giblin is his YouTube channel. He had a very interesting point. He said he thinks that, and this is coming from someone else who observed this, he thinks that sharks are attacking people not even to eat them. They're attacking people because they don't want them there, because they're getting in the way of the seals and all the things they eat. And that's why they're killing people. They don't want you in their water. I was like, oh my God, that makes sense. Ooh, 1,000%. I never thought about it. What are we doing there? I want to think of them as like these fucking thoughtless killing machines just biting everything.
Imagine just walking through a stranger's house, opening the door, just opening the fridge. You guys mind if I make some tater tots? That's what we're doing in the ocean.
There's a video of a kid in Hawaii who's on a small like paddleboard, like fishing up a paddleboard, and a fucking tiger shark bites the paddleboard. Have you ever seen that video? No. It's terrifying. But it is. I mean, if you wanted to think about it, look, the kid's out there fishing.
Yeah.
So he's stealing fish from the sharks.
Sorry. Yeah.
Like the shark knows that that's not a fish.
Oh God, is
Watch
this
this, dude. Watch this. This is crazy. So he's out here fishing. Look at this. Bro.
Tiger shark ran me.
Bro. So he's out fish from the sharks.
Sorry. Yeah.
Like the shark knows that that's not a fish.
Oh God, is
Watch
this
this, dude. Watch this. This is crazy. So he's out here fishing. Look at this. Bro.
Tiger shark ran me.
No, bit you, bro.
Rammed me. Yeah.
That thing bit him. Watch this.